Che Guevara. Escobedo Che Guevara, 1960. Introduction to the Revised Edition. I became interested in Che Guevara in the late 1980s, while researching a book about modern-day guerrillas. Nearly a generation had elapsed since the poster bearing Alberto Cortes's portrait of Che in the black beret with the star pin first adorned so many college dorm walls. That era had drawn to a raggedy end with the demise of the student protest movement, when the Vietnam War was over. But in the insurgent backwoods of Burma, El Salvador, the Western Sahara, and Afghanistan, Che endured as a role model and as an almost mystical symbol of veneration. He inspired new generations of fighters and dreamers because of the revolutionary principles he represented: fearlessness, self-sacrifice, honesty, and devotion to the cause. There were few books about Che still in print then. Most were 20 years old and were either official Cuban hagiographies or equally tiresome demonizations written by his ideological foes. Che's life had yet to be written because much of it was still cloaked in secrecy, not least the mysterious circumstances of his final hours in Bolivia in 1967. Even the whereabouts of his body was unknown. Who was this man who had given up everything he cherished in order to fight and die on a foreign battlefield? At the age of 36 he left behind his wife and 5 children and his ministerial position and commander's rank in order to spark off new revolutions. And what had compelled a well-born, intellectual Argentinian with a medical diploma to try to change the world in the first place? Unraveling the mysteries of Che's life story would shed light on some of the most fascinating episodes of the Cold War and bring into sharper focus one of its central characters. It seemed to me that the answers to most of the questions about Che lay in Cuba, and in 1992 I went to Havana, where I met with his widow, Aleta March. I told her of my plan to write a biography of her late husband, and I asked for her cooperation and assistance. She eventually agreed. A few months later I moved to Havana with my wife and 3 young children for a stay that stretched into nearly 3 years. It was a bleak moment for Cubans. The Soviet Union had suddenly ceased to exist, bringing to an abrupt end the generous financial subsidies that had sustained Cuba for the past 3 decades. But even as his country's economy disintegrated, Fidel Castro held the socialist banner stubbornly aloft and, invoking Che's example, demanded revolutionary fortitude and sacrifices from his countrymen. The biggest challenge for me was to break through the sanctimonious atmosphere that surrounded Che's memory. Che was virtually the patron saint of Cuba, and the reminiscences of people who had once known him were often cravenly laudatory or unabashedly politically deterministic. It wasn't until I spent several months roaming around Argentina in the company of Che's boyhood friends that the young Che Guevara began to emerge as a believable figure. Finally, back in Havana, I was given privileged access to some of his then unpublished diaries, which helped explain the boy's transformation into the legendary Che. One morning in November 1995, when I was in Bolivia to interview everyone I could find who had had anything to do with Che's guerrilla efforts there, I went to Santa Cruz to see Mario Vargas Salinas, a retired general in his early 50s. As a young army officer in 1967, Vargas Salinas became famous for leading an ambush on the Macy-Curry River that wiped out Che's second column. Che's German companion, Tanya, and 8 other fighters were killed. The massacre on the Macy-Curry marked the beginning of the end for Che. A little over a month later, on October 8, 1967, he was cornered in a canyon by a large number of army troops. Che was wounded and taken captive. The next day, on the orders of the Bolivian Military High Command, and in the presence of a CIA agent, he was shot dead. After announcing that Che had died in battle, the army displayed his body to the public for a day in the nearby town of Valle Grande. Photographs were taken of the shirtless, bullet-riddled corpse. Che lay on his back with his head propped up, his eyes open. A resemblance to images of the dead Christ was apparent to everyone. That night, Che's body, and those of several of his comrades, vanished. His enemies intended to deny him a burial place where admirers might pay homage. One army officer later said, vaguely, that Che's body had been tossed out of an airplane into the jungle. Another officer claimed that the corpse had been incinerated. Mario Vargas Salinas turned out to be an unusually amiable and candid man. We ended up spending over 3 hours talking in his walled garden in Santa Cruz, and I discovered that he was willing to discuss subjects that were controversial. At one point he acknowledged that his soldiers had executed one of Che's wounded fighters. Vargas Salinas's frankness prompted me to ask him about Che's body, although I did not really expect an honest answer. I was stunned when he replied that he wanted to come clean with the past. He said that after Che was killed, his hands were amputated. Fingerprints were made to preserve physical proof of the body's identity, and the hands were placed in formaldehyde and hidden away. Then a nocturnal burial squad, which Vargas Salinas was part of, secretly dumped the bodies of Che and several of his comrades into a mass grave. The grave had been bulldozed into the dirt airstrip at Valle Grande. When I wrote an article about Vargas Salinas's confession for the New York Times, the effect in Bolivia was both immediate and dramatic. President Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada said he had heard that I had invented the whole story after getting Vargas Salinas drunk. Vargas Salinas, meanwhile, went into hiding and issued a statement denying everything. At a press conference in La Paz, I pointed out that I had a tape recording of the interview and suggested that the former general might be under duress of some sort. Vargas Salinas soon recanted his statement and verified the accuracy of my story, but he remained in hiding. Then, in a remarkable turnaround, President Sanchez de Lozada announced that he was reversing decades of official secrecy, and he ordered that a commission be formed to look for the bodies. Over the weeks to come, the spectacle of former guerrillas, soldiers, and forensic experts digging holes in and around Valle Grande opened many old wounds and revealed the nastier details of an era in which Bolivia's powerful military had gotten away, quite literally, with murder. From the 1960s and into the 1980s, a succession of dictators had run the country. Under their ham-fisted and often brutal rule, hundreds of citizens had been disappeared. Now, encouraged by the hunt for Che Guevara's body, people began clamoring for justice and for information about their loved ones. There were also angry demonstrations by former soldiers who had fought against Che's band as youthful conscripts, men who in some cases had suffered grievous wounds and received no disability pensions, or any pensions at all. They too demanded their rights. The past had been stirred up. Bolivia's military chiefs complied with the president's order, but they were furious with Vargas Salinas over his betrayal. He was flown into Ville Grande on a small plane, and as he strolled around the airstrip, flanked by two unsmiling army generals, a scrum of reporters crowded close to him. After about 30 minutes, he declared that he could not pinpoint Che's burial spot. It had been too many years. He and his escorts then climbed back into their plane and flew away. Days later, word spread that the army had placed Vargas Salinas under house arrest. It was several years before he was heard from again. The search effort in Valle Grande yielded nothing at first. After several fruitless weeks, the generals in charge of the commission made it clear they wanted to stop looking, and they headed off to La Paz to make their case to the president. A few hours after they left, however, some local peasants, who had until then been too terrified to come forward, revealed the location of a burial site they had known about for years. It was a lonely spot in the forest a couple of miles out of town. It did not take long to confirm what they said. There, in several shallow graves, lay the remains of 4 of Che's comrades. The 11th-hour discovery put an end to the military's brinkmanship. The search resumed with renewed vigor, but, before long, the trail went cold again. It wasn't for another 16 months, in July 1997, that Che's skeleton was finally discovered by a Cuban-Argentine forensic team. The 30-year conspiracy of deception was finally over. The skeleton lay together with 6 others at the bottom of a pit dug under the Valle Grande airstrip just as Vargas Salinas had said. Che was stretched out full length at the base of the pit, face up, as if special care had been taken in laying him there. The other bodies had been dumped in a promiscuously tangled heap next to him. Che's hands had been amputated at the wrists. The remains were exhumed and placed in coffins and flown to Cuba, where they were received in an emotional private ceremony that included Fidel and Raúl Castro. 3 months later, on October 10, 1997, at the beginning of a week of official mourning in Cuba, Fidel and Raúl paid their respects formally. The coffins of Che and his 6 comrades lay in state at the José Martí Monument, an obelisk in the center of the Plaza de la Revolución in Havana. For the next few days, an estimated 250,000 people waited in line for hours to file past. Children left letters to Che. Weeping men and women recited poems and sang revolutionary songs. Then the flag-draped coffins were driven slowly in a motorcade to the city of Santa Clara, which Che had conquered in the final and most decisive battle of Cuba's Revolutionary War, almost 40 years earlier. He and his comrades were interred there in a mausoleum that had been built to honor the heroic guerrilla. I revised this edition of my book on the 50th anniversary of the Cuban Revolution. It seemed a fitting moment to polish and refresh Che's biography and to think about what he means to a new generation of readers. His surviving comrades are old men now, and Cuba is nearing the end of an era. For better or for worse, the revolution is part of Che's legacy, although he has already transcended it. Che's face and his name have been emblazoned on snowboards and wristwatches and millions of t-shirts. But what, exactly, does the mythologized and commodified Che represent? More often than not, whatever the image signifies has little to do with Che himself. The resurrected Che Guevara, handsome and long-haired, with flashing eyes, is in many ways as unreal as the virtual heroes and villains of a video game. The real Che Guevara, who was only 39 when he died, has been both canonized and demonized. However much the facts of his life are documented, I suspect that his paradoxes and his place in popular culture will ensure that that is always so. But neither school of opinion will ever be able to claim him entirely. Part 1. Unquiet Youth. 1. A plantation in Misiones. The horoscope was confounding. If Escobedo Che Guevara had been born on June 14, 1928, as stated on his birth certificate, then he was a Gemini, and a lackluster one at that. The astrologer doing the calculations, a friend of Che's mother, repeated her work and got the same result. The Che who emerged from her analysis was a gray, dependent personality who had lived an uneventful life. But this was in the early 1960s, and Che was already one of the most famous people in the world. He had been on the cover of Time magazine. He was a highly visible, charismatic figure renowned for his independent spirit. When the puzzled astrologer showed Che's mother the dismal horoscope, she laughed. Then she confided a secret she had guarded closely for more than 3 decades. Her son had actually been born 1 month earlier, on May 14. He was no Gemini, but a headstrong and decisive Taurus. The deception had been necessary, she explained, because she was 3 months pregnant when she married Che's father. Immediately after their wedding, the couple had left Buenos Aires for the remote jungle backwater of Misiones, 1,200 miles up the Paraná River, on Argentina's northern border with Paraguay and Brazil. There, as her husband set himself up as a yerba mate planter, she went through her pregnancy away from the prying eyes of Buenos Aires society. A doctor friend falsified the date on the birth certificate, moving it back by 1 month to help shield them from scandal. When their son was a month old, the couple notified their families. They said that they had tried to reach Buenos Aires, and that Che's mother had gone into labor prematurely. A baby born at 7 months, after all, is not unusual. There may have been doubts, but their story and their child's official birth date were quietly accepted. It seems fitting that a man who spent most of his adult life engaged in clandestine activities and whose death involved a conspiracy should have begun life with a subterfuge. 2. In 1927, when Escobedo Guevara Lynch met Celia de la Serna, she had just graduated from an exclusive Catholic girls' school, Sacre Coeur, in Buenos Aires. She was a dramatic-looking young woman of 20 with an aquiline nose, wavy dark hair, and brown eyes. Celia was well-read but unworldly, devout but questioning. Ripe, in other words, for a romantic adventure. Celia de la Serna was a true Argentine blue blood of undiluted Spanish noble lineage. One ancestor had been the Spanish royal viceroy of colonial Peru, another a famous Argentine military general. Her paternal grandfather had been a wealthy landowner, and Celia's own father had been a renowned law professor, congressman, and ambassador. Both he and his wife died while Celia was still a child, leaving her and her 6 brothers and sisters to be raised by a guardian, a religious aunt. The family had conserved its revenue-producing estates, and Celia was due a comfortable inheritance when she reached the age of 21. Escobedo Guevara Lynch was 27. He was moderately tall and handsome, with a strong chin and jaw. The glasses he wore for astigmatism gave him a clerkish appearance that was deceptive, for he had an ebullient, gregarious personality, a hot temper, and an outsized imagination. He was the great-grandson of one of South America's richest men, and his ancestors included members of both the Spanish and the Irish nobility, although over the years his family had lost most of its fortune. In the mid-19th century, when Argentina was controlled by the tyrannical warlord Juan Manuel de Rosas, the male heirs of the wealthy Guevara and Lynch clans fled Argentina to join the California gold rush. After returning from exile, their American-born offspring, Roberto Guevara Castro and Ana Isabel Lynch, married. Escobedo, who would become Che's father, was the 6th of Roberto and Ana Isabel's 11 children. The family lived well, but they were no longer landed gentry. While her husband worked as a geographical surveyor, Ana Isabel raised the children in Buenos Aires. They summered at a rustic country house on the slice of the old family seat she had inherited. To prepare Escobedo for a working life, his father sent him to a state-run school, telling him, "The only aristocracy I believe in is the aristocracy of talent." But Escobedo belonged by birthright to Argentine society. He had grown up on his mother's stories of California frontier life and his father's terrifying tales of Indian attacks and sudden death in the high Andes. His family's illustrious and adventurous past was a legacy too powerful to overcome. He was 19 when his father died, and although he went to college studying architecture and engineering, he dropped out before graduation. He wanted to have his own adventures and make his own fortune, and he used his modest inheritance to pursue that goal. By the time he met Celia de la Serna, Escobedo had invested most of his money with a wealthy relative in a yacht-building company, the Astillero San Isidro. He worked in the company for a time as an overseer, but it was not enough to hold his interest. Soon he became enthusiastic about a new project. A friend had convinced him he could make his fortune by growing yerba mate, the stimulating native tea drunk by millions of Argentinians. Land was cheap in the yerba-growing province of Misiones. Originally settled by Jesuit missionaries and their Guarani Indian converts in the 16th century, annexed only 50 years earlier by Argentina, the province was just then opening up to settlement. Land speculators, well-heeled adventurers, and poor European migrants were flocking in. Escobedo went to see it for himself, and caught yerba mate fever. His own money was tied up in the yacht-building company, but with Celia's inheritance they would be able to buy enough land for a plantation and, he hoped, become rich from the lucrative green gold. Unsurprisingly, Celia's family closed ranks in opposition to her dilettante suitor. Celia was not yet 21, and under Argentine law she needed her family's approval to marry or receive her inheritance. She asked for it, and they refused. Desperate, for by now she was pregnant, she and Escobedo staged an elopement to force her family's consent. She ran away to an older sister's house. The show of force worked. The marriage was approved, but Celia still had to go to court to win her inheritance. She was granted a portion of it, including title to a cattle and grain-producing estancia in central Córdoba province, and some cash bonds from her trust fund enough to buy the mate plantation in Misiones. On November 10, 1927, Celia and Escobedo were wed in a private ceremony at the home of her sister Edelmira Mor de la Serna. La Prensa of Buenos Aires gave the news in its Dia Social column. Immediately afterward, they fled the city for the wilderness of Misiones. Together we decided what to do with our lives, Escobedo wrote in a memoir published years later. Behind lay the penitences, the prudery, and the tight circle of relatives and friends who wanted to impede our marriage. 3. In the Argentina of 1927, political and social change seemed inevitable, but had not yet come. Charles Darwin, who had witnessed the atrocities perpetrated against Argentina's native Indians by Juan Manuel de Rosas, had predicted that the country will be in the hands of white gaucho savages instead of copper-colored Indians. The former being a little superior in education, as they are inferior in every moral virtue. But while the blood flowed, Argentina spawned a pantheon of civic-minded heroes, from General José de San Martín, the country's liberator in the struggle for independence from Spain, to Domingo Sarmiento, the crusading journalist, educator, and president. Sarmiento's Facundo, published in 1845, was a clarion call to his compatriots to choose the path of civilized man over the brutality of the archetypal Argentine frontiersman, the gaucho. Yet even Sarmiento had wielded a dictator's authority. Caudillismo, the cult of the strongman, would remain a feature of politics well into the next century, as governments swung back and forth between caudilos and democrats. Indeed, there was an unreconciled duality in the Argentine temperament. Argentinians were in a state of perpetual tension between savagery and enlightenment. At once passionate, volatile, and racist, they were also expansive, humorous, and hospitable. In the late 19th century, when the conquest of the southern Pampas was finally secured after an officially sponsored campaign to exterminate the native Indian population, vast new lands had opened up for colonization. The Pampas were fenced in as grazing and farming lands, new towns and industries sprang up, railroads, ports, and roads were built. By the turn of the 20th century, the population of Argentina had tripled, swollen by the influx of more than 1 million immigrants from Italy, Spain, Germany, Britain, Russia, and the Middle East who had poured into the rich southern land of opportunity. A dismal colonial garrison on the vast Rio de la Plata estuary only a century before, the city of Buenos Aires now had a melting pot's combustive quality, epitomized by the sensuous new culture of tango. The dark-eyed crooner Carlos Gardel gave voice to a burgeoning national pride. Ships carried Argentina's meat, grains, and hides off to Europe while others docked, bringing American Studebakers, gramophones, and the latest Paris fashions. The city boasted an opera house, a stock exchange, and a fine university, rows of imposing neoclassical public buildings and private mansions, landscaped green parks with shade trees and polo fields, as well as ample boulevards graced with heroic statues and sparkling fountains. Electric streetcars rattled and zinged along cobbled streets past elegant confitterias and whiskerias with gold lettering on etched glass windows. In their mirrored and marble interiors, haughty white-jacketed waiters with slicked-down hair posed and swooped. But while Buenos Aires porteños, as they called themselves, looked to Europe for their cultural references, much of the interior still languished. In the north, despotic provincial caudilos held sway over vast expanses of cotton and sugar-growing lands. Diseases such as leprosy, malaria, and even bubonic plague were still common among their workers. In the Andean provinces, the indigenous Quechua and Aymara-speaking Indians known as Coyas lived in extreme poverty. Vigilante justice and indentured servitude were features of life in much of the hinterland. For decades, two parties, the radical and the conservative, were in power. Hipólito Yrigoyen, the radical who was re-elected president in 1928, the year Escobedo and Celia's first child was born, was an eccentric, sphinx-like figure who rarely spoke or appeared in public. Workers still had few rights, and strikes were often suppressed by gunfire and police batons. Criminals were transported by ship to serve terms of imprisonment in the cold southern wastes of Patagonia. But with immigration and 20th century political changes, feminists, socialists, anarchists, and now fascists were making their voices heard. New ideas had arrived. 4. With Celia's money, Escobedo had bought about 500 acres of jungle along the banks of the Rio Parana. On a bluff overlooking the coffee-colored water and the dense green forest of the Paraguayan shore, they erected a roomy wooden house on stilts, with an outdoor kitchen and outhouse. They were a long way from the comforts of Buenos Aires, but Escobedo was enraptured. With an entrepreneur's eager eye, he looked into the jungle around him and saw the future. Perhaps he believed he could restore the family fortunes by intrepidly striking out into new and unexplored lands. Whether or not he was consciously emulating his grandfather's experiences, it is clear that for Escobedo, Misiones provided an adventure. It was not just another backward Argentine province to him, but a thrilling place full of ferocious beasts, dangerous work, robbery and murders, jungle cyclones, interminable rains and tropical diseases. He wrote that in Mysterious Misiones, everything attracts and entraps. It attracts like all that is dangerous, and entraps like all that is passionate. There, nothing was familiar, not its soil, its climate, its vegetation, nor its jungle full of wild animals, and even less its inhabitants. From the moment one stepped on its shores, one felt that the safety of one's life lay in the machete or revolver. Their homestead was in Porto Caraguatay. A caraguatay is a beautiful red flower in the Guarani language. This Porto, however, was just a small wooden jetty. Caraguatay was reached by a 2-day river journey up from the old trading port of Posadas. They traveled on the Ibera, a Victorian paddle-wheel steamer that had done prior service carrying British colonials up the Nile. The nearest outpost was the small German settlers' community of Monte Carlo, 5 miles away, but the Guevaras found they had a friendly neighbor, Charles Benson, a retired English railway engineer who lived a few minutes' walk through the forest. Benson was an avid angler, and just above the river he had built himself a white, rambling bungalow with an indoor water closet imported from England. For a few months, the couple had an enjoyable time settling in and exploring the area. They fished, boated, rode horses with Benson, and drove into Monte Carlo on their mule-drawn buggy. To 8-year-old Gertrudis Kraft, whose parents ran a little hostel on the Monte Carlo road, the Guevaras appeared to be, as she recalled many years later, rich and elegant people. Their rustic home by the river was a mansion to her. The Guevaras' honeymoon idyll, such as it was, did not last long. Within a few months, Celia's pregnancy was well advanced and it was time to return to civilization, where she could give birth in greater comfort and security. The couple set out downriver. Their journey ended in Rosario, an important Parana port city of 300,000 inhabitants, where Celia went into labor and where their son Escobedo Guevara de la Serna was born. His doctored birth certificate, drawn up at the civil registrar's office, was witnessed by a cousin of his father who lived in Rosario and a Brazilian taxi driver evidently drafted at the last minute. The document says the baby was delivered at 3:05 a.m. on the morning of June 14, in his parents' domicile on Calle Entre Rios 480. The Guevaras remained in Rosario while Celia recovered from the delivery of the baby they called Ernestito. They rented a spacious, 3-bedroom apartment with servants' quarters in an exclusive new residential building near the city center, at the address given on the birth certificate. Their stay was prolonged when the baby contracted bronchial pneumonia. Ernesto's mother, Ana Isabel Lynch, and his unmarried sister Ercilia came to help out. After a whirlwind round of visits with their families in Buenos Aires to show off their infant son, the Guevaras returned to the homestead in Misiones. Escobedo now made a serious attempt to get his plantation off the ground. He hired a Paraguayan foreman, or capataz, named Curtido, to oversee the clearing of his land and the planting of the first crop of yerba mate. Loggers and owners of yerba tails in Misiones usually hired itinerant Guarani Indian laborers called mensug, who were given binding contracts and advances against future work. It was a form of labor bondage. Mensur received not cash but private bonds, valid only to purchase basic essentials at the overpriced plantation stores. Their wages were low, and the system virtually ensured that they could never redeem their original debts. Armed plantation guards called capanas kept vigilant watch over the work crews to prevent escapes, and violent deaths by gunshot and machete were frequent occurrences. Mensu who escaped the capanas but fell into the hands of police were invariably returned to their patrones. Escobedo Guevara Lynch was horrified at the stories he heard about the fate of the Mensu, and he paid his workers in cash. It made him a popular patron. Many years later he was remembered by local workers as a good man. While Escobedo worked his plantation, his young son was learning how to walk. Escobedo would send him to the kitchen with a little pot of yerba mate to give the cook. Whenever he stumbled along the way, Ernestito would angrily pick himself up and carry on. Another routine developed as a consequence of the pernicious insects that infested Caraguatay. Every night, when Ernestito lay sleeping in his crib, Escobedo and Curtido crept quietly into his room. While Escobedo trained a flashlight on the boy, Curtido carefully used the burning tip of his cigarette to dislodge the day's harvest of chiggers burrowed into the baby's flesh. In March 1929, Celia became pregnant again. She hired a young Galician-born nanny, Carmen Arias, to look after Ernestito, who was not yet a year old. Carmen proved to be a welcome addition to the family. She would live with the Guevaras until her own marriage 8 years later, and she remained a lifelong family friend. Freed from having to mind her child, Celia began taking daily swims in the Parana. She was a good swimmer, but one day, when she was 6 months pregnant, the river's current caught her. She would probably have drowned if 2 of her husband's axemen clearing the forest nearby hadn't seen her and thrown out liana vines to pull her to safety. Escobedo Guevara would recall, reprovingly, many such near-drowning episodes involving Celia in the early years of their marriage. Their very different personalities had already begun to collide. She was aloof, a loner, and seemingly immune to fear, while he was an emotionally needy man who liked having people around him, a chronic worrier whose vivid imagination magnified the risks he saw lurking everywhere. But while the early signs of their future marital discord were in evidence, the couple had not yet pulled apart. The Guevaras took family excursions together, horseback rides on forest trails, with Ernestito riding on the front of his father's saddle, and river excursions aboard the Kid, a wooden launch with a 4-berth cabin that Escobedo had built at the Estillero San Isidro. Once, they traveled upriver to the famous Iguazu Falls, where the Argentine and Brazilian borders meet, and watched the clouds of vapor rise from the brown cascades that roar down from the virgin jungle cliffs. In late 1929, the family packed up once more for the long trip downriver to Buenos Aires. Their land was cleared and their yerbitol had just been planted, but Celia was about to give birth to their second child, and Ernesto's presence was urgently needed at the Estillero San Isidro. During his absence, business had gone badly, and now one of the company's investors had withdrawn. They planned to be away only a few months, but they would never return as a family to Puerto Caraguatay. 6. Back in Buenos Aires, Escobedo rented a bungalow on the grounds of a large colonial residence owned by his sister Maria Luisa and her husband, located conveniently near his troubled boat-building firm in the residential suburb of San Isidro. They had not been there long when Celia gave birth, in December, to a little girl named after her. For a time, while Escobedo went to work at the shipyard, family life revolved around outings to the San Isidro Yacht Club, near the spot where the Parana and Uruguay rivers join to form the Rio de la Plata estuary. The yacht-building company was on the edge of bankruptcy, purportedly because of the incompetence of Ernesto's second cousin and business partner, German Freyers. For Freyers, who was independently wealthy and a sailing regatta champion, the shipyard was a labor of love. Such was his enthusiasm for nautical works of art that he had poured money into fine craftsmanship and expensive imported materials, which often cost the company more than the agreed-to selling prices of the boats it produced. Ernesto's investment was in serious risk of evaporating. Then, soon after his return, a fire destroyed the shipyard. Boats, timber, and paint all went up in flames. If the shipyard had been covered by insurance, the fire might have been a fortunate event. But Freyers had forgotten to pay the insurance premium, and Escobedo lost his inheritance overnight. All he had left from his investment was the launch kit. As partial compensation, Freyrs gave Escobedo the Ala, a 12-meter motor yacht. The Ala was worth something, and Escobedo and Celia still had their Misiones plantation, which Escobedo had placed in the hands of a family friend to administer in his absence. It was hoped that they would soon see annual revenues from its harvests. In the meantime, they had the income from Celia's Cordoba estate. Between them, they had plenty of family and friends. They weren't going to starve. In early 1930, Escobedo certainly didn't seem unduly worried about the future. For some months he lived the sporting life, spending weekends cruising with friends aboard the Ala, picnicking on the myriad islands of the delta upriver. In the hot Argentine summer, November to March, the family spent the days on the beach of the San Isidro Yacht Club, or visited rich cousins and in-laws on their country estancias. One day in May 1930, Celia took her 2-year-old son for a swim at the yacht club, but it was already the onset of the Argentine winter, cold and windy. That night, the little boy had a coughing fit. A doctor diagnosed him as suffering from asthmatic bronchitis and prescribed the normal remedies, but the attack lasted for several days. Ernst Tito had developed chronic asthma, which would afflict him for the rest of his life and irrevocably change the course of his parents' lives. Before long, the attacks returned and became worse. The boy's bouts of wheezing left his parents in a state of anguish. They desperately sought medical advice and tried every known treatment. The atmosphere in the home became sour. Escobedo blamed Celia for imprudently provoking their son's affliction, but he was being less than fair. Celia herself was highly allergic and suffered from asthma. In all likelihood, her son had inherited the same propensity. His siblings also developed allergies, although none was to suffer as severely as he did. Exposure to the cold air and water had probably only activated his symptoms. Whatever its cause, the boy's asthma ruled out a return to the damp climate of Puerto Caraguatay. It was also evident that even San Isidro, so close to the Rio de la Plata, was too humid for him. In 1931, the Guevaras moved again, this time into Buenos Aires itself, to a 5th-floor rented apartment near Parque Palermo. They were close to Ana Isabel, Ernesto's mother, and his sister Beatriz, who lived with her. Both women showered affection on the sickly boy. Celia gave birth for the 3rd time in May 1932, to another boy. He was named Roberto after his California-born paternal grandfather. Little Celia was now a year and a half old, taking her first steps, and 4-year-old Ernst Tito was learning how to pedal a bicycle in Palermo's gardens. For Escobedo Guevara Lynch, his elder son's illness was a kind of curse. Ernesto's asthma had begun to affect our decisions, he recalled in his memoir. Each day imposed new restrictions on our freedom of movement, and each day we found ourselves more at the mercy of that damned sickness. Doctors recommended a dry climate to stabilize the boy's condition, and the Guevaras traveled to the central highlands of Córdoba province. For several months, they made trips back and forth between the provincial capital of Córdoba, Argentina's second most important city, and Buenos Aires, living briefly in hotels and temporarily rented houses, as Ernestito's attacks calmed, then worsened again, without any apparent pattern. Unable to attend to his affairs or get a new business scheme going, Escobedo Sr. became increasingly frustrated. He felt unstable, in the air, unable to do anything. Doctors urged them to stay in Córdoba for at least 4 months to ensure Ernestito's recovery. A family friend suggested they try Altagracia, a spa town in the foothills of the Sierras Chicas, a small mountain range near Córdoba. It had a fine, dry climate that had made it a popular retreat for people suffering from tuberculosis and other respiratory ailments. Thinking of a short stay, the family moved to Altagracia, little imagining it would become their home for the next 11 years. 2. The dry climate of Altagracia. In the early 1930s, Altagracia was an appealing little resort town of several thousand people, surrounded by farms and unspoiled countryside. The mountain air there was fresh, pure, and invigorating. At first, the family stayed in the Hotel de la Gruta, a German-run sanatorium on the outskirts of town. The Hotel de la Gruta took its name from a nearby chapel and grotto built to venerate the Virgin of Lourdes. Most of its clients suffered from lung ailments. Life in Altagracia was an extended holiday for Celia and the children. She took them on hikes to swimming holes or on mule rides and began meeting the locals. Her husband didn't go with them. As their funds began to dwindle, his sense of frustration at being unable to work deepened to despair. He felt isolated, hemmed in by the surrounding hills. He suffered from insomnia. During the long nights awake in the hotel, he grew increasingly depressed. Young Ernesto's asthma improved in Altagracia, but he still had attacks, and the Guevara's concern for his health would continue to chart their path as a family, dominating their lives to an extraordinary degree. Before long, they had decided to stay on in Altagracia indefinitely. The attacks had become intermittent rather than the chronic affliction they had been in Buenos Aires. Ernst Tito was now a lively, willful 5-year-old who joined in the barras, the gangs of local children who played games of trench warfare and cops and robbers and rode their bicycles pell-mell down Altagracia's hilly streets. Escobedo Guevara Lynch found an unoccupied villa to rent, on Calle Avellaneda, in the neighborhood of Villa Carlos Pellegrini, only 5 minutes walk from the town's social hub, the opulent Sierras Hotel, an imitation of a landmark Raj Hotel in Calcutta. The family's new home was called Villa Shishita. It was a 2-story Gothic chalet that Escobedo Sr. likened to a lighthouse. Virtually surrounded by overgrown fields, it looked out to the Sierras on one side and the open yellow plains spreading toward Córdoba on the other. Escobedo Guevara de la Serna with his parents, Escobedo Guevara Lynch and Celia Guevara de la Serna, in Altagracia, Argentina, in 1935. In January 1934, Celia gave birth to her 4th child, a girl they named Ana Maria after her paternal grandmother. Although he fought frequently with his sister Celia and his brother, Roberto, young Escobedo would become solicitous of his youngest sister, taking her for walks when she was still a toddler and telling her stories. When his wheezing fatigued him, he rested his weight on her shoulder. Family photographs show Ernst Tito as a full-faced, stocky 5-year-old with pale skin and unruly dark hair. He was dressed invariably in short pants and sandals with socks, wearing a variety of hats to shield him from the mountain sun. His expressions were private and intense, his moods not easy to capture on camera. In photos taken 2 years later, he has thinned out, and his face is sallow and drawn, no doubt as a result of a prolonged bout of asthma. When Escobedo was 7, the Guevaras moved from Villa Shishita to a more comfortable house directly across the lane. Their new home, Villa Nidia, was a 1-story chalet shielded by a tall pine tree, with 3 bedrooms, a study, and servants' quarters. It was set in 2.5 acres of land. Their landlord was El Gaucho Lozada, the owner of Altagracia's church and mission house. During their years in Altagracia, the Guevaras would live in several seasonally rented villas, but Villa Nidia was where they lived longest, and it was the place they most considered home. The rent was low, only 70 pesos a month, the equivalent of about $20. Even so, Escobedo Guevara Lynch, who was broke much of the time, frequently found himself unable to pay it. He was in a real bind. Because of Ernestito's health, he couldn't return to Buenos Aires, but he hadn't been able to find work locally. His main hope for an income had been the Misiones plantation, but the market prices for yerba mate had plummeted, and a prolonged drought had adversely affected the revenues from Celia's estancia in southern Córdoba province. Over the coming years, the Guevaras would continue to depend upon the revenues from their farms, but climate and market conditions fluctuated, and the income the farms produced was erratic and generally small. According to both family and friends, it was Celia's money, presumably what remained of her cash bonds, that carried the family through the 1930s. They were really bad times for us, Escobedo Guevara Lynch wrote in his memoir. So full of economic difficulties. The children were getting bigger. Escobedo still had his asthma. We spent a lot on doctors and remedies. We had to pay for domestic help, because Celia couldn't manage alone with the kids. There was school, rent, clothes, food, trips. It was all outgoing costs, with little coming in. But at least some of their economic woes were due to the fact that neither Escobedo nor Celia was practical with money. They insisted on maintaining a lifestyle that was far beyond their means. They gave dinner parties, owned a riding trap and an automobile, and employed 3 servants. Each summer, depending on the condition of their pocketbook, they spent time at Mar del Plata, the exclusive Atlantic seaside resort favored by Argentina's wealthy, or at Ernesto's mother's estancia at Santa Ana de Ireneo Portela. The Guevaras became fixtures of the social scene at the Sierras Hotel. They may not have had money, but they belonged to the right social class and had the right bearing and surnames. The Guevaras had style. They were blessed with the innate confidence of those born into affluence. Things would turn out all right in the end. When they didn't, friends and family bailed them out. Carlos Calica Ferrer, the fun-loving son of a well-to-do lung physician in Altagracia who treated young Ernesto's asthma, recalled going on a holiday with the Guevaras one summer. Escobedo Guevara Lynch had brought no money with him, and he asked Calica to lend him the pocket money his parents had given him for the vacation. It was some time before Escobedo Sr. made good on his newfound social connections in Altagracia and obtained paying work. In 1941, using his brother Federico's credentials as an architect and his own as a master of works and general contractor, he won a contract to expand and improve the Sierras golf course. Money came in while the job lasted, but apart from this enterprise there is no record of Escobedo working during the family's long stay in Altagracia. 2. Because of his asthma, young Escobedo didn't go to school regularly until he was nearly 9 years old. Celia patiently tutored him at home, teaching him to read and write. This period undoubtedly consolidated the special relationship that formed between them. The symbiosis between mother and son was to acquire dramatic resonance in the years ahead as they sustained their relationship through a rich flow of soul-bearing correspondence that lasted until Celia's death in 1965. Indeed, by the age of 5, Escobedo had begun to reveal a personality that reflected his mother's in many ways. Both enjoyed courting danger, were naturally rebellious, decisive, and opinionated, and developed strong intuitive bonds with other people. Already, Escobedo had his favorite parent, and he had favorite relatives as well, his unmarried Aunt Beatriz and his paternal grandmother, Ana Isabel. The childless Beatriz was especially fond of Escobedo, and she spoiled him by sending him gifts. One of Ernesto's first letters, in which he tells Beatriz that his asthma has improved, dates from 1933. Obviously written by one of his parents, it was signed laboriously in a 5-year-old's scrawl, Ted. That was Beatriz's pet name for Escobedo, and it had been adopted by the family as his nickname. The Guevara family in the Sierras Hotel swimming pool, Altagracia, 1936. From left, 8-year-old Escobedo, his father, holding his sister Celia, his mother with Ana Maria. Ernesto's asthma continued to be a source of anxiety. Desperate to isolate the causes of his ailment, his parents noted down his daily activities, documenting everything from the humidity and the type of clothing he wore to the foods he ate. In his father's notebook for one of 10-year-old Ernesto's good days in November 1938, the entry reads, Wednesday 15, semi-cloudy morning, dry atmosphere, he awoke very well. Slept with the window open. Doesn't go to the swimming pool. Eats with a good appetite, the same as previous days. He is fine until 5 in the afternoon. They changed his bedclothes, as well as the stuffing of his pillows and mattress, removed carpets and curtains from his bedroom, dusted the walls, and banished pets from the house and garden. In the end, the Guevaras realized that there was no pattern to Ernesto's asthma. The most they could do was find ways to contain it. Having seen that the condition seemed to diminish after he swam, for instance, they joined the Sierras Hotel swimming pool club. Certain foods such as fish were permanently banned, and he was placed on strict diets during his attacks. He showed unusually strong self-discipline by adhering to these diets, but once his attacks had subsided, he gorged himself, and became known for his ability to consume huge quantities of food at a single sitting. Often unable even to walk, and confined to bed for days at a time, Escobedo spent long solitary hours reading books or learning to play chess with his father. During his asthma-free spells, however, he was understandably impatient to test his physical boundaries. It was here, in the physical realm, that he first felt the need to compete. He threw himself into sports, playing soccer, table tennis, and golf. He learned to ride horseback, went shooting at the local target range, swam at the Sierras Hotel or in the dammed-up pools of local streams, hiked in the hills, and took part in organized rock fights between the warring Barras. Over her husband's opposition, Celia encouraged these outdoor activities, insisting that their son be allowed to grow up as normally as possible. But the consequences were sometimes disastrous, with Escobedo being carried home prostrate and wheezing by his friends. Such episodes didn't deter the boy from doing exactly the same thing again, however, and this too became a routine over which his father eventually lost all control. Escobedo Guevara Lynch was never able to discipline his eldest son, and Celia never tried. The result was that the boy became increasingly wild and disobedient. To escape punishment for a transgression, he would run off into the brushy countryside, returning only when his parents' fears for his safety had long since overcome their anger. Carlos Figueroa, a friend whose family had a summer villa just down the street, claimed that Ernesto's escapes to the bush were his way of fleeing his parents' arguments, which Figueroa remembered as terrible. Whether the emotional upset caused by these arguments helped provoke young Ernesto's asthma isn't clear, but both family and friends agree that Celia and Escobedo Guevara Lynch began to have regular shouting matches in Altagracia. Each of them had an extremely hot temper, and the stories of their domestic disputes are legion. No doubt their perennial economic woes were partly to blame. In Escobedo Sr.'s mind, his inability to find work stemmed ultimately from Celia's imprudence and the swimming incident at San Isidro, which led to his son's asthma and the move to Altagracia. But the real source of the rift, according to Celia's closest friends, was Escobedo Guevara Lynch's affairs with other women, affairs that, in a small place such as Altagracia, must have been impossible to conceal. With divorce still not legal in Argentina, or perhaps for the children's sake, the Guevaras stuck it out. Celia Guevara with her children in Altagracia, 1937. From left, her daughter Celia, Roberto, Escobedo, and Ana Maria. Escobedo and his childhood gang in Altagracia in 1939 or 1940. Escobedo is second from the right, in the vest. His younger brother Roberto is at the far right and his sister Ana Maria is at the far left. Ernestito's days of running free were finally curbed when Altagracia's education authorities visited his parents and ordered them to send him to school. He was now nearly 9 years old, and Celia had little choice but to relinquish him. Thanks to her tutoring, he already knew how to read and write, so he was able to skip the first and upper first grades of Argentina's primary school system. In March 1937, he entered the second grade class at the Escuela San Martín. He was nearly a year older than most of his classmates. Ernesto's grades for the 1938 school year are summed up as satisfactory in his report card. He received high marks in history and was said to show steady improvement in natural sciences, reading, writing, geography, geometry, morals, and civics, but demonstrated little interest in drawing, organized athletics, music, or dance. His conduct was termed good throughout the year, although it was deficient in the third semester. This change in behavior coincides with an abrupt change in his attendance. After missing only about 4 days in the first 2 semesters, he was out of school for 21 days during the third, a lapse probably caused by a prolonged attack of asthma. El Barassi de Oviedo Zelaya, who was the school's headmistress and his third-grade teacher, remembered him as a mischievous, bright boy, undistinguished in class, but one who exhibited leadership qualities on the playground. Years later, Che told his second wife, Aleda, that El Barassi had been a strict disciplinarian and was forever spanking him. One day, facing his customary punishment, he had gotten even with her by placing a brick in his shorts. When she hit him, she hurt her hand instead. Escobedo was an incorrigible exhibitionist during his primary school years. Whether by inclination or to compensate for his ill health, he developed a fiercely competitive personality, engaging in attention-getting hijinks that confounded adults and awed his peers. His former classmates recalled that he drank ink out of a bottle, ate chalk during class, and climbed the trees in the schoolyard, hung by his hands from a railroad trestle spanning a chasm, explored a dangerous abandoned mine shaft, and played torero with an irascible ram. He and his barra companions once went around Altagracia shooting out the street lights with their slingshots. Escobedo and a friend, Juan Miguez, settled a score with a member of a rival gang by defecating onto the ivory keys of his parents' grand piano. And then there was the glorious occasion when Escobedo shot burning firecrackers through an open window into a neighbor's formal dinner party, scattering the guests. Ernesto's antics earned the Guevaras some local notoriety, but the family stood out in other ways. Bohemian is the term most often used to describe their buoyant, disorderly household. They observed few social conventions in their home. Neighborhood youngsters who arrived at tea time or supper were invited to stay and eat, and there were always extra mouths to feed at the dinner table. The Guevara children made friends indiscriminately. They played with the sons of golf caddies and others whose homes were in Lower Altagracia. It was Celia Madre, however, who made the greatest impression as a free-thinking individual. El Barassi, the headmistress, recalled that Celia set the record for many firsts for women in the socially stratified community. She drove a car and wore trousers, for instance. Others cited Celia's smoking of cigarettes as a direct challenge to social norms of the day. Celia got away with these radical-seeming gestures because of her social standing and her displays of generosity. She regularly drove her own children and their friends to and from school in the family car they had dubbed La Catramina, the Heap, a massive old 1925 Maxwell convertible with a jump seat in back. She inaugurated the practice of giving each child in school a cup of milk by paying for it herself, a custom later adopted by the local school board to ensure that poorer children had some nutrition during the school day. Unlike most of their neighbors, the Guevaras espoused anti-clerical views. Escobedo Guevara Lynch's mother was an atheist, and he had had a secular upbringing. The religiously schooled Celia's views were less certain, and throughout her life she retained a penchant for the spiritual. When they first arrived in Altagracia, Celia had attended Sunday Mass, taking the children with her, but according to her husband she did so for the spectacle more than out of any residual religious faith. Yet, for all their libertarian views, the Guevaras shared with many other lapsed Catholics a contradiction between belief and practice, never entirely forsaking the traditional rituals that ensured social acceptance in their conservative society. Although they no longer attended church, the Guevaras had their children baptized as Catholics. Ernestito's godfather was the wealthy Pedro Leon Eschag, through whom Celia and Escobedo Guevara Lynch had met, and who had persuaded Escobedo to seek his fortune in misiones. By the time Escobedo Jr. entered school, however, Celia had stopped going to Mass, and the Guevaras asked for their children to be excused from religion classes. Roberto remembered playing after-school soccer games formed by opposing teams of children, those who believed in God and those who didn't. Those who didn't invariably lost because they were so few in number. Ernesto's fellow students in Altagracia recalled, unanimously, his quickness in class, although he was rarely seen studying. He didn't seem to have a competitive urge for grades, and his own were usually mediocre. It was a phenomenon that mystified his father. This theme was a constant refrain during Ernesto's formative years. His father never seems to have understood what made his eldest son tick, just as he never completely understood his wife, Celia. To him, Celia was imprudent from birth and attracted to danger, and she was at fault for passing these traits on to their eldest son. Escobedo Guevara Lynch, meanwhile, who admitted to being overly cautious, was fretful, and forever worrying about the dangers and risks in life. In some ways, he was the more maternal of the two parents, while Celia was her son's confidant and co-conspirator. Escobedo Guevara Lynch's friends from Altagracia all had memories of his tantrums, especially when he perceived an affront to a member of his family. This was something he passed on to his eldest son. Ernst Tito became uncontrollable with rage if he felt he had been unjustly reprimanded or punished, his father wrote, and he got into frequent fistfights with his bearer rivals. His temper never left him, but by the time he reached college he had learned to bring it under control, usually substituting a razor-sharp tongue for the threat of physical violence. Only on rare occasions did he strike out physically. Escobedo Sr. was an intelligent man, but he looked across a perceptual divide at his wife and son, who were far more intellectually akin. Although he read books of adventure and history, and passed on his love for these works to Ernst Tito, he had little scholarly patience or discipline. Celia, on the other hand, was an avid reader of fiction, philosophy, and poetry, and it was she who opened their son's mind to these interests. They would evolve and mature in the coming years, but the character traits that later acquired legendary proportions in the adult Escobedo Guevara were already present in the boy. His physical fearlessness, inclination to lead others, stubbornness, competitive spirit, and self-discipline all were clearly manifest in the young Guevara of Altagracia. 3. Between 1932 and 1935, Paraguay and Bolivia fought an intermittent, bloody conflict over control of the parched Chaco wilderness shared by the two countries. Escobedo Guevara Lynch followed the Chaco War closely in the newspapers, and because he had spent time among Paraguayans in Misiones, he sided with their country. At one point, he declared that he was willing to take up arms to help defend Paraguay. Caught up in his father's enthusiasm, the eldest son began following the war's progress. Before long, Escobedo Sr. later recalled, the conflict had found its way into the local children's games, with one side playing at being Paraguayans, their opponents at being Bolivians. Escobedo Guevara Lynch later sought to portray his son's interest in this war as influential in shaping his political consciousness. This seems unlikely, since Escobedo Jr. was only 7 years old when the war ended. But the adult Che did recall his father's passion for the conflict and, in tones that were both affectionate and sarcastic, told Argentine friends about his father's bombastic threats to join the fighting. For the son, it summed up one of the bittersweet truths about his father, a well-intentioned man who spent his life coming up with schemes, but who rarely managed to achieve anything concrete. The Spanish Civil War was probably the first political event to impinge significantly on Escobedo Guevara's consciousness. Indeed, its effect was inescapable. Beginning in 1938, as the war in Spain turned in favor of Franco's fascists, a number of Spanish Republican refugees began arriving in Altagracia. Among them were the 4 González Aguilar children, who showed up with their mother. Their father, Juan González Aguilar, the Republic's naval health chief, had remained behind at his post but joined them after the fall of Barcelona in January 1939. The children of the two families were roughly the same ages, attended the same school, and sat out religion classes together. For a time the Guevaras shared their home with Celia's eldest sister, Carmen, and her 2 children while their father, the communist poet and journalist Cayetano Pálico Córdoba Iterburu, was in Spain covering the war for the Buenos Aires newspaper Crítica. When Pálico's letters and dispatches arrived in the mail, Carmen read them aloud to the gathered clan, bringing the raw impact of the war home in a way no newspaper article could do. In the early 1930s, there had been little in Argentina's domestic politics to engage the liberal Guevaras. Argentina had been ruled by a succession of conservative military regimes in coalitions with factions of the traditional Liberal Party, the Union Cívica Radical, which had splintered and foundered in ineffectual opposition since President Hipólito Yrigoyen's overthrow in 1930. The war for the Spanish Republic, a dramatic stand against the growing threat of international fascism, was something one could become passionate about. Escobedo Guevara Lynch helped found Altagracia's own Little Comite de Ayuda a la República, part of a national solidarity network with Republican Spain, and he befriended the exiled Spanish newcomers. He particularly admired General Jurado, who had defeated Franco's troops and their Italian fascist allies in the battle for Guadalajara, and who now had to support himself by selling life insurance policies. General Jurado dined with the Guevaras and held them in thrall with war stories. Young Escobedo followed the war by marking the Republican and fascist armies' positions on a map with little flags. According to family lore, he named the family's pet dog, a Schnauzer Pinscher, Negrina because she was black, and in honor of the Republic's prime minister, Juan Negrin. When Hitler invaded Poland in September 1939 and World War II began, the inhabitants of Altagracia began choosing sides. Escobedo Guevara Lynch threw his energies into Acción Argentina, a pro-Allies solidarity group. He rented a little office from the Lozada family that was built into the exterior stone wall of the Jesuit mission overlooking Tajamar Lake. He traveled around the province, speaking at public meetings and following up tips about Nazi infiltration. He and his colleagues feared an eventual Nazi invasion of Argentina and monitored suspicious activities in Córdoba's sizable German community. Now 11, Escobedo joined the youth wing of Acción Argentina. His father recalled that all the free time he had outside his playtime and studies, he spent collaborating with us. In Córdoba, one of the chief targets of concern was the German settlement in the Calamuchita Valley, near Altagracia. In late 1939, after inflicting damage on British warships in the Atlantic, the crippled German battleship Admiral Graf Spee was chased into the Rio de la Plata, where its captain scuttled it in the waters off Montevideo. The ship's officers and crew were interned in Córdoba. Escobedo Guevara Lynch recalled that the internees were observed conducting military training exercises with dummy wooden rifles and that trucks loaded with arms from Bolivia were discovered headed for the valley. A German-owned hotel in another town was suspected of providing cover for a Nazi spy ring and of housing a radio transmitter that communicated directly to Berlin. Alarmed at what they believed to be evidence of a flourishing Nazi underground network in Córdoba, Escobedo Guevara Lynch and his colleagues sent a detailed report to the headquarters of Acción Argentina in Buenos Aires, expecting prompt action to be taken by the pro-Allied administration of President Roberto Ortiz. But Ortiz was in ill health and was effectively replaced in his duties by his vice president, Ramon Castillo, who was strongly pro-Axis. Thus, according to Guevara Lynch, no substantive measures were taken against the Nazi network. Argentina's ambiguous position throughout the war, it remained officially neutral until the eve of Germany's defeat in 1945, owed as much to its economic concerns as to the considerable pro-Axis sentiments within its political and military establishment. Traditionally dependent on Europe as an export market for its beef, grain, and other agricultural products, Argentina was devastated by the wartime blockade. In return for supporting the Allies, the Ortiz administration had sought guarantees for its surplus exports from the United States, which supplied most of Argentina's manufactured goods. But Ortiz was unable to get what the Argentinians considered a fair deal from the United States, and during the Castillo regime Argentina's ultranationalists looked to Germany as a potential new market for Argentine exports and as a military supplier. Escobedo, on the front fender, third from left, with fellow students. The bus took them from Altagracia to the Colegio Nacional de Funes, their high school, in Córdoba. In Escobedo Guevara Lynch's rendition of his wartime activities, there is an inescapable sense of the Walter Mitty in him. He desperately wished for a life of adventure and daring, but he was destined to be, for the most part, at the periphery of the large events of his time. He had trumpeted his willingness to fight for Paraguay, but he had not gone. The Spanish Civil War and World War II gave him new issues to champion, and later he would take up others, but he did so from the sidelines. In the end, it was not these activities he would be remembered for, but his role as the father of Che Guevara. 4. Young Escobedo Guevara became a teenager while war raged abroad and Argentinian politics grew increasingly volatile. Although his physical development was slow, he remained short for his years and didn't experience a growth spurt until he was 16. He was intellectually curious, questioning, and prone to answering back to his elders. His favorite books were the adventure stories of Emilio Salgari, Jules Verne, and Alexander Dumas. In March 1942, just before his 14th birthday, Escobedo began attending high school, or baccalaureado. Since Altagracia's schools offered only primary school education, he traveled by bus each day to Córdoba, 23 miles away, to attend one of the best state-run schools, the Colegio Nacional de Funes. One morning someone took a photograph of Escobedo posed on the front fender of the bus. Impishly grinning into the camera, wearing a blazer and tie but still in shorts and crumpled knee socks, he is surrounded by older students attired in button-down collars, suits, ties, and trousers. During the summer holidays in early 1943, the Guevaras moved to Córdoba. Escobedo Guevara Lynch had found a partner there to launch a building firm. With Escobedo already commuting to school, and his sister Celia about to enter a girls' high school in Córdoba, the move from Altagracia seemed a practical choice. 3. The boy of many names. The Guevaras' move to Córdoba was buoyed by a brief upswing in their economic fortunes, although it was also the beginning of the end of their days as a united family. Escobedo and Celia's attempt at a reconciliation resulted in the birth, in May 1943, of their fifth and last child, Juan Martín, who was named for Celia's father, but the strains between them deepened, and by the time they left for Buenos Aires 4 years later, their marriage would be finished. As before, according to family friends, the problem was Ernesto's chronic womanizing. The father had pretensions of being a playboy, Tatiana Quiroga, a friend of the Guevara children, recalled. But he was a disorderly playboy, because when he worked and earned money, he spent it all, on going out with young ladies, on clothes, on stupidities, nothing concrete, and the family would get nothing. Ernesto's business partner in Córdoba was an eccentric architect who was known as the Marquis de Arias because of his extreme height and aloof, aristocratic air. The Marquis came up with the building contracts, usually houses, and Escobedo oversaw their construction. We lived divinely, and all the money just went, they never thought in terms of investments, Ernesto's elder daughter, Celia, recalled. But before the crunch came, he bought a country chalet in the hills outside Córdoba at Villa Allende and joined Córdoba's exclusive lawn tennis club, where his children swam and learned to play tennis. The Guevaras settled into a 2-story rented home at Calle Chile 288, near the end of the street, where it met with Avenida Chacabuco, a boulevard lined with bulbous shade trees known as Palos Borrachos. Across the avenue lay the clipped green expanse and woods of Parque Sarmiento, the city zoo, the lawn tennis club, and beyond, the University of Córdoba. The Guevara home at Calle Chile retained the free, open atmosphere their friends had so enjoyed in Altagracia. Dolores Moyano, a new friend from one of Córdoba's richest families, found it all very exotic. The furniture could barely be seen because of the books and magazines piled everywhere, and there were no fixed meal times that she could discern. One just ate when one felt hungry. The children were allowed to ride their bicycles from the street, through the living room, into the backyard. Dolores soon discovered that the Guevaras exacted a price for their open house policy. Once they sensed any pomposity, pedantry, or pretense in a visitor, they would tease him or her mercilessly. Young Escobedo led these attacks, and more than once Dolores found herself a target. His mother was just as provocative and could be exceedingly stubborn. His father, on the other hand, seemed immensely likable. Dolores remembered him as a man who exuded warmth and vitality. He spoke in a booming voice, and was rather absent-minded, she wrote later. Occasionally, he sent the children on errands which he had forgotten by the time they returned. 2. The move to Córdoba coincided with the onset of young Ernesto's adolescence. He began increasingly to assert himself, questioning the values of his bickering parents and forming the first glimmerings of his own worldview. In his first year at the Colegio Nacional de Funes, Escobedo made new friends. The closest of these was Tomás Granado, the youngest of 3 sons of a Spanish émigré who worked as a railway conductor. At 14, Escobedo was still short for his years, but he was now slim instead of stocky. The bigger, huskier Tomás wore his hair stylishly slicked back, but Escobedo had an unfashionable buzz cut that earned him the nickname El Pelao, Baldy, one of several he acquired during his adolescence. Latin Americans have a propensity for nicknames, and Argentinians, who love wordplay, are especially keen on them. Before long, Tomás's older brother Alberto had entered their circle as well. A first-year student of biochemistry and pharmacology at the University of Córdoba, the 20-year-old Alberto, or Petiso, Shorty, was barely 5 feet tall and had a huge beaked nose, a barrel chest, and a footballer's sturdy bowed legs. He also possessed a good sense of humor and a taste for wine, girls, literature, and rugby. He and Escobedo were separated by age, but in time their friendship became stronger than that between Escobedo and Tomás. Alberto Granado was the coach of the local rugby team, Estudiantes, and Escobedo wanted desperately to try out for it, although Alberto was doubtful about his potential. The first impression wasn't very favorable, Alberto recalled. He wasn't robust, with very thin arms. But he decided to give the boy a try, and accepted him for training. Soon the wheezing lad was practicing with Estudiantes 2 evenings a week. He earned a reputation for his fearless attacks on the pitch, which he accomplished by running headlong at the player with the ball, yelling, "Look out, here comes El Furibundo Serna." Furibundo means furious, and Serna was an abbreviation of his maternal surname. The war cry led Alberto to give Escobedo a new nickname, Fuser, while Alberto became Mile, for me Alberto. Alberto Granado took a special interest in Escobedo. He noticed that often, while his team waited for its turn on the practice field, the boy would sit on the ground reading, his back propped against a light post. Escobedo was already reading Freud, enjoyed the poetry of Baudelaire, and had read Dumas, Verlaine, and Mallarmé in French as well as most of Émile Zola's novels, Argentine classics such as Sarmiento's epic Facundo, and the latest work of William Faulkner and John Steinbeck. A zealous reader himself, Granado couldn't comprehend how the teenager could have gotten through so much. Escobedo explained that he had begun reading to occupy himself during his asthma attacks, when his parents made him stay at home. As for his reading in French, this was the result of Celia's influence. She had tutored him during his absences from school. For all their new friends and comforts in Córdoba, Altagracia remained dear to the Guevaras, and the family returned there often, sometimes renting cottages during the holidays. Escobedo was able to keep up his friendships with Calica Ferrer, Carlos Figueroa, and other members of his old Barra. The González Aguilars had also moved to Córdoba, and they lived in a house not far from the Guevaras. The new family home on Calle Chile turned out to have some disadvantages that had been overlooked by Escobedo Sr. in his initial enthusiasm over its proximity to Parque Sarmiento and the lawn tennis club. Their neighborhood of Nueva Córdoba, built on a hill rising up from the city center, was still in the process of being urbanized. It was a hodgepodge of residential homes surrounded by undeveloped vacant lots called baldios. On these lots, and in the dry creeks that ran through the area, poor people had built shanties. One of the shanty towns lay directly across from where the Guevaras now lived. It was inhabited by colorful personalities, among them a man with no legs who rode around on a little wooden cart pulled by a team of 6 mongrel dogs that he urged on with a long, cracking whip. Dolores Moyano, who had become a close friend of Ernesto's youngest sister, Ana Maria, was now a constant visitor in the Guevara household. Moyano recalled that one of their pastimes was to sit on the curb of the safe side of the street and watch the goings-on among the slum dwellers of the Baldio. One of them was a woman in black who nursed her baby under a paraiso tree and spit phlegm over his head. Another was a dwarfish 12-year-old called Quico who had no eyebrows or eyelashes. They bribed him with sweets to show them his strange white tongue. Although they were much better off than their poor neighbors in the hovels of cardboard and tin, the Guevaras soon discovered that their own home was built on a shaky foundation. Before long, huge cracks began appearing in the walls, and from his bed at night, Escobedo Sr. could see stars through a crack in his ceiling. Yet, for a builder, he was remarkably casual about the dangers. In the children's room, where another crack appeared, he remedied the situation by moving their beds away from the wall in case it collapsed. We found the house comfortable and we didn't want to move, so we decided to stay as long as we could, he recalled. The sharp contrasts of urban life may have been new to the Guevaras but were becoming increasingly typical in Argentina and throughout Latin America. Since the late 19th century, changing economics, immigration, and industrialization had brought about a radical rural-to-urban population shift, as poor farm workers migrated from the countryside to the cities in search of jobs and a better way of life. Many of them ended up in the shanty towns, or villas maisterias, that sprang up in Córdoba and Argentina's other large cities. In a span of only 50 years, Argentina's demographics had reversed completely, from an urban population of 37% in 1895 to 63% in 1947. During the same period, the population as a whole had quadrupled from 4 million to 16 million. Despite this ongoing social transformation, Córdoba retained a placid, provincial air in the 1940s. Surrounded by the limitless yellow pampa, its horizons broken only by the blue ranges of the Sierras, Córdoba was still mostly untouched by the industrialization and construction boom that was rapidly turning Buenos Aires into a modern metropolis. As the site of the country's first university, founded by Jesuits, and with many old churches and colonial buildings, Córdoba had earned a reputation as a center of learning, and Cordobeses were proud of their cultural heritage. The city's leading role in education had been secured in 1918 when Radical Party students and teachers at the University of Córdoba spearheaded the university reform movement that guaranteed university autonomy. The movement had spread beyond Córdoba to Argentina's other universities and throughout much of Latin America. Dolores Moyano recalled the Córdoba of her youth as a city of bookstores, religious processions, student demonstrations, and military parades, a city gentle, dull, almost torpid on the surface but simmering with tensions. Those tensions burst out shortly after the Guevaras arrived. On June 4, 1943, in Buenos Aires, a cabal of military officers banded together and overthrew President Castillo, who had named as his successor a wealthy provincial strongman with ties to British corporate monopolies. Early reaction to the coup was guardedly positive among both liberal Argentines who regarded Castillo's pro-German administration with suspicion and nationalists fearing further encroachment by foreign economic interests. Within 48 hours a leader had emerged, the War Minister General Pedro Ramirez, representing the military's ultranationalist faction. Very quickly, he took measures to silence all domestic opposition. Declaring a state of siege, his regime postponed elections indefinitely, dissolved the Congress, gagged the press, intervened in the country's universities, and fired protesting faculty members. In a second wave of edicts at the year's end, all political parties were dissolved, compulsory religious instruction in schools was decreed, and even stricter press controls were established. In Córdoba, teachers and students took to the streets in protest. Arrests followed, and in November 1943 Alberto Granado and several other students were imprisoned in Córdoba's central jail, behind the colonnades of the old whitewashed Cabildo on the city's Plaza San Martín. Granado's brothers and Escobedo visited him there, bringing him food and news of the outside world. The weeks dragged by, with no sign that the students were to be charged or released any time soon. An underground prisoners committee asked Córdoba's secondary school students to march in the streets and demand that the detainees be freed. Alberto asked the 15-year-old Escobedo if he would join, but he refused. He would march, he said, only if given a revolver. He told Alberto that the march was a futile gesture that would accomplish little. In early 1944, after a couple of months in detention, Alberto Granado was released. Despite Ernesto's refusal to demonstrate on his behalf, their friendship remained intact. In light of his penchant for daredevil stunts, Ernesto's unwillingness to help his friend is striking. And, given his extreme youth and apparent unconcern with Argentine politics, his principled stance seems dubious. This paradoxical behavior of making radical-sounding declamations while displaying complete apathy about political activism was a pattern during Ernesto's youth. 3. As yet unknown to most of the public, a key figure behind the political changes taking place in Argentina was an obscure army colonel with a fleshy face and Roman nose whose name Juan Domingo Perón would soon be very familiar. After returning from a posting in Mussolini's Italy, where he became a fervent admirer of Il Duce, Perón had briefly been a troop instructor in the province of Mendoza before going to work at military headquarters in Buenos Aires. There, he had made his move as the driving force behind the shadowy military group calling itself the Grupo de Oficiales Unidos, which had launched the coup of June 1943. Over the next 3 years, Perón maneuvered his way to the top. After the coup he became Undersecretary for War, serving under his mentor, General Edelmiro Farrell. When Farrell became vice president in October 1943, Perón asked for and was given the presidency of the National Labor Department. It quickly became his power base. Within a month, he had transformed his seemingly obscure job into a ministry renamed the Department of Labor and Welfare and was answerable only to the president. A sweeping series of reformist labor decrees began to flow from Perón's office. The measures were aimed at appealing to disenfranchised workers while organized labor groups linked to the traditional political parties were being destroyed. Before long, Perón had brought the country's workforce to heel under his own centralized authority. The phenomenon that would be known as Peronismo had begun. Very soon, it would radically alter Argentina's political landscape. By late 1943, with the United States in the war, Nazi Germany was on the defensive throughout Europe and North Africa, and Mussolini had been overthrown in Italy. Suspecting the Argentine regime, and Perón in particular, of serving as thinly disguised representatives for the Third Reich in Latin America, the United States stepped up pressure on Argentina to abandon its official neutrality in the war. Many Argentines shared the Americans' suspicions. Perón's populist appeals to the social underclass in rhetoric reeking of fascism had alienated Argentina's liberal middle classes. They were joined by the traditional oligarchy, which saw the status quo in danger. Most people of the Guevara's social class had become virulent anti-Peronistas. But their opposition did not stop Perón from becoming even more powerful. In March 1944, Farrell became president. Perón was war minister, and by July he was vice president as well. Of the 3 high-level positions he now held, however, the most important was still his post as Secretary of the Department of Labor and Welfare. Perón was known to everyone in Argentina. Escobedo Guevara Lynch remained active in Acción Argentina, and he and Celia also joined Córdoba's Comité Pro de Gaulle, a solidarity network aimed at helping the French resistance in Nazi-occupied France. Unbeknownst to them, young Escobedo had resumed the old Nazi hunting activities his father had left unfinished. With a school friend, Osvaldo Biddy Nostpayer, he stealthily returned to the small mountain community of La Cumbre, where his father's group had conducted surveillance of the hotel suspected of being the headquarters for Nazi operations in Argentina's interior. Escobedo Sr. had warned his son against sniffing around, telling him that of the 2 government investigators sent there, only one had returned, the other presumably having been murdered. But the boys went anyway. They approached the hotel at night. Through an open window, Biddy Nost recalled later, they caught a glimpse of a couple of men busy at a long table with lots of metal boxes and things. But before they could see more, their presence was detected. They heard us, someone came out with lanterns, and they fired 2 shots at us. We left and never returned. In spite of such escapades, Ernesto's commitment to political causes fell far short of active militancy during his high school years. He and his friends, who included children of Spanish Republican refugees such as the González Aguilars, were, like their parents, politically anti-fascist, and given to arguing precociously over what had really happened in Spain. But they had much less notion of, or even interest in, the events taking place in Argentina at the time. When young Escobedo did espouse a political opinion, it was usually provocative, designed to shock his parents or peers. For instance, when Córdoba's Peronista militants were rumored to be preparing to attack, with stones, the local jockey club, a symbol of the conservative landed oligarchy, Escobedo declared his willingness to join them. "I wouldn't mind throwing some stones at the jockey club myself," some of his friends heard him say. They assumed this was a sign of his pro-Peronista sentiments, but it was just as likely he was being a bloody-minded teenager. When Argentina's government finally broke off diplomatic relations with the Axis powers, Ernesto's parents were overjoyed. But his young friend Pepe González Aguilar had never seen Ernestito so angry as the moment when he confronted his celebrating parents. "I couldn't understand how he, who had always been anti-Nazi, didn't share our happiness," he said. Later, Pepe surmised that Ernesto's anger was due to the fact that the decision had been made not on principle, but because of U.S. pressure, and he shared Argentine nationalists' sense of shame that their country had buckled under to the Americans. Nevertheless, when the Allied forces liberated Paris in September 1944, Escobedo joined the celebrating crowd in Córdoba's Plaza San Martín, accompanied by several of his school friends, their pockets stuffed with metal ball bearings, ready to hurl at the hooves of the horses of the mounted police called in to keep order. In recognition of his own efforts, Escobedo Sr. received a certificate signed by de Gaulle himself, thanking him for the support he had given to the people of France in their hour of need. For the rest of his life, he kept it with him as one of his proudest possessions. Despite some retrospective attempts to see an early hint of socialist ideals in the teenage Escobedo Guevara, virtually all his Córdoba schoolmates recalled him as politically uninterested. To his friend José María Roque, Escobedo didn't have a defined political ideal at the time. "We all loved to argue politics, but I never saw Guevara get involved in any sense." Nor did Escobedo let his antifascism get in the way of friendship. One of his classmates was Domingo Rigattuso, a poor Italian immigrant's son who worked after school selling sweets to the patrons of the local cinemas. Rigattuso steadfastly supported Mussolini in the war, as did his father, and Escobedo referred to him affectionately as Italiano fascio, a slang term meaning Italian fascist. Raúl Melifoschi, the son of a Jewish university professor, recalled briefly belonging to a cell of the Federación Estudiantil Socialista, FES, with Escobedo in 1943, at a time when the militant youth wing of the pro-Nazi Alianza Libertadora Nacionalista was intimidating students sympathetic to the Allies. Melifoschi, who was a year younger than Escobedo and in his first year at the school, had heard about him before they were introduced. Escobedo was pointed out as the only student in school who had stood up in class to a notoriously pro-Nazi history professor over a factual inaccuracy. When the FES decided to form three-man units as a defensive measure against the students of the Alianza Libertadora Nacionalista, Escobedo was assigned to be the leader of a group that included Melifoschi and another first-year student. "We were cells in name only," Melifoschi recalled. "We didn't meet, and practically the only thing we did was to call ourselves cells." But, one afternoon, when he and some other students were blocked from leaving the school grounds by some Alianza bullies who were brandishing penknives embossed with their group's condor insignia, Escobedo hurled himself at the throng, whirling his school satchel around his head. To the grateful Melifoschi, Escobedo seemed more than brave. He was absolutely fearless. The only other time their cell was activated was the day when, making use of his authority as leader, Escobedo ordered Melifoschi and the other boy under his tutelage to skip school the following day. It was an exploit that could get them expelled, and Melifoschi knew it. "He didn't order us only to skip school, but to go to a movie that was prohibited to minors. We were 13 and 14, and you had to be 18, so we weren't going to be able to fool anybody. None of us was very tall or robust. But he ordered us to each come wearing a hat, with a cigarette, and with the money we needed for the tickets. Such were Ernesto's earliest incursions into politics. 20 years later, in a letter to a sycophantic editor who intended to publish a hagiography about him, he wrote, bluntly, "I had no social preoccupations in my adolescence and had no participation in the political or student struggles in Argentina." 4. Escobedo was now a full-fledged teenager, and along with his voracity for books he had developed a strong curiosity about the opposite sex. He managed to satisfy both interests when he discovered and read the unabridged and highly erotic original edition of 8001 Nights at a Friend's Home. In the provincial Argentina of the mid-1940s, prevailing values concerning sex and marriage were still very much those of a traditional Catholic society. Women didn't have the right to divorce, and good girls were expected to retain their virginity until marriage. "We were little angels," recalled Tatiana Quiroga, who went out with Escobedo and other friends on double dates. "We went to dance, to converse, to drink a coffee, and at 12:30 you had to be back, or they would kill you. That was the period when you could barely go out. How could we little girls go to some boy's house, all alone? Never. The most we ever did was to escape the parties and go drink some mate." For sex, boys of Ernesto's social milieu either visited brothels or looked for conquests among girls of a lower class, where their social and economic differences gave them advantages. Their first sexual experience was often with the family mucama, the servant girl, usually an Indian or poor mestiza from one of Argentina's northern provinces. Escobedo was introduced to sex when he was 14 or 15. Rodolfo Ruart and several other youths spied on him during a liaison with La Negra Cabrera, the servant girl in the house of Calico Ferrer. The boys watched through the keyhole of the bedroom door. They observed that, while Escobedo conducted himself admirably on top of the pliant maid, he periodically interrupted his love-making to suck on his asthma inhaler. The spectacle had them in stitches and remained a source of amusement for years afterward. But Escobedo was unperturbed, and his sessions with La Negra continued as a regular pastime. Along with his discovery of sex, Escobedo nurtured a love of poetry, and he enjoyed reciting passages he had memorized. With the aid of the 17th-century Spanish poet Francisco de Quevedo's picaresque sonnets and romances, he began displaying a sense of the ribald. One day, he employed it to effect on a blushing Dolores Moyano. He had overheard her pedantically discussing the poetry of the Spanish Arab mystics, and when he challenged her knowledge of the topic, she found herself gullibly explaining, "The lover and the mystic in St. John's poetry have this double vision. The inner eye and the outward eye, the lover mystic sees both ways." At that point, she recalled, Escobedo interrupted her, and affecting an exaggerated Cordoban accent, he recited a profane couplet about a one-eyed nun and a cross-eyed saint. The incident highlights the schism that existed between male and female adolescents of Guevara's social class and generation. The girls, virginal and innocent, steeped themselves in romantic poetry, saving themselves for true love and marriage, while boys like Escobedo, bursting with hormones, sought out the real world of sex as best they could in bawdy poems and brothels, or by bedding the family mucamas. During the summer holidays of 1945 and 1946, Ernesto's pretty cousin Carmen Cordova Iterburu de la Serna reappeared. She was 3 years younger than Escobedo, on whom she developed a crush. Carmen's father, the poet Cayetano Cordova Iterburu, always brought a trunkful of newly published books from Buenos Aires with him, and she would rummage through it for books of poetry. It was her passion, one that she found she shared with Escobedo, and he recited to her from Pablo Neruda's 20 poems of love and a desperate song, which he had recently discovered. "In the full bloom of adolescence, Ernst Tito and I were a little more than friends," she recalled years later. "One day we were playing on a terrace of my house and Escobedo asked me if I was now a woman. A lover's tryst ensued, and later on, when the Guevaras moved to Buenos Aires, Escobedo and Carmen continued to see each other. She often stayed in the Guevara's home, where she recalled romantic interludes with Echo Beto in the stairwell, talking of literature, and of love because, as often happens between cousins, we too had our idol. Echo Beto was so handsome. And he was. By the age of 17, Echo Beto had developed into an extremely attractive young man, slim and wide-shouldered, with dark brown hair, intense brown eyes, clear white skin, and a self-contained, easy confidence that made him alluring to girls. The truth is, we were all a little in love with Echo Beto, confessed Miriam Urrutia, another well-born Cordoba girl. At an age when boys tend to try hard to impress girls, Ernesto's insouciance regarding appearances was especially compelling. One evening, he showed up with an elegantly attired society girl at the Cine Opera, where his fascio friend Rigotusso worked. Echo Beto had come dressed, as usual, in an old, oversized trench coat, its pockets stuffed with food and a thermos of mate. When he spotted Rigotusso, he pointedly left his date standing on her own while he chatted to his socially inferior friend. Ernesto's devil-may-care attitude, contempt for formality, and combative intellect were all now visible traits of his personality. Even his sense of humor was confrontational, although it was often expressed in a self-mocking guise. His friend Alberto Granado became very familiar with Ernesto's penchant for shocking people. He had several nicknames, Granado recalled. They called him El Loco Guevara. He liked to be a little bit of a terrible lad. He boasted about how seldom he bathed, for example. They also called him Shancho the pig. He used to say, "It's been 25 weeks since I washed this rugby shirt." One day Echo Beto stopped wearing short pants to school and arrived dressed in trousers. No doubt to forestall the ribbing he was bound to receive from the older boys about suddenly growing up, he announced that the reason he wore trousers was that his shorts were so dirty he'd had to throw them away. Throughout his 5 years at the Colegio Nacional de Funes, Echo Beto cultivated the image of an irrepressible rascal. He would wordlessly light up his pungent anti-asthma cigarettes in the middle of class and debate openly with his mathematics and literature teachers about inaccuracies he'd caught them in. He organized weekend outings to the outlying mountains or back to Alta Gracia, where he engaged in the same kinds of daredevil stunts that had so horrified his parents when he was a child, balancing on pipelines over steep chasms, leaping from high rocks into rivers, bicycling along train tracks. Ernesto's behavior was duly noted by the school authorities. On the 1st of June 1945, his 4th year at Dean Funes, he received 10 admonishments. 25 meant expulsion by rectoral order, 4 acts of indiscipline and for having entered and left the establishment outside of hours, without the corresponding permission. His grades, on the whole, were good. They continued to reflect his interest in subjects such as mathematics, natural history, geography, and history, although with each year he showed a gradual improvement in French, Spanish, writing, and music. His extracurricular reading was unabated. His friend Pepe Aguilar noticed, as had Alberto Granado, that Ernesto's tastes were eclectic and often advanced for his years. He read voraciously, devouring the library of his parents, Aguilar recalled. From Freud to Jack London, mixed with Neruda, Horacio Quiroga, and Anatole France, even an abbreviated edition of Das Kapital in which he made observations in tiny letters. Echo Beto found the dense Marxist tome incomprehensible, however. Years later, he confessed to his wife in Cuba that he hadn't understood a thing in his early readings of Marx and Engels. In the 1945 school year, a more serious side of Echo Beto began to emerge. He took a course in philosophy. It engaged his interest, as his very good and outstanding grades reveal. He also began writing his own philosophical dictionary. The first handwritten notebook, 165 pages in length, was ordered alphabetically, and carefully indexed by page number, topic, and author. Consisting of pocket biographies of noted thinkers and a wide range of quoted definitions, its entries include such concepts as love, immortality, hysteria, sexual morality, faith, justice, death, God, the devil, fantasy, reason, neurosis, narcissism, and morality. The quotations on Marxism were culled from Mein Kampf and featured passages revealing Hitler's obsession with a Jewish Marxist conspiracy. For his sketches of Buddha and Aristotle, he used H. G. Wells's Short History of the World. Bertrand Russell's Old and New Sexual Morality was the source on love, patriotism, and sexual morality. But Sigmund Freud's theories also obviously fascinated him, and Eco Beto quoted Freud's general theory of memory on everything from dreams and libido to narcissism and the Oedipus complex. Jack London provided the gloss on society and Nietzsche on death. For revisionism and reformism, Eco Beto drew definitions from a book written by his uncle Cayetano Cordova Iterburu. This notebook was the first in a series of 7 that he continued to work on over the next 10 years. He would add new entries and replace older ones as his studies deepened and his interests became more focused. Future notebooks reflected his reading of Jawaharlal Nehru and also his intensified reading on Marxism, quoting not Hitler but Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Ernesto's choice of fiction began to shift to books with more social content. Indeed, in the opinion of his friend Osvaldo Bidi Nostpayer, everything began with literature for him. Around this time, Osvaldo and Eco Beto were reading Faulkner, Kafka, Camus, and Sartre. In poetry, Eco Beto was reading the Spanish Republican poets Garcia Lorca, Machado, and Alberti, and the Spanish translations of Walt Whitman and Robert Frost. But his overall favorite remained Pablo Neruda. Among Latin American writers, he had also delved into Ciro Alegria, Jorge Icaza, Rubén Darío, and Miguel Ángel Asturias. Their novels and poetry often dealt with Latin American themes including the unequal lives of marginalized Indians and mestizos ignored in fashionable literature and virtually unknown to Ernesto's social group. Bidi Nost believed that such literature gave Eco Beto an inkling of the society he inhabited but did not know firsthand. It was a kind of advance glimpse of what he wanted to experience, and what was around him was objectively Latin America and not Europe or Wyoming. As Ernesto's friends in Altagracia had been, Bidi Nost was bewitched by the Guevara household's informality and by the influence of Ernesto's mother. The home seemed to shelter a cult of creativity, and of what he called the discovery of the world through the service entrance. Celia collected all kinds of colorful people, irrespective of their social status. One met itinerant painters who worked as bootblacks, wandering Ecuadorian poets, and university professors, who sometimes stayed a week or a month, depending on their level of hunger. It was a fascinating human zoo, Bidi Nost recalled. While Celia presided over her all-hours salon, Ernesto's father came and went on an old motorbike he had named La Pidora, the farter, for the sputtering noise it issued from its exhaust. He and Celia slept in the same house but were estranged, and they lived increasingly separate lives. Another Córdoba youth who found himself caught up in the Guevara magic was Roberto Beto Ahumada, a school friend of Ernesto's brother Roberto. Ahumada recalled many occasions when the family members unblinkingly divided up their meal into smaller portions so that he could join them. Nobody was worried about eating a little less because one of the kids had brought friends, he said. They brought who they wanted and nobody cared. Not surprisingly, in this rollicking home replete with children, itinerant guests, and conversation, Eco Beto found it difficult to read or study undisturbed, and he acquired the habit of reading for hours on end in the bathroom. One day, an old childhood barrowmate named Enrique Martin bumped into Eco Beto in Altagracia. Enrique was surprised to see him there. It was a weekday, and the school year was not over. Swearing Enrique to secrecy, Eco Beto said he had rented a small back room in the Cecil Hotel, near the bus station, a place where nobody knew him. "I'm here to isolate myself from everybody," he said. Exactly what Eco Beto wanted isolation for, Enrique Martin didn't ask, and he loyally guarded his friend's secret for many years. Whether Eco Beto wanted a place to think and study, or to rendezvous with one of Altagracia's promiscuous muckamas, remains unknown. In any case, This was clearly not the extroverted madcap loco, Shancho, or Pilau known to his friends in class and on the rugby pitch, but a distinctly private youth. 6. By the beginning of 1946, Juan Perón had survived a brief ouster from office by rival military officers and a brief exile on Martín García Island in the Rio de la Plata estuary. Then, after a huge popular demonstration demanding his release, he made a triumphant comeback to win the presidency in the general elections. Perón was no longer on his own. Months earlier he had married his mistress, a young, blonde radio actress named Eva Duarte. 1946 was Escobedo Guevara's final year of high school. He celebrated his 18th birthday in June, just 10 days after the Peróns assumed office. While continuing with his studies, he also had a paying job for the first time in his life, in the laboratory of Córdoba's Russian provincial de Vialidad, a public works office that oversaw road construction in the province. His friend Tomás Granado was with him. The two youths, similarly adept in subjects such as math and science, were already discussing plans to study engineering at the university the following year. They had obtained their jobs, which offered useful practical experience for future engineers, after Ernesto's father asked a friend to allow them into a special course given for field analysts at Vialidad. They successfully passed the course and now they were soil specialists, examining the quality of materials used by the private companies contracted to build roads. In the lab, where they worked part-time, Escobedo made everyone fruit shakes in the blender used for mixing soils. When they graduated from Dean Funes, Escobedo and Tomás began working full-time and were assigned to jobs in different parts of the province. Escobedo was sent to inspect the materials going into roadworks at Villa Maria, 90 miles to the north. His contract came with a modest salary, the use of a company truck, and free lodging. In March 1947, with Escobedo still in Villa Maria, his family moved back to Buenos Aires after an absence of 15 years. It was not a triumphant return. Escobedo Sr. and Celia had decided to split up, and they were once again in very bad shape economically. Escobedo Sr.'s building business had floundered, and he had been forced to sell the summer house in Villa Allende. Soon he would have to sell the Misiones plantation as well. There was little money coming in from it, and for the last couple of years he had fallen behind in paying the property taxes. In Buenos Aires, the family moved into the fifth-floor apartment owned by Escobedo Sr.'s 96-year-old mother, Ana Isabel, at the corner of Calles Arenales and Uriberu. In early May, Ana Isabel fell ill, and the Guevaras sent a telegram to Escobedo to advise him of her delicate state. On May 18, he wrote back, asking them to send another telegram with more details of her condition, and saying that if she worsened, he was prepared to resign his job and come immediately to Buenos Aires. Within days, the bad news came. Ernesto's grandmother had suffered a stroke. He quit his job and raced to Buenos Aires, getting there in time for the death watch. He was with her for 17 days. We could all see that her illness was fatal, his father wrote. Escobedo, desperate at seeing that his grandmother didn't eat, tried with incredible patience to get her to take food. He entertained her and didn't leave her side. He remained there until my mother left this world. When his grandmother died, Escobedo was disconsolate. His sister Celia had never seen her self-contained older brother so grief-stricken. He was very sad, she recalled. It must have been one of the great sadnesses of his life. Escobedo on the balcony of his family's home on Calle Arrayas in Buenos Aires, 1948 or 1949. 4. His own man. Immediately after his grandmother's death, Escobedo informed his parents that he had decided to study medicine instead of engineering. He applied for admission to the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Buenos Aires. The Faculty of Medicine building is an early modern monolith, unremittingly gray, all straight lines and small box windows. Here and there, bronze bas-reliefs on stone tablets depict surgeons operating on patients. A chilly monument to medical science, the building thrusts 15 stories into the sky in an otherwise elegant district of late 19th century townhouses with vaulted ceilings, ornately grilled balconies, and French windows. It overlooks an open square that is dominated by the handwork dome of an old Catholic chapel. Escobedo never spelled out his reasons for having chosen a medical career, except to say, years later, that he had been motivated by a desire for a personal triumph. I dreamed of becoming a famous researcher, of working indefatigably to find something that could be definitively placed at the disposition of humanity. He had shown himself to be adept at sciences, and a career in engineering had been an easy choice, but he wasn't passionately interested in engineering. In medicine, at least, he could do something that was worthwhile. His family thought his decision was due to his frustration at the inability of doctors to lessen the agonies of his dying grandmother. The shock of her death, despite her advanced age, may have helped spur Ernesto's decision to switch careers, but as his choice of specialties soon revealed, he was also obsessed with finding a cure for his own medical condition. Along with his studies, Escobedo held a number of part-time jobs, but of all of them, the work he did at the Clinica Pisani, an allergy treatment clinic, was the most absorbing as well as the longest lasting. He had met Dr. Salvador Pisani as a patient, and his quick intelligence and curiosity led to a post as an unpaid research assistant. It was a privilege for a young medical student to be involved in a new field of medical research. Pisani had pioneered a system for treating allergies with vaccines concocted from partially digested food substances. Escobedo was so pleased with the positive results of his own treatment and his laboratory work that he decided to specialize in allergies. The Pisani clinic became a kind of surrogate home. Dr. Pisani, his sister Mafalda, and their mother lived together next door, and they quickly developed a strong affection for Escobedo. The women fed him a special diet of carrot juice, cornbread, and oatcakes and put him to bed when he suffered asthma attacks. Escobedo responded favorably to the mothering, and Dr. Pisani began looking upon him as a protégé who might go far one day. To his father, meanwhile, Escobedo became a fleeting figure, always in a hurry, with never enough time. Active and diligent, he ran from one place to the other to fulfill his obligations, Escobedo Sr. wrote. And how could he not be in a hurry? He had to work to support himself, because I helped him little, and also because he didn't want me to give him a cent. He took care of things as best he could. Ernesto's industrious outward appearance concealed an inner world of turmoil. Months earlier, back in Villa Maria, he had confronted his crowded feelings in a free verse poem written on 4 pages of small notepaper. The poem provides a rare look into the unsettled emotions of Escobedo Guevara at a crucial moment in his life. On January 17, 1947, he wrote, "I know it. I know it. If I get out of here the river swallows me. It is my destiny, today I must die. But no, willpower can overcome everything. There are the obstacles, I admit it. I don't want to come out. If I have to die, it will be in this cave. The bullets, what can the bullets do to me if my destiny is to die by drowning? But I am going to overcome destiny. Destiny can be achieved by willpower. Die, yes, but riddled with bullets, destroyed by the bayonets, if not, no. Drowned, no. A memory more lasting than my name is to fight, to die fighting." Escobedo is writing not about anxieties over family problems or about which college to choose but about questions of inner strength. The references to drowning, the deep well, may have been allusions to his asthma, which had imposed limitations on his life and must have seemed to pose a predetermined route to death. It was a condition he had to fight to overcome. Without his own explanation, however, it is probably best to accept this piece of writing for what it certainly was, a melodramatic outpouring by a confused and self-absorbed 18-year-old. The previous months had been traumatic for Escobedo. His parents' marital and economic collapse, the forced move to Buenos Aires, and then the death of his beloved grandmother had brought his sense of family security crashing down around him. As the eldest son, he must have felt an obligation to help out. His future was suddenly mortgaged. Even before the news about his grandmother had brought him to Buenos Aires, he had expressed a new sense of family duty. Just before leaving Villa Maria, he had written to his mother, "Tell me how you have sorted out the question of housing, and if the kids have schools to go to." Now they were all in Buenos Aires, but because they had no money, finding a home remained a problem. For the time being they were stuck, and for the next year, the entire family lived in the late Ana Isabel's apartment. Then Escobedo Sr. sold the Misiones plantation and gave Celia the money it brought in to buy a house. She found an ugly old place at 2180 Calle Arrayas that came with unwelcome elderly tenants who occupied the ground floor, but it was well situated, at the edge of the parklands and playing fields of the Palermo district. They had their own home again, but things were different. The older children had to find paying jobs. Escobedo Sr. still lived with them, but now he slept on a sofa in the living room. The altered family circumstances brought about a fundamental shift in the relationship between Escobedo and his father. "We joked with one another as if we were the same age," Escobedo Sr. wrote. "He teased me continuously. As soon as we found ourselves at the table in our house, he would goad me with arguments of a political character." Escobedo, who at the time was 20 years old, surpassed me in this area, and we argued constantly. Those who overheard us might have thought we were fighting. Not at all. Deep down there existed a true camaraderie between us. 2. During his first year at the university, Escobedo was called up by Argentina's military draft, but he was rejected on grounds of diminished physical abilities, his asthma. He was overjoyed, telling friends he thanked his shitty lungs for doing something useful for a change. One of the first friends Escobedo made at the school was a young woman named Berta Gilda Infante, the daughter of a Córdoba lawyer and politician whose family had recently moved to the capital. Tita, as she was known, was immediately attracted to Escobedo. She recalled later that he was a beautiful and uninhibited young boy. A rather gruesome photograph from 1948 shows Escobedo and Tita, one of only 3 girls, standing among a group of white-coated medical students arrayed behind the naked body of a man lying on a slab. The cadaver's shaved head hangs over the edge of the slab and his chest cavity gapes open. Most of the students in the picture look grave. Escobedo is the only one beaming toothily straight at the camera. Escobedo and Tita had a deep, platonic friendship. She was someone he could trust and confide in at an emotionally unstable time in his life, and it was a role she was glad to fulfill. Both of them were lonely and hungry for affection, both came from broken homes. Tita's father had died 3 years earlier and were relative newcomers to the city. Every Wednesday, they met in the Museum of Natural Sciences for a class on the nervous system, cutting up fish under the guidance of an elderly German professor. They sat in cafes and at her home, talking about their classes or personal problems. They swapped books and discussed them, and they recited favorite poems to each other. Their relationship was long-lasting. After Escobedo left Argentina, the two maintained contact through a stream of letters almost rivaling the correspondence that he carried on with his mother and his Aunt Beatriz. Students at the medical faculty of Buenos Aires University in 1948. Escobedo is in the top row, 6th from right, grinning incongruously. Escobedo spent a great deal of time at Beatriz's apartment, which was 20 blocks from his family's new house on Calle Arrayas. Beatriz had mothered him in ways Celia never did, sending him books, gifts, and new asthma remedies, encouraging him at his studies, and worrying about him. Now she prepared food and clucked over him. "My sister didn't sleep while Escobedo studied," his father wrote. "She always had his mate ready and accompanied him when he took a break. She did all this with the greatest affection." Ernesto's special relationship with Beatriz was witnessed firsthand by Mario Saravia, a cousin 7 years younger than Escobedo. In 1951, Saravia came from Bahia Blanca in southern Argentina, where his family lived, to attend a school in the capital. He lived with the Guevaras for the next 2 years, sharing Escobedo and Roberto's bedroom. As Beatrice's other pet nephew, Saravia often joined Escobedo for his meals at her house. Beatrice was so fastidious that she wore gloves to handle money, Saravia recalled. If she shook hands with a stranger, she washed her hands afterward. Skeptical about the morals of the lower classes, she would put pincers on the service door so that the doorknob couldn't be turned when the mucama who cooked for her went to bed at night. Escobedo loved to shock this woman who loved him so unconditionally, although he never got into an acrimonious confrontation. He would tease her with hints about unsavory activities. According to Saravia, some of those activities would have made Beatrice drop dead on the spot from a heart attack if she knew about them, for they included seducing the maid she so carefully locked into her room at night. At one lunch, between servings, Saravia watched in astonishment from his place in the dining room as Escobedo had quick sex with the mucama on the kitchen table, which was visible through open doors directly behind their unsuspecting aunt's back. When he was finished, Escobedo returned to the dining room and continued eating, his aunt none the wiser. He was like a rooster, Saravia observed. He mated and then continued with his other functions. 3. Not surprisingly, Escobedo was an elusive figure to his classmates on campus. He gave the impression of being a young man in a great hurry. And he was. In some respects, Buenos Aires was merely a base for the progressive expansion of his geographical horizons as he set out hitchhiking, first on weekend or holiday jaunts back to Córdoba and to his late grandmother's estancia at Santa Ana de Ireneo Portela, but gradually extending his radius farther afield and for longer periods. In spite of the changes that had occurred in Ernesto's life, some things had remained constant. He still had his asthma, he continued playing chess, now one of his favorite hobbies, and rugby. He read assiduously and worked on his philosophical notebooks. He also wrote poetry. One of his earliest surviving poems, scribbled on the back and side cover of his 5th philosophical notebook, dates from this period. A short, unpolished ode, it appears to be an evocation of a gravesite. As with most of the poems he wrote in his 20s, it is both awkward and pretentious. Inconclusive tombstone of abstract garden. With your archaic architecture, you strike at the cubic morality of man. Horrible figurines dye your verse with blood, and panegyric facades stain your front with light. Portentous whims sully your dark name, dressing you like all the rest. Ernesto's private world of study and reflection began to dominate more and more of his time. His brother Roberto was astounded to find him systematically reading through their father's collection of the 25-volume Contemporary History of the Modern World. His philosophical notebooks are full of references to these tomes. With the same methodical approach, he began compiling an index of the books he read. In a black, cloth-bound notebook with alphabetically ordered pages, he made entries for authors, their nationalities, the book titles, and genres. The selection is lengthy and eclectic. It includes popular modern novels, European, American, and Argentine classics, medical texts, poetry, biographies, and philosophy. There are oddities scattered throughout the index, such as My Best Chess Games by Alexandre Alexei, the 1937 Socialist Yearbook, and The Manufacture and Use of Celluloid, Bakelite, etc. by Arbunk. But adventure classics predominate, especially the work of Jules Verne. A 3-volume leather-bound set of Verne's collected works was one of Ernesto's prized possessions. A decade later, as a revolutionary commandante in Cuba, he had it brought to him from Argentina. Escobedo continued to study Freud and Bertrand Russell, and he displayed a growing interest in social philosophy. He was now reading everyone from the ancient Greeks to Aldous Huxley. There is a great deal of cross-referencing between his literary index and his philosophical notebooks. His exploration into the concepts and origins of socialist thought was gathering momentum. He consulted Benito Mussolini on fascism, Joseph Stalin on Marxism, Alfredo Palacios, the flamboyant founder of the Argentine Socialist Party, on justice, Zola for a critical definition of Christianity, and Jack London for a Marxist description of social class. He had read a French biography of Lenin, the Communist Manifesto, and some speeches by Lenin, and he had dipped again into Das Kapital. In his third journal, he began to show a special interest in Karl Marx, filling dozens of pages with a thumbnail biography culled from R.P. Ducatian's Communism and Christianity. The figure of Marx became an enduring fascination. In 1965, while living clandestinely in Africa, he found the time to sketch an outline for a biography of Marx he intended to write. He also copied out a portrait of Lenin from Ducatian's book that describes Lenin as someone who lived, breathed, and slept socialist revolution and sacrificed all else in his life to its cause. The passage presages to an uncanny degree the way Che Guevara would be described by his revolutionary comrades. Yet for all his curiosity about socialism, now, as before, Escobedo showed no inclination to become formally affiliated with the left. In fact, throughout his university years, he remained on the political sidelines observing, listening, and sometimes debating, but studiously avoiding active participation. By 1950, the populist nationalist Peronismo movement had evolved. With Juan Perón as conductor and Evita as messianic avenging angel, the movement possessed its own quasi-spiritual social philosophy, officially defined as justicialismo. Its goal was an organized community of men living in harmony. Against this backdrop of high-minded rhetoric, however, Perón had stepped up the repression of his opponents. Political adversaries were silenced by intimidation or with jail terms under toughened laws for desacato, disrespect of public officials. The descamisados, shirtless ones, or working masses, were won over with gifts and public works projects sponsored by Evita, who was president of the Eva Perón Foundation. Perón defined the international posture of this new Argentina as the third position, an opportunistic and intentionally ambiguous balancing act between the capitalist West and communist East. It is an ideological position which is in the center, left, or the right according to circumstances, Perón said. We obey the circumstances. His cynicism was all too transparent, yet his desire to reinvent Argentina as a sovereign state beholden to no foreign power could generate a kind of grudging respect. Escobedo had dubbed him, somewhat ambiguously, El Capo, but he avoided expressing sympathy for either Perón or his opponents. The opposition to Perón was not attractive. Argentina's established parties displayed little social vision and had shown a woeful inability to counter Perón's momentum. The Argentine Communist Party was still a legal political organization, but its power base in the unions and the Central General de Trabajadores, CGT, Workers' Confederation had been weakened by Perón's ability to co-opt the working class. The party responded by allying itself with the centrist Radical Party and a grouping of smaller left-of-center parties in strategic opposition to Perón. The party was doctrinaire, bogged down in theoretical wranglings. It lacked charismatic leadership and a popular base of support. Escobedo knew some of the militants in the Federación Juvenil Comunista, the communist youth, at the university. One of them, Ricardo Campos, recalled their talks on politics as brusque and difficult. He said that he persuaded Escobedo to attend a feed meeting, but that Escobedo stalked out while it was still in progress. He had very clear ideas about certain things, Campos said. Above all from an ethical perspective. More than a political person, I saw him at that time as someone with an ethical posture. To Tita Infante's brother Carlos, another communist, Escobedo was a progressive liberal whose main interests seemed to be medicine and literature. They discussed the works of the Argentine Marxist writer Aníbal Ponce, but Escobedo was very critical of the party's sectarianism. Ernesto's emerging worldview began to reveal itself in personal encounters. At the funeral of an uncle in 1951, he argued with his cousin Juan Martín Mor de la Serna, pitting his interpretations of Marx and Engels against Mor's defense of French Catholic philosophers. On a visit to Córdoba, he mortified Dolores Moyano with a Nietzschean put-down of Jesus Christ. The Korean conflict sparked strong arguments between Escobedo and his father, with Escobedo opposing the Americans' role, accusing them of imperial designs, and his father supporting them. But none of his friends or relatives thought of Escobedo as a Marxist, and indeed, neither did he, at the time. They attributed his outspoken espousal of unfashionable positions to his bohemian upbringing and his iconoclastic personality, in keeping with his informal dress and his gypsy penchant for travel. Many of them probably assumed he would grow out of it in time. There were parallels between Ernesto's uncompromising posture and the political environment of Argentina. Perón's Machiavellian exercise of power illuminated a formula for effecting radical political change in spite of the powerful opposition of a conservative oligarchy, the Catholic clergy, and sectors of the armed forces. Perón was a political master who could manipulate situations by knowing the mood of the people, knowing who his real friends and enemies were, and knowing when to act. The lesson was clear: what was required to make political headway in a place such as Argentina was strong leadership and a willingness to use force to meet one's goals. Another politician who figured in the formation of Ernesto's worldview was Jawaharlal Nehru. Escobedo read Nehru's 1946 book The Discovery of India with great interest, underlining and scribbling comments about passages he found thought-provoking, and he talked about the book admiringly to his friends. Perón and Nehru may seem like strange bedfellows, but there are similarities between Nehru's effort to decolonize India and Perón's program to make Argentina economically self-sufficient. They were both strong and charismatic leaders who promoted the rapid industrialization of their overwhelmingly agrarian nations as an essential step in gaining fuller independence from the powerful countries, principally Great Britain and the United States, upon whom their fortunes rose and fell. Perón's platform of social justice, economic independence, and political sovereignty for Argentina was promulgated at a time when foreign interests, in particular British, but increasingly American as well, held significant monopolies in the country's utilities, transportation, and railroad sectors, and supplied most of its manufactured goods. In his first year in office, Perón had embarked on an ambitious import substitution program of industrial expansion, and in 1947 he moved to nationalize foreign-owned utilities and railroads and to pay off the country's foreign debt. This was a fertile field politically. There was widespread distrust of foreign capital interests, due principally to the economic hardships caused by repeated decreases in the price of Argentine agricultural exports during the global depression of the late 1920s and early 1930s, and during both world wars. The ignominious Roca-Runciman Pact of 1933, which was renewed in 1936, had forced Argentina to buy British goods and grant concessions to British investors in return for Britain's continuing purchase of Argentine wheat, wool, and beef. Foreign capital investment had become symbolic of foreign interference and was a rallying point for Argentine nationalist sentiments. Yankee interference had become onerous during the period leading up to the 1946 general election, in which Spruill Brayton, briefly the American ambassador to Buenos Aires, and then Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America, openly campaigned against Perón. With characteristic panache, Perón had turned the Americans' interference around to his favor, appealing to nationalist sentiments with counter-slogans suggesting that the election was not between Argentines at all, but a case of Brayton or Perón. Many Argentines took umbrage when the Truman administration began lobbying for a hemispheric mutual defense treaty between the United States and its Latin American neighbors. Nevertheless, such a treaty, an outgrowth of the recently announced Truman Doctrine of hardline global containment of Soviet communism, was signed in Rio de Janeiro in 1948 amid speeches extolling Pan-Americanism. Latin American communists denounced the U.S.-sponsored Brotherhood as a warmed-over update of the old Monroe Doctrine, claiming that it gave Latin America to the colonialist interests of Wall Street and the capitalist monopolies. In effect, the Rio Treaty gave Washington the right to intervene militarily in neighboring states to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. Escobedo remarked on the Rio Conference and wrote an entry for Pan-Americanismo in a notebook. During the early 1950s, Ernesto's strongest political emotion was a deep-seated hostility toward the United States. In his eyes, The twin evils in Latin America were the native oligarchies and the United States, Dolores Moyano recalled. The only things he liked about the US were its poets and novelists. I never heard him say one good thing about anything else, Moyano said. He would disconcert both nationalists and communists by being anti-American without subscribing to either of their points of view. With much bad luck, since my mother was American, I would often rally to the defense of the United States. I was never able to convince him that United States foreign policy was, more often than not, the bumbling creature of ignorance and error rather than the well-designed strategy of a sinister cabal. He was convinced of the dark princes of evil who directed every United States move abroad. In the Latin America of the post-war years, there was plenty of evidence to nurture such perceptions. Escobedo was coming of age at a time when the United States was at an imperial apogee, aggressively pursuing its own economic and strategic interests in the region. In the anti-communist atmosphere of the Cold War, U.S. support of right-wing military dictatorships Anastasio Somoza in Nicaragua, Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, Manuel Autria in Peru, and Marcos Pérez Jiménez in Venezuela at the expense of outspoken nationalists or left-wing regimes was rationalized in the name of national security. While Soviet expansion in post-war Europe was the main focus of alarm in Washington, by late 1950, the new Central Intelligence Agency felt sufficient concern about the hemispheric threat posed by communism to prepare a secret assessment entitled Soviet Capabilities and Intentions in Latin America. With respect to Latin America, the report said, the objective of the USSR must be presumed to be to reduce support of the US as greatly as possible until the Sovietization of the area becomes possible and its resources become available directly to augment Soviet strength. The CIA was especially concerned about the potential for coordination between pro-Soviet Latin American communist parties and Moscow if a war broke out between the two superpowers. It noted the potential for communist exploitation of existing anti-American sentiments, commenting that already in Argentina the communists, playing upon Argentine isolationism, found a ready response among non-communists to their incitement against the sending of Argentine troops to Korea, while in Cuba, a recent incident in which American servicemen urinated on a statue of the Cuban nationalist hero José Martí had been magnified by local communists, thereby seriously, if temporarily, lowering popular esteem of the U.S. The CIA also warned that the communists could exploit liberal democratic aversion to dictatorial rulers in some nations, straining relations between their countries and dictatorships friendly to Washington. Escobedo was in his fourth year of medical school when, citing his own communist threat, Perón began cracking down on the left. During the purge, a Córdoba acquaintance of Ernesto's, Fernando Beryl, was arrested for communist agitation and held in police custody for 7 months. Beryl was a Spanish Republican exile whose father, a famous sculptor, had been killed while defending Madrid. As a foreign national, he was to be deported back to an uncertain fate in Franco's Spain, but after the Argentine Communist Party secured Hungary's offer to receive him as a political exile, he was allowed to go there instead. Except for random encounters, Beryl and Escobedo had not had much contact since the Guevara's move to Buenos Aires. Beryl had meanwhile fallen in love with Ernesto's cousin Carmen Córdoba Iterburu. Although his romantic feelings were unrequited, Beryl and Carmen were close friends. Perhaps Escobedo viewed Beryl as a rival for his cousin's affections, perhaps he simply disliked Beryl's dogmatism, a speculation later made by Beryl himself. Whatever the case, throughout Beryl's imprisonment, Escobedo remained unmoved. Escobedo neither visited Beryl in prison nor, in a repetition of his behavior during Alberto Granado's detention, joined the efforts to secure a release. One friend recalled Escobedo advising his mates to vote for Perón because Perón's policies favored their social class. According to Mario Saravia, Escobedo joined a Peronist youth organization on campus in order to use its extensive library facilities and check out books otherwise unavailable to him. Another time, on the suggestion, half in jest, of Tatiana Quiroga, prior to an ambitious trip through Latin America he was planning, he drafted a letter to Evita, asking her for a jeep. Tatiana helped him write it, and she remembers that they had fun doing it. They never received a reply. 4. By the time he was in his early 20s, Escobedo stood out socially as an attractive oddball. Indeed, he defied definition and was oblivious of ridicule. Most of his peers dressed impeccably in ties, blazers, pressed slacks, and polished shoes, but he wore grimy jackets and odd-fitting, old-fashioned shoes that he bought at remainder sales. Escobedo had perfected this untended image. As Dolores Moyano recalled, his sloppiness was a favorite topic of conversation among her friends. One has to know the mentality of the provincial oligarchy to appreciate the remarkable effect of Ernesto's appearance, she wrote. All the boys we knew put a great deal of effort and money into obtaining the latest fads, cowboy boots, blue jeans, Italian shirts, British pullovers, etc., back then in the early 50s. Ernesto's favorite piece of clothing in those days was a nylon shirt, originally white but gray from use, which he constantly wore and called La Semanera, claiming he washed it once a week. His trousers would be wide, floppy, and once, I recall, held up by a piece of clothesline. With Ernesto's appearance into a party, all conversation would cease, while everyone tried to look nonchalant and unimpressed. Escobedo, enjoying himself hugely and perfectly aware of the sensation he was creating, would be in complete command. He was hopelessly tone-deaf and learned to dance only when his friends taught him the steps and pacing of the beat. At the beginning of each dance, he would ask whether it was a tango, a waltz, or a mambo. Then he would clumsily guide his partner around the dance floor. Dancing didn't interest him in the slightest, his close friend Carlos Figueroa recalled. Escobedo was a relentless seducer of girls, and the only reason he danced was to get close to his prey. Only a few of his closest male friends and relatives were privy to his dalliances. Mario Saravia recalled Ernesto's liaison with his family's maid, a Bolivian Indian woman in her late 30s named Sabina Portugal, with whom Escobedo slept regularly. She was the ugliest woman I have ever seen, said Saravia. But when she invited him, he would go to her room. Escobedo was informal with his parents, calling them affectionately Vieja and Viejo, but was equally self-deprecating when it came to himself. The nickname El Chancho, the pig, was a particular source of enjoyment because of the outraged reaction it elicited from his socially sensitive father. Escobedo on a hitchhiking trip, 1948. When Escobedo Sr. discovered that Carlos Figueroa was its source, he stormed at him, furious over what he perceived as a slight to the family honor. In spite of or possibly because of his father's displeasure, Escobedo kept the nickname and, in the rugby magazine Tackle he founded and edited for the 11 issues it survived, signed his articles Chancho. His merciless reviews of rugby matches were written in a quickly paced sports writer's jargon, peppered with anglicizations. Whereas Ernesto's relationship with his father was combative, he was solicitous of his mother, who had been diagnosed with breast cancer in 1946 and had undergone a mastectomy. Their union was so special that it excluded the other children, and several friends spoke sympathetically about the effect it had on Roberto in particular. More physically fit and 2 years younger than Escobedo, Roberto eventually excelled at rugby, but within the family his triumphs were overshadowed by those of his older brother, who was always seen as conquering his asthma. It took Roberto many years to overcome the resentment he had felt toward Escobedo since childhood. Everyone in the family simply ignored the fact that Escobedo Sr. and Celia no longer shared a bed. He would come home late and, oblivious of whatever else was going on around him, flop down on the sofa and go to sleep. His other eccentricities made this behavior seem natural. He could not leave the house without intentionally forgetting something, like his keys, in order to come back. It was bad luck if he didn't. This became an obsessive ritual. If anyone said snake around the family table, he would immediately say wild boar, the countervenom to the bad luck the forbidden word portended. Celia, meanwhile, continued to run her house like a salon. The dinner table was her throne. She sat there for hours playing solitaire, which, like the cigarettes she habitually smoked, she had become addicted to, but she was always ready to receive some young person for conversation or to dispense advice. As for the practicalities of everyday life, she was above the fray. On her cook's days off, she threw together meals with whatever happened to be in the refrigerator, with no notion of measurements or recipes. Visitors noted the absence of furniture, adornments, or paintings in the house, but were struck by the plethora of books, shelved and stacked everywhere. There were other peculiarities. The kitchen stove had a perennial short circuit, and the walls gave off electrical shocks to unsuspecting newcomers who leaned against them. Just as Escobedo found the space and quiet he needed to study at Beatrice's apartment or in the university library, his father soon found some refuge in a rented studio nearby. He had a new business partner, and together they set up a combination real estate agency and contracting firm called Guevara Lynchwiver Bruch. Before long, they had found some business around the city, but, as always with Escobedo Sr., it was touch and go. Although his studio had a bedroom, Escobedo Sr. had outfitted it with desks and architect's drawing tables, and he continued sleeping on the living room sofa at Calle Arrayas or else at his sister Beatrice's apartment. Inevitably, however, with Calle Arrayas so crowded, the studio became a spillover study for the Guevara youngsters and their friends, who came and went as they pleased. Escobedo used it to cram for exams, as did Roberto, who went to law school. Celia, Ana Maria, and her boyfriend, Carlos Lino, all of whom studied architecture, regularly worked on their projects there, and for a time it served as the editorial offices of the short-lived rugby review, Tackle. For money, which was always short, Escobedo embarked on a series of commercial schemes that were as impractical as they were inventive. These enterprises usually involved his old friend Carlos Figueroa, who was now studying law in Buenos Aires and, like him, was forever in search of cash. Their first venture was Ernesto's inspiration. He felt that the locust insecticide Gamexane would make a good domestic roach killer. After testing it in the neighborhood, he decided to go into industrial production. And so, together with Figueroa and a patient of Dr. Pisani's, he began packaging boxes of the stuff, mixed with talcum powder, in the garage of his home. He wanted to give it a registered trademark and came up with Al Capone, but was advised he needed authorization by the Capone family to use the name. His next choice was Attila, for Attila the Hun, the idea being that it would kill everything in its path, but there was already a product with this name. In the end, he decided on Vendaval, which in Spanish means a strong southerly gale, and he acquired a patent for it. Ernesto's father offered to introduce him to potential investors but was rebuffed. Escobedo had a jaundiced view of his father's business partners. The Vendaval factory gave off a horrible and pervasive stench. A nauseous smell expanded throughout the house, his father recalled. Everything we ate tasted to us like Gamexane, but Escobedo, imperturbable, continued his work. The end came soon enough, however, when first his helpers and then Escobedo himself began feeling sick, and the business was abandoned. The next business scheme was Carlos Figueroa's brainstorm. It involved buying shoes cheaply at a wholesale auction, then selling them door to door at higher prices. It seemed like a good idea, but after successfully bidding for a lot of shoes sight unseen, they discovered they had bought a great pile of remaindered odd and ends, many of them mismatched. When they had sold the matching pairs, they began peddling the shoes that merely resembled each other. Finally, they were left with a series of right and left-footed shoes with no pairs at all. They sold a shoe to a one-legged man who lived down the street, and this gave rise to a suggestion by family and friends that they should track down as many one-legged people as they could find and sell off the rest. Memories of the episode endured because for some time afterward Escobedo himself, no doubt relishing the stares his appearance provoked, wore two of the unsold shoes, each one a different color. Apart from his money-making enterprises, Escobedo began conducting medical experiments at home. For a time, he kept on his bedroom balcony caged rabbits and guinea pigs, which he injected with cancer-causing agents. He also practiced, although with less lethal ingredients, on his friends. Carlos Figueroa allowed himself to be injected by Escobedo one day, and when he swelled up in reaction to the shot, Escobedo happily exclaimed, "That was the reaction I was expecting," and then gave him another injection to alleviate the symptoms. A medical school classmate of Ernesto's recalled that they carried a human foot onto the Buenos Aires subway. They had caged the foot from assistants at the anatomy theater in order to practice on it at home, then wrapped it clumsily in newspaper for the journey. Escobedo relished the terrified looks of commuters. The hijinks of Ernesto's childhood were reflected in his behavior at medical school, in sports activities, and on hitchhiking trips. For a while, the new sport of gliding, which he took up on weekends at an airfield on Buenos Aires' outskirts with his free-spirited uncle, Jorge de la Serna, fulfilled the urge to test the unknown. But it was on Ernesto's travels away from home that he experienced the most freedom. Carlos Figueroa was his companion on many of his hitchhiking jaunts. They often went back to Córdoba, a journey that was normally 10 hours by car. It would take Escobedo and Carlos 72, usually in the backs of trucks. They sometimes had to earn their way by unloading cargo. Escobedo longed to extend his horizons farther. On January 1, 1950, at the end of his third year in medical school, he headed into Argentina's interior on a bicycle outfitted with a small Italian Cucchiaio engine. This was his first real trip alone. Before leaving, he hammed it up for a photograph. It shows him seated on his bike, legs poised on the ground and hands gripping the handlebars as if at the starting line of a race. He wears a cap, sunglasses, and a leather bomber's jacket. A spare bicycle tire is looped over his neck and shoulder like a pistol rose bandolier. He planned to go to Córdoba and then to San Francisco del Chinar, about 95 miles farther north, where Alberto Granado was now working at a leprosarium and running a pharmacy on the side. Escobedo setting out on his solo motorbike trip on January 1, 1950. This photograph was later used as an advertisement by the company that sold him the engine. Escobedo set off from home in the evening, using the little motor to get himself quickly out of the city, and then he began pedaling. Before long, a bicyclist caught up with him, and they cycled together until morning. Passing through Pilar, a town outside Buenos Aires that he had set as his first goal, and which some people at home had predicted would mark the end of his adventure, he felt the first happiness of one who triumphs. He was on his way. Ernesto's journey broke new ground for him in terms of two activities that were to become lifelong rituals, traveling and writing a diary. For the first time in his life he felt inspired to keep a running account of his day-to-day life. He was 22 years old. On the second night he reached his birthplace, Rosario, and by the next evening, 41 hours and 17 minutes after setting out, he came to the Granado family's home in Córdoba. Along the way, he had adventures. First, after allowing himself to be pulled along by a car at 40 miles an hour, his rear tire burst and he ended up in a roadside heap, awakening a llanura, or hobo, who happened to be sleeping where he fell. They struck up a conversation, and the hobo companionably prepared an infusion of mate with enough sugar in it to sweeten up a spinster. Escobedo preferred his mate bitter. Escobedo spent several days in Córdoba visiting friends, and then took off with Alberto's brothers, Tomás and Gregorio, to camp at a waterfall north of the city, where they climbed rocks, dived from great heights into shallow pools of water, and nearly got swept away by a flash flood. Tomás and Gregorio returned to Córdoba, and Escobedo went on to join Alberto at the José J. Puente Leprosarium, on the outskirts of San Francisco del Chinar. With Alberto investigating the immunological susceptibilities of lepers, and Escobedo involved in allergy research at the Clinica Pisani, the two now had more in common than rugby and books. To Granado, the world of medical research was a kind of conductive thread for us both, in what seemed at the time would be our future. Greatly interested in Alberto's work, Escobedo followed him on his rounds. But they soon had a disagreement. It arose over Alberto's treatment of a pretty young girl named Yolanda who did not yet exhibit the symptoms of leprosy, large spots of deadened flesh except on her back. Granado knew that every time a new doctor arrived, the girl tried to convince him of the injustice of her internment. Escobedo was no exception to this rule, and, visibly impressed by the beauty of the girl and the pathetic presentation of her case, he came to see me, Granado recalled. Soon an argument erupted between the two of us. Escobedo felt that more care should be taken in the decisions leading to the internment and isolation of the sick. Alberto tried to explain that the girl's case was a desperate one, and highly contagious. He proved his point by jabbing a long hypodermic needle into the flesh of the girl's back. She didn't feel it and was unaware of what he was doing. I looked triumphantly at Escobedo, but the look he gave me froze the smile, Granado said. The future Che ordered me brusquely, Mile, tell her to go. And when the patient had left the room, I saw a contained rage reflected in the face of my friend. Until that moment I had never seen him like this, and I had to withstand a storm of reproaches. Pediso, he said to me, I never thought you could lose your sensitivity to such an extent. You have fooled that young girl just to show off your knowledge. Finally, after more explanations by Granado, the two friends made up, and the incident was over, if never forgotten. After several days at the leprosarium, Escobedo was anxious to be off again. By now, he had decided to extend his journey even farther, with the pretentious intention of reaching Argentina's remote and little-traveled northern and westernmost provinces. He persuaded Granado, who owned a motorcycle, to accompany him on the first leg of the trip. The two friends made their departure, Granado pulling Escobedo behind his motorcycle with a rope. The rope kept breaking, and after some distance they agreed it was better if Escobedo continued on alone. Alberto turned back to San Francisco del Chinar. We gave each other a not very effusive hug, as between two macitos, and I watched him disappear like a knight on his bike, saying goodbye with his hand, Escobedo wrote. Crossing the silver-dyed land of the Salinas Grandes, the Argentine Sahara, without problems, Escobedo arrived in Loreto, a small town where the local police put him up for the night. Discovering that he was a medical student, they urged him to stay on and become the town's only doctor. Nothing could have been farther from his mind at that moment, and the next day he hit the road again. In Santiago del Estero, the provincial capital, a local correspondent for a Tucumán daily interviewed him. The first article about me in my life, Escobedo wrote exultantly. Then he headed toward Tucumán, the next city north. On the way, while repairing his umpteenth tire puncture, he met another itinerant Llanura, and they fell into conversation. This man was coming from the cotton harvest in the Chaco and, after vagabonding a while, thought to go to the grape harvest in San Juan. Discovering my plan to travel through several provinces and after realizing that my feat was purely recreational, he grabbed his head with a desperate air, "Mamma mia, all that effort for nothing." Escobedo could not have adequately explained to the hobo what he hoped to gain from his travels, apart from repeating that he wanted to see more of his own country. But the man's remark made him reflect. In his journal, until then a rendition of facts and glib descriptions laced with anecdotes, he began examining himself and his feelings more deeply. In a forested region north of Tucumán, on the road to Salta, he halted and got off his bike to walk into the dense foliage. He experienced a kind of rapture at the natural world surrounding him there. Afterward he wrote, "I realize that something that was growing inside of me for some time, has matured, and it is the hate of civilization, the absurd image of people moving like locos to the rhythm of that tremendous noise that seems to me like the hateful antithesis of peace." Later that same day, he met a motorcyclist riding a brand new Harley-Davidson. The man offered to pull him on a rope, but, remembering his recent mishaps, he declined. He and the motorcyclist shared some coffee before going on their separate ways. A few hours later, arriving in the next town, he saw a truck unloading the Harley-Davidson and was informed that its driver had been killed. The incident, and his own close escape from the same fate, provoked a new bout of introspection. The death of this motorcyclist doesn't have the impact to touch the nerve endings of the multitudes, but the knowledge that a man goes looking for danger without even the vaguest of heroic intentions that bring about a public deed, and can die at a bend in the road without witnesses, makes this unknown adventurer seem possessed of a vague suicidal fervor. At Salta, Escobedo presented himself at the hospital as a medical student and asked for a place to sleep. Allotted the seat of a truck, he slept like a king until being roused by the driver early the next morning. After waiting out a torrential rain, he headed off through a beautiful green landscape of dripping wet foliage toward Jujuy, Argentina's northernmost city. When he arrived, anxious to know the value of the province's hospitality, he made his way to the local hospital, where he once again made use of his medical credentials to obtain a bed. He was granted one, but only after paying his way by picking a complaining little Indian boy's head clean of lice. It was as far north as he would go on this trip. He had wanted to go all the way to the rugged frontier with Bolivia, but, as he wrote to his father, several flooding rivers and an active volcano are fucking up travel in the area. Also, his fourth term of medical school was due to begin in a few weeks' time. Turning back to Salta, he reappeared at the hospital and was asked by the staff what he had seen on his journey. In truth, what do I see, he reflected. At least I am not nourished in the same ways as the tourists, and I find it strange to find, on the tourist brochures of Jujuy, for example, the altar of the fatherland, the cathedral where the national ensign was blessed, the jewel of the pulpit and the miraculous little Virgin of Rio Blanco and Pompeii. No, one doesn't come to know a country or find an interpretation of life in this way. That is a luxurious facade, while its true soul is reflected in the sick of the hospitals, the detainees in the police stations or the anxious passers-by one gets to know, as the Rio Grande shows the turbulence of its swollen level from underneath. For the first time in his adult life, Escobedo had witnessed the harsh duality of his country. He had left its transported European culture, which was also his, and plunged into the ignored, backward, indigenous heartland. The injustice of the lives of the socially marginalized people he had befriended along his journey, lepers, hobos, detainees, hospital patients, bore witness to the submerged turbulence of the region that lay underneath the Rio Grande. This enigmatic reference to the Rio Grande not among the rivers he crossed on his journey may be significant, for it appears to refer to the river that has long been a politically symbolic dividing line between the rich north and poor south along the U.S. Mexican border. If so, this is an early glimmering of an idea that would come to obsess him, that the United States, as an expression of neocolonial exploitation, was ultimately to blame for perpetuating the sorry state of affairs he saw around him. In Argentina's northern provinces, the vast uninhabited land gave way to a few old cities, still run by a handful of land-owning families of immense wealth and privilege. For centuries they and the colonial structures their forefathers erected had coexisted alongside a faceless alien indigenous majority over which they held power. It was the region of strongmen such as Catamarca's Senator Robustiano Patron Costas, the despotic sugar mill owner who, as the hand-picked successor of President Castillo, had been prevented from taking office by the Perón-backed army coup of 1943. Justifying that coup years later, Perón accused Patron Costas of being an exploiter who ran his sugar mill like a feudal estate, the representative of an inconceivable system that had to be done away with if Argentina was to take its place in the modern age. It was from such areas that the Argentine Indians, commonly referred to as Coyas, and the mixed-blood Cabecitas Negras, little blackheads, fled in steadily increasing numbers, pouring into the cities in search of work and setting up shanty towns like the one in front of the Guevara's home in Córdoba. From their ranks came domestic servants such as La Negra Cabrera and Sabina Portugal, and the cheap labor force for Argentina's new industries and public works projects. Theirs was the despised social class Perón had appealed to when he called upon the nation to incorporate the descamisados, whose noisome presence and clamor so irritated the white elites in their once exclusive metropolitan idols. For the first time, these people were not servants or symbols to Escobedo, he had traveled in their midst. Escobedo returned to Buenos Aires in time for the start of the school term. In his 6 weeks on the road, he had traveled through 12 provinces and covered nearly 2,500 miles. He took his little bicycle engine back to the Amerimex company, where he had bought it, for an overhaul. The delighted management proposed he do an advertisement in exchange for fixing the engine free of charge. He agreed to this, writing a letter outlining his recent odyssey and lauding the company's 2-kilo engine that had carried him. It has functioned perfectly during my extensive tour, and I have noted only that toward the end it lost compression, the reason for which I send it to you for repair. 6. That year, his 4th at medical school, Escobedo passed 5 more exams toward his degree and continued his work at the Clinica Pisani. He also kept up his rugby, and his gliding lessons with his uncle Jorge. But a hunger to explore the world had been awakened in him, and following the success of his Argentine raid, as he called it, he began concocting new travel plans. Then, in October, just before the end of the term, something unexpected happened. For the first time in his life, he fell in love. One of the González Aguilar daughters, Carmen, was to be married, and the entire Guevara clan traveled to Córdoba to attend the wedding. Among the guests was a girl Escobedo had known when he lived in Córdoba. She was a child then, but now she was a beautiful 16-year-old. Maria del Carmen Chiquina Ferreira belonged to one of Córdoba's oldest and wealthiest families. A brunette with soft white skin and full lips, she made an impression on Escobedo that was, according to Pepe González Aguilar, who was also at the wedding, like a lightning bolt. The attraction was mutual. Chiquina was fascinated by Ernesto's obstinate physique, as Dolores Moyano later phrased it, and his playful, unsolemn character. His messiness in his dress made us laugh and was a little embarrassing at the same time, Moyano wrote. We were so sophisticated that Escobedo seemed an opprobrium. He accepted our jokes immutably. For Escobedo, at least, the ensuing romance was serious. By all accounts, although Chiquina was very young, she was not all feminine frippery. She was extremely bright and imaginative, and Escobedo apparently became convinced she was the woman of his life. It was almost a fairy tale romance. He was from a family of aristocratic paupers. She was blue-blooded Argentine gentry, heiress to a lime quarry and factory complex, one of the Córdoba region's few industries at the time. The Ferreiras owned an imposing, French-built chateau on enclosed park-like grounds at the foot of Avenida Chacabuco in Córdoba. Chiquina's grandmother, the matriarch of the Ferreira clan, lived there. Chiquina and her parents lived in another large residence nearby, only 2 blocks from the Guevara's old home. They also owned a huge estancia, Malagueño, where the family summered. The estancia, Dolores Moyano wrote, included 2 polo fields, Arabian stallions, and a feudal village of workers for the family's limestone quarries. The family visited the village church every Sunday for Mass, worshipping in a separate alcove to the right of the altar with its own separate entrance and private communion rail, away from the mass of workers. In many ways, Malagueño exemplified everything Escobedo despised. Yet, unpredictable as always, Escobedo had fallen madly in love with the princess of this little empire. Whatever they felt about Ernesto's suitability for their daughter, Chiquina's parents didn't reject him from the outset. At first, they found him endearingly eccentric and precocious. Pepe González Aguilar, who witnessed their courtship, remembered the Ferreiras' amusement at Ernesto's sloppy appearance and his informality, but noticed that when Escobedo talked of literature, history, or philosophy, or told anecdotes from his travels, they listened attentively. The Ferreiras were themselves a colorful bunch. Pepe González Aguilar described them as cultured, worldly, and sensitive. They stuck out notably in a conservative, provincial society that idolized them as much as it envied them. Chiquina's father had traveled through the Amazon on a journey that even today would be dangerous. They had participated in car races when there were almost no roads and piloted the first planes under the watchful attention of the grandmother, who, according to family lore, urged them to fly low. During World War II, as he was on his way to join the ranks of General de Gaulle, one of Shishina's uncles died on board a ship sunk by the Germans. For Ecobedo, the Ferreira atmosphere must have been extremely stimulating and challenging. He was soon making regular trips back to Córdoba to see Sheikh Hina. He became a frequent visitor to the Ferreira's home in the city and to Malagueño, joining Sheikh Hina and her large group of friends who assembled there. Of all her relatives, it was Shishina's eccentric uncle Martín who, according to her friends, was most drawn to Ecobedo. Tío Martín was an elderly recluse who lived at Malagueño, where he bred Arabian horses. He never left the estancia grounds. He also stood out for having steadfastly supported Nazi Germany during World War II, while the rest of the clan were staunch supporters of the Allied forces. He was a night owl and an accomplished classical pianist, and he played for Ecobedo, Sheikh Hina, and their friends as they talked and danced, often until dawn. Maria del Carmen Sheikh Hina Ferreira, the wealthy girl with whom Ecobedo fell in love in 1950. Altogether too soon, Ecobedo was trying to persuade Sheikh Hina to marry him and, for their honeymoon, travel with him throughout South America in a casa rodante, a house trailer. This was when the conflicts arose, said Pepe González Aguilar. Sheikh Hina was only 16 years old and she was undecided, nor did her parents view this project with kindly eyes. After he proposed, Ernesto's presence began to take on a subversive quality among the Ferreira clan. Family opposition to him was fierce, Dolores Moyano recalled. At any social gathering, the directness, the candor, the mocking quality of his opinions made his presence dangerous. When Ecobedo came to dinner at my family's, we would wait for the worst to happen with a mixture of dread and delight. Tatiana Quiroga portrayed Ecobedo as a hippyish and sickly figure who appeared to seat himself at formal Ferreira family dinners with his asthma and his permanent inhaler, and wearing his horrifying dirty nylon shirt while his hosts watched in appalled silence. In her opinion, Ecobedo was all too aware of the disapproval his appearance elicited, which provoked him to say outrageous things so as not to feel so diminished. Tensions reached a head one night at Malagueño during a dinner at which both Dolores Moyano and Pepe González Aguilar were present. The conversation turned to Winston Churchill. The Ferreiras were supremely Anglophilic, and in their home Churchill's name was invoked with reverence. As each elderly member of the family contributed his favorite anecdote about the man, Dolores recalled, Ecobedo listened with undisguised amusement. Finally, unable to contain himself, he leaped in, bluntly dismissing the venerated figure as just another rat-pack politician. Pepe González Aguilar remembered the uncomfortable moment. Horacio, Shishina's father, said, "I can't put up with this," and left the table. I looked at Ecobedo thinking to myself that if anyone had to leave, it was us, but he merely smiled like a naughty child and began eating a lemon in bites, peel and all. Sheikh Hina continued to see Ecobedo, but secretly. Once, when she and her family traveled to Rosario to watch her father play in a polo match, Sheikh Hina arranged for Ecobedo to join her there, concealed in another car with her girlfriends. While her father played, the two met clandestinely. Shishina's devoutly religious mother, Lola, was aware of her daughter's feelings and had become so alarmed at the prospect of having Ecobedo Guevara as her son-in-law that, according to Tatiana Quiroga, she made a vow to Argentina's patron saint, the Virgin of Catamarca. If Sheikh Hina broke off the romance, Lola would make a pilgrimage to the Virgin's distant shrine. In the end, she did make her pilgrimage, but it turned into such an ordeal, with a prolonged breakdown in the hot desert, albeit in a chauffeur-driven car, that the journey itself became a favorite Ferreira family story. At the end of the school term in December 1950, Ecobedo did not come to Córdoba to be close to Sheikh Hina as one might have expected. Instead, he obtained a male nurse's credentials from the Ministry of Public Health and applied for work as a doctor with the shipping line of the State Petroleum Company, Yacimientos Petrolíferos Fiscales. On the surface, Ernesto's wanderlust would seem to have won out over the pull of Shishina's enchantments, but more likely his shipping out was a way of earning even more manly credit in her eyes, perhaps an attempt to compete with the dashing exploits of her revered father and uncles. Escobedo left for Brazil on February 9, 1951, aboard the tanker Anaji, and spent 6 weeks at sea. From then until June, when he completed his fourth and last voyage, he spent more time at sea than on dry land, traveling as far south as the Argentine port of Comodoro Rivadavia in Patagonia, and up South America's Atlantic coast to the British colony of Trinidad and Tobago, visiting Curaçao, British Guiana, Venezuela, and Brazilian ports along the way. Sheikh Hina was never far from his mind. As soon as he was back in port he would call his sister Celia to ask if there were any letters from her. He asked me to go running to the docks, and I ran and ran like he asked and I took him the letters, she remembered years later. To his friends and siblings, Escobedo conveyed the impression that he was living a romantic life, bringing them back exotic little souvenirs from his ports of call and spinning tales of life on the high seas. And he did have some adventures. He told Carlos Figueroa about a fight he had in a Brazilian port with an American sailor. His sister Celia recalled it as having been with an Englishman, in Trinidad, an incident that seemed to confirm his inherent animosity toward Anglo-Saxons. And he told Osvaldo Bidinost of performing an appendectomy on a sailor at sea with a kitchen knife because the ship's only scalpel had been used in a fight and was embargoed as evidence. But the sailor's life did not live up to Ernesto's expectations. He was frustrated that the oil tankers on which he served were not in port very long, giving him little time to see anything. In May, as classes began for his 5th term at the university, he made his last voyage. When he returned to Buenos Aires, he gave his father a notebook containing an autobiographical essay dedicated to him. It was entitled Angustia, SOES Sire to, Anguish, that's right, and was laced with quotations, beginning with one from Ibsen: education is the capacity to confront the situations posed by life. Written in an enigmatic cloak of dense metaphors, Anguish is an introspective and existentialist exploration of the causes and nature of a depression Escobedo experienced while at sea. The narrative is built around a shore leave with some shipmates in Trinidad. It was Ernesto's first known attempt to write a short story. Although he prefaced it by stating that he had overcome his depression and could once again smile optimistically and breathe in the air around him, he expresses deep loneliness and seems to be anguished over his relationship with Sheikh Hina, chafing against and wanting to free himself from the constraints of society. I fall on my knees, trying to find a solution, a truth, a motive. To think that I was born to love, that I wasn't born to sit permanently in front of a desk asking myself whether man is good, because I know man is good, since I have rubbed elbows with him in the country, in the factory, in the logging camp, in the mill, in the city. To think that he is physically healthy, that he has a spirit of cooperation, that he is young and vigorous like a billy goat but he sees himself excluded from the panorama, that is anguish. To make a sterile sacrifice that does nothing to raise up a new life, that is anguish. 7. By late June 1951, Escobedo was back in school. He was now 23 and still had 2 years to go before obtaining his medical degree, but he no longer found the routine of classes and exams stimulating. A malaise had set in, he was lovelorn and restless. His wanderlust had been whetted by his motorbike journey and the months at sea, but his hopes of marrying Sheikh Hina and carrying her off had stagnated. Now barely 17, Sheikh Hina was still very much her family's girl. The weighty combination of her parents' intractable opposition and her own youthful indecision had placed her relationship with Escobedo in an uneasy and unresolved holding pattern. This situation wasn't helped by the fact that they were apart. Rescue came in the form of Alberto Granado, who had lately begun weaving grandiose plans to spend a year traveling the length of the South American continent. He had been talking about such a trip for years but had done nothing about it, and his family had long since written off Alberto's trip as a harmless fantasy. He was nearly 30 years old, and he realized that if he didn't take the trip now, he never would. He decided he needed a companion. Who else but Escobedo would throw everything up for a chance at an adventure like this? When Alberto asked him, Escobedo accepted on the spot. During the October break from classes, Escobedo traveled to Córdoba to see Alberto. As he later lyrically evoked it, they sat under the grape arbor of Alberto's house, drank sweet mate, and fantasized about where they would go. Along the roads of daydreams we reached remote countries, navigated on tropical seas and visited all of Asia. And suddenly, the question arose, and if we go to North America? To North America? How? With La Poderosa, man. And this was how the trip was decided, which forever after would be pursued along the same general lines it was planned, improvisation. La Poderosa, the powerful one, was the vintage 500 cubic centimeters Norton motorcycle with which Alberto had unsuccessfully tried to pull Escobedo on his visit to San Francisco del Chinar. On January 4, 1952, they set out on it, heading for the beach resort of Miramar, where Sheikh Hina was on a holiday with an aunt and some friends. Escobedo wanted to say goodbye, and, as he rode on the back of the motorcycle, he carried a gift in his arms. It was a young, wriggly puppy he had given an English name, Come Back. 5. Escape to the north. Miramar, where Sheikh Hina was staying, was the final hurdle between Escobedo and Alberto and the open road. Escobedo was still in love and nagged by doubts about leaving. Was he doing the right thing? Would she wait for him? He hoped to receive her assurances and had decided that if she accepted the puppy come back, it would be a sign that she wanted him to return. Alberto worried that his friend would end their journey before it had even begun. Escobedo knew this. Alberto saw the danger and imagined himself alone on the roads of America, but he didn't raise his voice, he wrote in his journal. The struggle was between she and I. Their planned 2-day stay stretched like rubber into 8, as Escobedo tried to extract Shishina's promise to wait for him. Holding hands with her in the enormous womb of a Buick, he asked for the gold bracelet she wore, as a talisman and keepsake on his journey. She refused. In the end, Escobedo decided to go. He had received neither the keepsake nor Shishina's benediction, but she had accepted come back, despite her girlfriend's sneers that the dog was a mongrel rather than, as Escobedo claimed, a purebred German shepherd. And she gave him $15 to buy her a scarf when he reached the United States. As a sign of undying affection and loyalty, it wasn't much, and it must have been with a sense of foreboding that Escobedo climbed back on La Poderosa on January 14. 2. The road was clear to begin their great trek, and the two gypsies sped off. It took them 4 more weeks, however, to leave Argentina. Before they were halfway across the settled pampa west of Bahia Blanca, Escobedo developed a fever and had to be hospitalized for several days. By the time they reached the picturesque Lake District on the eastern slopes of the Andean Cordillera, bordering Chile, their meager revenues had dwindled and they had become expert freeloaders, mangueros motorizados, motorized scroungers, as Escobedo wryly put it, throwing themselves on the mercy of roadside families. They competed with each other in the art of grubbing for survival. Sometimes they were forced to pitch their tent, but more often than not they found floor space in garages, kitchens, barns, and frequently police stations, where they shared cells and meals with an interesting variety of criminals. One night when they were staying in the barn of an Austrian family, Escobedo awoke at dawn to hear scratching and growling at the barn door and saw a pair of glowing eyes peering in. Having been warned about a fierce puma that was in the area, he aimed the Smith & Wesson that his father had given him and fired. But he didn't bag a puma. It was their host's beloved Alsatian dog, Bobby. Escobedo and Alberto made their escape, followed by wails and imprecations. They hiked around lakes, climbed a peak frightening themselves by nearly falling to their death, and used the revolver to poach a wild duck. At one particularly scenic lakeside spot they fantasized about returning together to set up a medical research center. In the jailhouse of the ski resort of Bariloche, Escobedo opened a letter from Sheikh Hina informing him that she had decided not to wait for him. A storm raged outside. I read and reread the incredible letter. Just like that, all my dreams came crashing down. I began to feel afraid for myself and to write a weepy letter, but I couldn't. It was useless to try. The romance was over. Evidently she had begun seeing someone else. Alberto always wondered if he bore some responsibility for the breakup. In full view of Chiquina and her friends, he had taken one of the Ferreira's mucamas who was wearing a bathing suit that belonged to Chiquina's aunt into his tent on the beach, thus defying the unanimously understood social convention prohibiting overt intimacy with the servant class. Chiquina didn't like that very much, Granado recalled. And I think she resented me as the person who was taking Escobedo away from her. Outwardly reconciling himself to his loss, Escobedo was determined to enjoy the rest of the journey. Writing about their crossing of the Andes to Chile, he invoked the lines of a poem that began, "And now I feel my great route floating naked and free." Entering Chile, they obtained passage on a ferry across Lake Esmeralda by manning the bilge pumps of the leaky cargo barge it pulled in its wake. Some Chilean doctors were on board, and Escobedo and Alberto introduced themselves as leprologists. The gullible doctors told them about Chile's only leper colony. It was on Easter Island, which was also, the Chilean doctors assured them, home to hordes of sensuous, pliant women. Escobedo and Alberto immediately resolved to add the leper colony to their ambitious itinerary, and they extracted a letter of recommendation to the Society of Friends of Easter Island in Valparaiso. At the Pacific port of Valdivia, they paid a visit to the local newspaper, the Correo de Valdivia, and came away with a glowing profile of themselves, published under the headline "Two dedicated Argentine travelers on motorcycle on their way through Valdivia." They had solemnly reinvented themselves as leprosy experts with previous research in neighboring countries. They must have offered their opinions on a wide variety of topics, for the Correo went on to laud them for having, during their very short stay in our country, penetrated its social, economic, and sanitary problems. They were interviewed again in Temuco. The headline of an article published in El Austral de Temuco on February 19, 1952, reads, "Two Argentine experts in leprology travel South America on motorcycle." An accompanying photograph shows Escobedo and Alberto in heroic poses. Escobedo stares straight at the camera, with his thumbs locked casually in his belt. He looks dashing. Alberto leans toward him deferentially, wearing a rather impish expression. Escobedo referred to the clippings as the condensation of our audacity. A day later, La Poderosa took a fall. The gearbox was smashed and the steering column snapped. Repairs were made in the whistle stop of Lautaro, where Escobedo and Alberto became instant celebrities. They managed to scrounge a few free meals and were invited to drink wine with their new friends. Escobedo found the Chilean wine delicious, so much so that by the time he and Alberto arrived at a village dance, he felt capable of great feats. After having drunk even more, he invited a married woman to dance and began to lead her outside, even though her husband was watching them. She resisted, Escobedo kept insisting, and she fell to the floor. Both Escobedo and Alberto were chased from the hall. They left town, fleeing a place that was no longer so hospitable to us, but a few miles down the road the motorcycle's rear brake failed on a corner, and then, as La Poderosa picked up speed downhill, the handbrake failed as well. Escobedo swerved to avoid a herd of cows that suddenly loomed in front of him, and they crashed into the road bank. Miraculously, La Poderosa was undamaged, and, finding the rear brake mysteriously working once again, they continued their trek. Backed up as always by our press letter of recommendation, we were put up by some Germans who treated us in a very cordial manner, Escobedo wrote. During the night I got a colic which I didn't know how to stop. I was ashamed to leave a souvenir in the chamber pot, so I climbed onto the window, and gave up all of my pain to the night and the blackness. The next morning I looked out to see the effect and I saw that 2 meters below lay a great sheet of zinc where they were sun-drying their peaches. The added spectacle was impressive. We beat it from there. Leaving a lengthening trail of irate hosts behind them, the two young men continued their escape to the north, but their faithful steed began to fail them. Every time they reached a hill, La Poderosa balked. It finally gave out completely. A truck deposited them and the crippled motorcycle in the next town, Los Angeles. They found lodging in the local firehouse after chatting with the 3 daughters of the fire chief. Later, Escobedo paid coy homage to the uninhibited girls as exponents of the grace of the Chilean women who, whether pretty or ugly, have a certain something of spontaneity, of freshness, that captivates immediately. Alberto was more explicit. After dinner we went out with the girls. Once again I noticed the different attitudes toward freedom between Chilean women and our own. We returned to the firehouse lax and silent, each one ruminating on his experience. Fuser made his bed, really agitated, I don't know if from asthma or the girl. The next day they left on a truck headed for Santiago, lugging the carcass of La Poderosa with them like the body of a fallen comrade. The Chilean capital made little impression on them, and after finding a garage where they could leave the motorcycle, they were off again, on their own, still intent on reaching Easter Island. 3. In Valparaiso, they camped out at a bar, La Gioconda, where the generous owner fed and housed them free of charge. When they went down to the port, they were told that the next ship to Easter Island didn't leave for 6 months, but they didn't lose hope, for they had yet to call upon the Society of Friends of Easter Island. Meanwhile, their imaginations took flight. Easter Island. Escobedo wrote in his journal. There, to have a white boyfriend is an honor for the female. There what a wish the women do all the work. One eats, sleeps, and keeps them content. It was a tantalizing vision. What would it matter to stay a year there, who cares about work, studies, family, etc. After making abundant use of his alleged doctor's degree, Escobedo was asked to look in on one of La Gioconda's clients, who turned out to be an elderly servant woman, prostrate with chronic asthma and a failing heart. He found her room, where he breathed in an odor of concentrated sweat and dirty feet. She was surrounded by the ill-concealed acrimony of her family, who seemed to suffer her presence badly. She was dying, and there was little Escobedo could do for her. After giving her a prescription for her diet, what remained of his own supply of Dramamine tablets, and a few other medicines, he left, followed by the praising words of the old lady and the indifferent stares of her relatives. The encounter affected him deeply and led him to think about the heartlessness of poverty. There, in the final moments of people whose farthest horizon is always tomorrow, one sees the tragedy that enfolds the lives of the proletariat throughout the whole world. In those dying eyes there is a submissive apology and also, frequently, a desperate plea for consolation that is lost in the void, just as their body will soon be lost in the magnitude of misery surrounding us. How long this order of things based on an absurd sense of caste will continue is not within my means to answer, but it is time that those who govern dedicate less time to propagandizing the compassion of their regimes and more money, much more money, sponsoring works of social utility. A few days later, after the Society of Friends of Easter Island confirmed that no ships would be sailing there for many months, Escobedo and Alberto reluctantly resigned themselves to their original itinerary. After a fruitless round of the wharves asking for work on board ships, they stowed away on the San Antonio, a cargo ship headed to the port of Antofagasta in northern Chile. Slipping aboard at dawn with the collusion of a friendly sailor, they crept into a latrine, where they hid. Once the ship started moving, Alberto began vomiting. The stench in the latrine was terrible, but they remained where they were until they could bear it no longer. At 5 in the afternoon, dead of hunger and with the coast no longer in sight, we presented ourselves to the captain. The captain turned out to be a good sport and, after giving them a thundering scolding in front of his junior officers, ordered them to be fed and given chores to help pay their way. We devoured our rations contentedly, Escobedo recalled. But when I found out that I was in charge of cleaning the famous latrine, the food backed up in my throat, and when I went down protesting under my breath, followed by the joking stare of Alberto, in charge of peeling the potatoes, I confess I felt tempted to forget everything written about the rules of comradeship and request a change of jobs. It's just not fair. He adds his good portion to the shit that's accumulated there and I have to clean it up. Once they had finished their chores, the captain treated them as honored guests, and the three of them played canasta and drank together long into the night. The next day, as the Chilean coastline slipped by, Alberto again did kitchen duty while Escobedo cleaned the decks with kerosene under the watchful eye of an irascible steward. That night, after another tiring round of canasta, the two friends stood together at the ship's rail to look out at the sea and sky, with the lights of Antofagasta just beginning to appear in the distance. In Antofagasta, a second attempt at stowing away on a ship heading farther north failed when the two young men were discovered before the ship set sail. It was their own fault. Hidden under a tarpaulin with a load of tasty melons, they had been devouring the fruit and heedlessly hurling the rinds overboard. The ever-growing procession of waterborne melon rinds eventually drew the captain to their hiding place. A long line of melons, perfectly peeled, floated in Indian file upon the tranquil sea. The rest was ignominious. Their fantasy of continuing at sea having been rudely truncated, they hitchhiked inland. Peru was their next destination, but first they wanted to see the huge Chuquicamata copper mine, the world's largest open-pit mine and the primary source of Chile's wealth. Ernesto's antipathy was already aroused. As the ultimate symbol of foreign domination, Chucky was the subject of acrid debate within Chile. It and Chile's other copper mines were run by American mining monopolies such as Anaconda and Kennecott. The Chilean subsidiary of Kennecott was the Braden Copper Company, which had once been owned by the family of the American proconsul Spruy Braden, whose meddling in Argentina's politics during Perón's rise to power had raised so many nationalists' hackles. These companies reaped huge profits, and Chile's economy was dependent on the revenues it received from them, which varied from year to year, depending on the fluctuating copper market. Resentful over the terms of this unequal partnership, many Chileans, particularly on the left, were lobbying for the nationalization of the mines. In response, the United States had pressured Chile's recent governments to break up the mining unions and outlaw the Communist Party. While waiting for a ride in the arid desert mountains halfway to the mine, Escobedo and Alberto met a marooned couple. As hours passed and the Andean night fell in all its harsh coldness, they talked. He was a miner, just released from prison, where he had been held for striking. He was lucky, he told them. Other comrades had disappeared after their arrests and had presumably been murdered. But as a member of the outlawed Chilean Communist Party, he was unable to find work, and so, with his wife, who had left their children with a charitable neighbor, he was headed for a sulfur mine deep in the mountains. There, he explained, working conditions were so bad that no questions about political allegiances were asked. Escobedo wrote at length about this encounter. By the light of the single candle which illuminated us, the contracted features of the worker gave off a mysterious and tragic air. The couple, frozen stiff in the desert night, hugging one another, were a live representation of the proletariat of any part of the world. They didn't even have a miserable blanket to cover themselves, so we gave them one of ours, and with the other, Alberto and I covered ourselves as best we could. It was one of the times when I felt the most cold, but it was also the time when I felt a little more in fraternity with this, for me, strange human species. Here were the shivering flesh and blood victims of capitalist exploitation. Escobedo and Alberto had momentarily shared their lives equally cold and hungry, equally tired and stranded. Yet he and Alberto were traveling for their own pleasure, while the other two were on the road because they had been persecuted for their beliefs. The next morning, a truck heading for Chuquicamata came by. Leaving the couple behind to their uncertain future, Escobedo and Alberto climbed on board. The visit to the Chuquicamata copper mine became a wholly political experience for Escobedo, who still had the couple's image fresh in his mind. He wrote disdainfully of the American mine administrators as blonde, efficient, and impertinent masters who grudgingly let them see the mine quickly on the condition that they leave as soon as possible, because it wasn't a tourist attraction. Their appointed guide, a Chilean, but a faithful dog of the Yankee masters, nonetheless excoriated his bosses as he led them around. He said that a miners' strike was brewing. Imbecile gringos, they lose millions of pesos a day in a strike in order to deny a few centavos more to a poor worker. Escobedo dedicated a special chapter in his journal to the mine, carefully detailing its production process and its political importance to Chile. In his depiction, the rich mountains surrounding Chuquicamata are exploited proletariat, too. The hills show their gray backs prematurely aged in the struggle against the elements, with elderly wrinkles that don't correspond to their geological age. How many of these escorts of their famous brother Chuquicamata enclose in their heavy wombs similar riches to his, as they await the arid arms of the mechanical shovels that devour their entrails, with their obligatory condiment of human lives? Chile was in the midst of a heated presidential campaign, and most of the working class seemed supportive of the right-wing candidate, the former dictator General Carlos Ibáñez del Campo, a man with aspirations to a populist caudillismo similar to those of Perón. Escobedo called the political scene confusing, but ventured some guesses as to the outcome of the elections. Disqualifying the leftist candidate, Salvador Allende, from any chance at the polls because of the legal prohibition against communist voters, he predicted that Ibáñez would win on an anti-American nationalistic platform that would include nationalizing the mines and undertaking large-scale public works projects. He concluded with a recommendation and a prescient caveat for this potentially rich Latin American country. The biggest effort it should make is to shake the uncomfortable Yankee friends from its back, and that task is, at least for the moment, Herculean, given the quantity of dollars invested and the ease with which they can exercise efficient economic pressure the moment their interests seem threatened. When they left Chuquicamata, Escobedo and Alberto set out for Peru, crossing the border a few days later. Riding on the backs of trucks loaded with taciturn Aymara Indians, they headed inland, climbing toward Lake Titicaca, 3 miles above sea level. As the land unfolded, revealing ancient Incan canals sparkling with cascading water cut into the steep mountain slopes, and higher up the snow-capped Andean peaks, Escobedo became jubilant. There we were in a legendary valley, detained in its evolution for centuries and which is still there today for us, happy mortals, to see. 4. Ernesto's euphoria didn't last long. Stopping in the Indian town of Tarata, he looked around for effects of the Spanish conquest and found them, a beaten race that watches us pass through the streets of the town. Their stares are tame, almost fearful, and completely indifferent to the outside world. Some give the impression that they live because it is a habit they can't shake. Sustained contact with the beaten race over the next several weeks had an impact on Escobedo as he and Alberto wandered through the Andes. The harsh historical realities of 4 centuries of white domination were all too evident. If indigenous people in his own country were almost completely eradicated, devoured in the melting pot of modern Argentina with its millions of European migrants, here in Peru's highlands they were still a visible majority, their culture largely intact but pathetically subjugated. In the crowded trucks they traveled on, carrying produce and human cargo alike in squalid heaps, Escobedo and Alberto were usually invited to ride up front with the drivers. It was the cholos, or Indians, with their filthy ponchos, their lice and unwashed stench, who sat in the exposed open backs of the trucks. For all their lack of money and their need to scrounge their way, Escobedo and Alberto were privileged, and they knew it. As whites, professionals, and Argentinians, they were the social superiors of those around them and, as such, were able to obtain favors and concessions beyond the imagining of Peru's indigenous citizens. For accommodation and the occasional meal, they threw themselves at the mercy of Peru's Guardia Civil, the national police force, which had posts in every town. They were almost never refused. In one town, the police chief reacted to their plight by exclaiming, "What? 2 Argentine doctors are going to sleep uncomfortably for lack of money? It can't be." And he insisted on paying for them to stay in a hotel. In Juliaca, they were having drinks in a bar as guests of a drunken Guardia Civil sergeant when he decided to show off his prowess as a marksman by firing his revolver into the wall. when the bar's owner, an Indian woman, ran for help and returned with a superior officer. Escobedo and Alberto went along with their host's story that no gunshot had been fired. Alberto, they said, had set off a firecracker. After an admonishment, they were free to go. As they exited the bar, the Indian woman screamed in futile protest, "These Argentines, they think they are the owners of everything. They were white, she was Indian. They had power, she didn't." They were repeatedly asked questions by Peruvian Indians eager to hear about the marvelous land of Perón, where the poor had the same rights as the rich. Like doctors lying to terminally ill patients, they found themselves saying what their listeners wanted to hear. The spectacular colonial city of Cuzco, built on the ruins of the Incan capital, with its outlying temples and fortresses, inspired Escobedo to fill his journal with lyrical and studious descriptions of the area's architecture and history. He and Alberto spent hours in the city's museum and library to gain a clearer understanding of the mysterious Incan archaeology and the culture that had created it. Their luck as expert scroungers held out in Cuzco. Alberto went to see a doctor he had once met at a medical conference. The doctor graciously put a Land Rover and driver at their disposal to visit the Valley of the Incas, and he obtained tickets for a train journey to Machu Picchu, where they spent hours prowling around the stone ruins. After joining in a soccer game and showing off what Escobedo called their relatively stupendous skills at the sport, they were invited to stay on by the manager of the local tourist inn. After 2 days and nights, however, they were asked to leave to make way for a busload of paying North American tourists. Returning to Cuzco on the stop and start, narrow-gauge train through the mountains, Escobedo saw the filthy third-class wagon reserved for Indian passengers and compared it to cattle cars in Argentina. Evidently still smarting over being forced to leave Machu Picchu, he vented his spleen at North American tourists. Naturally, the tourists who travel in their comfortable buses would know nothing of the condition of these Indians. The majority of the North Americans fly directly from Lima to Cuzco, visit the ruins and then return, without giving any importance to anything else. By now, he found it hard to contain his antipathy. In his journals, he took jabs at the blonde, camera-toting, sport shirt correspondents from another world whose presence he found irritating and intrusive. In a chapter called The Land of the Inca, he derided North Americans as ignorant of the moral distance separating them from the living remnants of the fallen Incan people, because only the semi-indigenous spirit of the South American can appreciate these subtle differences. Escobedo had a fraternal feeling for the conquered indigenous races through whose lands he now traveled, whose ruins he visited, whose ancestors his own forebears had helped put to the knife. The two races, the Indian and the European, had met in a vast bloodletting, and centuries of intolerance and injustice still held them apart, but it was also what joined them together. It was from this unholy union that a new race, the mestizo, had been born. As the progeny of their shared history, the mestizo was perhaps the truest Latin American of all. But together, all of them European-blooded Creoles, mestizos, and Indians were closer to one another than to the Anglo-Saxons from the north, strolling around Cuzco and Machu Picchu's ruins like so many aliens. They had a common language, history, and culture, and they faced common problems. Like the medical researcher he was on his way to becoming, Escobedo searched for a cause when he saw a symptom. And, having found what he thought was the cause, he searched for an antidote. Thus, in Ernesto's mind, the old woman dying in Valparaiso and the persecuted couple on the road to Chuquicamata were living examples of the proletariat in the whole world, who were in misery because of an unjust social order, and whose lives would not improve until enlightened governments changed the state of things. Symptom and cause were wrapped up into one ugly package. Standing behind the local regimes and perpetuating the injustice were the North Americans and their overwhelming economic power. Ernesto's antidote in the case of Chile was to get the uncomfortable North American friend off its back, but he warned in the same breath of the dangers and difficulties of expropriation. Escobedo didn't have a cure for all these ills, but he was searching. Perhaps the red flame dazzling the world was the answer, but he wasn't yet sure. V. After a fortnight in the domain of the Inca, Escobedo and Alberto traveled on to the Andean town of Abancay, where they requested, and received, free room and board at the hospital. In return, they gave some lectures on leprosy and asthma and flirted with the nurses. Escobedo had an attack of asthma, which had hardly bothered him since leaving Argentina. It was serious, and Alberto had to inject him with adrenaline 3 times. Having made so much of being leprosy experts, they were trying to live up to the description, and they had secured a letter of recommendation from their doctor friend in Cuzco to the authorities at the remote Huambo leprosarium. They set off for Huambo, and at the village of Huancarama, with the leper colony still several miles away over the forested hills, and with Ernesto's asthma so bad he could barely stand up, they asked an official for help in obtaining horses. A little while later, a Quechua-speaking guide appeared before them with 2 skinny mounts. After traveling for several hours, Escobedo and Alberto noticed that they were being pursued on foot by an Indian woman and boy. When the pair finally caught up, they explained that the horses belonged to them. The official had seized them to help out the Argentine doctors. After many apologies, Escobedo and Alberto returned the horses and continued on foot. The Huambo leprosarium was a rudimentary compound of thatched huts with dirt floors built in a mosquito-infested jungle clearing. A small but dedicated medical staff worked there on a minuscule budget. From the doctor in charge they learned that the founder of the leprosarium, Dr. Hugo Pese, director of Peru's leper treatment program, was also a prominent communist, and they resolved to look him up when they reached Lima. They were lodged and fed at the nearby home of a wealthy hacendado who explained the system he used to settle his immense wilderness land holding. He invited poor colonos, or settlers, onto the land to clear a patch of forest and plant crops. After the first harvests came in, the settlers were moved gradually to higher and less hospitable terrain. In this fashion, the hacendado said, his land was cleared for free. They spent a couple of days in Huambo, but after an onset of heavy rains and a worsening of Ernesto's asthma, they decided he needed proper hospital treatment. The hacendado sent one of his Indian servants with them for the trek out. In the mentality of the rich people of the zone, Escobedo observed, it's completely natural that the servant, although traveling on foot, should carry all the weight and discomfort. Once out of sight of the rancher, he and Alberto relieved the Indian of their bags. The cholo's face revealed nothing about what he thought of their gesture. In the town of Andahuaylas, Escobedo went into the hospital for 2 days until his asthma subsided. Then they moved to the Guardia Civil barracks to wait for a truck leaving for Lima. They had little to eat except potatoes, corn cobs, and yucca. The barracks also served as the local jail, and they shared the stove of the prisoners, most of whom were not criminals but Indians who had deserted from the military during their 3 years of obligatory service. Escobedo and Alberto were welcome there until the day Alberto complained that one of the guards was lewdly fondling the Indian women bringing food to their detained husbands. The atmosphere cooled considerably, but, fortunately, a cattle truck was leaving Andahuaylas, and Escobedo and Alberto were able to depart before they were kicked out. For another 10 days, uncomfortable and hungry, they followed an uncertain route through the Andes toward Lima. Our trip continued in the same fashion, eating once in a while, whenever some charitable soul took pity on our indigence, Escobedo wrote. These were the most miserable days of their entire journey, and their strategies for obtaining hospitality now verged on the desperate. They had perfected a formula for obtaining a free meal. They would first provoke curiosity by speaking in exaggerated Argentine accents. That generally broke the ice and initiated conversation. Then, either Escobedo or Alberto would begin softly mentioning their difficulties, with his gaze lost in the distance, while the other remarked on the coincidence that today was the first anniversary of their year on the road. Alberto, who was much more brazen than I was, would launch a terrible sigh and say, as in confidence to me, "What a shame to be in this condition, since we can't celebrate it," Escobedo recalled. At this point their candidate for a handout invariably offered to stand them a round of drinks, over Ernesto's and Alberto's protests that they couldn't possibly accept, since they couldn't reciprocate, until finally they gave in. This was followed by Ernesto's coup de grace. After the first drink I categorically refuse to accept more booze and Alberto makes fun of me. The buyer becomes angry and insists. I refuse without giving reasons. The man insists and then I, with a great deal of shame, confess that in Argentina the custom is to drink while eating. 6. On May 1st, penniless but content after 4 months on the road, they arrived in Lima, at the foothills of the Andes. Founded by Francisco Pizarro in 1535 and once the acclaimed city of the Spanish viceroys, Lima was still a beautiful, but socially stratified, place in 1952. To echo Beto, it represented a Peru which has not left the feudal state of the colonial era, it still awaits the blood of a true emancipating revolution. After a morning spent wandering from one police barracks to another until they were finally given some rice to eat, they called on the leprologist Dr. Hugo Pese. Pese received them warmly and arranged for them to stay in the Hospital de Guia, a leper hospital. There, his warm-hearted assistant, Zoraida Boliart, took them in hand. Before long, Beto and Alberto were eating their meals and having their laundry done at the Boliart home. For the next 3 weeks they ate, rested, caught up on correspondence, and explored the city. Most important, they received some money from their families. They also attended some of Pese's lectures and were his frequent guests for dinner, after which they talked for hours about everything from leprosy and physiology to politics and philosophy. Alberto noted that Beto and the man he called respectfully El Maestro had a special affinity. Pese had graduated from medical school in Italy, and when he returned home he became a disciple of the Peruvian Marxist philosopher José Carlos Mariátegui, whose pioneering 7 interpretative essays on Peruvian reality outlined the revolutionary potential of Latin America's disenfranchised Indians and peasantry. After Mariátegui's death in 1930, Pese remained a prominent member of the Peruvian Communist Party while continuing his career in medicine. In addition to earning renown as a leprologist, he was a university lecturer and a researcher in tropical diseases, with several discoveries about malaria to his credit. President Adria had exiled him to the Andes for a time but eventually allowed him to return to his teaching post in Lima. He had published a book called Latitudes del Silencio, Latitudes of Silence, based on his experience as an exile. Pese was the first man of medicine Beto had met who was consciously dedicating his life to the common good. He must have seemed like a Peruvian Schweitzer or Gandhi, pursuing the kind of principled life Beto hoped to lead himself. As for Marxism-Leninism, Beto was interested, but he still had to acquire more knowledge before committing himself to a particular ideology. He needed to finish the journey with Alberto, return to Argentina, complete his exams to get his degree, and explore the world some more. Pese seems to have sensed the younger man's anxiety about finding his place, and he responded by giving Beto a great deal of time and encouragement. A decade later, Beto acknowledged Pese's influence when he sent him a copy of his first book, Guerrilla Warfare. It was inscribed to Dr. Hugo Pese, who, without knowing it perhaps, provoked a great change in my attitude toward life and society, with the same adventurous spirit as always, but channeled toward goals more harmonious with the needs of America. Not all of Ernesto's and Alberto's time in Lima was spent on philosophical enlightenment. They played soccer with local youths near the Guia hospital, told jokes to the lepers, and met the Boliart youngsters' friends. One Sunday, they went to a bullfight. It was Ernesto's first corrida de toros, and he recorded his impressions in laconic style. In the third corrida there was a certain degree of excitement when the bull flamboyantly hooked the torero and sent him flying into the air, but there was no more than that. The party ended with the death of the sixth animal, without shame or glory. I don't see art in it, bravery, after a fashion, skill, very little, excitement, relative. In summary, it all depends on what there is to do on a Sunday. Now that Ernesto's health had improved and they had some modest funds, they resolved to continue their journey. They had given up hope of getting to the United States but planned to reach Venezuela. First, they would travel to the San Pablo leper colony in Peru's Amazonia region, the largest of PESE's 3 treatment centers. PESE gave them some clothes to replace their soiled and patched garments. Escobedo inherited a tropical white suit of the doctor's that was far too small for him, but he wore it with pride anyway. Zoraida Bolyart gave them a jar of marmalade, and the hospital patients and staff took up a collection and presented them with 100 Peruvian soles, the national currency, and a portable Primus stove. A week later, after another muddy, stop-and-start bus crossing of the Andes, they were on the Rio Ucayali, installed as first-class passengers on the river launch La Cenipa. It was bound for the old rubber boom capital of Iquitos. Among their fellow passengers who strung hammocks on La Cenipa's gangways were rubber tappers, lumber merchants, a few adventurers, a couple of tourists, some nuns, and a seductive-looking young prostitute. The third-class passengers traveled on a barge that was towed behind and loaded with a cargo of pigs and lumber. The journey took 7 days, which they spent in conversation with the passengers and crew, playing cards, fighting off mosquitoes, and gazing out at the muddy current and passing jungle. They flirted with the prostitute, whose loose behavior scandalized the nuns and wreaked havoc among the men on board. Fuser and I are no exception to the rule, confessed Alberto after several days on board. Especially me, who has a very sensitive heart for tropical beauties. In spite of a recurrence of his asthma, Escobedo was drawn by the prospect of a shipboard romp. Describing their second day on the river, he wrote, "The day passed without novelties, except for making friends with a girl who seemed really loose and who must have thought we might have a few pesos, despite the tears we wept every time she talked of money." Not once to be defeated by talk of money, the 2 young Argentines found a way around it. "She is enthusiastic about our accounts of the things seen and the marvels still to see," Alberto wrote. "She has resolved to become a traveler. As a result, without interfering, Fuser and I are trying to give her the necessary tutorials. Of course, the honorariums are paid in advance and in kind." A couple of days later, he added, "The rhythm of the days is the same as before. The girl divides her charms amongst good talkers like ourselves, and good payers like the man in charge of the card games." The sexual encounters made Escobedo nostalgic. "A careless caress from the little whore who sympathized with my physical condition penetrated like a spike into the dormant memories of my pre-adventure life," he wrote. "During the night, unable to sleep for the mosquitoes, I thought of Sheikh, now converted into a distant dream, a dream which was very pleasant and whose ending leaves more melted honey than ice in the memory. I sent her a soft and unhurried kiss that she might take as from an old friend who knows and understands her, and memory took the road back to Malagueño, in the great hall of so many long nights where she must have been at that moment pronouncing some of her strange and composed phrases to her new heart-throb." He looked into the star-filled night sky and asked himself if it was worth it to lose Sheikh for this. Something in the nocturnal void told him that it was. Arriving on June 1 in Iquitos, which was surrounded by jungle and tinged red from the late-rite mud of its streets, Escobedo and Alberto made for the regional health service authorities with their recommendations from Dr. Pese. Pending the embarkation of a boat headed down the Amazon to the San Pablo leprosarium, they bunked in the headquarters for the regional anti-yellow fever campaign and ate meals at the Iquitos General Hospital. Ernesto's asthma was crippling him, and he spent the 6 days they were in Iquitos prostrate, giving himself injections of adrenaline and writing letters home. In a letter to his Aunt Beatriz, he referred to an earlier letter about their proposed route through the Amazon. "By the way, I have to make a confession. What I wrote you about the headhunters, etc. was a lie," he said. "Unfortunately it seems that the Amazon is as safe as the Argentine piranha." He asked her to send a new asthma inhaler and ampoules of Unil anti-asthma medicine to him in Bogota but assured her that he was well. He underlined the words, "I don't have asthma." He said he wished only to be prepared for any eventuality. On June 6 Escobedo and Alberto set out aboard the river launch El Cisne, arriving 2 days later at the San Pablo Leprosarium, which was located on the banks of the Amazon near Peru's jungle frontiers with Colombia and Brazil. The leprosarium had 600 patients who lived in their own village, isolated from the facility's administrators and medical staff. Here, as at the Hospital de Guia, the two Argentinians made quite an impression on everyone. They enthusiastically joined the doctors on visits to patients, played soccer, and made friends with the lepers. Alberto spent hours looking through microscopes in the laboratory while Escobedo read poetry, played chess, or went fishing. The daredevil in him also reared its head, and one afternoon he impulsively swam across the wide Amazon, taking 2 hours to do so and greatly unnerving the doctors, who watched from the shore. On June 14, Ernesto's 24th birthday, the staff threw a party that was well lubricated by pisco, the Peruvian national liquor. Escobedo stood up to make a speech of thanks, which he recorded in his diary under the heading Saint Guevara's Day. After grandiloquently expressing his profound gratitude to his hosts, he finished up with a heartfelt Latin Americanist soliloquy, "We believe, and after this trip even more firmly than before, that Latin America's division into illusory and uncertain nationalities is completely fictitious. We constitute a single mestizo race, which from Mexico to the Straits of Magellan presents notable ethnographic similarities. For this, in an attempt to rid myself of the weight of any meager provincialism, I raise a toast for Peru and for a united America." The party went on until 3 in the morning in a house on stilts where a band played Peruvian waltzes, Brazilian charras, Argentine tangos, and the popular Cuban mambo. By prior arrangement, Alberto gave the tone-deaf Escobedo a poke every time a tango was played. Once, when the band struck up an agitated charra that had been a favorite of Xixina's, Alberto nudged Escobedo, saying, "Do you remember?" But Escobedo, with his eye on a nurse across the room, interpreted Alberto's nudge as a tango signal, and he took to the floor, doggedly dancing a slow and passionate tango while everyone around them jiggled to the charra. Alberto was laughing too hard to correct him. When Escobedo and Alberto felt ready to push on, after a stay of a fortnight, the lepers and staff built them a raft they called the Mambo Tango. They received presents of clothes, pineapples, fishhooks, and 2 live chickens. The evening before they embarked, a lepers orchestra came by canoe to the staff compound dock and serenaded them. In a letter to his mother, Escobedo described the scene. "In reality it was one of the most interesting spectacles we've seen until now. The singer was blind and the accordionist had no fingers on the right hand and had replaced them with some sticks tied to his wrist. The other musicians were similarly deformed and appeared as monstrous figures in the lights of the lanterns and torches reflected on the river. The serenade was followed by goodbye speeches and shouts of 3 hurrahs for the doctors. Alberto thanked them with outstretched arms and a display of rhetoric so purple," Escobedo wrote, "that he seemed like Perón's successor." The next day, Escobedo and Alberto pushed their raft into the Amazon's current. Feeling a little more like explorers, they steered the Mambo Tango downriver, entertaining the notion of traveling all the way to the city of Manaus, in Brazil. From there, they had been told, they could reach Venezuela through its back door, along the Amazon's tributaries. 3 days later, however, having been swept downriver past the tiny Colombian port of Leticia, and after losing their fishhooks and their remaining chicken, they decided to give up their ambitious intentions. After persuading a riverside Colino to row them back upriver in exchange for their raft and provisions, they made for Leticia, where a twice-monthly plane flew to the Colombian capital of Bogotá. Scroungers again, they secured free room and board with the police as well as the promise of a 50% discount on the next airplane out. Argentina's reputation for having Latin America's best soccer players served them well in the interim. The local soccer team was facing a series of playoff matches, and Escobedo and Alberto were hired as coaches. They showed the players the latest Buenos Aires footwork and were able to improve the team's performance. Although their team didn't win the tournament, it came in a respectable second, and everyone was pleased. On July 2, settled in comfortably with a cargo of virgin rubber, military uniforms, and mail bags. They took off from Leticia in an ancient twin-engine Catalina hydroplane that Escobedo compared to a cocktail shaker. The airplane ride marked another euphoric first for Alberto, who had never flown before, and his excitement led him to wax poetic for their fellow passengers about his vast flying experience. 7. Escobedo and Alberto found Bogotá unfriendly and unsettling. The city was a tense island of rigidly enforced law and order with a vicious civil war swirling around it in the countryside. They were given lodging at a hospital, thanks to another letter from Dr. Pese, and were able to eat their meals at the university, where they made friends among the students. But, as Escobedo wrote to his mother, of all the countries we have traveled through, this is the one in which individual guarantees are the most suppressed. The police patrol the streets with their rifles on their shoulders and constantly demand one's passport. It is a tense calm that indicates an uprising before long. The plains are in open revolt and the army is impotent to repress it. The conservatives fight among themselves and can't agree on anything, and the memory of the 9th of April 1948 weighs like lead over everyone's spirit. In summary, an asphyxiating climate, which the Colombians can stand if they want, but we're beating it as soon as we can. Escobedo was referring to the April 1948 assassination of the Popular Liberal Party leader Jorge Elier Gaitan, which had led to the violent breakdown of Colombia's political system. Suspecting the incumbent conservative government of having ordered his death, Gaitan's supporters had taken to the streets of the capital in 3 days of bloody rioting that became known as El Bogotazo. The riots occurred during a summit meeting of hemispheric foreign ministers who, under U.S. auspices, had gathered to sign the Charter of the Organization of American States. At the same time, an anti-imperialist Latin American Students' Conference had been convened to protest the summit. Student leaders from all over the region had come for the event. Among them had been a 21-year-old Cuban law student named Fidel Castro Ruz. He took up arms in the uprising that followed Gaitan's killing, but avoided arrest after escaping to the Cuban embassy. He had returned to Cuba, became increasingly active in politics, and was now secretly plotting an armed uprising against the recently installed regime of Fulgencio Batista. In Colombia, the violence spawned by the Bogotazo had been polarizing. The Liberal Party had refused to participate in the 1949 presidential elections, and the ruling Conservative Party's candidate, Laureano Gómez, who was supported by the military, was elected unopposed. Many liberals had found allies among Colombia's fledgling communist guerrilla groups based in the countryside. As anarchy spread, the army and groups of armed peasant vigilantes led by conservative political bosses took reprisals, and massacres became commonplace. The bloodshed was called simply La Violencia, a euphemism for what had become a national plague, and in 1952 there was no end in sight. Before they could get out of Bogotá, Escobedo and Alberto found themselves in trouble with the police. One day, on their way to the Argentine consulate to pick up letters from home, they were stopped, questioned, and searched by a suspicious police agent. The agent confiscated Ernesto's knife, a silver replica gaucho's dagger that had been a going-away gift from his brother Roberto. When the policeman found his asthma medicine, Escobedo tactlessly taunted him, "Be careful, it's a very dangerous poison." They were promptly arrested and hauled to several police stations until finally they were brought before a judge and accused of making fun of the authorities. The incident was defused after they showed identification. But for Escobedo, the matter hadn't ended. It was a question of honor for him to get back his knife, which the arresting police agent had kept for Himelf. The knife was finally returned to him, but he had raised the policeman's hackles. Ernesto's student friends urged him and Alberto to leave Colombia immediately. They even took up a collection of money to help them depart. Without regrets, they left Bogotá by bus, heading to the Venezuelan border. Ernesto's asthma had not bothered him since Iquitos, but as they descended into the tropical lowlands, it returned. Alberto had to give Escobedo so many adrenaline injections that he began worrying about the effects on his friend's heart. At a pit stop a day's journey from Caracas, they discussed their prospects. Both of them were enthusiastic about forging onto Central America and Mexico. On the other hand, they had no money to continue traveling. They reached an agreement. Ernesto's uncle Marcelo, who bred horses, had a business partner in Caracas. If he would let Escobedo on the plane they used to transport the horses, he would return to Buenos Aires to finish his medical studies. Alberto would try to stay on in Venezuela, working either at a leprosarium or for one of the universities to which he carried letters of recommendation. If neither of these plans worked out, they would try to continue as far as Mexico. The next day, July 17, they reached Caracas, a bustling city rich from the country's oil boom and swollen with migrants. Escobedo had rarely been around black people. They were a rarity in Argentina but common on South America's Caribbean coast, and after meandering through a Caracas barrio, he made observations that were rather stereotypical and reflected white, especially Argentine, arrogance and condescension. The blacks, those magnificent examples of the African race who have conserved their racial purity by a lack of affinity with washing, have seen their patch invaded by a different kind of slave, the Portuguese, he wrote. The two races now share a common experience, fraught with bickering and squabbling. Discrimination and poverty unite them in a daily battle for survival, but their different attitudes to life separate them completely. The black is indolent and fanciful, he spends his money on frivolity and drink. The European comes from a tradition of working and saving which follows him to this corner of America and drives him to get ahead, even independently of his own individual aspirations. They installed themselves in a shabby pension, but after they contacted Margarita Caventou, the aunt of a friend of Ernesto's, their lives improved. She fed them and found them lodging at a Catholic youth hostel, and from there they set out on their respective missions, Escobedo to look for his uncle's partner, and Alberto to look for a job. With a letter of recommendation from Dr. Pese, Alberto was offered, and accepted, a well-paying position at a leprosarium near Caracas. Escobedo was granted a seat on the next plane transporting his uncle's race horses from Buenos Aires to Miami. When it stopped for refueling in Caracas, Escobedo would get on board, and after the cargo was unloaded in Miami, he would fly home. The two friends' last days in Caracas together were weighed down by sadness over their impending separation. Both tried to hide their feelings by discussing the immediate future. Escobedo would get his degree and rejoin Alberto in a year's time. If all went well, he could also get work at the leprosarium, and after saving some money they would go off on new adventures together. On July 26, Escobedo boarded the plane with its equine cargo and flew to Miami. Upon landing, however, the pilot discovered an engine fault. They would have to lay over until it was repaired. Expecting a delay of a few days, Escobedo went to stay with Shishina's cousin Jimmy Roca, who was in Miami finishing up at architecture school. Roca was as broke as Escobedo, but he had made a deal to eat his meals on credit at a Spanish restaurant until he sold his car. Ernesto's meals were now added to his bill. As the repairs on Ernesto's plane dragged on, and the days turned into weeks, the two youths devoted themselves to having as good a time as possible without cash, going to the beach every day and roaming the city. A friendly Argentine waiter at the Spanish restaurant gave them extra food, and at a bar another friend of Roca slipped them free beers and French fries. When Roca learned that Escobedo was still carrying the $15 Shikina had given him to buy her a scarf, he tried to persuade him to spend it. Escobedo refused. Shikina might have broken up with him, but he was determined to keep his promise, and despite Roca's entreaties he bought her scarf. Finally, Roca arranged for Escobedo to earn some pocket money cleaning the apartment of a Cuban airline stewardess he knew. This was a disaster, since Escobedo didn't have a clue how to go about his task. After his one attempt, the stewardess told Roca not to send him again. Instead of cleaning it, she said, Escobedo had somehow managed to leave her place dirtier than it was before. In spite of this, she had taken a liking to him and she helped him get a temporary job washing dishes at a restaurant. Beto was finally in the United States, that country to the north whose exploitative presence in Latin America had rankled him so during his journey. What he saw there evidently confirmed his negative preconceptions, for he later told friends in Buenos Aires that he had witnessed incidents of white racism against blacks and had been questioned by American policemen about his political affiliations. Roca would recall only that Beto once spoke to him about the need for low-income housing for Latin America's poor. They didn't talk politics, he said, but just tried to enjoy themselves. 6. I am not the person I was before. Beto returned to an Argentina that had been altered in his absence. On July 26, 1952, 5 days before his arrival in Buenos Aires, Evita Perón succumbed to cancer at the age of 33. Her body was to lie in state for 2 weeks before the funeral, which was the occasion for an unprecedented public display of grief. A monument larger than the Statue of Liberty was being planned for her. Juan Domingo Perón, her grieving husband, carried on with his presidential duties while his courtiers whispered and his enemies conspired. It was politics as usual in Argentina, but to those around him, Perón seemed adrift, less whole. Ernesto's private life had its own drama. He had to pass examinations in 30 subjects to get his medical degree. He had 16 under his belt before taking off with Alberto Granado, but if he wanted his diploma in the coming school year, he needed to pass 14 more by May. He had little time to waste. The first round of exams was scheduled for November. He began studying furiously, barricading himself behind his books at his Aunt Beatrice's apartment and sometimes at his father's studio on Calle Paraguay, coming home only for the occasional meal. Despite the pressure, he also put in time at the allergy clinic, where Dr. Pisani was glad to have him back. He began to take stock of the journey he had made with Alberto by expanding the material in his travel diary. He knew that the journey had changed him. The person who wrote these notes died upon stepping once again onto Argentine soil. The person who edits and polishes them, me, is no longer. At least I am not the person I was before. The vagabonding through our America has changed me more than I thought. At home, things were much the same. His father continued to struggle with the construction and property rental business. His mother, the distracted Queen Bee of Calle Arrayas, played solitaire and looked after Juan Martín, who was now 9 and still in grade school. Roberto had finished high school and was doing his compulsory military service, while Celia and Ana Maria were both studying architecture at Buenos Aires University. Celia Madre's salon had grown, and some new personalities had attached themselves to the Guevara clan. Ana Maria had formed a study circle of student friends. Among them were Fernando Chavez and Carlos Lino, both of whom were vying for her attentions. For now, she was dating Lino, but she would eventually marry Chavez. The Guevaras were pleased that Beto was home, hoping he had rid himself of his wanderlust and that he would settle down in Buenos Aires as a doctor or allergy researcher. In the midst of the first round of exams, in November, Beto fell seriously ill, not from his asthma this time, but from a fever contracted by exposing himself to diseased human viscera. Dr. Pisani had acquired a machine designed to grind viscera for research purposes, and, impatient to use it, Beto had obtained some infected human remains from the medical faculty and began grinding them up without using a protective shield. Afterward he felt ill and took to his bed with a high fever. His father found him there. Alarmed, and seeing him appear to worsen by the minute, Beto Sr. offered to call Dr. Pisani. Beto refused. Some time passed. His father waited by his side, watching his son closely. All of a sudden he made me a sign and, when I drew near, he told me to call a hospital to bring him a cardiac stimulant immediately, and to call Dr. Pisani, Beto Guevara Lynch recalled. Within minutes of Beto Sr.'s call, Pisani and a nurse arrived, and Pisani took charge of the situation, staying alone with Beto for several hours. When he left, he told the family to buy certain medicines and ordered complete rest for the patient. The anguished family stayed up with him the whole night. It was one of many such episodes caused, his father thought, by Ernesto's imprudence that they had suffered over the years. At about 6 in the morning, his father recalled, Escobedo had improved, and, to our great surprise, we saw that he began to get dressed. I didn't say anything. I knew he was very stubborn, but in the end, seeing he was dressing to go outside, I asked him, "What are you going to do?" "I've got an exam, the examiners arrive at 8 in the morning." "But don't be an animal," I replied. "Don't you see you can't do that?" All the objections I made to him at that moment were in vain. He had decided to take his exam that day and he had to do it. And that is what he did. Escobedo passed 3 exams in November and 10 more the next month. He had only one remaining examination to pass in April before he qualified for his medical degree and could return to Venezuela. In the meantime, he spent as much time as possible on his research at the Pisani clinic. He was finding it exciting, for he could not only apply himself to the cases of actual patients afflicted by allergies but also attempt to isolate their causes and find antidotes in the laboratory. Pisani encouraged him as much as possible and began giving him credit in some published findings. One, which appeared in the Scientific Quarterly Allergia for November 1951 to February 1952, listed Ernesto's name along with Dr. Pisani's and several others as co-authors of a paper entitled Sensibilization of Guinea Pigs to Pollens Through Injections of Orange Extract. On April 11, 1953, Escobedo sat for his final exam. His father remembered the occasion. "I was in my studio when the telephone rang. I picked it up and instantly recognized his voice, which said, Dr. Escobedo Guevara de la Serna speaking." He put emphasis on the word doctor. "My happiness was great," his father wrote. But it lasted only a short time. Escobedo would not be staying in Buenos Aires to work. He and his old friend Calica Ferrer were going to take a trip. They planned on traveling through Bolivia so that Escobedo could revisit the Incan ruins he had studied. As for their longer-range plans, Escobedo spoke of going to India, while Calica, more interested in the good life, saw himself in Paris, well-dressed at cocktail parties, with pretty women on his arm. "Our goal, as I recall it," Calica said later, "was to get to Venezuela, work a little, as little as possible, and then go to Europe." Ernesto's family knew they couldn't persuade him to stay. And they knew the trip would be physically rigorous. He didn't even remotely consider his asthma or his state of health, his father said. But he was no longer the child or the youth, but Dr. Escobedo Guevara de la Serna, who did whatever he wanted. When Escobedo informed Dr. Pisani that he was leaving, the doctor offered him a paying job, an apartment at the clinic, and a future at his side in allergy research. Escobedo refused. His mind was made up, he didn't want to stagnate like Pisani. In June, Escobedo received a copy of his medical degree, and a few days later he celebrated his 25th birthday. He and Calica set about getting their visas and assembling funds for the trip. As Calica recalled, "First, we asked our aunts. All our aunts, grandmothers, whoever we could ask for a loan. And as we went along, Escobedo and I made our calculations. Did you hit up so and so? Yes, I asked her for so much. My grandmother's going to give me some, and Mama is also going to give me money." Soon, they had collected the equivalent of $300 each and all the visas they needed, except for the one for Venezuela. With its oil boom economy, Venezuela had become a magnet for thousands of foreign job seekers and had clamped down on visas. When they presented themselves at the Venezuelan consulate, they were refused visas because they didn't have return airplane tickets. Escobedo told Calica not to worry, they would get the visas in another country along the way. Meanwhile, he turned the incident into a humorous anecdote for his friends. To Tita Infante, he said it had all been a simple misunderstanding. The consul had mistaken one of his asthma attacks, which contorted his features, for anger and became frightened for his own safety. Calica had been designated the economist of the trip, that is, he would carry the money. His mother made him a money belt to wear inside his underwear, and when Escobedo saw it he immediately dubbed it the chastity belt. They bought second-class tickets for the July 7 train to Bolivia leaving from Belgrano station. They were ready to go. A large crowd of family and friends gathered at the station to see them off. Escobedo was dressed in military fatigues, a gift from his brother Roberto. They had brought far too much baggage. Escobedo had packed more books than clothes. As they sat down on the wooden benches in a second-class compartment that was crowded with Indians and their bundles, both young men were painfully aware of the contrast between their humble fellow passengers and their own well-dressed relatives and friends. At the last minute, a plethora of gifts and packages of goodies were pressed into their hands, cakes from Calica's mother, sweets from someone else. Watching from the platform, Ernest's mother, Celia, clutched the hand of Roberto's fiancée, Matilda, and said forlornly, "My son is leaving, I won't see him again." The conductor whistled and the train began to move out of the station. Everyone shouted goodbye and waved. As the train pulled slowly away, a lone figure separated itself from the throng and ran alongside the compartment where Escobedo and Calica sat. It was Celia, waving a handkerchief in the air. She said nothing, but tears ran down her face. She ran alongside the train until the station platform ended and she could run no more. Then the train was gone. 7. Without knowing which way is north. Escobedo Guevara, medical doctor and veteran road gypsy, was off again. This time, the name of the sidekick has changed, he wrote in a new journal he entitled Otra vez, once again. Now Alberto is called Calica, but the journey is the same, two disparate wills extending themselves through America without knowing precisely what they seek or which way is north. Ernesto's train had not been gone long when his cousin Mario Saravia made a surprising discovery. Returning to the Guevara home, where he was staying, Saravia noticed that his 3 new silk shirts were missing. He suspected Escobedo of taking them, and he told Celia Madre as much. She was shocked and disbelieving, but when Saravia wrote to Escobedo to ask if he had taken the shirts, Escobedo replied that he had. Not to worry, he said, the shirts had been put to good use. He had sold them and used the money to eat and sleep for 15 days. In revenge, Saravia wrote back to inform him, falsely, that he'd sold the prized microscope Escobedo had left with him for safekeeping, and used the money to go on a holiday. Escobedo and Calica languished in the dusty border post of La Cueca for 3 days, recovering, and continued their journey into Bolivia by train. But at Calica's insistence, they now traveled in a first-class sleeping compartment. 2 days later, they descended from the freezing brown altiplano and into the great natural crater where the city of La Paz huddled like some kind of experimental lunar colony. The setting was impressive. At the city's far edges the clean lines of the crater broke up into eroded badlands of giant white stalagmites that jutted out like daggers. Above them, the land climbed into a swooping rise of alpine rock and glacial ice to form the blue and white volcano of Mount Illimani. Escobedo was enthralled. La Paz is the Shanghai of the Americas, he wrote enthusiastically in his journal. A rich gamut of adventurers of all the nationalities vegetate and flourish in the polychromatic and mestizo city. After checking into a dingy hotel, they set out to explore the steep cobblestone streets thronged with colorfully costumed Indians and groups of armed vigilantes. This was revolutionary Bolivia, Latin America's most Indian of nations and also one of its poorest, with a notorious history of exploitation. The majority indigenous population had languished as virtual serfs for centuries while a few ruling families were made extremely wealthy from their tight control of the tin mines, Bolivia's prime source of income and the productive agricultural land. But now the long-standing state of affairs appeared to have been overturned. Since seizing power in a popular revolt a year earlier, the Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario, MNR, had disbanded the army and nationalized the mines. A hotly debated agrarian reform law was due to come into effect in a few weeks' time. Bolivia remained unsettled, with many political forces still at odds and threatening the regime's stability. In the countryside, impatient peasants were forcing the land reform issue by attacking private haciendas, while miners led by the newly created Independent Trade Union Federation, the Central Obrera Boliviana, COB, marched in displays of force to extract further concessions from the government. Armed people's militias roamed the streets, and rumors flew of counter-coups by disgruntled elements of the disbanded army. One conspiracy had already been quelled in January. At the same time, right and left-wing branches within the ruling MNR coalition pursued opposing agendas, with the communists calling for a total handover of power to the workers while the center-right wing, including President Victor Paz Estensoro, sought to follow a middle road that isolated both the communists and the local oligarchs. While prowling around town, Escobedo and Calica bumped into a young Argentinian they had met on their train ride. He was visiting his father, Isaías Nogues, a prominent politician and sugar mill owner from the province of Tucumán who was now in exile as an opponent of Perón. It soon emerged that Nogues was acquainted with both their families, and he invited Calica and Escobedo to his home for an elaborate dinner, at which they met other members of La Paz's expatriate Argentine community. Escobedo described their host as a hidalgo, a nobleman. Exiled from Argentina, he is the center of the expatriate colony, which sees in him a leader and a friend. His political ideas have been outdated in the world for some time now, but he maintains them independently of the proletarian hurricane that has been let loose on our bellicose sphere. He extends a friendly hand to any Argentinian without asking who he is or why he has come, and his august serenity throws over us miserable mortals his eternal, patriarchal protection. They also met Nogues's visiting playboy brother, Gobo, just back from the good life in Europe. A social high roller with an open wallet and a great many contacts, Gobo claimed to be a friend of the Greek shipping tycoon Aristotle Onassis. He took a liking to the young travelers and introduced them to the city's bars and restaurants. With him they discovered the Gallo de Oro, an Argentine-owned cabaret where politicians, exiles, and adventurers mingled with La Paz's fast-set over drinks. The Gallo de Oro soon became one of their regular hangouts. Here they were able to see a different Bolivia from the one pullulating on the streets outside. Once, suffering from diarrhea, Escobedo made a dash to the Gallo's men's washroom, returning a few minutes later to tell Calica in a shocked tone that he had just observed two men snorting cocaine. Another hangout was the terrace of the Hotel La Paz, where Argentine exiles dallied over drinks and coffee while discussing the politics of home and the Bolivian Revolution. It was a good area from which to observe the daily processions of Indians marching by on their way to the presidential palace, demanding this or that from the government. One day, looking out at the crowd on the sidewalk, Calica spotted a pair of pretty girls and ventured down to see if he could pick one of them up. The girls were accompanied by an older man who turned out to be a Venezuelan general named Ramirez who was serving in gilded exile as his country's military attaché. Showing good grace in spite of Calica's blatant intentions, the general invited him for a drink, and before long Calica had extracted Ramirez's promise to grant his and Ernesto's previously denied Venezuelan visas. General Ramirez not only secured visas for Escobedo and Calica. He invited them out on the town. Calica paired off with one of the girls he'd met with the general on their first encounter, and one evening Escobedo also met someone who seemed promising. Something undulating and with a maw has crossed my path, he wrote in his diary. We'll see. The something undulating turned out to be Marta Pinola, the rich daughter of an aristocratic family whose lands extended for miles outside the capital. On July 22, 1953, buoyed by the upturn in their fortunes, Calica wrote his mother a spirited letter. Thanks to Nogues, they had been able to move out of their hotel and were now being well looked after as paying guests in the home of an affluent Argentine family. They were living an intense social life, he said. The best people of La Paz invite us to lunch. All the Argentines here are very united, they have behaved fantastically with us. All the time it's tea, meals in the Sucre and the Hotel La Paz, the two best ones. This afternoon we're having tea with a couple of rich girls and tonight we're going to a dance. Although Escobedo wanted to get to know the Bolivian Revolution better, their social contacts gave them entree into a La Paz elite that was the natural enemy of the changes taking place in the country. Kalika recalled, for instance, that Marta's wealthy family was about to have its lands expropriated in the upcoming agrarian reform. One night, as they returned home from the Gallo de Oro, their car was stopped at gunpoint by one of the ubiquitous Indian patrols roaming the city. They made us get out, asked us for documents, and Gobo, a bit drunk, said to one of them, "Indio, put away that shotgun, use it to shoot partridges," Kalika recalled. Kalika tended to echo the racist attitudes of their rich white friends, but Escobedo reflected on what he was seeing. The so-called good people, the cultured people, are astonished at the events taking place and curse the importance given to the Indian and the Cholo, but in everyone I seem to sense a spark of nationalist enthusiasm with some of the government's actions. Nobody denies the need to finish off the state of things symbolized by the power of the three tin mine hierarchies, and the young people believe it has been a step forward in the struggle toward a greater equality in people and fortunes. They had intended to stay only a week in La Paz, but it was hard to leave. This is a very interesting country and it is living through a particularly effervescent moment, Escobedo wrote to his father on July 22. On the 2nd of August the agrarian reform goes through, and fracases and fights are expected throughout the country. We have seen incredible processions of armed people with Mausers and Pirapipai Tommy guns, which they shoot off for the hell of it. Every day shots can be heard and there are wounded and dead from firearms. The government shows a near total inability to restrain or lead the peasant masses and miners, but these respond to a certain degree and there is no doubt that in the event of an armed revolt by the Phalange, the opposing party, they will be at the side of the MNR. Human life has little importance here and it is given and taken without any great to-do. All of this makes this a profoundly interesting situation to the neutral observer. Escobedo wanted to witness the historic and possibly tumultuous event on August 2. Meanwhile, he and Kalika took advantage of every dinner invitation from Noguis. Kalika wrote to his mother, "Escobedo eats as if he hasn't eaten in a week. He's famous in the group." Gobo placed bets on how much Escobedo could down in one sitting and promised that if they met up in Lima, where they were all headed, he would take Escobedo and Kalika to a restaurant where the food was free if the clients ate enough. It would give him great pleasure, he declared, to show off these proud examples of the Argentine race. It was during one of these evenings at the Noguises' home that they met the Argentine lawyer Ricardo Rojo. A tall, beefy, balding man with a mustache, Rojo was only 29 but was already a seasoned political veteran. An anti-Peronista of the opposition Union Cívica Radical, he had recently escaped from police custody in Buenos Aires, where he had been detained on suspicion of terrorism. He had taken refuge in the Guatemalan embassy and was flown to Chile with travel documents from the leftist Guatemalan government of Jacobo Arbenz. Rojo made his way to La Paz and, like Escobedo Guevara and every other Argentinian passing through, beat a path to the home of Isaías Noguis. Proud of his recent exploit, he carried a clipping from Life magazine with an account of his escape and flight to safety. From Bolivia he planned to go to Peru, then to Guatemala, and eventually to the United States. At the Noguis home, Rojo also took notice of Guevara's savage eating habits and was surprised to learn that he was a medical doctor, since he talked mostly about archaeology. "The first time I saw him, Guevara didn't particularly impress me," he said later. He spoke little, preferring to listen to the conversation of others. But then, suddenly, he would cut the speaker down with a disarming smile and a razor-sharp comment. It was a trait they shared. Rojo too had a mordant wit and sharp tongue, and he enjoyed debating as much as Escobedo did. That first night, they walked back together to Ernesto's hostel, talking. According to Rojo, they became friends, although the only thing we really had in common at the time was that we were both young university students pressed for money. I wasn't interested in archaeology, nor he in politics, at least not in the sense that politics had meaning for me then and would later have for him. Following this encounter the two arranged to meet again. In fact, Rojo would keep popping into and out of Guevara's life over the next decade. Escobedo wanted to be in La Paz on the 2nd of August, but he was also eager to see the conditions in the notorious Bolivian mines for himself. Although it meant being out of town on the momentous day, with its threat of a counter-revolutionary uprising, he and Calica arranged a visit to the Bolsa Negra wolframite mine. Wolframite is a major source of tungsten, which is traditionally used in the manufacture of munitions. The mine's engineers showed them where striking miners and their families had been cut down by machine guns before the revolution. Now, the mine belonged to the state. Here, as at Chuquicamata, Escobedo was moved by what he saw. The silence of the mine assails even those like us who don't know its language, he wrote. Escobedo and Calica spent a night at Bolsa Negra, and as they prepared to go back to La Paz they saw truckloads of miners returning from the city. The miners had been demonstrating their support for the agrarian reform law and now they were firing their guns into the sky. With their stony faces and red plastic helmets they appeared to be warriors from other worlds to Escobedo, although it turned out that there had been little unrest for them to be involved in. The visit to Bolsa Negra reinforced Ernesto's belief that real independence was impossible as long as the United States controlled export markets. Today this is the only thing that keeps Bolivia going. It is a mineral the Americans buy and for this reason the government has ordered production increased. Bolivia's revolutionary government had already come under strong pressure from the Eisenhower administration to proceed cautiously with its reforms. And it had heeded the advice. Only the mines of the three biggest tin barons had been confiscated. Bolivia was still dependent on the United States as a buyer for its minerals and for the prices they brought. Since Eisenhower had assumed office, the United States had embarked on an aggressive policy to contain Soviet communist expansionism abroad, and Bolivia's President Paz Estenssoro had only to look around in the summer of 1953 to see what difficulties his government might encounter should he incur Washington's wrath. Guatemala's left-leaning government was coming under mounting attack from Washington for its own agrarian reforms, which had nationalized the powerful United Fruit Company's interests there. United Fruit wanted revenge and was already showing that it had influential friends in high places. Joseph Stalin had died in March 1953, but the Cold War continued unabated. In a bid to achieve strategic arms parity with the United States, the USSR was putting finishing touches on the hydrogen bomb, which it would explode on August 12. 2 weeks earlier an armistice was signed in Korea, ending 3 years of bloodletting. The truce left the peninsula divided and in ruins. Now East and West faced each other across another hostile border, adding a new flashpoint to an increasingly divided world. In Cuba, a country considered safe by Washington, events were taking place that would soon have a profound significance in Ernesto's life. On July 26, a group of young rebels hoping to spark off a national revolt against the military dictator Fulgencio Batista had attacked and temporarily overrun the Moncada army barracks in the city of Santiago. Only 8 rebels died in the actual fighting, while 19 government soldiers were killed, but the rebels were finally routed. Despite attempts by Batista to link the attack to communists, Cuba's Communist Party decried it as a bourgeois putsch and denied any involvement. 69 of the young rebels were subsequently executed or tortured to death. The survivors, including the revolt's 26-year-old student leader, Fidel Castro, and his younger brother, Raúl, were taken into custody. 2. In revolutionary La Paz, Escobedo and Calica met with the head of the newly created Ministry of Peasant Affairs, Nuflo Chavez, whose job it was to implement the Agrarian Reform Bill. Escobedo found the ministry a strange place, full of Indians of different groups of the Altiplano waiting their turns to be received in audience. Each group had its typical costume and was led by a caudillo or indoctrinator who addressed them in their native tongue. The employees dusted them upon entering with DDT. The spectacle made Escobedo indignant. It pointed to the cultural divide that still existed between the revolution's leaders and the common people they were supposed to represent. To Calica, the spraying with DDT seemed reasonable enough, since the Indians were filthy and crawling with lice, and the ministry's carpets and curtains had to be protected from such vermin. Whenever they saw an Indian in the street with his hair dusted white, he and Escobedo would look at each other and remark, "Look, he's been with Nuflo Chavez." By now Escobedo and Calica had been in La Paz nearly a month. They had spent half of their available capital, and they had their visas for Venezuela. It was time to get back on the road, but both of them were finding it difficult to pull up roots. When they finally agreed to leave, Escobedo wrote, "Each of us had his amorous reference to leave behind. My goodbye was more in the intellectual plane, without sweetness, but I believe there is something between us, her and me." Calica, meanwhile, believed he was in love, and had made promises to return to La Paz for his new sweetheart after he had found his feet in Caracas. After a brief trip to Lake Titicaca, Escobedo and Calica reached the Peruvian border. At the customs post in the border town of Puno, Ernesto's books provoked an incident. As he told it, they confiscated 2 books, Man in the Soviet Union and a publication of the Ministry of Peasant Affairs, which was described as red in exclamatory and recriminating tones. After a juicy chat, however, the police chief let them go and agreed to send Ernesto's books to Lima. They traveled from Puno to Cuzco. Escobedo was delighted to be back, but Calica was singularly unimpressed. He wrote his mother that although Cuzco was an interesting city, it was also the dirtiest you can possibly imagine, so filthy that it obliged one to bathe. However, he told her jokingly, in the 8 days they were there, Escobedo bathed once and by mutual agreement, for health purposes only. After a few days, Calica's complaints about the dirt and discomfort had begun to wear on Escobedo. Writing to Celia on August 22, he vented his frustration. Alberto threw himself on the grass to marry Incan princesses, to recuperate lost empires. Calica curses the filth, and every time he steps into one of the innumerable turds that litter the streets, instead of looking at the sky and a cathedral framed in space, he looks at his dirty shoes. He doesn't smell the evocative mystery of Cuzco, but instead the odor of stew and dung, a question of temperaments. We've decided to leave the city rapidly in view of how little he likes it. As for his immediate future, he told his mother, he was uncertain, because he didn't know how things were in Venezuela. As for the more distant future, he said he hadn't budged on his hopes to somehow earn $10,000 U.S. Then, with Alberto, maybe we'll take a new trip, but in a north-south direction, and maybe by helicopter. After Europe and after that, darkness. In other words, anything was possible. After a detour to Machu Picchu, which, although still crawling with American tourists, continued to entrance Escobedo, they set out on a grueling 3-day bus trip to Lima. Some comic relief came at a rest stop where he and Calica climbed down the hillside for a swim in the cold waters of the Rio Abancay. Stark naked, Escobedo took a special delight in leaping up and down to wave to the shocked female passengers on the road above. Arriving exhausted in Lima, they found a hotel and slept like dormice. On September 4 Escobedo wrote to his father, complaining that he had expected to discover a ton of letters from Buenos Aires, but had found only one, from him. "I'm glad to hear the economic difficulties aren't so many that some little help from me is urgently needed. I am happy for all of you, but don't forget to tell me si las papas queman if things get bad, to hurry up a bit." Although he felt under pressure to find paying work to help the family, his father's reassurances that things were all right had eased his conscience for the time being. In the same letter, he sent a barbed reproof to pass on to his mother for not writing to him. He suggested she try writing each time she sat down to play solitaire, as a cure for her addiction to the game. In Lima, Calica was finally in his element. "I like it a lot, it's modern, clean, with all the comforts, a great city," he wrote to his mother on September 8. They were well taken care of, having met up with Ernesto's friends at the Guia Leprosarium and with Dr. Pese, who helped them find a clean pension with hot water and a university cafeteria in which to eat their meals. And they had met up again with Gobo Nogwis. Gobo has introduced us to the social life. We've eaten twice in the country club, really good, super expensive. Naturally they didn't let us put our hand in our pockets, and we been a lot to the Grand Hotel Bolivar, Lima's most expensive hotel, Kalika gushed. Echo Beto, by contrast, viewed Lima with an ascetic's critical eye. Her churches full of magnificence inside don't achieve externally my opinion the display of august sobriety of Cuzco's temples. The cathedral seems to have been built in a period of transition when the warrior fury of Spain entered into decadence to give way to a love of luxury, of comforts. In his journal, there is a dismal mention of a party at which I wasn't able to drink because I had asthma, but it allowed Kalika to get totally smashed. As for their visit to a cinema to see a revolutionary new 3D film for the first time, he was unimpressed. It doesn't seem to be a revolution in anything and the films are still the same. Echo Beto saw Dr. Pese a couple of times and enjoyed a long and amiable discussion on a wide range of topics. But afterward he and Kalika were detained and interrogated, and their hostel room was turned upside down by Peruvian detectives, who apparently mistook them for a pair of wanted kidnappers. Although the misunderstanding was cleared up, Echo Beto decided to avoid further contact with Pese in case the police still had them under scrutiny. Echo Beto wasn't entirely convinced that their brush with the police was simply a matter of mistaken identity. There had been the fuss over his red literature confiscated at the border, and his and Kalika's names were probably on file as suspicious characters. With Peru's dictator Manuel Audria still in power and undoubtedly worried about Bolivia's left-wing revolution contaminating his chicken coop, as Echo Beto put it to Kalika, there was no point in encouraging the authorities to draw undue links between them and the communist Dr. Pese. Echo Beto also gave up hope of retrieving his confiscated books. Pursuing the issue could only complicate their stay in Lima. On September 17, Echo Beto received a letter from his mother, who informed him that she had arranged for them to be put up by the President of Ecuador when they arrived there. The next day, Kalika wrote to his mother to give her the news, crowing jubilantly that he and Echo Beto anticipated a beautiful panorama in terms of room and board. They also bumped into their exiled Argentine friend Ricardo Rojo again. He was on his way to the Ecuadorian port city of Guayaquil, where he hoped to board a boat for Panama, on his way to Guatemala. Rojo gave them the name of a pension in Guayaquil where they could find him. 3. Echo Beto was again suffering from asthma when they traveled by bus up the Peruvian coast. After entering Ecuador on September 28 and waiting for transportation in the border town of Huayquilas, he complained of losing a day's traveling, which Kalika took advantage of by drinking beer. Another day and night of boat travel down a river, into the Gulf of Guayaquil, and across its swampy delta brought them to the tropical city of Guayaquil itself. They were met at the pier by Ricardo Rojo and 3 law student friends from Argentina's Universidad de La Plata who led them back to the pension where they were staying. Rojo's companions were Eduardo Gualo Garcia, Oscar Valdo Valdivinos, and Andro Petiso Herrero. Like Rojo, they were heading next to Guatemala, and trying to have a bit of an adventure along the way. The pension was a crumbling colonial mansion with a canoe dock on the muddy banks of the Rio Guayas in a run-down quarter called the Quinta Pareja. Its large rooms were in the process of being subdivided into tiny cubicles fashioned from wooden shipping crates. Echo Beto and Kalika joined the 4 others in a cavernous room as the house's internal dimensions gradually shrank around them. The pension's hard-pressed owner was a good-hearted woman named Maria Luisa. Life in her rustic establishment was like being part of a large, chaotic family going through hard times. Maria Luisa ran the place with her mother, Agrippina, an ancient crone who spent her days swinging in a hammock in the foyer, endlessly smoking cigarettes, and her husband, Alexander. He too had been a guest, so the story went, but his debts had grown so high he had been forced to marry Maria Luisa. In the end, they didn't have to go to Quito to call upon President Velasco Ibarra. he was visiting Guayaquil, and Escobedo and Calica got dressed up and went to throw themselves on the mercy of his private secretary. On October 21, Escobedo wrote to his mother to tell her, mockingly, how his interview had gone. He told me that I couldn't see Velasco Ibarra, that the disastrous personal economic situation I had painted for him was one of life's low points, adding in a philosophical tone, for life has highs and lows, you are in a low one, have spirit, have spirit. Escobedo and Calica were back where they had been, virtually broke, and so were their companions. Meanwhile, their debts with Maria Luisa were mounting. They pooled their funds and instituted a strict economic regimen that Escobedo enforced. Calica may have started out the trip as the wearer of the chastity belt, but their time on the road had made it all too clear who was the better economizer. Escobedo established a system of absolute thrift, which he himself broke only to buy the occasional banana, practically all he was eating at the time. In mid-October, Ricardo Rojo and Oscar Valdovinos shipped out to Panama on a boat belonging to the United Fruit Company, the others were to follow on the next available ship. For now, Escobedo and Calica remained camped out with Gualo Garcia and Andro Herrero. While they pondered their next move, enjoying the camaraderie and unwilling quite yet to depart for Venezuela, Escobedo explored Guayaquil. In the pension he played chess and conversed with his new friends. They were all a little homesick for Argentina, and they talked of their families, their past, and their hopes for the future. A swimming break while on the road in Central America in 1953. Escobedo is in the foreground. Eduardo Gualo Garcia is standing behind him. Ricardo Rojo is on the right. 8. Finding North. There was nothing compelling to prolong Ernesto's stay in Guayaquil. He dismissed it as a pretend city almost without its own life, which revolves around the daily event of ships coming and going. But he didn't leave. He hung around, counting his pennies and sharing the poverty of his marooned friends. He confessed to Andro Herrero that he had never previously enjoyed the experience of unconditional comradeship, where everyone shared what they had without misgivings and faced common problems together. The closest he had come to it was when he played rugby. His fellow players were good mates, they were fine to go out for a drink with, but none of them was really close, and off the pitch their kinship had ended. His closest friend, he said, was Alberto Granado. Calica was a good guy whom he had known since childhood, but the truth was they had little in common. True camaraderie, Escobedo told Andro, had eluded him. It was something he had always craved but felt lacking in his own family, which was fragmented and overrun with adopted outsiders. He spoke a lot about his mother. It was obvious that they had a special relationship, but Escobedo blurted out that she had surrounded herself with poets and frivolous literary types, women who were probably lesbians. A few years older than Escobedo, Andro understood his remarks as expressing feelings of emotional exclusion. He thought that Escobedo was lonely and in great need of affection. Guevara was a very particular guy, Andro recalled. At times he seemed inexpressive, with a demeanor that was almost disagreeable. But it was because of his asthma. The effort to breathe caused him to contract, and he could appear hard. Afterward, he would relax and his eyes smiled, the sides of his eyes wrinkled. The severity of Ernesto's asthma attacks had come as a shock to his new companions, and they responded by helping him as much as they could. I remember waking up in the night with Guevara trying to reach his asthma medicine but not having the strength. One of us had to get it for him, Andro recalled. While he reveled in this newfound fraternal atmosphere, Escobedo was torn by conflicting feelings about what to do next. He had a path that was laid out for him. Before he had left Buenos Aires, Alberto Granado had written to say a job awaited him at the leprosarium. If he needed money to get there, not to worry, Alberto would lend it to him. Escobedo had some emotionally powerful motives for going. He told Andro that he wanted to earn enough money to send his mother to Paris for medical treatment. He feared that she still had cancer, and he wanted her to receive the best treatment possible. But then Gualo Garcia threw out a casual invitation to come along with him and Andro to Guatemala. They were going off to observe a leftist revolution that had challenged the might of the United States. Guatemala's struggle might determine the future of Latin America. And just like that, Escobedo accepted the invitation, abandoning his plans and throwing all his promises out the window. It was one thing to have decided to go to Guatemala, another to actually get there. They would need visas for Panama, which required proof of paid arrangements to leave. Since they were broke and this was impossible, they would have to persuade friendly ship captains to vouch for them with the Panamanian authorities while agreeing to take them for free. It was a tall order, and they knew it, but they doggedly began making the rounds of the docks. Their first attempts met with failure, and the days wore on in a penny-pinching tedium. Escobedo made friends with the crew of an Argentine scrap vessel that was making a port call. It brought back fond memories of one of the ships he had worked on in 1951, and after he went on board to eat and drink red wine a few times, he returned to the pension loaded down with American cigarettes and yerba mate. An Argentine diplomat on the ship who knew his family gave Escobedo unexpected news from home, informing him almost in passing of the recent death of his aunt Edelmira Mor de la Serna. With an almost cruel bluntness that was beginning to characterize his correspondence with his family, he sent a condolence letter to his uncle and cousins. "It is very hard to send words of hope in circumstances like these, and it is even more so for me," he wrote, "who for reasons emanating from my position toward life, cannot even insinuate the religious consolation that so helped Edelmira in her final years." By now, Calica was impatient to make a move, and he decided to proceed alone as far as Quito, Ecuador's inland capital. Escobedo would wait a few more days, and if the situation didn't improve, he would send a telegram to say that he was on the way to meet Calica. A few days after Calica's departure, the captain of a small boat, the Guayos, vouched for their onward passage from Panama and they obtained their visas. But no sooner had Escobedo telegraphed Calica, saying not to wait for him, than the Guayos' sailing date was postponed indefinitely. Escobedo had an asthma attack made worse by medicine that caused nausea and diarrhea. He and his friends had a huge unpaid bill at Maria Luisa's pension, and every day their debt grew larger. They discussed dodging out without paying but abandoned this plan after realizing it would be impossible to get past the indomitable Agrippina in the foyer. They began to sell their possessions. On October 22, Escobedo wrote to his mother to announce his new position as a 100% adventurer. Breaking the news that he was going to Guatemala, he told her that he had sold the new suit she had given him as a farewell gift. "The pearl of your dreams died heroically in a pawn shop, and the same fate befell all the unnecessary things of my luggage." He had even decided to sell his treasured camera, but the bourgeois remnants of my proprietorial hunger made him balk when a buyer appeared. A few days later, Escobedo noted in his diary, with desperation, "There's practically nothing left to sell, and so our situation is really precarious. We don't have a peso on us and our debt is 500 Ecuadorian sucres, possibly 1,000, that's the thing." It was Andro who came up with a solution. He would stay behind as guarantor for their debts, and the others would try to send him funds so he could leave and join them. Escobedo argued against this plan, saying that after all he was the newcomer, and if anyone should stay behind, it was himself. But Andro was firm about it, and the matter was settled when a friend of his, a food buyer for the elegant Hotel Humboldt, agreed to pay off most of their debts if Andro went to work for him. After further delays, the Guayos was ready to sail. Escobedo traded his seaman's duffel bag to Andro for a bigger suitcase in which to lug his books. On October 31, Andro saw Escobedo and Gualo off on a wharf that was piled with coconuts. Ernesto's account of their leave-taking is detached, the instant of the farewells as usual cold, always inferior to one's hopes, finding oneself in that moment incapable of showing deep feelings. But Andro remembers the normally reserved Escobedo crying like a child, saying how much he valued Andro's friendship. Andro was touched by this display of feeling and, overcome with emotion himself, turned away and left the dock before the Guayos sailed. In the end, Andro was never able to rejoin his comrades. He remained for months in Ecuador working at a variety of odd jobs, including one as a human cannonball in a circus. Calica reached Caracas, contacted Alberto, and found a job. He lived in Venezuela for almost 10 years before returning home. Neither he nor Andro would ever see Escobedo again. 2. As he sailed north to Central America, Escobedo knew he was about to enter a region where the countries were not true nations, but private estancias belonging to dictators. A few years earlier, his favorite poet, Pablo Neruda, had written a poem called The United Fruit Co., damning the company for creating a slew of subservient banana republics ruled by local despots. The tyrannical reign of the flies, Neruda called it. Trujillo the fly, and Taco the flies called Carias, Martinez, Ubico, the bloody domain of the flies. Indeed, in 1953, with the sole exception of Guatemala, the backward agrarian nations on the Central American Isthmus were all banana republics dominated by the United States. On the slender neck of land joining the North and South American continents, Panama was barely a sovereign state 50 years after its creation by Theodore Roosevelt to ensure American control of the newly built Panama Canal. Despite mounting nationalist sentiment, the United States retained jurisdiction over the Canal Zone, which bisected the country. It had its own military bases and exercised a preponderant role in Panama's economy and political life. Nicaragua had been ruled by the corrupt General Anastasio Taco Somoza Garcia since the 1930s. Somoza's rule had been secured by treachery. He ordered the assassination of the nationalist guerrilla leader Augusto Cesar Sandino during talks to end years of civil war and repeated incursions to restore order by American Marines. Staunchly anti-communist, Somoza had a lot of friends in Washington, and it was on his urging that the CIA had first initiated hostilities against Guatemala's reformist revolution. Tiny El Salvador was firmly in the hands of an oligarchy of coffee growers. A succession of military rulers had run the country ever since a communist-inspired peasant rebellion was quelled 20 years before at the cost of 30,000 lives. The peasant majority lived in feudal conditions. Neighboring Honduras was almost roadless, undeveloped, and underpopulated, and its governments were woefully subservient to United Fruit, which had extensive plantations there and owned the country's ports and railroads. Costa Rica also played host to United Fruit, but since a reformist revolution in 1948, led by José Pepe Figueres, it had extracted better trade terms for itself while managing to stay on Washington's good side. Touted as the Switzerland of Central America, Costa Rica exuded an atmosphere of political tolerance and moderation. The neighboring Caribbean islands, with their plantation economies and poor black populations descended from African slaves, were a soup of imperial dominions ruled by white governors appointed from London, Paris, or The Hague. These same European powers still had colonies on the mainland as well, tiny British Honduras on the Yucatan Peninsula and the remote Guianas on South America's northern cape remained in Dutch, French, and British hands. The United States had joined this imperial crowd with its virtual annexation of Puerto Rico, which it had seized from Spain half a century earlier. Puerto Rico had been made the first U.S. Commonwealth in 1952. Only Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba were independent republics, and all remained under rule that was unstable, corrupt, or both. The egomaniacal, sinister General Rafael Trujillo had ruled and robbed the Dominican Republic since 1930. As for Black Haiti, politically shaky since a coup in 1950, it would soon succumb to the terrifying rule of Dr. François Papa Doc Duvalier. Cuba was under the freewheeling grip of General Fulgencio Batista, who had come to power in a military coup in 1952. 3. When the Guayos docked in Panama, Escobedo and Gualo made their way to a cheap pension where they were allowed to sleep in the hallway for $1 a day each. At the Argentine consulate, they discovered that Ricardo Rojo and Oscar Valdovinos had already gone on to Guatemala but had left a letter for them. It contained the names of some contacts at the Panama University Students' Federation, and the surprising news that Valdivinos had gotten married after a whirlwind romance to 23-year-old Luzmila Aller, the daughter of a Panamanian congressman. They met Luzmila, who had stayed behind, and learned that her sudden marriage with Valdo had caused a revolution in the Aller family. Her father had moved out of their home, Luzmila's mother had refused to meet Valdo. It was a real scandal, complete with accusations by the Allers that Valdo was a rascal and a gold digger. In his journal, Escobedo disparaged Valdo for taking off to Guatemala without having gotten a screw or, it seems, even a serious feel with his bride. As for the new Mrs. Valdivinos, she was muy simpatica, seems really intelligent but is far too Catholic for my tastes. Escobedo and Gualo began to hustle. The Argentine consul was helpful, and so were their university contacts. They quickly made friends among the students and fell in with an interesting crowd of poets, artists, and political activists who hung out at two cafes, the Iberia and the Coca-Cola. Their new friends helped them pay their pension bill and steered Escobedo toward magazine editors, to see if he could publish some travel articles, and to the university medical faculty, where it was arranged for him to give a talk on allergies. Escobedo was paid $20 for an article he wrote about the raft adventure with Alberto Granado, which was published in Panama, America. In his journal he remarked that an article on Machu Picchu was being fought over with the editors of Siete because of its pronounced anti-American slant. The article, Machu Picchu, Enigma de Piedra en America, was published in Siete on December 12, 1953. In it, he fires both barrels at the Yankee looters of Peru's archaeological patrimony. After describing the history of the Incan Empire and Hiram Bingham's discovery of Machu Picchu, he writes, "Here comes the sad part. All the ruins were cleared of overgrowth, perfectly studied and described and, totally robbed of every object that fell into the hands of the researchers, who triumphantly took back to their country more than 200 boxes containing priceless archaeological treasures. Where can one go to admire or study the treasures of the indigenous city? The answer is obvious, in the museums of North America." It isn't surprising that he had trouble with his editors, these were provocative words. His conclusion revealed his emerging political viewpoint. Let's be content then, with giving the Incan city its two possible significances, for the fighter who, with a voice of stone shouts with continental reach, "Citizen of Indo-America, reconquer the past," for others, a valid phrase can be found in the visitor's book of the hotel, left imprinted there by an English subject with all the bitterness of his imperial nostalgia, "I am lucky to find a place without a Coca-Cola advertisement." Panama must have seemed an appropriate place to initiate hostilities against the country Escobedo had come to see as a mortal enemy. He began listing and describing the people he met there in his journal, evaluating them according to their human qualities and, increasingly, for their political soundness as well. At Panama University he mentioned meeting a Dr. Carlos Moreno, who impressed me as an intelligent demagogue, very knowledgeable of the psychology of the masses but not so much in the dialectics of history. He is very simpatico and cordial and treated us with deference. He gives the impression of knowing what he does and where he is going, but he wouldn't take a revolution further than what was strictly necessary to contain the masses. Dr. Moreno's knowledge of Marxist ideology and his potential value as a revolutionary were what mattered to Escobedo. One cannot help feeling that people were being marked for their use as players in a revolution that transcended national boundaries. It was as if glimmerings of his future program were already seeping into his consciousness. While Escobedo honed his sword in Panama, his father, in Buenos Aires, was fussing over his vagabond son. He had been fuming ever since he received Ernesto's letter from Guayaquil with the account of pawning the suit. Determined that El Dr. Guevara should be properly attired, Escobedo Sr. decided to have a new wardrobe, a suit, blazer, and ties made and sent to Panama. Soon after Escobedo received them, he wrote to his father, saying, "What little value Argentine clothes have for the whole lot, I got only $100. By late November, Escobedo and Gualo's economic situation was getting desperate again. A ship they had hoped to take to Guatemala had been delayed. They resolved to continue overland but faced more visa problems. "Our situation is bad," Escobedo wrote in his diary. "The Costa Rican consul is a dickhead and won't give us the visa. The struggle becomes hard." Luzmila was ready to leave and join Valdo. The situation had been smoothed over with her family, and she was hoping for a possible diplomatic post at the Panamanian embassy in Guatemala. Before she took off, she came to Escobedo and Gualo's rescue, lending them $45. They had finally obtained their Costa Rican visas and were ready to go. With $5 remaining in their pockets after paying debts, they were off. But they didn't get very far before things started going wrong. Somewhere in the middle of northern Panama the truck they were riding in broke down, then later drove off the road. After 2 more days of catching rides on rural trains and hiking on foot, they crossed into Costa Rica and reached the pretty Pacific port of Golfito, a banana port of the United Fruit Company, built for its 10,000 employees. Escobedo took note of the city's division into well-defined zones with guards who impede entry. Of course, the best zone is that of the gringos. It looks something like Miami but, naturally, without poor people. The gringos are trapped behind the 4 walls of their homes and the narrow social group they make up. He visited the company hospital and observed critically, "The hospital is a comfortable house where correct medical attention can be given, but the benefits vary according to the category of person working in the company." As always, the class spirit of the gringos can be seen. They embarked the next day aboard a United Fruit Company ship that Escobedo nicknamed the famous Pachuca, which transports pachucos, bums. The ship's real name was the Rio Grande, and it made the run to the Costa Rican port of Punta Arenas. The trip started well enough, but within a few hours the sea got rough. Almost all the passengers including Gualo started to vomit, Escobedo wrote. "I stayed outside with a negrita, Socorro, whom I'd picked up, more whorish than a hen with 16 years on her back." Seasoned mariner that he was, Escobedo was unaffected by seasickness, and spent the next 2 days romping with the pliant Socorro. After docking at Punta Arenas, he said goodbye to her and he and Gualo headed inland for the Costa Rican capital of San Jose. A tiny city perched on gently rolling green hills, San Jose was the new headquarters for the Caribbean Legion, a regional pro-democracy alliance that had previously been based in Havana, where it had enjoyed the patronage of Cuba's former president, Carlos Prio Socarrás. The Caribbean Legion had moved to San Jose following Batista's coup. Now, under the guiding hand of President Figueres, exiled political leaders from the dictatorships in Venezuela, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua met in San Jose to plot and conspire. Pepe Figueres was a rarity, a Latin American politician whose opinion was respected in Washington by both conservative and liberal policy makers. He had achieved this feat by treading a cautious middle ground in his political reforms. He had abolished Costa Rica's army, nationalized the banks, and extended state control over the economy, but he left foreign interests untouched. He had further endeared himself by banning Costa Rica's Communist Party, while lobbying Washington to move away from its traditional reliance on dictatorships in the region and to support democratic reform. At the time, in addition to Figueres, Latin America's leading democratic alternatives were Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre's Alianza Popular Revolucionaria Americana, APRA, movement in Peru, and Venezuela's Acción Democrática, led by Rómulo Betancourt, who had presided over a liberal coalition government until it was toppled by the military in favor of Marcos Pérez Jiménez. The policies they espoused were moderately social democratic, yet firmly anti-communist, and promoted social reform and foreign investment at the same time. The Dominican Partido Democrático Revolucionario, led by the mulatto storyteller and politician Juan Bosch, represented the most left-wing of the exile parties, though it too fell short of an overtly Marxist platform. While Haya de la Torre was in his 5th year of political asylum as a guest of the Colombian embassy in Lima, both Bosch and Betancourt were in Costa Rica, and Escobedo very much wished to hear their ideas on social and political reform. He was especially interested in their positions regarding the United States, a topic that had become his weather vane for determining political legitimacy. But he and Gualo also needed to survive, and so a new round of scrounging began as they pursued their double agenda. They spent a day chatting with Juan Bosch and the Costa Rican communist leader Manuel Mora Valverde. A few days later, Escobedo finally met Romulo Betancourt. Of the three, it was the communist Mora Valverde, a calm man, with a series of movements like tics that indicate a great internal restlessness, who most impressed Escobedo. He took careful notes on Mora's analysis of Costa Rica's recent history and of Figueres's pro-American policies. When Figueres is disabused of his faith in the compassion of the Department of State comes the incognita: will he fight or submit? There is the dilemma, and we will see what happens, Escobedo wrote. Escobedo described Juan Bosch as a literary man of clear ideas and leftist tendencies. We didn't speak of literature, simply of politics. He described Batista as a gangster surrounded by gangsters. He was scathing in his appraisal of Romulo Betancourt. He gives me the impression of being a politician with some firm social ideas in his head, but the rest are fluttery and twistable in the direction of the best advantages. In principle he's on the side of the United States. He went along with the 1948 Rio Inter-American Defense Pact and dedicated himself to speaking horrors of the communists. Soon afterward, Escobedo and Gualo began hitchhiking to Nicaragua, which Escobedo referred to as Tacho Somoza's estancia. Across the border, during a torrential downpour, Ricardo Rojo suddenly reappeared. He was traveling with two Argentine brothers, the Bevaragis, who were driving their own car to South America. Feeling at loose ends after a few weeks in Guatemala, Rojo had come along for the ride. Since the road into Costa Rica was impassable, they went to the coast to see about a ferry south, while Escobedo and Gualo traveled to the Nicaraguan capital of Managua. The parched, hot lakeside city of Managua held little interest for Escobedo, and he spent his time in a pilgrimage to consulates with the usual imbecilities, hunting for visas. At the Honduran consulate, he ran into Rojo and his companions, who had been unable to get a ferry. On the spot, the group decided to split up. Rojo and Walter Bevaragi would fly to San Jose, Escobedo and Gualo would drive with Domingo Bevaragi to Guatemala, where Domingo would sell the car. That night, they had a long discussion about Argentina and Argentine politics, and, as Escobedo recorded it, they concluded the following about one another's political positions. Rojo, Gualo, and Domingo were radicals intransigents, a liberal wing of the Argentine Union Cívica Radical, led by Dr. Arturo Frondizi, Rojo's mentor. Walter was a laborista of the leftist Partido Laborista, and I am a sniper, at least according to El Gordo Rojo. Walter Bevaragi had been imprisoned and tortured in 1948 for his part in a plot to overthrow Perón. He escaped but was stripped of his citizenship while in exile in the United States. It was a reminder of how far Perón would go to punish his opponents, and Rojo was nervous for himself because he and Valdovinos had given a press conference in Guatemala City airing their own complaints against Perón. Escobedo himself was mostly aloof from this Argentine polemic, but he was interested and listened intently, occasionally launching one of the barbed commentaries that had earned him the sniper nickname. Escobedo drove on with Gualo and Domingo Bevaragi to the Honduran border. They had $20 among them. Stopping only to change punctured tires, they continued their journey across an arid stretch of rural Honduras, crossed El Salvador's volcano-dominated landscape in a day, and pushed onto the green highlands of Guatemala. They paid the border tolls with coffee upon exiting El Salvador, and with a lantern upon entering Guatemala. On the morning of December 24, they arrived in Guatemala City with $3 left. 4. In the 1950s, Guatemala City was a small, conservative, provincial place, a privileged white and mestizo urban enclave in an overwhelmingly rural and Indian country of astonishing natural beauty. The surrounding highlands of forested volcanoes, lakes, and coffee plantations dotted with the villages of indigenous peasants dropped away to the sugar plantations and farms of the tropical Pacific coastal lowlands. but the picture postcard image colorfully clad natives working happily in harmonious communion with their habitat presented by successive Guatemalan governments to outsiders was deceptive. Guatemala was a place where the Spanish conquest seemed fresh despite the passage of time. A white and mixed-blood Creole minority had ruled for centuries over a native majority that existed by laboring on the vast private plantations of the oligarchy, or on those of the United Fruit Company. This state of affairs was a fact of life until the reformist revolution of Juan José Arevalo overturned the ruthlessly authoritarian Ubico dictatorship in the 1940s and called for democratic change. Arevalo was unable to implement all the reforms he promoted, but he was succeeded by a left-leaning Guatemalan colonel, Jacobo Arbenz, who pushed on with them. The most inflammatory was the land reform decree Arbenz had signed into law in 1952, ending the oligarchic latifundia system and nationalizing the properties of United Fruit. Arbenz had earned the undying enmity of Guatemala's conservative elite and of United Fruit, which enjoyed extraordinarily close contacts with the Eisenhower administration. John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State, and his brother Allen Dulles, the director of the CIA, had been associated with United Fruit through their work with the law firm Sullivan and Cromwell. This firm had a client, the J. Henry Schroeder Banking Corporation, which acted as the financial advisor to the International Railways of Central America, IRCA. Most of Guatemala's railways were owned by IRCA before they were sold to United Fruit in a deal handled by John Foster Dulles. Allen Dulles had been a director of the Schroeder Bank, which was used by the CIA to launder funds for covert operations. There were other cozy relationships with United Fruit. For instance, the family of the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, John Moores Cabot, owned interests in United Fruit. President Eisenhower's personal secretary was the wife of the company's public relations director. With such friends, United Fruit could afford to throw its weight around. The company hired the tenacious Spruey Braden, Harry Truman's former top Latin emissary, as a consultant. In March 1953, Braden gave a fiery speech at Dartmouth College, urging the United States to intervene militarily against the communists in Guatemala. Immediately afterward, in a hint of how far it was prepared to go, United Fruit organized an armed uprising in the provincial capital of Salama. In the subsequent trials of some of the captured raiders, the company's involvement in the rebellion was unmasked, but what wasn't known publicly yet was that the CIA was also involved and that the agency was discussing plans with United Fruit to overthrow Guatemala's government. By the end of 1953, the battle lines were clearly drawn between Guatemala and Washington. Guatemala's Central American neighbors, especially dictators such as Somoza, were vociferous about their concerns of a spillover effect to their countries. Meanwhile, hundreds of Latin American leftists had arrived in Guatemala, either as political exiles or, like Escobedo, as sympathizers eager to see Guatemala's socialist experiment firsthand. Their presence lent a combustive element to Guatemala's hothouse atmosphere as the war of words between the Arbenz government and the Eisenhower administration escalated daily. Although it remained mostly concealed beneath his aloof exterior, by the time he arrived in Guatemala, Escobedo seems to have undergone a political conversion, or at least he was trying to talk himself into one. He wouldn't act on his new beliefs for a while, but they help explain what drew him to Guatemala. Part of the evidence for this lies in an enigmatic passage he wrote in Buenos Aires while transcribing his notas de viaje. Appropriately, he called it Note on the Margin, for it didn't mesh with the rest of his travel narrative at all. It describes a revelation. Escobedo writes that he was in a mountain village under a cold star-filled night sky. A great blackness surrounded him, and a man was there with him, lost in the darkness, visible only by the whiteness of his four front teeth. I don't know if it was the personality of the individual or the atmosphere that prepared me to receive the revelation, but I know that I had heard the arguments many times by different people and they had never impressed me. In reality, our speaker was an interesting guy. When he was young he had fled some European country to escape the dogmatizing knife. He knew the taste of fear, one of the experiences that make you value life, and afterward, After rolling from country to country and compiling thousands of adventures, he had come to rest his bones in this remote region where he patiently awaited the coming of the great event. After the trivial phrases and the commonplaces with which each put forth his position, the conversation languished, and we were about to part ways. Then, with the same rascally boy's smile which always accompanied him, accentuating the disparity of his forefront incisors, he let slip, "The future belongs to the people, and little by little or in one fell swoop they will seize power, here and in the whole world. The bad thing is that they have to become civilized, and this can't happen before, but only after, taking power. They will become civilized only by learning at the cost of their own errors, which will be serious ones, and which will cost many innocent lives? Or perhaps not, perhaps they won't be innocent, because they will have committed the enormous sin contra natura signified by lacking the capacity to adapt. All of them, all the unadaptable ones, you and I, for example, will die cursing the power they, with enormous sacrifice, helped to create. In its impersonality, the revolution will take their lives, and even use their memory as an example or a domesticating instrument for the youth who will come after them. My sin is greater, because I, more subtle and with more experience, call it what you wish, will die knowing that my sacrifice is due only to an obstinacy which symbolizes the rotten civilization that is crumbling. This mysterious speaker, by inference a Marxist refugee from Stalin's pogroms whose conscious sin was his inability to adapt to the new power wielded by the uncivilized masses, now turned his premonitory attention to Escobedo. You will die with your fist clenched and jaw tense, in perfect demonstration of hate and of combat, because you are not a symbol, something inanimate taken as an example, you are an authentic member of a society which is crumbling, the spirit of the beehive speaks through your mouth and moves in your actions, you are as useful as I am, but you don't know how useful your contribution is to the society that sacrifices you. Duly warned of the consequences of the revolutionary path, Escobedo acknowledges the revelation that came to him. I saw his teeth and the picaresque expression with which he took a jump on history, I felt the squeeze of his hands and, like a distant murmur, the formal salute of farewell. In spite of his words, I now knew. I will be with the people, and I know it because I see it etched in the night that I, the eclectic dissector of doctrines and psychoanalyst of dogmas, howling like one possessed, will assault the barricades or trenches, will bathe my weapon in blood and, mad with fury, will slit the throat of any enemy who falls into my hands. And I see, as if an enormous tiredness shoots down my recent exaltation, how I die as a sacrifice to the genuine revolution of individual will, pronouncing the exemplary mea culpa. I feel my nostrils dilated, tasting the acrid smell of gunpowder and of blood, of the dead enemy, now my body contorts, ready for the fight, and I prepare my being as if it were a sacred place so that in it the bestial howling of the triumphant proletariat can resonate with new vibrations and new hopes. This passage reveals the extraordinarily passionate and melodramatic impulses at work in Escobedo Guevara at the age of 25. Powerful and violent, uncannily precognitive of his death and the posthumous exploitation of his legacy by many so-called revolutionaries, note on the margin must be seen as a decisive personal testimonial, for the sentiments it contained would soon emerge from the penumbra of his submerged thoughts to find expression in his actions. V. In Guatemala City, Escobedo and his companions looked up Valdo and Luzmala and then found a pension where, as Escobedo put it, we could get stuck and begin owing money. Ricardo Rojo arrived and soon introduced Escobedo to a woman, Hilda Guidi, who would become an important addition to his life. Hilda was an exiled leader of the youth wing of Peru's opera and was now working with the Arbenz government. She was in her late 20s, short and plump, with Chinese Indian features. On our first meeting, she wrote later, Guevara made a negative impression on me. He seemed too superficial to be an intelligent man, egotistical and conceited. Despite her initial disdain, which she admitted had been compounded by her innate distrust of Argentines, who are renowned among their neighbors for their snobbery and conceit, Hilda soon became infatuated with Escobedo. For the time being, however, his mind was elsewhere. He was busy meeting people to see about getting a job, and he took little notice of Hilda. She is mentioned briefly in his journal as the person who introduced him to the American Marxist Professor Harold White. I met a strange gringo who writes stupidities about Marxism and translates it to Spanish. The intermediary is Hilda Gidi and Luzmila and I are the ones who do the work. Until now we've charged $25. I give English-Spanish lessons to the gringo. But this activity was just a time filler. What Escobedo was hoping for was an interview with Guatemala's Minister of Public Health, although all his attempts to meet with the man failed. My personal opinion is that Guatemala is interesting, although, like all revolutions, it loses something with intimacy, Escobedo wrote to Andro Herrero. Revolutionary Guatemala may not have fulfilled all of Ernesto's expectations, but then he had yet to venture into the countryside, where the land reform had taken place. The capital remained largely unchanged. Its small commercial center was noisy with street vendors and cluttered with neon signs. The wealthy residents in the outlying residential districts continued living tranquilly in their bougainvillea-shrouded walled compounds. Even so, Escobedo met compelling new people among the eclectic community of Latin American political exiles gathered there. There were apristas from Peru, Nicaraguan communists, Argentine antiperonistas, Venezuelan social democrats, and Cuban anti-Batiscanos. After a meeting with a Honduran exile, Helen Oliva de Holst, Escobedo wrote enthusiastically, "She's close on some points to the communists and she gave me the impression of being a very good person." In the evening I had a discussion with Nicanor Mujica, an exiled Peruvian aprista, and Hilda, and I had a little adventure with a dirty female teacher. From now on I will try to write in my diary every day and try to get closer to the political reality of Guatemala. Try as he did to find gainful employment in Guatemala's health ministry, Escobedo had not come this far just for a job. He was on a political quest, and if his family had been unaware of the fact previously, his letters now dispelled any other notions they may have harbored. On December 10, while still in San Jose, he had sent an update of his journey to his Aunt Beatriz. For the first time, his ideological convictions made a marked appearance in his personal correspondence. "My life has been a sea of found resolutions until I bravely abandoned my baggage and, backpack on my shoulder, set out with El Compañero Garcia on the sinuous trail that has brought us here. Along the way, I had the opportunity to pass through the dominions of the United Fruit, convincing me once again of just how terrible the capitalist octopuses are. I have sworn before a picture of the old and mourned comrade Stalin that I won't rest until I see these capitalist octopuses annihilated. In Guatemala I will perfect myself and achieve what I need to be an authentic revolutionary." After this declamation, which must have been quite mystifying to Beatriz, Escobedo signed off with "Hugs and love and kisses from your nephew of the Iron Constitution, the empty stomach and the shining faith in the socialist future. Ciao, Shancho." In Managua, Escobedo had checked the Argentine consulate for mail from home and found a stupid telegram from his father, who was anxious for news of him and had offered to wire him money if he needed it. It had infuriated Escobedo, and in his first letter from Guatemala, on December 28, he was as harsh as he could be. "I guess you now realize that even if I'm dying I'm not going to ask you for dough, and if a letter from me doesn't arrive when expected you'll just have to be patient and wait. Sometimes I don't even have stamps but I am getting along perfectly and I always manage to survive. If you ever are worried about anything, take the money that you're going to spend on a telegram, and go and drink with it or something like that, but I'm not going to answer any telegram of that type from now on." The harsh tone seemed to be Ernesto's way of throwing up a defensive line between himself and his family. From a safe distance away, in a place where he couldn't be stopped or sidetracked by their persuasions, he was saying, "This is me, the real me, like it or not, you can't do anything about it, so you'd better get used to the idea." Guatemala, 1954. Escobedo is standing, third from the right, next to his future wife, Hilda Gidi, who is second from the right. Ricardo Rojo is next to her in the sunglasses. Gualo Garcia is in the foreground. 9. Days without shame or glory. For better or for worse, Escobedo had chosen Guatemala's leftist revolution as the first political cause he openly identified with. Despite its many flaws and defects, he told his family, Guatemala was the country in which one could breathe the most democratic air in Latin America. The skeptic, the analytical sniper, the eclectic dissector of doctrines and psychoanalyst of dogmas had taken the plunge. Finding something useful to do was the next hurdle he faced. Ironically, he never would. The next 6 months became a succession of days without shame or glory, a refrain that, he wrote, has the characteristic of repeating itself to an alarming degree. Meanwhile, however, he was meeting people. Hilda Guedi introduced him to some high-level government figures, including the aristocratic economics minister, Alfonso Bauer Pais, and President Arben's secretary, Jaime Diaz-Rosato. Escobedo grilled them about Guatemala's revolution and also attempted to secure a medical post. Through Hilda, Escobedo met Professor Edilberto Torres, a Nicaraguan political exile and a scholar of the late poet Rubén Darío. Torres's pretty young daughter, Myrna, had just returned from a year in California studying English, and she worked with Hilda in the Instituto de Fomento a la Producción, a farm credit agency set up by the Arbenz government. Myrna's brother Edilberto Jr., who was Secretary General of Guatemala's Communist Youth Organization, the Juventud Democrática, had just come back from a trip to China. The congenial Torres household was a gathering point for Hilda and other exiles, and Escobedo and Gualo were welcomed into the circle. On his first day at the Torres' home, Escobedo met some ebullient and outspoken Cuban exiles who had been in town for several months: Antonio Nico Lopez, Armando Arancibia, Antonio Bigotes Mustache Dario Lopez, and Mario Dalmo. The Cubans stood out in the exile community because they alone were veterans of an armed uprising against a dictatorship. Although their effort had failed, they had shown determination and bravery, and they earned widespread admiration and publicity for their campaign against Batista. After participating in the attacks led by the young lawyer Fidel Castro Ruz against the Moncada and Bayamo army barracks, Nico and his comrades had eluded capture by taking refuge in the Guatemalan embassy in Havana. Granted asylum by the Arbenz regime, the Moncadistas, as they were called, were cooling their heels in Guatemala as guests of the government until they received further orders from their organization. Meanwhile, they were celebrities, de rigueur guests at dinner parties and picnics. Castro had just been tried in Cuba and sentenced to 15 years in prison. He was serving his sentence in a solitary cell on the Isle of Pines. But despite the adverse circumstances, the Cubans in Guatemala, and particularly Nico, spoke with passionate conviction about the future of their struggle. Nico was sure that his stay in Guatemala would be a short one, Hilda wrote, and that soon he would be leaving for another country to join Fidel and work for the revolution. His faith was so great that whoever listened to him was forced to believe him. Escobedo too was impressed and quickly developed a strong liking for the warm, extroverted Nico. They saw each other socially and became friends. To earn some pocket money, Nico and his comrades teamed up with Escobedo selling products on commission. It was Nico who gave Escobedo the nickname El Che Argentino. Che is a Guarani word that Argentinians typically use in a locution that translates loosely as hey, you. When another Cuban exile, José Manuel Che Che Vega Suarez, who lived in their hostel, experienced sharp stomach pains, Nico and Dalmo called for Ernesto's help. Escobedo examined Vega, called an ambulance, and accompanied him to the hospital, where he was treated and improved within a few days. After that experience, said Dalmo, the Cubans saw Escobedo almost every day, either in the Central Park or in the pension. Escobedo struck out with the Minister of Public Health, who informed him that he needed to go back to medical school for a year in order for his Argentine medical degree to be valid in Guatemala. He made light of his economic woes to his family, quipping in a letter on January 15, 1954, "I am selling a precious image of the Lord of Escapulas, a black Christ who makes amazing miracles. I have a rich list of anecdotes of the Christ's miracles and I am constantly making up new ones to see if they will sell. If his family thought he was joking, they were wrong. Nico Lopez had come up with what he thought was a lucrative gimmick. He placed little portraits of Guatemala's Black Christ behind glass frames and rigged up a light bulb at the base to illuminate them. Escobedo helped sell them. Ernesto's Aunt Beatriz sent him some money in a letter that never arrived, and then sent another letter asking if he'd received it. His reply to her second letter, on February 12, was doggedly tongue-in-cheek. He told Beatriz he could only assume that a Democratic post office employee made a just distribution of the riches. Don't send me any more money, as you can't afford it and here I find dollars lying around on the ground. I should tell you that at first I got lumbago from so much bending to pick them up. 2. Myrna Torres and some of her girlfriends had begun to entertain romantic notions about Escobedo and Gualo. One night, Myrna and Blanca Mendez, the daughter of Guatemala's Director of Petroleum Reserves, playfully tossed a coin to see which of them would get Escobedo. Blanca won, Myrna wrote later. Escobedo, of course, never knew anything about it. But soon enough, Myrna became aware that it was the older, plainer Hilda who most attracted Escobedo. Little by little, my friends, too, came to realize that the Argentinians, especially Escobedo, preferred to talk with Hilda because she could discuss politics. On January 11, Myrna noted in her diary, "The Argentine boys are the strangest people. Today they came through my office on their way to Hilda's, and all they said was, 'Buenos dias,' and when they came back, just 'adios, Myrna.' It seemed odd to me because I'm so used to the effusiveness of the Cubans. Actually they were sociable enough, but they just preferred political connections. Hilda was well-read, politically oriented, and generous with her time, her contacts, and her money, and she appeared in Ernesto's life when he was in need of all these things." Hilda later claimed to have introduced Escobedo to Mao and Walt Whitman, while he widened her knowledge of Sartre, Freud, Adler, and Jung, about whom they disagreed. Hilda rejected what she saw as the narrowness of Sartre's existentialist philosophy and Freud's sexual interpretation of life. Over time, she said, Ernesto's adherence to these points of view softened as his interpretations gradually became more and more Marxist. Hilda's own philosophy had some Marxist influences but remained within a social democratic outlook. It was one of their main bones of contention. Escobedo pointed out that while Hilda thought like a Marxist, she was a member of the opera, whose constituency was primarily the urban middle class. In conversations with other operistas, Escobedo had discerned that at the core of opera's ideology lay a fundamental anti-communism. He viewed the opera and its leader, Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre, with disdain. He resented Haya de la Torre for abandoning his original anti-imperialist platform, which had called for struggle against the Yankees and the nationalization of the Panama Canal. Hilda countered that the party's guiding philosophy was still anti-imperialist and anti-oligarchist, that any abandonment of opera's original principles was purely tactical, and that once power was attained, a true social transformation would be carried out. Escobedo argued back that given present circumstances in Latin America, no party that participated in elections could remain revolutionary. All such parties inevitably would be forced to compromise with the right and then seek an accommodation with the United States. For a revolution to succeed, a head-on confrontation with Yankee imperialism was unavoidable. At the same time, he was critical of the communist parties, which he felt had moved away from the working masses by engaging in tactical alliances with the right. Others joined in these debates. Frequently, they included the Honduran exile Helena Leva de Holst, with whom Escobedo had developed a close rapport. She was politically active, versed in Marxism, and had traveled to the Soviet Union and China. Ricardo Rojo was also involved in the discussions, and he and Escobedo argued incessantly. Guevara would tell about his great sympathy for the achievements of the revolution in the Soviet Union, while Rojo and I frequently interposed objections, Hilda wrote. but I admired the Soviet Revolution, while Rojo deprecated it with superficial arguments. Once after one of these discussions, while they were taking me home, the discussion started again and promptly became bitter. The subject was always the same. The only way, said Escobedo, was a violent revolution. The struggle had to be against Yankee imperialism, and any other solutions were betrayals. Rojo argued strongly that the electoral process did offer a solution. The discussion became more heated with each argument offered. While Escobedo and his friends debated political theory, the Central Intelligence Agency was well along in its plans to bury Guatemala's brief experiment with social revolution. By January 1954, the covert program even had a code name, Operation Success. Throughout the region, friendly dictators such as Trujillo, Somoza, Pérez Jiménez, and the presidents of neighboring Honduras and El Salvador were brought in on the CIA's plans. A Guatemalan figurehead had been handpicked to lead the Anti-Arbenz Liberation Army, a former army colonel and furniture salesman named Carlos Castillo Armas. His paramilitary force was now being armed and trained in Nicaragua. To better coordinate the operation, loyal CIA men had replaced American envoys in Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Honduras. John Purifoy, the flamboyant new ambassador to Guatemala, had taken up his post only 2 months earlier. He had been selected for the specific purpose of coordinating Operation Success and the transition of power in Guatemala. At the end of January, the covert campaign was unmasked when correspondence between Castillo Armas, Trujillo, and Somoza detailing their machinations in alliance with a government to the north was leaked. The Arbenz government promptly made the news public and demanded an explanation from the government to the north, the United States. In a letter of February 2 to his father, Escobedo wrote, "Politically, things aren't going so well because at any moment a coup is suspected under the patronage of your friend Ike." The State Department denied any knowledge of the plots being hatched, and the CIA calmly continued with its preparations. Agents circulated throughout Guatemala and the neighboring countries with an openness that would seem buffoonish today, but the CIA counted on creating a climate of tension and uncertainty that would prompt divisions in the armed forces, weaken Arbenz's resolve, and, with luck, provoke a coup d'état. In this unsettled atmosphere, Ernesto's habitual suspicions about Americans were sharpened. When Rojo introduced him to Robert Alexander, a professor at Rutgers University who was gathering material for a book about the Guatemalan Revolution, Escobedo wondered aloud if Alexander was an FBI agent. Neither Hilda nor Rojo shared Ernesto's suspicions, but they found it difficult to convince him and had to admit that he might be right. Escobedo thought the Arbenz government was being too complacent. He believed it was necessary to organize a defensive popular and armed people's militia and be prepared for the worst, Alfonso Bauer Pais, the economics minister, recalled. Interestingly, in the wake of his own recent attempt at writing slanted journalism, one of Ernesto's chief targets of scorn was the unbridled freedom of Guatemala's press. In a letter of January 5 to his Aunt Beatriz, he wrote, "This is a country where one can expand one's lungs and fill them with democracy. There are dailies here run by United Fruit, and if I were Arbenz I'd close them down in 5 minutes, because they're shameful and yet they say whatever they want and help contribute to creating the atmosphere that North America wants, showing this as a den of thieves, communists, traitors, etc." In a letter to his family, he predicted, in the upcoming OAS conferences in Caracas, the Yankees will set all their traps to impose sanctions on Guatemala. It is certainly true that the governments bow to them, and their battle horses are Pérez Jiménez, Adria, Trujillo, Batista, Somoza. That is to say, among the reactionary governments, the ones that are most fascist and anti-popular. Bolivia was an interesting country, but Guatemala is much more so, because it has set itself against whatever comes, without having even an iota of economic independence and withstanding armed attempts of all sorts, yet without even going against the freedom of expression. With storm clouds gathering menacingly on the horizon, many political exiles began leaving town. These included most of the Venezuelans and Hilda's Aprista comrades. In early February, Oscar Valdovinos and Luzmila took off. Valdo was homesick, and Luzmila had wangled a diplomatic post in Argentina for herself. Then Ricardo Rojo and Gualo announced their intention to leave as well. Very few of the political exiles in Guatemala seemed willing to defend Guatemala's revolution. Here was a chance to fight for political freedom, just as internationalists had fought to defend the Spanish Republic in the 1930s, and yet nothing was happening. Escobedo declared his intention to stay for the time being, come what may. Guatemala right now is the most interesting country in America and must be defended with all possible means, he wrote to Beatriz. 3. As his quest for a job continued, Escobedo read up on medical topics that interested him, occasionally treated patients, and helped out in the lab of Dr. Penalver, a Venezuelan specialist in malaria. He also began work on a new project that wedded his two chief interests, medicine and politics. I am preparing a very pretentious book that I think will take me 2 years of work, he wrote to Beatriz. Its title is The Role of the Doctor in Latin America, and so far I have only the general outline and the 2 first chapters written. But I think that with patience and method I can say something good. Once he had done a bit of work on the book, he showed Hilda what he had written. It was an analysis of the lack of state protection and the scarcity of resources that the medical profession had to face, and of the tremendous problem of sanitation prevailing in our countries, she recalled. He asked me to help him collect health statistics for each Latin American country, and I promised to do so, as I believed it a very worthwhile work. Moreover, it showed me that this was the work of a restless mind, sensitive to social problems. The proposed work was a manual for a doctor in a revolutionary society. It was not a coincidence that Escobedo planned to take 2 years to finish the book, the same length of time he hoped to serve as a doctor in the Guatemalan backwoods. In his outline, Escobedo charted the history of medicine in Latin America from the colonial period to the present day, the range of clinical problems, and the geographic and economic contributing factors. His broad analysis for treatment concluded that only a preventive program of social medicine could adequately deal with the ills caused by underdevelopment. A sketch for a chapter called The Doctor and the Environment set forth a scenario in which the doctor would play a direct role in helping to bring about a revolutionary transformation to socialism. The doctor would have to confront the established authorities openly in order to obtain adequate medical attention for the people and wipe out pillage and profit. During the transition from armed neutrality to open war, the doctor should acquaint himself intimately with the people under his care and their health conditions, and help raise their class consciousness and their awareness of the importance of good health in daily life. It was the duty of the Medico Revolucionario to fight against all the blights social and otherwise affecting the people, who were the only sovereigns he should serve. At that moment, Guatemala's internal situation could be described as armed neutrality, while open war was threatened by the U.S.-backed Liberation Army of Castillo Armas. Escobedo still hoped that when the crisis came, the militants of the Partido Guatemalteco de los Trabajadores, PGT, the Guatemalan Communist Party, would be armed by the government to help in its defense. If this were to happen and the people were successful in repelling the invasion, a socialist revolution could be unequivocally established in Guatemala. His work on the book led him to deepen his readings of Marx, Lenin, Engels, and the Peruvian José Carlos Mariátegui. Hilda joined in this reading marathon, and they spent many hours discussing the works and the points they raised. Hilda lent Escobedo a copy of Mao Zedong's New China. It was the first work he had read on the Great Revolution, she wrote. When he had read it and we talked about the book, he expressed great admiration for the long struggle of the Chinese people to take power, with the help of the Soviet Union. He also understood that their road towards socialism was somewhat different from the one followed by the Soviets and that the Chinese reality was closer to that of our Indians and peasants. Since I also admired the Chinese Revolution, we often talked about it. Escobedo talked about China with Helena Leva de Holst and Edilberto Torres, who had both been there. He added China to his list of countries to visit. Somewhat ironically, given his antipathy for and suspicion of Americans, One of the key figures in Ernesto's political education during this time was Harold White. Ernesto's initial reserve about the older man had softened, and before long he told Hilda, "This is a good gringo. He is tired of capitalism and wants to lead a new life." Escobedo, Hilda, and White now spent a lot of time together, just the three of them. Most weekends they organized a picnic in the countryside. With Ernesto's rudimentary English and White's rough Spanish, smoothed by Hilda's frequent translation, they discussed everything from current events to Marxism, Lenin, Engels, Stalin, Freud, science in the Soviet Union, and Pavlov's conditioned reflexes. 4. By late February, Gualo Garcia and Ricardo Rojo had left Guatemala. Ernesto's closest remaining friend was Hilda. Already, their mutual acquaintances teased them about what they saw as a budding romance, but in fact nothing had happened between them yet. Besides their intellectual affinities and her physical attraction to him, Hilda's infatuation with Escobedo appears to have been spurred on at least partly by maternal instincts. Soon after they met, Escobedo had told her about his asthma. "Thereafter, I always felt a special concern for him because of his condition," she wrote. For his part, Escobedo, all too aware of the effect he had on Hilda, seems to have exploited her feelings while trying to avoid committing himself to a serious relationship. A few days after Gualo and Rojo's departure, Hilda called upon Escobedo at his boarding house. She found him waiting for her in the downstairs lobby, in the grip of an asthma attack. "It was the first time I had seen him or anyone else suffering from an acute attack of asthma, and I was shocked by the tremendous difficulty with which he breathed and by the deep wheeze that came from his chest. I hid my concern by insisting that he lie down. He agreed that it would be better, but he couldn't climb the stairs and refused to accept my help. He told me where his room was and asked me to go up and bring him a syringe that was ready to use. I did as he said and watched him as he applied an injection of adrenaline. He rested a bit and began to breathe more easily. We went slowly up the stairs, we reached his room and he lay down. He told me that since the age of 10 he had been able to give himself injections. It was at that moment that I came to a full realization of what his illness meant. I could not help admiring his strength of character and his self-discipline. His dinner was brought up boiled rice and fruit. Trying to conceal how much I had been touched by all this, I conversed about everything and anything, all the while thinking what a shame it was that a man of such value who could do so much for society, so intelligent and so generous, had to suffer such an affliction. If I were in his place I would shoot myself. I decided right there to stick by him without, of course, getting involved emotionally." In her memoirs, Hilda portrays Escobedo as the one who chased her, but Ernesto's journal describes Hilda as the hunter. In late February he wrote, "I haven't budged due to the asthma, although it seemed to reach a climax with vomiting last night. Hilda Gatti continues worrying a great deal about me and constantly comes by to see me and brings me things." The main contender for Ernesto's attentions in February and March 1954 was a nurse named Julia Mejia. She had arranged for a house at Lake Amatitlan where Escobedo could spend weekends. She helped him in his job search as well. Soon, they were having a casual affair. Unaware of Ernesto's secret fling, Hilda continued using her contacts to help him find a job. She spoke to a man who worked in her office, Herbert Zeisig, a member of the youth wing of the Communist Party. Zeisig found Escobedo a job but told Hilda he would first have to join the party. Escobedo told Hilda to tell Zeisig that when he joined the party he would do so on his own initiative, and refused on ethical grounds to do so for the purpose of getting a job. This principled stance made Hilda admire Escobedo even more. Meanwhile, Ernesto's money situation remained critical. Ricardo Rojo had paid Gualo's half of their pension bill before leaving, but Escobedo was still seriously in arrears and the occasional paying work he found simply didn't bring in enough. On February 28, he wrote to his parents and asked them for the address of Ulysses Petit de Murat, an actor friend of his father's who made films in Mexico, just in case I beat it to there. Meanwhile, he told them, He had an offer to work in a sign painting factory but was not inclined to take it, since it would rob him of time to look for work in the health field. He had offered his services as a doctor to a peasant cooperative and to a banana plantation, but both jobs had slipped from his grasp because he didn't belong to the shitty Guatemalan doctors' union. He heard from home that his Aunt Sara de la Serna, his mother's sister, was gravely ill with cancer, and, betraying his self-absorption with almost casual brutality, he wrote to Celia Madre, "I can offer you no type of consolation, not even that of my presence, which is impossible due to the economic reasons you're aware of. Just a strong embrace and look to the future, distance yourself a little from the present is my only advice. Ciao." In March, Hilda paid off part of his pension bill, and Julia Mejia got him a job interview for a medical post in the Putan jungle, the site of the Mayan temple complex of Tikal, which briefly lifted his spirits. "I am optimistic," he wrote in his diary. The Putan was precisely the place he wanted to go. He wrote to his mother and father that it was a splendid place because that is where the Mayan civilization flourished, and because there are more illnesses there than shit, one can really learn in style, if one wants to, of course. The job was tied, however, to the approval of the doctors' union, and the president of the union, with whom Escobedo had an interview, was enigmatic. A man with hopes of conserving his job, anti-communist, an intriguer it seems to me, but he appears disposed to helping me, Escobedo wrote. I wasn't sufficiently cautious, but I didn't take too many risks either. When Hilda heard of the possibility of a job in the Putan, she kicked up a fuss, apparently demanding some kind of commitment from him in their relationship. A few days later Escobedo wrote, "Hilda told me of a dream she had in which I was the protagonist and which clearly betrayed her sexual ambitions. Though I hadn't dreamed, I had an asthma attack. Up to what point asthma is an escape is something I would like to know. The funny thing is that self-analysis leads me honorably as far as one can take it to the conclusion that I don't have anything to run from. And yet, Hilda and I are slaves of the same boss and both of us deny it with our actions. Maybe I am more consistent, but deep down it's the same." The tentativeness he recognized in his personality extended into the political arena. "When I heard the Cubans make grandiloquent affirmations with absolute serenity, I felt small," he wrote. "I can make a speech 10 times more objectively. I can read it better and convince an audience that I am saying something that is right, but I don't convince myself, and the Cubans do." Nico left his soul in the microphone, and for that reason he inspired even a skeptic such as myself. "The Putan puts me face to face with my asthma problem and myself, and I believe I need it. I have to triumph without help, and I believe I can do it, but it also seems to me that the triumph will be more the work of my natural aptitudes, which are greater than my subconscious beliefs, than the faith I put in them." Mere identification with Guatemala's revolution wasn't enough, and Escobedo knew it. Hilda was still affiliated with APRA, and at the crucial moment Escobedo himself had abstained from joining the Communist Party. However principled his motives for doing so, the fact was that he was still hanging back, still the skeptical outsider, the same dispassionate sniper as before. The Putan was a humid jungle region that would undoubtedly be terrible for his health, yet it was also the right setting for him to implement his plan to be a revolutionary doctor. His asthma had come to symbolize the malignant shackles of heredity that he was in the process of rejecting. He wished to form a new identity, to reforge himself as a revolutionary, to vanquish once and for all the limitations he had been born with. Ernesto's bout of self-analysis helped clear his mind a little, but his asthma persisted relentlessly. A few days later, prostrate in his bed at the pension, he wrote that not much and a lot has happened. The job was looking likely, the union president had told him. Hilda declared her love in epistolary and practical form. "I was very sick, or I might have fucked her. I warned her that all I could offer her was a casual contact, nothing definitive. She seemed very embarrassed. The little letter she left me upon leaving is very good. Too bad she is so ugly. She is 27. By now Escobedo was telling everyone he was going to the Putan, even though he didn't have the slightest assurance that he really was. "I'm about to prepare a list of necessary things to take," he wrote. "I burn to go. Hilda has me feeling nervous, on top of the anxiety I have about becoming ever more trapped in this country." The political pressure on Guatemala was intensifying. In March, at the 10th Inter-American Conference of the Organization of American States held in Caracas, John Foster Dulles had twisted enough arms to obtain a majority resolution effectively justifying armed intervention in any member state that was dominated by communism and that therefore constituted a hemispheric threat. Only Mexico and Argentina withheld their votes. Guatemala, the target of the resolution, was the only state to vote against it. The Eisenhower administration now pressed its advantage. The CIA's military training of Guatemalan exiles was well underway on one of Somoza's ranches in Nicaragua. Mercenary pilots and a couple of dozen planes had been smuggled into Nicaragua, Honduras, and the Panama Canal zone for use in the coming attack. Psychological warfare operatives were busy preparing tape recordings for propaganda and disinformation broadcasts, printing leaflets to be airdropped over Guatemala, and buying up Soviet-issue weapons to be planted in Guatemala at the right moment as evidence of Soviet involvement with Arbans. Myrna Torres flew to Canada, where she had a fiancé. "She left behind a balance of broken hearts," Echo Beto wrote. "But the worst of it is I don't know if I'm leaving." Always the same uncertainty. A few days later, his uncertainty had deepened, after the president of the medical union seemed cool and evasive when Echo Beto saw him about the job in the Putin. Echo Beto consoled himself in his journal, "Only Julia responds to me." Julia aside, his mood was bitter. He now referred to the union president as an hijo de puta, a son of a whore. He expected nothing from their next meeting and complained he had had to stop writing letters because of all his running around. "Enthusiasm depends on health and circumstances. Both are failing me. The post in the Putin seems farther away all the time. Everything is getting fucked up. I don't know what the shit to do. Hilda is being a pain in the neck. I feel like flying the fuck away. Maybe Venezuela." But he couldn't leave. He had no money. To do something productive with his time, he persisted in his studies of parasitic diseases at Penalver's lab. He paid off part of his pension bill with some of Hilda's jewelry, but he still owed several months' rent. Then his landlady extracted a promise to pay a month's worth within a few days, and when the day of reckoning came, he couldn't pay anything. "I pawned my watch, a gold chain, and a ring stone of Hilda's, and promised a gold ring also Hilda's," he wrote. The banana plantation job, at a place called Tequasate, was still a possibility, but when he went there he had an asthma attack on the way, a vision of what things will be like. He heard from home that his Aunt Sarah had died. Taking a break from his own travails, he mulled over his feelings. "I didn't love her, but her death affected me. She was a healthy person and very active, and a death of this kind seemed the most unlikely, which nonetheless is a solution, since the conditions in which the illness would have left her would have been horrible for her." He wrote to his mother, with peppy brevity, "Have spirit, what happened to Sarah is now over and Paris awaits." It was now April, and his chief remaining obstacle for securing the job in Tequasate was obtaining his Guatemalan residency. He was becoming fatalistic. "The days keep passing, but I could care less. Maybe one of these days I'll go stay at Helena de Holst's, maybe not, but I know one way or another matters have to fix themselves, so I'm not going to overheat my brains anymore." One weekend, returning from the countryside, Echo Beto, Hilda, and Harold White witnessed a candlelit Easter procession of hooded men carrying an effigy of Christ, which gave Echo Beto the chills. "There was a moment I didn't like at all, when the men with the lances passing by gave us ugly looks." On April 9, Guatemala's Catholic Church issued a pastoral letter denouncing the presence of communism in the country and calling on all Guatemalans to rise up against it. The message was lost on no one. What wasn't known to the public was that the pastoral letter was the direct result of an approach to the Guatemalan Archbishop Mariano Rosell Arellano by the CIA. As priests read the letter aloud in churches, thousands of leaflets bearing the message were dropped all over rural Guatemala. Echo Beto wrote his mother a long letter. In their recent correspondence she had been enthusiastic about the prospect of their meeting in Paris. He had warned her that it might be the only chance they would have to see each other in the next 10 years, the period of time he planned to be exploring the world. She had evidently inquired if he was interested in becoming an anthropologist, given his interest in archaeology and the condition of Latin America's Indians, but he shot that down. It seems a little paradoxical to make as the goal of my life the investigation of that which is irremediably dead, he wrote. He was sure of two things, he told her: first, that he would reach his authentically creative stage at around 35 years of age, and would work in nuclear physics, genetics, or some field like that, and second, that America will be the theater of my adventures and of a much more important nature than I had thought. I truly believe I have come to understand her, and I feel Latin American. We possess a distinctive nature compared with any other of the world's peoples. In the final days of April, Echo Beto made a heroic and unbreakable decision. He would leave Guatemala within 15 days if his residency was not approved. He informed the owners of the pension of his plan and began arranging places to leave his possessions. A kilo of adrenaline arrived, sent by Alberto from Venezuela, and a letter in which he asks me to go, or rather invites me to go, Echo Beto wrote. I don't really want to. As Echo Beto prepared to leave, Washington was taking the next step in activating its destabilization plan. With a great deal of intentional publicity, Ambassador Purifoy had been recalled to Washington for consultations. Well-placed news leaks indicated that the purpose of his visit was to discuss U.S. measures against Arbans in view of the recent Caracas resolution regarding communist involvement in the hemisphere. On April 26, Eisenhower warned that the Reds were already in control of Guatemala and now sought to spread their tentacles to El Salvador and other neighbors. By May 15, Ernesto's decision about where to go was made for him when he was told officially that he would have to leave the country to renew his visa. Just before leaving, he wrote to his brothers, whose birthdays were coming up. Central America is Richelieu cute, as they say around here. No year passes without some rumpus in favor or against something or other. Right now Honduras is in the midst of a fantastic strike where almost 25% of the country's workers are stopped, and Foster Dulles, who is the lawyer of the fruit company in these parts, says that Guatemala has meddled in it. There's a clandestine radio that calls for revolt, and the opposition dailies also do it, so it wouldn't be strange that with the help of the United Fruit they send a little revolution here so as not to lose the habit. I believe if the United States doesn't intervene directly, which isn't probable yet, Guatemala can withstand any attempt of this type well, and it also has its back covered, because there's a lot of people in Mexico who sympathize with the movement. Despite Ernesto's optimistic prognosis, an incident occurred on that same day that irrevocably doomed the Arbans regime. The Swedish freighter Alfem, which had left a Polish port a month earlier secretly loaded with Czechoslovak arms, docked in the Guatemalan port of Puerto Barrios. Tipped off in Poland about the mysterious voyage and suspicious about its cargo and final destination, the CIA had monitored the ship as it crossed the Atlantic and altered its course several times. When it reached Puerto Barrios, Washington was quickly apprised of the true nature of Alfem's cargo, more than 2 tons of war materiel for the Arbans regime, and went into action. The Alfem provided the United States with evidence that the Soviet bloc was involved in Guatemala. Allen Dulles convened the CIA's Executive Intelligence Advisory Board and the National Security Council and got their backing to set the Guatemalan invasion date for the next month. On May 17, the State Department issued a statement denouncing the arms delivery, and Eisenhower followed up with a public warning that the Czech arms could allow the consolidation of a communist dictatorship in Central America. Guatemala was in an unenviable position. Having arranged for the shipment secretly and been discovered in flagrante, Arbans looked like a man with something to hide. In succeeding days, Eisenhower and Secretary Dulles told the press that the arms shipment was larger than Guatemala's military needs, and hinted that Guatemala's real intention might be to invade its neighbors to impose communist rule and, possibly, to launch an attack on the Panama Canal. With Washington's propaganda machine in full swing, few journalists remembered that the United States had thwarted the Arbenz regime's efforts to upgrade its army's equipment, repeatedly rejecting direct appeals for American military assistance and blocking moves by other Western countries to sell Guatemala the arms it requested. Less than a week after the ALFEM docked, Secretary Dulles signed a mutual security treaty with Honduras. It followed a similar treaty signed with Nicaragua's dictator, Somoza, only weeks earlier. Now Honduras would be defended by the United States in the event of a Guatemalan invasion. To drive the point home, U.S. military cargo planes flew to Nicaragua and Honduras, ostensibly carrying weaponry for their defense. In fact, the shipments were to be handed over to Castillo Armas's Liberation Army, which awaited its marching orders to move to the Guatemalan border. On May 20, in a move authorized by Alan Dulles to stop the delivery of the ALFEM's weapons to Guatemala City, a band of CIA saboteurs set explosives on the railroad tracks outside Puerto Barrios. The explosives did little damage, and so the CIA men opened fire as the military train passed. One Guatemalan army soldier was killed and several were wounded, but the train and its cargo reached its destination without further incident. Against this backdrop of escalating political drama, Escobedo left his pension. He still owed about 3 months' rent, but the proprietors let him go in return for an IOU. He and Hilda spent the night in the village of San Juan Zacatepeques. It was their first night alone together. A few days later, Escobedo left for El Salvador with $20 borrowed in his pocket. For a declared partisan in the confrontation in Guatemala, Escobedo was behaving in a remarkably carefree fashion. Once again he absented himself at a climactic moment. He couldn't have picked a worse time to be visiting Guatemala's neighbors. He carried some questionable literature that was confiscated at the Salvadoran border, but he bribed a policeman and was allowed to enter the country. After obtaining a new Guatemalan visa in the provincial city of Santa Ana, he continued on to the capital, San Salvador. There, he applied for a Honduran visa, thinking he might visit the Mayan ruins of Copan and also check out the ongoing workers' strike. Over the weekend, he took off for the Pacific coast and camped out on the beach, where he made friends with some young Salvadoran men. Writing to his mother later, he told her that when they were all a bit drunk, he engaged in a little Guatemalan-esque propaganda and recited some verses of profoundly red color. The result was that we all appeared in a police station, but they let us go right away, after a commandante advised me to sing about roses in the afternoon and other beauties instead. I would have preferred making a sonnet with smoke gunfire. Returning to San Salvador, he found that his Honduran visa had been denied. He assumed this was because he had come from Guatemala, which was almost a criminal offense in the current political climate. With Honduras no longer an option, he headed to Chalcuapa in western El Salvador to see the pre-Columbian Papil Indian pyramid of Tajumal. He explored the ruins, making studious observations in his journal. That night he slept by the roadside outside Santa Ana, and in the morning he hitchhiked back across the Guatemalan border, heading for the ancient Indian ruins of Quirigua. The next day he reached Jalapa, then got a train to the town of Progreso, where a woman took pity on him and gave him 25 cents. He set out on foot along the nearly completed new road to the now infamous port of Puerto Barrios. When he reached the ruins of Quirigua, he noted similarities in the stone constructions to those of the Incas in Peru. But he was especially struck by the carving's Asian features and thought that one figure on a stela was reminiscent of Buddha, while another resembled Ho Chi Minh. The next day he hit the road again, deciding to strike out a Lo Macho for Puerto Barrios. He spent his last money on the train trip. It was a gamble, but it worked out. Right away, he found a night job unloading barrels of tar on a road construction crew. The work is 12 hours straight, from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning, and is really a killer, even for guys with more training than me. At 5:30 we were automatons or bolos, as they call drunks here. He worked a second night with a lot less desire than the first, but he proudly completed his shift, despite the mosquitoes that are a real bother and the lack of gloves. The next morning, promised a train ticket back to Guatemala City from Puerto Barrios by one of the foremen, Escobedo relaxed at an abandoned shack at the sea's edge, exulting in his achievement. It was the first sustained stint of physical labor he had ever done. "I have turned into a perfect chancho, full of dust and asphalt from the head down, but really content. I got the ticket. The old woman where I ate on credit told me to pay $1 to her son in Guatemala City, and I demonstrated that I am capable of standing whatever comes, and if it weren't for the asthma, even more than that." 6. I paid back the $1, Escobedo wrote proudly after his return to Guatemala City. Hilda was surprised and pleased to see him back, for she had feared he wouldn't return. As invasion jitters mounted, more people were leaving the country. A government official she knew had urged her to seek asylum, and Harold White had advised her to do the same. Rumors abounded, and one of the first ones Escobedo heard had to do with himself. He learned from a Paraguayan acquaintance that he was widely believed to be a Peronist agent. Apparently, he quashed the rumor. He didn't return to the pension, probably because he couldn't repay his debt, but ate his meals at Helena Leva de Holst and shared a room with Nico Lopez and another Cuban who sang tangos. He was sneaked into and out of the room clandestinely, and since there were only 2 single beds, they pushed them together and slept sideways. Nico was preparing to leave for Mexico on the orders of his organization, and spent his days shitting with laughter but doing little else. Despite Ernesto's expectations, life settled back into the same routine as before. The medical post beckoned like a mirage. He was told to come back for a meeting, then to wait, and, finally, to give it another week. There were few letters from home. Nico left, and Escobedo moved into another room with a Guatemalan named Coca. Helena Leva de Holst was also preparing to leave but promised to fix him up for meals at another woman's house and to talk one last time with the Minister of Public Health. To top everything off, his asthma returned. Ernesto's days of tedium were about to end, however, because of increased activity in the U.S. Guatemala standoff. American warships had begun inspecting all suspicious shipping in the Caribbean, and Secretary Dulles was noisily preparing a document calling for sanctions against Guatemala to be ratified at the next OAS conference, slated for July. Howard Hunt, later of Watergate fame, the CIA propaganda chief of Operation Success, had organized a congress against Soviet intervention in Latin America in Mexico City. All over Latin America, the CIA was placing newspaper articles and propaganda films and handing out booklets that warned of the growing communist threat in Guatemala. Arbenz sent his foreign minister to speak to Ambassador Purifoy, offering conciliatory measures to begin negotiations with Washington and ward off the invasion. The overture went nowhere. The CIA's psychological warfare campaign was paying off. On June 2, a plot against Arbenz was foiled and some arrests were made. The next day, a group of military officers asked Arbenz to dismiss communists from government posts. He told them he had the communists under control. But many officers remained unsettled, and on June 5 the retired Air Force chief defected. His voice was soon heard on broadcasts over a radio station that called itself La Voz de Liberation. Broadcasts on the station were directed by a CIA agent named David Adley Phillips. They exhorted Guatemalans to help the Liberation Army, giving the impression that it had thousands of fighters. The broadcasts also played on the military's fears by accusing Arbenz of planning to disband the armed forces and turn weapons over to communist-controlled unions to form peasant militias. On June 6, invoking the threat of invasion, Arbenz suspended constitutional guarantees for 30 days. On June 14, Escobedo celebrated his 26th birthday. The next day, President Eisenhower called a high-level meeting to put the final touches on Operation Success. 2 days later, American mercenaries began flying bombing missions over Guatemala. On June 18, at the head of his paltry Liberation Army of some 400 fighters, Castillo Armas drove across the Honduran border into Guatemala. The invasion had begun. 10. A terrible shower of cold water. Echo Beto was thrilled at being under fire for the first time. In a letter to his mother, he confessed to feeling a little ashamed for having as much fun as a monkey. When he watched people run in the streets during the aerial bombardments, a magic sensation of invulnerability made him lick his lips with pleasure. He was awed by the violence. Even the light bombings have their grandeur, he wrote. I watched one go against a target relatively close to where I was. You could see the plane get bigger by the moment, while from the wings intermittent little tongues of fire came out, and you could hear the sound of its machine gun and the light machine guns that fired back at it. All of a sudden it stayed suspended in the air, horizontal, and then made a rapid dive, and you could feel the shaking of the earth from the bomb. A few days later, in a more sober frame of mind, Echo Beto wrote in his journal, "The latest developments belong to history. It is a quality that I believe appears for the first time in my notes. A few days ago, planes coming from Honduras crossed the frontier with Guatemala and passed over the city, machine gunning people and military targets in the full light of day. I signed up with the health brigades to collaborate in the medical area and in the youth brigades that patrol the city at night. A nocturnal blackout had been imposed, and one of Ernesto's duties was to ensure that nobody showed any lights that would provide bombing targets. Hilda also did her bit, attaching her name to a communique signed by political exiles in support of Guatemala's revolution and assembling a women's brigade at her office to take food to the men on patrol. On June 20, Echo Beto sent a birthday letter to his mother. I imagine you've been a little worried about me, he wrote. I'll tell you that if right now there is nothing to fear, the same can't be said for the future, although personally I have the sensation of being inviolable. Inviolable isn't the word, but maybe the subconscious gave me a bad turn. Despite the provocations of the aerial attacks and Castillo Armas's ground incursion, he told her, the Arbenz government had proceeded cautiously, allowing the mercenaries to get far enough into Guatemala to avoid any border incidents that would allow the United States and Honduras to claim Guatemalan aggression and invoke their mutual security treaty. So far, Guatemala had limited itself to a diplomatic protest against Honduras, and to a presentation of its case to the United Nations Security Council for a special hearing. The incident has served to unite all Guatemalans under their government, and those like myself, who had been drawn to their country, Echo Beto wrote. He closed with a judgment that would soon prove woefully wrong. Without a doubt Colonel Arbenz is a guy with guts, and he is ready to die in his post if necessary. Initially, the news from the battlefronts was encouraging. The government forces were fighting back, with some success. Castillo Armas had managed to enter the town of Escapulas, the pilgrimage site of Guatemala's Black Christ, but elsewhere his troops had bogged down in the thrusts toward their main objectives, the towns of Zacapa and Puerto Barrios. Despite the early panic they had caused, the CIA's mercenary planes had so far done relatively little damage, frequently missing their targets. Several of them had been hit by ground fire and put out of action. A Honduran ship, the Siesta de Trujillo, was seized at Puerto Barrios as it tried to offload a cargo of arms and munitions for the invaders. Finally, as the victim of an attack coming from outside its borders, Guatemala had a good case for requesting UN intervention on its behalf. On the day Echo Beto wrote to his mother, June 20, the American overseers of Operation Success were becoming alarmed at the likelihood that their liberation army was about to be routed. At Allen Dulles' request, President Eisenhower authorized the dispatch of 2 more fighter bombers to the field. By June 23 the new planes were in action and remained so for the next 3 days, strafing and bombing important targets in key Guatemalan towns, including the capital. Simultaneously, the United States was engaged in a blocking maneuver to thwart Guatemala's request for a special session of the UN Security Council to discuss the crisis. The acting council president for June was the U.S. ambassador, Henry Cabot Lodge, who went to battle with Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld over the affair. Lodge finally agreed to convene a session on June 25, by which time the new bombers had wreaked their havoc, allowing Castillo Armas's forces to regroup and launch new assaults. On June 24 the invaders seized the small town of Chicamula, and Castillo Armas proclaimed it the headquarters of his provisional government. Lava's deliberation beat the war drums, giving listeners the impression that the Liberation Army forces were an unstoppable military juggernaut, scoring successes left and right as government defenses crumbled. The confidence of Arbenz and some of his top military men began to crack. Meanwhile, Ambassador Lodge was busily lobbying other council members to vote against Guatemala's request for a UN investigative team to be sent to Guatemala. Particular pressure was put on Britain and France, with Eisenhower and John Foster Dulles leaning on the visiting British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, in Washington. Their message was that if London and Paris didn't go along with the Americans on Guatemala, U.S. help would not be forthcoming in Cyprus, Indochina, and the Suez. When the Security Council vote was taken on June 25, the United States scored a narrow victory, a 5-4 vote against a UN inquiry, with Britain and France abstaining. Guatemala was on her own. 2. By July 3, Operation Success had earned its name. That day, the liberator, Castillo Armas, flew into Guatemala City with Ambassador Purifoy at his side. His ascension to power, brokered by the United States, followed a confusing week of power struggles between Guatemalan military leaders after they forced Arbenz's resignation on June 27. A terrible shower of cold water has fallen over the Guatemalan people, Escobedo observed a few days later. He wrote to Celia again, rueful over the heroic rhetoric of his last letter, explaining that he had written it full of glorious dreams. Just before going to the front I would never reach, to die if it were necessary. It's all happened like a wonderful dream which one clings to after awakening. Reality is knocking on many doors, and now the sound of gunfire can be heard, the rewards for the more ardent adherents to the ancien regime. Treason continues to be the patrimony of the army, and once more proves the aphorism that calls for the liquidation of the army as the true principle of democracy. If the aphorism doesn't exist, I create it. In Ernesto's mind, the other culpable sectors were the reactionary press and the Catholic Church, which had aided and abetted Arbenz's downfall, and he mentally earmarked them as problem sectors needing special attention if socialist revolutions were to succeed elsewhere in the future. Escobedo went on to castigate Arbenz, who had immediately sought asylum in the Mexican embassy for buckling under to military officers. Egged on by Purifoy, they had demanded and won his resignation. Escobedo especially resented Arbenz's reluctance to arm the people to defend the country. He was in an understandably bitter mood. In the final days of June, he had joined an armed militia organized by the communist youth. A Nicaraguan volunteer, Rodolfo Romero, was the military chief for the Augusto Cesar Sandino brigade at a house in northern Guatemala City. Escobedo was accepted into the brigade and remained with it several days, anxiously awaiting his chance to go to the front and do some fighting, but the public health minister appeared and transferred him to a hospital to await further orders. At this point, Romero and Escobedo lost sight of each other. They would meet again 4.5 years later, when Romero, in search of support for an anti-Somoza guerrilla war, flew into the newly liberated Cuban capital of Havana at the invitation of Comandante Escobedo Che Guevara. At the hospital, Escobedo once again offered to go to the front, but, as he noted in frustration, "They haven't paid me any mind." He waited for another visit by the health minister, but on Saturday, June 26, the day before Arbenz's resignation, he lost his last chance when the minister came and left while he was out visiting Hilda. During the tense build-up to Arbenz's downfall, Hilda recalled Escobedo desperately seeking to forestall the collapse, trying to get a message to Arbenz that he should turn his back on his military advisors and arm the people so that they could fight a guerrilla war in the mountains. In fact, 2 days before his ouster, Arbenz had tried to distribute arms to the militias like the one Escobedo had joined, but the army had refused. Now, from his post in the hospital, Escobedo watched with increasing anxiety and frustration as one capitulation after another led to the consolidation of Castillo Armas's triumph and the ignominious demise of the Guatemalan Revolution. Martial law was declared, the Communist Party was banned, and the embassies began filling with fearful asylum seekers. Escobedo predicted his own expulsion from the hospital, since he was seen as a red, and Hilda took precautions by moving into new lodgings. On the day of Castillo Armas's entry into the city, Escobedo observed that the people really applauded him. His army of swaggering, submachine gun-toting paramilitaries roamed around, savoring their status as the country's liberators and looking for trouble. Escobedo was anxious about rumors that Edilberto Torres had been arrested for being a communist, and he worried about the fate of Torres's father, the Ruben Dario scholar. In fact, Edilberto Jr. was in hiding, but Ernesto's fears for his father turned out to be well-founded. The scholar was soon detained and imprisoned. Ernesto's own situation was tenuous, and after being kicked out of the hospital, as he had predicted he would be, he found refuge in the home of two Salvadoran women who had already sought asylum. Amid the political upheaval, he and Hilda continued their cat-and-mouse romance. She sent him some verses she'd written in which she spoke stupidities, as he called them. What is happening to her, he wrote in his diary, is a mixture of calculation to win me over, fictive imagination, and the sense of honor of a free woman affronted by my indifference. I sent her a little animaloid verse. Surrender yourself like the birds do. I'll take you like the bears do. And, maybe, I'll kiss you slowly. So I can feel like a man, I who am a dove. I gave her a new ultimatum, but the abundance of these meant that it didn't have much effect. What did affect her was that I confessed about the fuck with the nurse. She still has hopes of marrying me. By mid-July, the new regime's witch hunt had begun in earnest. Everyone connected with the Arbenz regime or suspected of being a communist was threatened with arrest. Those who had not already fled Guatemala were attempting to do so. Escobedo lost his refuge when his Salvadoran hosts arranged to leave the country. Their house was to be closed, and Escobedo had to find a new hiding place. Helena Levita Holst had been arrested, but her aunt took him in. He spent his days going back and forth to the Argentine embassy. According to Hilda, he took advantage of his access to the embassy and the confusion in Guatemala City to carry out errands for those in asylum at the embassy, to collect some arms, and to arrange asylum for those in difficult positions or those who wished to leave the country. Escobedo continued his activities unscathed for a few more days, but then Hilda was arrested. Before she was taken away, the police questioned her about him. It was a warning Escobedo couldn't ignore, and he too now requested and was granted asylum at the Argentine embassy. My plans are very fluid, he wrote, although most probably I'll go to Mexico. Far or near, I don't know why, but I'm in one of those moments in which a slight pressure from one side could twist my destiny around completely. 3. Escobedo joined a large group of people who were already installed inside the walled compound of the embassy. Once there, he quickly became restless and began to fret. One can't call asylum boring, but sterile, yes, he wrote. One can't do what one wants, because of all the people there. His asthma had worsened. Hilda had been released after several days in custody, as he learned from the newspapers, when she had gone on a hunger strike. He didn't understand why she hadn't come to see him, and wondered whether it was ignorance about where I am or whether she doesn't know she can visit me. Escobedo now seemed intent upon a particular destination. Mexico City was the place where Arbenz and most of his allies who had escaped arrest, as well as many of the Latin American political exiles in Guatemala, were heading. Several of them had taken refuge in the Mexican embassy and hoped to travel as soon as the new Guatemalan regime provided them with salvoconductos. Since Mexico's own anti-imperialist revolution only 4 decades earlier, the politically tolerant and culturally dynamic Mexican capital had become a sanctuary for thousands of left-wing political exiles from around the world, including significant numbers of European Jews and Spanish Republicans fleeing fascism in the 1930s and 1940s. Escobedo considered the possibility that his request for a Mexican visa might be denied, but the prospect did not seem to overly concern him. For now, he stayed put. To pass the time, he began recording his impressions of his companions. The first to catch his interest was the renowned communist peasant leader Carlos Manuel Pellicer. Escobedo described Pellicer as an intelligent man and, it seems, brave. He seems to have great influence over the other asylum seekers, an influence that emanates, I'm not sure whether from his own personality or because of the fact that he is the maximum leader of the party. But he is somewhat effeminate in his gestures, and he wrote a book of verse in earlier years, a sickness very common in these parts. His Marxist formation doesn't have the solidity of other figures I have known, and he hides it behind a certain petulance. The impression he gives me is of an individual who is sincere but overexcited, one of those ambitious persons who might stumble and renounce their faith violently, but are yet capable of carrying out the highest sacrifices at a determined moment. Of his Cuban acquaintance José Manuel Che Vega Suarez, he wrote, "He is as dumb as a piece of rubble and lies like an Andalusian." Of his previous life in Cuba there is nothing certain except for indications that he was what is called a Jode de Caro user, to whom Batista's police gave a royal beating. His behavior before taking asylum was cowardly. Here he is entertaining with his unmalicious exaggerations. He is a big boy, selfish and spoiled, who believes that everyone else should put up with his caprices. He eats like a pig. Suffering from asthma and deeply bored, Escobedo spent his days in meaningless arguments and every other possible way of wasting time. On August 2, there was a revolt by army cadets who had been humiliated at the hands of Castillo Armas's undisciplined Liberation Army. The revolt ended after Ambassador Purifoy sent word that the United States expected the Guatemalan military to stand solidly behind Castillo Armas. The situation of the people packed into the embassies, hoping they would be able to get out of the country, was much more tenuous than they realized. Anxious to consolidate the victory over communism in this first important Cold War skirmish in Washington's backyard, the CIA had dispatched teams of agents to Guatemala to collect and, in some cases, to plant evidence of the pro-Soviet nature of the Arbenz government. The Dulles brothers were also demanding that Castillo Armas arrest suspected communists and their suspected sympathizers who remained in the country. Castillo Armas was a willing partner in this campaign and had already carried out the first of a series of repressive measures to shore up his power while rolling back the revolution's reforms. He had created a National Committee for Defense Against Communism and decreed a preventive penal law against communism that imposed the death penalty for a wide range of crimes, including political sabotage. The committee had broad powers to arrest and detain anyone suspected of being a communist. Illiterate citizens were banned from voting, which instantly disenfranchised the vast majority of Guatemala's population. The agrarian reform laws were overturned and all political parties, labor unions, and peasant organizations were outlawed. Books considered subversive were confiscated and burned. The blacklist included novels by Victor Hugo and Dostoevsky, and those by Guatemala's noted, and future Nobel Prize-winning, writer Miguel Angel Asturias, who would even be stripped of his citizenship. Secretary Dulles insisted that Castillo Armas go after the estimated 700 asylum seekers in the foreign embassies. Dulles feared that they might recirculate throughout the hemisphere if they were allowed to leave Guatemala, wrote the authors of Bitter Fruit, the authoritative account of the overthrow of Arbenz. His fear soon became an obsession. Early in July, he told Purifoy to instruct the new regime to bring criminal charges against communist refugees as a way of preventing them from leaving the country. Dulles went so far as to propose a plan in which Castillo Armas would grant safe conduct to communists on the condition they be sent directly to Moscow. Castillo Armas resisted, apparently feeling that such a breach of international norms would be going too far, even for him. In early August he began approving safe conduct visas for most of the refugees at the embassies. By mid-August, the first few safe conduct passes had arrived, but for Escobedo life was unchanged. He spent his time playing chess, sending notes to Hilda, and writing psychopolitical profiles of his companions. He turned his attention to the Guatemalans. Roberto Castañeda, a photographer and dancer, had traveled behind the Iron Curtain and is a sincere admirer of all of that but won't enter the party. He lacks theoretical knowledge of Marxism, and maybe he wouldn't be a good militant for what we could call these bourgeois defects, but it is sure that in the moment of action he would be up to the task. He has practically none of the effeminate mannerisms of a dancer. Of another, Arana, he wrote, he is weak and without an ideological base, but he is loyal to the party. Of medium intelligence, he is nonetheless able to realize that the only ideal path for the working class is communism. Hilda twice visited the embassy, which was now under heavy guard, but was prevented from entering. Ernesto's asthma continued to plague him. He resolved to fast for a day and see if that would help purge his system. Hilda sent him a bottle of honey and a letter. The days dragged on. Escobedo helped out in the kitchen but complained that the effort was tiring. The weariness of his muscles showed how out of shape he was. His descriptions of the other inhabitants of the embassy had become more caustic. He was especially critical of the large number of young Guatemalan leftists who also claimed to be poets. The verse of the 18-year-old student Marco Antonio Sandoval, an energetic admirer of himself, was plagued with meditations upon death. When the poet Hugo Blanco escaped from the embassy by leaping over the fence, Escobedo wrote that he was a bad poet. I don't even think he is an intelligent person. The inclination that seems to accompany them all is compassion. The good boy's smile accompanies the poet. Safe conduct passes continued to trickle in, and news came that Perón had agreed to grant asylum in Argentina to those in the embassy, along with their families. For those he respected, Escobedo issued some informal salvoconductos of his own, in the form of notes addressed to his family and friends. The fugitive communist leader Victor Manuel Gutierrez sneaked into the embassy one night by climbing over a wall. Gutierrez was high on Castillo Armas's wanted list, and the situation caused a clash between the Argentine ambassador and Guatemalan officials, but Gutierrez was granted asylum and placed in a room with his comrade Pellicer. Soon afterward, Escobedo was confined in the embassy garage along with 12 others who were viewed as troublesome communists. They became known as the Group of 13. According to Ernesto's less than explicit notes, the extreme measure was taken after Humberto Pineda, Myrna Torres's boyfriend, had created a disturbance. They were threatened with force if they did not cooperate, and were prohibited from talking with the other asylum seekers. In the Group of 13's first night in detention, however, Humberto Pineda and his brother Luis Arturo both escaped to join in the underground resistance activities being planned by the Communist Party against the new regime. In her memoirs, Hilda says that they took their action at Ernesto's urging. In his diary, Escobedo simply lauds the two as having a lot of balls. He was now focusing his descriptive profiles on the men in the garage. Ricardo Ramirez is perhaps one of the most capable leaders of the youth movement, he wrote. His general level of culture is high and his manner of facing problems is much less dogmatic than that of other comrades. August was coming to an end, and everyone's patience was wearing thin. The group in the garage was placed under even stricter confinement after Che Vega raised a ruckus with a whore who is a mucama, a cleaning girl. Tensions eased somewhat when 118 of the asylum seekers at the Argentine embassy, including Pellicer and Gutierrez, were evacuated on 5 planes sent from Buenos Aires. Escobedo was offered passage home, but, adamant about going to Mexico, he declined. Since the ambassador could not force anyone to seek repatriation, he reluctantly allowed Escobedo to leave the embassy grounds. A friend of Gualo Garcia's had come in on one of the evacuation flights, bringing Escobedo $150 sent by his family, as well as 2 suits, 4 kilos of yerba, and a mountain of stupid little things. He wrote to thank them for their gifts but said that he was forging on to Mexico and might not take along the clothes. My slogan is little baggage, strong legs, and a fakir's stomach. 4. When Escobedo left the embassy, the first thing he did was to look for Hilda. Since her release from prison on July 26, she had been living in limbo, lonely and frightened, having been refused a passport at the Peruvian embassy. She was now awaiting clearance from Lima. In a bizarre audience with Castillo Armas at the presidential palace, to which she had been summoned at his request, Hilda had been assured she would not be rearrested. Since then she had lived quietly in a rented apartment in the center of town, waiting anxiously for Escobedo. They met in a restaurant where she usually took her meals. He appeared there one day while I was having lunch, Hilda recalled. Everyone in the restaurant studiously ignored him, except for my good friend the proprietress, who invited him to come and eat anything he wished. And when we walked through the downtown streets after lunch, everyone who knew us looked at us in surprise and were afraid to speak with us, they wouldn't even wave. They doubtless thought we were being watched by the police. Deciding that there was nothing concrete that could be held against him, Escobedo turned his passport into the immigration authorities so that he could get an exit permit, the first step toward receiving a Mexican visa. While he waited, he went to Lake Atitlan and the Guatemalan highlands. Within a few days, he returned to Guatemala City, picked up his passport, and finally obtained the Mexican visa. His relationship with Hilda had reached a crossroads. Escobedo was ready for a new adventure in Mexico, while Hilda expected to head home to Peru. According to Hilda, Escobedo seemed unconcerned about their separation and made cavalier assurances that they would eventually meet up in Mexico and marry, while she sadly contemplated the prospect of losing him forever. The air was thick between them. They took a goodbye excursion together to their old picnic haunt of San Juan Zacatepeques and had what Escobedo described as a profusion of fondles and a superficial screw. In fact, marriage with Hilda was the farthest thing from Ernesto's mind. On the same day as their final tryst, he wrote, "I believe I'll take advantage of the fact that she can't leave yet to split definitively. Tomorrow I will say goodbye to all the people I want to, and on Tuesday morning I'll begin the great adventure to Mexico." In mid-September, Escobedo crossed the border with a young Guatemalan student, Julio Roberto El Patojo Caceres, whom he had met on the road, and headed for Mexico City. The two men became close friends, and years later, Escobedo wrote a story in honor of Caceres called simply El Patojo. Although Escobedo had some small doubts about his safety, their journey passed uneventfully. In the end, John Foster Dulles' instincts about the political exiles would prove correct. Besides Escobedo, Che Guevara, a host of future revolutionaries had escaped his grasp in Guatemala. In Mexico and elsewhere, they would regroup and, from the ashes of the Arbenz debacle, eventually emerge, often with Guevara's help, as the Marxist guerrillas who would haunt American policy makers for the next 40 years. 11. My Proletarian Life. Mexico City in the 1950s was far from the smog-shrouded megalopolis it has become. You could still see the snow-capped volcanoes Popocatépetl and Ixtaccíhuatl towering on the horizon. Apart from its historic labyrinthine downtown, the old Spanish colonial city built on the ruins of the Aztec capital, it was a place of serene, village-like neighborhoods and tree-lined boulevards. It was not uncommon to see men dressed as charros, Mexico's cowboy dandies, promenading on horseback down the Paseo de la Reforma on Sunday afternoons. But the city was also cosmopolitan and sophisticated. It retained some of the political and artistic effervescence that had peaked in the 1930s and 1940s, when artists such as Diego Rivera, José Clemente Orozco, David Alfaro Siqueiros, Frida Kahlo, and Tina Modotti were doing the work that made them famous. The influx of thousands of exiles fleeing fascism in Europe had helped spark a cultural renaissance. Writers, artists, and political figures mingled at night in a thriving cabaret scene that featured the great stars of the Mexican bolero. A booming movie industry spawned cinema legends such as the director Emilio El Indio Fernandez, the comic actor Cantinflas, and the screen idols Dolores Del Rio and Maria Felix. From the French writers Antonin Artaud and André Breton to the beat poets and writers Jack Kerouac and William S. Burroughs, foreigners flocked to seek nourishment in Mexico. The political and the creative worlds had always intermingled in Mexico City, which had been the site of some infamous assassinations of the Cuban communist leader Julio Antonio Mella in 1929 and of Leon Trotsky in 1940. Madati was Mella's lover. Kahlo had had an affair with Trotsky. The muralist Sequeiros had led an attack with machine guns against Trotsky's home before the Stalinist agent Ramon Mercader achieved grisly success with an ice pick. Since the post-revolutionary consolidation of power by the ruling Partido Revolucionario Institucional, PRI, Mexico had earned widespread popularity among anti-imperialist Latin American nationalists and a grudging respect from Washington. In the 1930s, President Lázaro Cárdenas had nationalized Mexico's oilfields and pushed through a sweeping program of agrarian reform. Espousing a foreign policy fiercely independent of Washington, Mexico was a highly politicized environment, full of intrigue, where both the United States and the Soviet Union had important embassies and intelligence operations, and where exiles, spies, and wanderers mingled and conspired. There is no single defining moment for the eclipse of Mexico's Romantic era, but few events are more emblematic of its passage than the last public appearance made by Frida Kahlo, on July 2, 1954. It was a cold, damp day, and the pneumonia-stricken artist left her bed to join a protest against the overthrow of Arbenz by the CIA. Kahlo's husband, Diego Rivera, pushed her wheelchair through the streets to the rally, which was held outside the pantheon of Mexican culture, the Palacio de Bellas Artes. There, for 4 long hours, Kahlo joined in the crowd's cries of "Gringos Asesinos, Fuera," and held aloft her glittering, ring-festooned hands. In her left hand was a banner depicting a dove of peace. Her clenched right fist was raised in defiance. 11 days later, at the age of 47, she died. 2. The first letter Escobedo wrote home from Mexico, on September 30, 1954, was to his Aunt Beatriz. Mexico, the city, or better said the country, of the mordidas bribes, has received me with all the indifference of a big animal, neither caressing me nor showing me its teeth. His immediate plans were to find work and make enough money to survive, then to travel around Mexico and ask for a visa from the Titan of the North, the United States. If successful, he would visit his Aunt Ercilia in New York, and if not, to Paris. Guessing that his money would hold out at most 2 months, Escobedo immediately began looking up people who might help him. One was Ulysses Petit de Murat, a friend of his father's who now worked as a screenwriter. Before leaving Guatemala, Escobedo had mentioned Petit to Hilda and had said that there might be an opportunity for him to work as a film extra in Mexico. He could try out his unrealized artistic ambitions of becoming an actor. Hilda called this a frivolous scheme and begged him not to waste his talents. According to Hilda, a somewhat chastened Escobedo had defended the idea, saying that he had merely thought of it as a means of making ends meet, but finally agreed with her and promised not to be sidetracked. Now he needed work, and Petit de Murat was one of the few contacts Escobedo had in Mexico. Their meeting went well enough. He took me out to show me around and we argued about politics, Escobedo reported in his diary. He has a nice daughter, but she comes from a typical clericaloid bourgeois education. Petit and his daughter Marta took Escobedo to see the Aztec pyramids of Teotihuacan on the outskirts of the city. Using Marta as a model, Escobedo tried out a new toy he had purchased with half of his remaining funds, a 35mm Zeiss camera. Petit invited Escobedo to stay at his house and offered help in getting some kind of study grant, but Escobedo declined the offer. In a letter to his father on September 30, he wrote, without apparent irony, that he had decided to maintain a certain degree of independence as long as the pesos you sent hold out. Certainly, he and Petit were not a good match politically. We locked horns over the same argument you and I always had about liberty, etc., and he is as blind as you are, with the aggravating element that it's easy to see that deep down what has happened in Guatemala makes him happy. Several 0 days followed, in which Escobedo explored the city, visited museums, and looked up friends. He tracked down Helena Leva de Holst, who had also left Guatemala for exile in Mexico. Afterward he wrote in his diary that there seemed to be something weird going on between her and Hilda. Helena had spoken of Hilda in a very disparaging manner. Whatever Helena told him must have been convincing, for he wrote in his diary, "I believe I must cut off this unsustainable situation with Hilda." From home, he heard that most of the Guatemalan lefties who had been evacuated to Argentina had been imprisoned. A letter to his mother is full of recriminations about why his family hadn't done more for the comrades he had sent their way. In an aside, he shared with Celia his frustration over what had occurred in Guatemala and confessed to feeling torn about what to do with himself. In light of events, he declared himself completely convinced that political halfway measures can mean nothing other than the antechamber to treason. The bad thing is that at the same time I haven't taken the decisive attitude that I should have taken a long time ago, because deep down, and on the surface, I am a complete bum and I don't feel like having my career interrupted by an iron discipline. Escobedo was still digesting his Guatemalan experience, and in his letters he carried on a kind of extended postmortem. He wanted everyone to understand what he thought was the truth about what had happened there. To his friend Tita Infante, whose last letter to him in Guatemala he thought had betrayed a concern that went beyond the platonic, he wrote, "Today, with the distance material and spiritual that separates me from Guatemala, I reread your last letter and it seemed strange. I found in it a special warmth, in your desperation over not being able to do anything, that really moves me." Like the Spanish Republic, he said, Guatemala had been betrayed inside and out, but it had not fallen with the same nobility. What sickened him most of all was the revisionist picture of the Arbenz government. Falsehoods were being printed in newspapers all over the Americas. For one thing, he told her, there were no murders or anything like it. There should have been a few firing squads early on, which is different. If those shootings had taken place, the government would have retained the possibility of fighting back. Escobedo was convinced that the American intervention in Guatemala was merely the first skirmish in what would be a global confrontation between the United States and communism, and he brought up this terrifying prospect rather inopportunely in a letter to his sister Celia. He had learned she was engaged to the young architect and Guevara family friend Luis Rodriguez Arganaraz. She had evidently inquired about job prospects in Mexico, for he wrote, "Stay there without thinking nonsense about other countries, because the storm is coming, and although it might not be atomic it'll be the other, that of hunger, and Argentina will be one of the less affected because it depends less on the friend to the north." He repeated these dire predictions to his father. A world war was inevitable, he announced in a letter sent a few months later. The risks had grown gigantically in the wake of the shake-up in the Kremlin since Stalin's death. Argentina is the oasis of America, and we have to give Perón all possible support to avoid entering into a war that promises to be terrible whether you like it or not. That's the way it is. Nixon is traveling through all these countries, apparently to set the quotas of men and cheap primary resources, paid with expensive and old machinery, with which each of the poor states of America will contribute to the new Koreas. Escobedo continued to look for work. He tried to arrange interviews for hospital jobs but made little headway. For the time being, he used his new camera to earn money, taking people's portraits in the city's parks and plazas. Over the coming months, he would work as a night watchman, a photographer for the Argentine news agency Agencia Latina, and an allergist and researcher at both the General Hospital and the Pediatric Hospital. Hilda Guidi re-entered his life. Just after Ernesto's departure from Guatemala, Hilda had been rearrested, jailed overnight, and sent under escort to the Mexican border. After a few days, she had been smuggled into Mexico by her own guards, for a fee. After being stranded in the border town of Tapachula for 8 days, waiting to be granted political asylum by the Mexican government, she made her way to Mexico City and to Escobedo. Ernesto's thoughts and actions since their parting had not been those of a concerned lover. Upon hearing that she was marooned at the border, he commented laconically in his diary, "Hilda is in Mexico in Tapachula and it isn't known in what condition." As usual, Echo Beto and Hilda's accounts about their on-again, off-again relationship don't dovetail with regard to events in Mexico City. Following their first meeting, Echo Beto wrote, "With Hilda it seems we've reached a status quo, we'll see." Hilda's version reasserted her position that things were more intense. Again Echo Beto spoke of the possibility of getting married. "I said we should wait. I had the feeling that my ambiguous response had created a certain tenseness, because he then said that we would just be friends. I was a little surprised. I was only asking him to wait. But I accepted his decision. I had just arrived and here we were already quarreling." They continued to see each other, occasionally going out for a meal together or to the cinema, and Hilda soon moved into a boarding house with an exiled Venezuelan poet, Lucila Velázquez, in the affluent Condesa neighborhood. She too began looking for work. A happier development was Ernesto's accidental reunion with the Cubans he had met in Guatemala, notably his friend Nico Lopez, who showed up one day at the General Hospital, where Echo Beto was volunteering. Nico was seeking treatment for a comrade who was suffering from allergies. As Hilda told it, Echo Beto and Nico immediately rekindled their friendship. Nico was buoyant about the future, telling Echo Beto confidently that he expected Fidel Castro, his younger brother Raúl, and the other imprisoned comrades to be released from prison before too long. Castro's exiled Cuban followers had been trickling into Mexico City from around the hemisphere since early 1954. They had established an informal headquarters at the apartment of Maria Antonia González, a Cuban woman married to a Mexican professional wrestler named Dick Medrano. Castro had become a cause célèbre in Cuba. Batista had called for elections to legitimize his de facto rule, and now there was mounting public pressure on him to release Castro and the other imprisoned Moncadistas in an amnesty. Once Castro was free, Nico told Echo Beto, Mexico was to be the base for his grand scheme, to organize and train an armed insurrectionary movement that would return to Cuba and fight a guerrilla war to topple Batista. Echo Beto responded to a letter in which his mother had criticized the behavior of the Guatemalan communist exiles he had sent to their house. "The communists don't have the same sense of friendship that you have, but among themselves they possess it equally, or better than your own. I saw it clearly in the hecatomb that Guatemala became after the fall, where everyone thought only of saving themselves. The communists maintained their faith and comradeship intact, and were the only group which continued to work there. I believe they are worthy of respect and that sooner or later I will join the party. More than anything else, what impedes me from doing it now is that I still have a fantastic urge to travel through Europe, and I couldn't do that submitted to an iron discipline." A month later, in December, he wrote to his mother again, apparently in response to her alarm over his declaration of intent to eventually join the Communist Party. "That which you so fear is reached by two roads, positively, by being directly convinced, or negatively, after disenchantment with everything," he wrote. "I reached it by the second route only to immediately become convinced that one has to follow the first. The way in which the gringos treat America had been provoking a growing indignation in me, but at the same time I studied the theory behind the reasons for their actions and I found it scientific. Afterward came Guatemala. What he had seen in Guatemala had added weight to his convictions," he wrote, "and at some moment he had begun to believe. At what moment I left the path of reason and took on something akin to faith, I can't tell you even approximately, because the path was very long and with a lot of backward steps. There it was." If his family hadn't had enough prior warning, Echo Beto had now declared himself and described his conversion. He was a communist. 3. For the moment, Echo Beto remains simply a young Argentine vagabond who just happened to have a medical degree scrabbling for work in a foreign country. His relationship with Hilda had had its ups and downs but reached a comfortable plateau early in 1955. This appears to have had less to do with any reconciliation over their basic differences than the fact that Echo Beto needed her for the occasional loan and, as he wrote in his diary, to satisfy his urgent need for a woman who will fuck. By now, he knew her well enough to realize she was always available for both. In mid-January, he had brought her a belated New Year's present, a miniature copy of the Argentine classic Martín Fierro by José Hernández, bound in green leather. It was one of Ernesto's favorite books. He inscribed it with what must have seemed a maddeningly ambiguous message, "To Hilda, so that on the day of our parting, you retain a sense of my ambitions for new horizons and my militant fatalism." Echo Beto 20-1-55. Hilda was still jobless but sustained by funds from home, and she had found ways to keep herself busy. She had signed up for a 2-month course on the Mexican Revolution at the Autonomous University, and she discussed what she was learning with Echo Beto. They read relevant books, including John Reed's Insurgent Mexico and Pancho Villa's memoirs. By now, there were a dozen or so Cuban Moncadistas in Mexico City. Several were installed in a rooming house on Calle Gutenberg, and Nico Lopez and Calixto Garcia were housed separately in the Hotel Galveston, downtown. They kept in close contact with the movement's unofficial coordinator, Maria Antonia Gonzalez, at her apartment in an ugly modern pink building at 49 Calle Amparan in the city center. Since his chance encounter with Nico Lopez at the hospital, Echo Beto had stayed in intermittent contact with him and his comrades, gradually meeting more of the new arrivals. In March, he hired 2 of them, Severino El Guajiro Rossell and Fernando Margals, to develop photographs he took for Agencia Latina of the Second Pan American Games. José Angel Sánchez Pérez, a Moncadista just in from Costa Rica, came to live in Ernesto's pension on Calle Tigres. A couple of months earlier, Sánchez Pérez had joined in the fighting in Costa Rica to defend President Figueres from an invasion backed by Somoza. Just before the Pan American Games began, Sánchez Pérez introduced Echo Beto to Maria Antonia. According to Huberto Norman Acosta, a researcher at the Cuban Council of State and the son-in-law of one of Castro's rebel expeditionaries who spent many years researching the exile period prior to the Cuban Revolution, Echo Beto was taken in as a trusted friend by Maria Antonia on the basis of his contacts with Nico Lopez, Calixto Garcia, and the other Cubans. He also hit it off right away with Maria's husband, the wrestler Dick Medrano. Meanwhile, Hilda was anxious to renew her affair with Echo Beto, which he had interrupted after a recent argument. "I decided that, since I missed Echo Beto and wanted to make up," she wrote, "I should take the initiative." Hilda's opportunity came with the arrival from Canada of Myrna Torres. She had decided to marry her boyfriend, Humberto Pineda, who was now in Mexico after months on the run in Guatemala. Taking advantage of her friendship, I asked her to accompany me to visit the house of the Cubans. I knew that Echo Beto was frequently there developing pictures, Hilda recalled. The visit gave Hilda the opening she wanted. They resumed their affair. Agencia Latina folded that spring. Perón's bid to create an international news agency had not paid off, and with its demise went Ernesto's main source of income. He calculated that the agency owed him 5,000 pesos. "It's an amount that I could really use," he wrote. "With it, I could pay off some debts, travel around Mexico, and beat it to hell." Echo Beto waited anxiously for the money, but, just in case, he made off with one of the agency's cameras. On the scientific side of things, he was starting to make some headway. He had turned down a tempting offer to work in Nuevo Laredo, on the Mexican border with the United States, unwilling to commit himself to a 2-year contract. He also self-righteously rejected his Aunt Beatrice's offer to use her contacts to get him a job in a pharmaceutical laboratory. "In spite of my vagabonding, my repeated informality and other defects, I have deep and well-defined convictions," he wrote to Beatrice. "These convictions prevent me from taking a job of the type you describe, because these places are dens of thieves of the worst type, who traffic with human health that is supposed to be under my qualified custody. I am poor but honest." In case Beatrice harbored any doubts about where he was coming from, he signed the letter Stalin too. In April, Echo Beto traveled to Leon in the state of Guanajuato to attend a conference on allergies and present a paper, Cutaneous Investigations with Semi-Digested Food Antigens. It received what he described as a discreet reception but was commented upon favorably by Dr. Mario Salazar Malin, his boss at Mexico City's General Hospital, and was due to be published in the next issue of the journal Allergia. Afterward, Salazar Malin, the capo of Mexican allergy, according to Escobedo, offered him an internship at the General Hospital and a small sinecure to carry out new allergy research. Escobedo began the internship in May. He received a minuscule salary of 150 pesos a month, with free lodging, board, and laundry. For now, at least, the job covered his basic needs. In a letter to his mother, he wrote, "If it weren't for the charity of friends I would have gone on the police blotter as a death by starvation." As for wages, he was indifferent. Money is an interesting luxury but nothing more. Hilda offered to marry and support him. "I said no," he wrote in his diary. "We should stay as little lovers until I beat it to hell, and I don't know when that'll be." But when, soon afterward, Hilda invited Escobedo to move into the apartment she shared with Lucila Velasquez, he accepted. The two women had recently gotten a new place on Cayerin, and Hilda had found a temporary job at the UN's Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. The arrangement not only solved the question of food for Escobedo and offered a more comfortable lodging than the hospital bed he had been granted but also enriched his circle of contacts. Hilda knew a great many people among Mexico's flourishing expatriate community. They included the prominent Cuban exile Raúl Roa, an editor of the magazine Humanismo, and his co-editor, the Puerto Rican exile Juan Werby y Werby. Others in the group were the young Peruvian lawyer Luis de la Puente Usta, leader of a leftist youth wing of APRA, and Laura Menezes, the Peruvian wife of Pedro Albizu Campos, the Puerto Rican independence fighter imprisoned in the United States for leading an attack on the governor's palace in San Juan in 1950. Escobedo got along especially well with the Puerto Ricans, and he and Hilda began visiting them to discuss Latin American politics, particularly the issue of Puerto Rican independence, a cause he had come to sympathize with strongly. Ernesto's life with Hilda slipped into an unexciting, but not unhappy, routine of work, study, and domesticity. They met with friends, went to the occasional movie, and cooked dinners at home. Many nights, Lucila came back to the apartment to find the two of them deeply absorbed in study, usually of books on economics. On such occasions she didn't speak, but tiptoed past them to her bedroom and retired for the night. In the middle of May, Escobedo and Hilda consecrated their union with a weekend tryst at the popular retreat of Cuernavaca and began exploring other sites within easy reach of the capital. His life, as he told his mother in a letter sent in mid-June, had acquired a monotonous Sunday-style rhythm. In Cuba, the pace of events had begun to quicken. In November 1954, running unopposed, Fulgencio Batista was elected president, and in January, Vice President Richard Nixon made a congratulatory visit from the United States. Then, in April, over the Easter weekend, the CIA's director, Alan Dulles, visited Havana and met with Batista. Dulles successfully urged Batista to open a special police intelligence bureau to deal with communist encroachment in the hemisphere. The result, largely funded and advised by the CIA, was the Bureau de Represión a las Actividades Comunistas, BRAC. Soon enough, its activities were to earn it a sinister reputation. Ironically, neither Dulles nor the CIA's station chief in Havana had Fidel Castro in mind when they proposed the creation of BRAC. In May, Fidel, his brother Raúl, and the 18 other Moncadistas incarcerated with them on the Isle of Pines were granted their freedom. Batista described his ill-advised amnesty as a goodwill gesture in honor of Mother's Day. 4. Batista was not the worst of Latin America's dictators at the time. Rafael Leonidas Trujillo had ruled over the Dominican Republic as absolute dictator since the 1930s, thanks to the ruthless efficiency of his secret police. Trujillo imposed an official cult of personality that was unparalleled in the Western Hemisphere. The capital of the Dominican Republic, Santo Domingo, had been renamed Ciudad Trujillo. Signs bearing Orwellian-sounding messages like "God is in heaven, Trujillo is on earth, and we live in happiness, thanks to Trujillo" were ubiquitous. Compared with the flamboyant despotism of his Dominican colleague, Batista was a political choirboy. A mulatto army officer, he had left the barracks to be Cuba's president once before, in the 1940s. That time, he had achieved office through elections generally considered fair, and he ruled over a coalition government with the Partido Socialista Popular, the Communists. The uninspired, graft-ridden presidencies of Grau San Martin and his protégé, Carlos Prio Socarrás, followed. Grau founded the Partido Revolucionario Cubano Auténtico in the 1930s. Its followers were known forever after as Auténticos. Batista put an end to Prio Socarrás's presidency in the coup of 1952, and although he may have legitimized his rule in Washington's eyes with elections and by turning against his old communist allies to Cuba's disenfranchised political parties, the students, and the urban middle-class intelligentsia, he was a dictator who had usurped power and sabotaged their hopes for a constitutional reform to bring about social change and a genuine Cuban democracy. Since the Moncada assault, Batista had shown that he was not averse to resolving challenges to his rule through police death squad tactics, and official graft and bribery flourished as never before. By the mid-1950s, Cuba was earning a reputation as the whorehouse of the Caribbean, where weekending Americans came to gamble, drink, and carouse with Havana's many prostitutes. A notorious character named Schwartzman ran a theater featuring hardcore blue films and live sex performances, and the American crime syndicates were moving in as well, opening nightclubs and gambling casinos. Cuban aristocrats despised Batista, perceiving him as a half-caste gangster. He was put in his place when as president he applied for membership in one of Havana's most exclusive whites-only country clubs and was summarily rejected. To Cuba's new generation of nationalist idealists, exemplified by Fidel Castro, he was little more than a pimp, selling off their country to degenerate foreigners. His behavior compounded the resentment they already felt over such issues as the continued U.S. naval presence at Guantanamo Bay, a legacy of the ignominious days earlier in the 20th century when, after the United States had won the Spanish-American War and ousted the Spaniards from Cuba, Washington had governed Cuba like a vassal state. Fidel Castro wanted to change his country, and his time in prison had only toughened his resolve. When he emerged from the gates of the Modelo prison on May 15, to media fanfare, he was in an ungrateful, scrappy mood. He vowed to continue the struggle against Batista's despotism. At this point, Castro's movement had a fairly hard inner core of mostly middle-class, reform-minded Cuban professionals who were united by their hatred of Batista. Only a few Moncadistas were communists. Most of them were activists from the youth wing of the opposition Ortodoxo party. Castro had emerged as their most charismatic leader in the vacuum left by the suicide in 1951 of the party's leader, Eduardo Chibas. Castro was a young Turk who, since Moncada, had shown he was not just full of bombast. His followers were nationalists, imbued with the romantic rhetoric of José Martí, the apostle of Cuban independence who was shot off his horse in 1895 during a reckless charge against Spanish colonial troops. Among this group were a few tactfully undeclared Marxists such as Nico Lopez, Calixto Garcia, and Fidel's brother Raúl. Fidel's own ideology was publicly anti-communist, although he was already showing signs of the wily political opportunism he was to become famous for, gathering useful people from all political stripes to help implement his goals. The reckonings would come later. For now there was an uphill battle to be waged, and he needed all the help he could get. The movement's actual philosophy could be ironed out over time. What held them all together for now was their attraction to Fidel Castro. Castro's organization had acquired a name, the July 26 movement, but so far, it remained a secret known only to his closest followers. Publicly, Castro denied any intention of forming his own political party and strenuously revowed his loyalty to the Ortodoxo party. In truth, Castro's plan was to build up his base of support in Cuba before going to Mexico and preparing for the next phase of the struggle, the guerrilla war that would oust Batista and bring his own party to power. Taking advantage of Batista's amnesty, Nico Lopez and Calixto Garcia returned to Havana to meet with their leader and help him coordinate strategy. 2 days before they left Mexico, on May 27, Escobedo wrote an intriguing letter to his father. Opening with a description of his allergy research, he began to ramble on about his future travel plans, enigmatically letting slip the possibility that he might go to Cuba. He was involved in 2 separate collaborations, he wrote, one involving allergy research, and the other in an allusion that must have mystified his father with a good chemist in Mexico about a problem of which I have only an intuition, but I believe something very important is going to come out. I hope for a recommendation to the places where the dawn is ripening, as they say. Havana in particular attracts me as a place to fill my heart with landscape, well mixed with quotes from Lenin. Yet when he heard of a ship sailing for Spain in early July, he was prepared to abandon all his plans and go on it. He was told he could attend the upcoming Communist Youth Congress in China if he could pay for part of his travel costs, but as tempting as it was to see the land of Mao, the pull of Europe was stronger, almost a biological necessity, as he wrote to his mother a few days later. V. Eager for some excitement, Escobedo joined an improvised attempt to scale Mount Popocatépetl, one of 2 majestic volcanoes towering over Mexico City. Although he and his companions reached only the lower lip of the summit's crater, he did get to peer into the entrails of Mother Earth. He was following the news from Argentina with mounting anxiety. On June 16, the Argentine Navy launched a bloody attempt to topple Perón. Hundreds of civilians died in a messy aerial bombardment of the presidential palace. The attempt failed, but Perón was shaken, and an atmosphere of tense uncertainty lingered as his regime teetered on the brink of collapse. Escobedo wrote to his mother, asking for news because he didn't trust the reports being published in Mexico. I hope the thing isn't as bad as they paint it, and that there's none of ours stuck in a dispute where there's nothing to be gained. Aware of his family's strong anti-Peronista sentiments, Escobedo was concerned that some of them, especially his brother Roberto, who worked for the Navy, might be at risk. Moving on to his own news, Escobedo told Celia that he was now spending much of his free time imparting the doctrine of San Carlos, a euphemism for Karl Marx, to a bunch of 6th-grade kids, presumably his less worldly exile friends. The political climate in Havana had deteriorated rapidly. Since his release, Fidel had been busy recruiting new members to his organization and denouncing Batista to the press. On the night of June 12, in a secret meeting in Old Havana, the July 26 movement was formally founded with an 11-member national directorate, headed by Fidel. Political violence committed by the police, students, and Fidel's party militants resumed with a vengeance. An exile who had returned to the city was murdered, a wave of bombs ripped through Havana. Fidel accused the government of unleashing the violence, while the authorities accused Raúl of placing one of the bombs and issued an arrest warrant for him. Fidel publicly accused the regime of plotting to kill him and his brother. On June 16, having already banned him from making radio broadcasts, the police closed down his chief remaining media outlet, the tabloid daily La Calle. Climbing Mt. Popocatépetl, Mexico. Realizing he had little time left in which to act, Fidel ordered Raúl to flee to Mexico and prepare the way for his own arrival. After seeking asylum in the Mexican embassy in Cuba and spending a week holed up there, Raúl flew to Mexico City on June 24. He went straight to Maria Antonia's house. Among those waiting to meet him was Escobedo Guevara. By all accounts, the two hit it off immediately. First of all, they shared an ideological affinity. Raúl, Fidel's younger brother by 5 years, had joined the Cuban Communist Party's youth wing at Havana University, helped edit its publication CETA, and in May 1953 attended the World Youth Festival in Bucharest, Romania. No doubt Raúl had already heard about Escobedo from Nico Lopez, who had stayed with him and Fidel after returning to Havana. Soon after Raúl's arrival, Escobedo invited him to Hilda and Lucila's apartment for dinner. Escobedo didn't mention the event in his diary, but in her memoirs, Hilda said she had liked Raúl immediately. In spite of his youth, Hilda recalled, 23 or 24 years, and his even younger appearance, blonde and beardless and looking like a university student, his ideas were very clear as to how the revolution was to be made and, more important, for what purpose and for whom. Raúl spoke of his faith in his older brother and of his personal belief, echoing Ernesto's views, that in Cuba and the rest of the region power could be gained not through elections, but only through war. With popular support, one could gain power and then transform society from capitalism to socialism. He promised to bring Fidel to our house as soon as the latter arrived in Mexico, Hilda wrote. From then on he visited at least once a week, and Escobedo saw him almost every day. A mystery that has endured over the years is the question of when the Soviets became involved with the Cuban Revolution. Although involvement is probably too strong a term to use, the earliest contacts between Fidel Castro's revolutionaries and Soviet officials took place in Mexico City during the summer of 1955. Coincidentally, a 27-year-old official in the Soviet Foreign Ministry whom Raúl knew was also in Mexico City in 1955. His name was Nikolai Leonov. They had met 2 years earlier, on the month-long voyage that brought Raúl back from the European Youth Festival, and had become friends. The last they had seen of each other was when Raúl disembarked in Havana. Within a few weeks, Raúl had joined in the Moncada assault and gone to prison, while Leonov had traveled on to Mexico to take up his junior post at the Soviet embassy and attend a Spanish language course at the Autonomous University. Now chance had brought Nikolai Leonov and Raúl Castro together again. According to Leonov, who retired from the KGB in 1992 as deputy chief of its first chief directorate, covering the United States and Latin America, he happened to bump into Raúl in the street one day while shopping. Delighted to see him again, Raúl gave Leonov the address of Maria Antonia's house and invited him to drop by. Prohibited from initiating any social contacts without the prior knowledge of the embassy, Leonov nonetheless violated this rule and made his way to 49 Calle Amparan. There, he met Escobedo Guevara. He was acting as a doctor, treating Raúl, who was suffering from flu, Leonov recalled. My first impression was of a happy man, a joker. Practically all he did to treat Raúl was to cheer him up, telling him anecdotes, jokes. After the introductions were made, Escobedo and Leonov began to talk. Leonov says that Escobedo was full of questions about Soviet life and pumped him about everything from Soviet literature to the concept of Soviet man. How do they think? How do they live? Leonov offered to give him some books to read. If he still had questions, they could talk some more. Escobedo requested a man complete, about a Soviet aviation hero in World War II, and 2 novels set during the Russian Civil War of 1918-1922, Chapiv, by Dmitry Furmanov, and How the Steel Was Tempered, by Nikolai Ostrovsky. A few days later, Escobedo showed up at the embassy to get the books and they talked again, but this time, as friends, as Leonov put it. They agreed to keep in touch, and Leonov gave Escobedo his embassy card. That, said Leonov, was the last they saw of each other in Mexico. 12. God and his new right hand. In the summer of 1955, Escobedo noted an event in his diary. A political occurrence is having met Fidel Castro, the Cuban revolutionary, a young man, intelligent, very sure of himself and of extraordinary audacity. I think there is a mutual sympathy between us. Their encounter took place a few days after Castro's arrival in Mexico on July 7. Escobedo met him at Maria Antonia's apartment at 49 Calle Amparan. After talking for a while, Escobedo, Fidel, and Raúl went to dinner together at a restaurant down the block. Several hours later, Fidel invited Escobedo to join his guerrilla movement. Escobedo accepted on the spot. Che, as the Cubans had begun calling him, was to be their doctor. It was the early days. Fidel was a long way from putting together his ambitious scheme, but it was the cause Escobedo had been searching for. 2. Escobedo Guevara and Fidel Castro were natural opposites. At 28, Castro was a consummate political animal, overflowing with self-confidence. He was one of 9 children from a landowning family in eastern Cuba's Mayari province. His father, Angel Castro, was an illiterate Galician immigrant who arrived in Cuba penniless and made a modest fortune in land, sugar, lumber, and cattle. Presiding over a large finca, Manicas, with its own store, slaughterhouse, and bakery, Castro was a rural patriarch who ruled the destiny of 300 workers and their families. Angel Castro gave his bright, rebellious third son, the offspring of his second marriage, to Lena Ruz, the family's cook, the best education money could buy. He went to the Maristron Dolores Primary School in Santiago, was a boarder at Havana's exclusive Jesuit Colegio Bullen High School, and attended law school at Havana University. Intensely competitive and hot-tempered, Fidel acquired a reputation as a gun-toting rabble-rouser on the volatile university campus. Even before the attack on the Moncada barracks, he had been linked to 2 shootings, one of a policeman, but had successfully avoided arrest in both cases. On Sunday, May 15, 1955, Fidel Castro, in the dark suit, was freed from prison on Cuba's Isle of Pines. He had spent nearly 2 years there after being convicted of leading an attack on the Moncada army garrison in Santiago. Castro had received a sentence of 15 years but had been amnestied. With him are, from left front, his brother Raúl, Juan Almeida, and Ciro Redondo. Castro came of age during the presidencies of Grau San Martin and Prio Socarrás, which were marked by corruption, gangsterism, and police brutality. He immersed himself in student politics, invoking the purest rhetoric of Cuba's national hero, José Martí, in his calls for clean government, students' rights, and social equality. When the vociferous Senator Eduardo Chibas formed the Ortodoxo Party to run for president against Grau San Martin in 1947, Castro joined the new party's youth wing. Before long, he was seen by many as Chibas's successor. The fact that he had friends in the Communist Party and sided with them on certain issues did not prevent him from campaigning with Catholic factions against them in student elections. Fidel was also strongly anti-imperialist and joined several student associations propounding such views, including one promoting independence for Puerto Rico. He was all too aware of Cuba's status as a neo-colony of the United States after the Spanish-American War and the subsequent U.S. military occupation. Cuba's putative independence had been won at the cost of the ignominious 1901 Platt Amendment, which granted Washington the right to intervene in Cuba's defense at will and ceded Guantanamo Bay to the United States as a naval base on open-ended terms. By the time Fidel was in high school, the Platt Amendment had been abrogated, but the Americans retained Guantanamo Bay, had large stakes in Cuba's sugar-based economy, and took a proconsular role in its political life. In 1949, after American sailors urinated on the statue of José Martí in Old Havana's Parque Central, Fidel helped organize a protest in front of the U.S. Embassy and was beaten by Cuban police. In 1951, both he and his brother Raúl had vocally opposed the Prio government's intention of sending Cuban troops to fight in the American War in Korea. Fidel Castro felt a deep antipathy toward the Yankees who had turned independent Cuba into a pseudo-republic and allowed venal dictatorships to take root there. His native Mayari province was a virtual vassal state of the United Fruit Company, which owned gigantic tracts of land and most of the sugar mills. American and privileged Cuban employees enjoyed an exclusive life on the company's housing estates, which had shops, hospitals, sports facilities, and private schools. Fidel's father depended on the company. Having leased much of his land from it, he was required to sell his sugarcane to United Fruits mills. Fidel had probably always thought of himself as Cuba's future leader. At school, he fought to become the undisputed leader of his peers, whether by coming in first in a poetry competition in grade school, becoming captain of the basketball team at Colegio Bullen, or winning recognition in student politics at Havana University. At the age of 12, he sent a letter to Franklin Delano Roosevelt to congratulate him on his third inauguration as president and to ask him for $1. While José Martí remained his lifelong inspiration, he came to admire powerful historical figures such as Julius Caesar, Robespierre, and Napoleon. He seemed to possess an innate knack for the horse trading and cunning that make for success in politics, and he knew how to dissemble artfully. These traits pointed up a major distinction between him and the man who would later stand at his right side. For Escobedo Guevara, politics represented a mechanism for social change, and it was social change, not power itself, that impelled him. If he had insecurities, they were not social. He lacked the chip on his shoulder that Castro wore and had converted into a source of strength. His own family were blue bloods, however bankrupt, and he had grown up with the social confidence and sense of privilege that come from knowing one's heritage. The Guevaras may have been black sheep within Argentine society, but they were still society. However much Escobedo sought to reject his birthright and to sever his family links, he was indelibly imprinted by them. Although Escobedo certainly had a robust ego, it did not compare to that of Fidel Castro. In large groups, where Escobedo tended to hang back, observe, and listen, Castro was compelled to take over and be recognized as the authority on whatever topic was under discussion, from history and politics to animal husbandry. Because of his asthma, Guevara was all too aware of his physical shortcomings, whereas the burly Castro recognized none in himself. He was not a natural athlete but felt he could excel in anything if he set his mind to it, and he very often did. Castro had an urge to win. It had been an achievement for Escobedo just to be able to play rugby and the other sports of his youth, to be accepted as a team member. It was camaraderie, not leadership, that he craved. Taller than average, with pearl-creamed hair and a small mustache that didn't suit him, Fidel had the well-fed look of a man used to pampering himself. And he was. He loved food and liked to cook. When he was in prison he wrote letters to friends describing in detail and with relish the meals he had whipped up. Escobedo, who was 2 years younger, was both shorter and slighter, with the pallor and dark dramatic eyes associated with a stage actor or poet. In many ways, their physiques reflected their personality differences. Fidel was unconsciously self-indulgent. Escobedo was a creature of the self-discipline imposed upon him by asthma. Despite their many differences, Escobedo and Fidel shared some traits. Both were favored boys from large families, extremely spoiled, careless about their appearance, and sexually voracious. For both of them, relationships came in second to personal goals. Both were imbued with Latin machismo. They believed in the innate weakness of women, were contemptuous of homosexuals, and admired brave men of action. Both possessed an iron will and a larger-than-life sense of purpose. And finally, both wanted to carry out a revolution. By the time they met, they had tried to play direct roles in historic events of their time, only to be thwarted. And they identified a common enemy: the United States. In 1947, while still at the university, Fidel had joined a group of Cubans and Dominicans undergoing military training on a remote Cuban key with the intention of invading the Dominican Republic to overthrow General Trujillo. The expedition was aborted at the last minute by Cuban troops, after President Grau San Martin had been alerted by Washington. As a delegate to the Anti-Imperialist Youth Congress organized in Bogotá by Perón in 1948, Fidel had joined in the rioting that took place after the Liberal Party opposition leader Elir Gaitan was assassinated. He tried to organize a popular resistance against the conservative government. Then came Batista's coup, Moncada, and prison. Fidel had followed the events in Guatemala with interest when he was in prison and had sympathized with the battle of the beleaguered Arbenz government against that familiar specter, the United Fruit Company. The fall of Arbenz was instructive. It taught Fidel that if his revolution for Cuba was to be successful, he would have to proceed cautiously and to acquire a strong foothold of power before antagonizing American interests. It was just as obvious to him that if he was to rule Cuba with a free hand, foreign companies such as United Fruit would have to be nationalized. The trick, Fidel knew, was to proceed with tact and guile. It was apparent to Escobedo, as it was to most people who met him, that Fidel's rare personality was enhanced by the utter conviction that he would ultimately succeed. And if Fidel was not yet as convinced as Escobedo that socialism was the correct course to follow, he exhibited sympathy for the same goals. It would be up to those close to him, including Escobedo Guevara, to ensure that Fidel Castro's revolution followed a socialist course. Nico was right in Guatemala when he told us that if Cuba had produced anything good since Martí, it was Fidel Castro, Escobedo told Hilda not long after meeting Fidel. He will make the revolution. We are in complete accord. It's only someone like him I could go all out for. He admitted that Fidel's scheme of landing a boatful of guerrillas on Cuba's well-defended coasts was a crazy idea, but he felt compelled to support him anyway. On July 20, Escobedo wrote to his Aunt Beatriz, telling her enigmatically, "Time has provoked a sifting out of the torrent of projects I was doing, and now I can be certain of finishing only one, which will be exported to the next country I visit, the name of which no one knows but God and his new right hand." In honor of his new friend and comrade, Escobedo asked Hilda and Lucila to prepare a dinner for Fidel, and to invite Laura de Albizu Campos and Juan Werby as well. That night, Castro displayed three of the traits he was to become famous for: his propensity to keep others waiting interminably, his tremendous personal charisma, and his ability to pontificate for hours on end. Lucila took offense at the long delay and went to her room, but Hilda waited patiently and was suitably impressed. He was young, light of complexion, and tall, about 6 feet 2 inches, and solidly built, she wrote. He could very well have been a handsome bourgeois tourist. When he talked, however, his eyes shone with passion and revolutionary zeal, and one could see why he could command the attention of listeners. He had the charm and personality of a great leader, and at the same time an admirable simplicity and naturalness. After dinner, Hilda overcame her awe and asked Castro why he was in Mexico if his struggle lay in Cuba. He answered, "Very good question. I'll explain." Fidel's answer lasted 4 hours. A few days later, Escobedo told Hilda that he intended to join the rebels' invasion of Cuba. Soon afterward, Hilda informed him that she was pregnant. 3. On July 26, to commemorate the second anniversary of the Moncada assault, Fidel organized a ceremony complete with speeches given by himself and other Latin American exiles in Chapultepec Park. Afterward, everyone gathered at a home where Fidel prepared one of his favorite dishes, spaghetti alla vongole. At dinner, Escobedo sat quietly without saying much. Noticing his reserve, Fidel called out, "Hey Che! You're very quiet. Is it because your controller's here now?" It was a reference to Hilda. Obviously Fidel knew we were planning to get married, hence the joke, she wrote. I then realized that they did a great deal of talking together. I knew very well that when Escobedo felt at ease he was talkative, he loved discussions. But when there were many people around he would remain withdrawn. Hilda interpreted Ernesto's silence as a meditation on the momentousness of the enterprise he was involved in, but this has the unmistakable ring of after-the-fact mythologizing. It seems much more likely that he was pondering the dilemma he faced with her. He had decided to marry her. It was, after all, the honorable thing to do, but he wrote in his journal, "For another guy it would be transcendental, for me it is an uncomfortable episode. I am going to have a child and I will marry Hilda in a few days." The thing had dramatic moments for her and heavy ones for me. In the end, she gets her way the way I see it, for a short while, although she hopes it will be lifelong. Marriage could not have come at a worse moment for a man who had always resisted domesticity and who had just found a cause and a leader to follow. Nonetheless, Escobedo went through with it, and on August 18, he and Hilda were married at the civil registrar's office in the little town of Tepozatlan on the capital's outskirts. Their witnesses were Lucila Velázquez, Jesus Montaigne Aropsa, a short, flap-eared public accountant, and a member of the movement's freshly formed National Directorate, who had just arrived from Havana as Fidel's treasurer, and two of Ernesto's colleagues from the General Hospital. Raúl Castro went along for the occasion but, on Fidel's orders to keep a low profile, didn't sign the ledger. Fidel, who suspected that his actions were being monitored by Batista's secret police and the American FBI, did not attend, for security reasons, although he showed up at the party Escobedo and Hilda gave afterward, at which Escobedo prepared an asado, Argentine style. Escobedo and Hilda moved out of the apartment with Lucila into their own flat, in a 5-story apartment building on Calle Napoles in Colonia Juarez. Then they broke the news to their parents. My parents sent back a letter scolding us for not telling them in advance, so they could come for the wedding, Hilda recalled. They also sent us a bank draft for $500 as a present, asked us to send photographs, and mother asked for a church wedding and said we should send her the exact date so she could have the announcements made for our friends back home. Escobedo and Hilda on their honeymoon in the Yucatan, 1955. Escobedo wrote back to his new in-laws, employing a mixture of candor and light ribaldry that must have raised some eyebrows in the middle-class Getty household. Dear parents, I can imagine your surprise at receiving our bombshell of news, and can understand the flood of questions it must have provoked. You're of course correct in scolding us for not having informed you of our marriage. We thought it wiser to do it this way, in view of the numerous difficulties that we encountered, not foreseeing that we would have a child so soon. We are very grateful for the expressions of affection you've given us, I know they're sincere. I've known Hilda long enough to feel that I know her family. I shall try to show that I deserve her at all times. I am also grateful for the small gift, you've done more than enough. Don't worry about us. It is true that we're not wealthy, but Hilda and I earn enough to keep up a home properly. I believe this adequately answers your affectionate letter, but I should add something about our future plans. First we wait for Don Escobedo. If it's not a boy, there's going to be trouble. Then we'll consider a couple of firm propositions I have, one in Cuba, the other a fellowship in France, depending on Hilda's ability to move around. Our wandering life isn't over yet, and before we definitely settle in Peru, a country that I admire in many ways, or in Argentina, we want to see a bit of Europe and 2 fascinating countries, India and China. I am particularly interested in the new China because it accords with my own political ideals. I hope that soon, or if not soon someday, after knowing these and other really democratic countries, Hilda will think like me. Our married life probably won't be like yours. Hilda works 8 hours a day and I, somewhat irregularly, around 12. I'm in research, the toughest branch, and poorest paid. But we've fitted our routines together harmoniously and have turned our home into a free association between 2 equals. Of course, Sragati, Hilda's kitchen is the worst aspect of the house in order, cleanliness, or food. I can only say that this is the way I've lived all my life, my mother having the same weakness. So a sloppy house, mediocre food, and a salty mate, if she's a true companion, is all I want from life. I hope to be received into the family as a brother who has long been traveling the same path toward an equal destiny, or at least that my peculiarities of character, which are many, will be overlooked in view of the unqualified affection of Hilda for me, the same as I have for her. With an abrazo for the family from this new son and brother Escobedo. To his own family, Escobedo downplayed the news of his marriage and impending fatherhood, placing it at the end of a letter sent September 24 to his mother. The letter dwelled overwhelmingly on his reaction to the military coup d'état that had finally toppled Perón 4 days earlier. I will confess with all sincerity that the fall of Perón deeply embittered me, he wrote. Not for him, but for what it means for all of America, because as much as you hate to admit it, and in spite of the enforced renunciation of recent times, Argentina was the paladin of all those who think the enemy is in the north. After predicting further social divisions and political violence for his homeland, he got around to his own news, writing, "Who knows in the meantime what will come of your wandering son? Maybe he will have decided to return and settle his bones in the homeland, or begin a period of real struggle. Maybe a bullet of those so profuse in the Caribbean will end my existence, This isn't a boast or a concrete possibility, it's just that the bullets really do wander around a lot in this latitude, or I'll just simply carry on vagabonding for as long as necessary to finish off a solid training and to satisfy the desires I reserved for myself within my life's program, before dedicating myself seriously to the pursuit of my ideal. Things are moving with tremendous speed and no one can know or predict where or for what reason one will be next year. Almost as a postscript, he added, I don't know if you've received the formal news of my marriage and of the coming of the heir. If not, I communicate the news officially, so that you share it out among the people. I married Hilda Gatti and we shall have a child. Around this same time, the health of Maria, an elderly patient Echo Beto had been treating over the previous year, suddenly deteriorated. Despite all his efforts, she died, asphyxiated by her asthma. He was at her bedside when she took her last gasp. The experience drove him to write a poem in which he poured out his anger over the social neglect he felt had driven her to death. In Old Maria, You're Going to Die, she personifies all the wasted, poor lives of Latin America. To Echo Beto, she had become the old woman in Valparaiso, the fugitive couple in Chuquicamata, and the browbeaten Indians of Peru. Poor old Maria. Don't pray to the inclement God that denied your hopes your whole life. Don't ask for clemency from death. Your life was horribly dressed with hunger. And ends dressed by asthma. But I want to announce to you, in a low voice virile with hopes, the most red and virile of vengeances. I want to swear it on the exact dimension of my ideals. Take this hand of a man which seems like a boy's. Between yours polished by yellow soap. Scrub the hard calluses and the pure knots. In the smooth vengeance of my doctor's hands. Rest in peace, old Maria. Rest in peace, old fighter. Your grandchildren will all live to see the dawn. 4. For now, the world of red vengeance was forced to boil away in Ernesto's imagination. He could channel his indignation only in his writing, the occasional political discussion, and his growing hopes for Fidel Castro's revolutionary project. That project was moving slowly forward. Fidel, who had turned 29 in August, was in regular contact, through couriers, with members of the movement still in Cuba and was busy planning, plotting, reading, writing, issuing orders, and, above all, talking, always talking. As he had done in Cuba, Fidel took over the lives of whoever in Mexico proved susceptible to his varied charms and powers of persuasion. Arzacio Vanegas Arroyo, a short, Indian-faced printer and wrestler, Kid Vanegas, a friend of Maria Antonia and her husband, was drafted to print 2,000 copies of Fidel's Manifesto No. 1 to the Cuban people. Fidel then had another friend smuggle copies back to Cuba, with orders to distribute them at Eduardo Chibas's grave site on August 16, the 4th anniversary of his late mentor's death. The manifesto revealed the formation of the July 26 movement as a revolutionary organization seeking the restoration of democracy and justice in Cuba. Point by point, it outlined Fidel's call for reforms, elimination of the feudal landowning oligarchy, or latifundia, and distribution of the lands to peasants, the nationalization of public services, a mandatory rent decrease, an ambitious housing, education, industrialization, and rural electrification program, and so on, encompassing virtually every aspect of Cuban life. In essence, it was a call for the imposition of radical measures to turn Cuba into a modern, more humane society. Fidel's plans had progressed beyond pamphleteering and veered into military strategy. He had decided to land his invasion force along an isolated stretch of Cuba's southeastern coast where the land rises up to form the Sierra Maestra mountain range. Fidel would launch his guerrilla war in the mountains of the Orient region. It was not only where Fidel came from but also where Cuba's 19th-century patriots, including José Martí, had launched their invasions to fight against the Spanish. Beyond symbolism, there was a sound strategic reason for his choice: the Sierra's close proximity to Cuba's second-largest city, Santiago. Here, Fidel counted on the able offices of his underground coordinator, a 20-year-old student named Frank Pace. Once his men had landed and were in the mountains, Santiago would provide a pool of funds, intelligence, weapons, and recruits to fuel the war. Celia Sanchez, a plantation doctor's daughter and a recent convert to the movement, had procured the coastal charts Fidel needed and had handed them over to Pedro Mayret, an old university friend who was responsible for coordinating the invasion plans. Mayret had gone over the area personally to pick possible landing sites. In September he came to Mexico to give the charts to Fidel and discuss strategy. Meanwhile, the movement's cells were screening their members for future fighters. It was Mayret's job to get the chosen ones to Mexico to undergo military training. Fidel had already approached a man about training his force, the one-eyed, Cuban-born military adventurer General Alberto Bayo. Bayo had been a career officer in the Spanish army, fighting in the colonial campaign against the Moroccan guerrilla leader Abd el-Krim and then with the Republican forces against Franco. Later, he had advised and trained men for several wars around the Caribbean and Central America and had written a book, Storm in the Caribbean, about these experiences. Now retired from the military, Bayo worked as a university lecturer and ran a furniture factory in Mexico. He seemed to be just the man Fidel needed. Fidel began preparing for a speaking and fundraising tour among the Cuban émigré communities of Florida, New York, Philadelphia, and New Jersey. For this effort he was to be joined by his friend Juan Manuel Marquez, an Ortodoxo party leader with good contacts in the United States. In the meantime, he kept up a continuous stream of messages to the members of his national directorate in Cuba, instructing them to raise funds there as well, and outlining new rules governing the duties and obligations of movement members. By now, his Cuban comrades were getting to know the man they called Che well enough to recognize his idiosyncrasies, and one of the personality traits that rubbed many of them the wrong way, at first, was his self-righteousness. When Jesus Montañez' new wife, the Moncada veteran Melba Hernandez, arrived from Havana, he took her to meet Che at the General Hospital. Che took one look at Melba, just off the plane and still dressed up, and told her bluntly that she couldn't possibly be a revolutionary with so much jewelry on. Real revolutionaries adorn themselves on the inside, not on the surface, he declared. Hernandez's first impression of Che was understandably negative, but when she got to know him better she realized, as others did, that although he was judgmental and even rude, he was equally tough on himself. Eventually, Hernandez said, she mulled over Che's remark, decided he was right, and thereafter wore less jewelry. Escobedo had continued with his physical conditioning, and in the second week of October he scaled Popocatépetl again. On this, his third try, he finally reached the volcano's true summit, after 6.5 hours, placing an Argentine flag there on the occasion of National Flag Day. In a mordant letter to Beatriz, Escobedo joked about the name he planned for his son, Vladimiro Escobedo, and about the new Argentina since Perón's ouster. Now the people of class can put the common scum back in their proper place, the Americans will invest great and beneficent quantities of capital in the country, in sum, it will be a paradise. He mockingly lamented the rejection of his offer of services to the Mexican government in the wake of the aptly named Hurricane Hilda, denying him the opportunity of seeing the catastrophe up close. Part of the city was flooded and the people were left in the street, but it doesn't matter because no people of class live there, they're all pure Indians. Characteristically, he signed off by begging her to send him more yerba mate. In mid-November, Escobedo and a visibly swelling Hilda took off for Chiapas and the Yucatan Peninsula to see the Mayan ruins. The high point of their 5-day stay in Veracruz was finding an Argentine ship in port. Escobedo managed to catch a few kilos of yerba. One can imagine Ernesto's joy, Hilda wrote. Mate of course was an inveterate habit with him, he was never without his equipment, the bomilla, boquilla, and a 2-liter thermos for hot water. Studying, conversing, he always drank mate, it was the first thing he did when he got up and the last thing he did before going to sleep. As they traveled south to the Mayan temples at Palenque in the tropical swelter of Chiapas, Ernesto's asthma, which had all but vanished in the high altitude of Mexico City, suddenly returned. Hilda's offer to give him an injection brought on what she called the first spat of their trip. He violently refused, she wrote. I realized that it was that he did not want to feel protected, to be helped when he was sick. I kept quiet in the face of his brusqueness, but I was hurt. Escobedo was entranced with Palenque's temple pyramids and their carved bas-reliefs. He scribbled page after page in his journal on Palenque and the Mayan sites of Chichen Itza and Uxmal, combining elaborately detailed physical descriptions of the ruins with histories of the ancient civilizations that had built them. He ran around the ruins excitedly, dragging a weary Hilda along behind him. Escobedo joyfully wanted to climb every temple, she wrote. I gave out on the last one, the tallest. I stopped halfway up, partly because I was very tired, and partly because I was worrying about my pregnancy. He kept urging me not to play coy and join him. Finally, feeling tired, impatient, and thoroughly cross, Hilda refused to budge another step. Undeterred, Escobedo asked someone to snap their picture. In the photograph, a dowdy-looking Hilda glares angrily out from under a Mexican sombrero. At her side, wearing a dark short-sleeved shirt and a Panama hat, Escobedo looks slim, youthful, and thoroughly preoccupied. After visiting Uxmal, they sailed back to Veracruz on a small coastal freighter, the Ana Graciela. Hilda was reluctant to go to sea, but Escobedo was teasingly reassuring, telling her that at least they'd die together. The voyage began peacefully enough, but on their second day out a strong northerly blew, and Escobedo wrote gleefully that it gave them a good dance. Hilda's own rendition was more sour, almost all of the passengers were seasick. I didn't exactly feel great either. But Escobedo was like a boy. Wearing swimming shorts, he was all over the decks, jumping from one side to the other, calculating the roll of the boat to keep his balance, taking pictures, and laughing at the discomfiture of the others. Hilda's implication was obvious: Escobedo had been inconsiderate and irresponsible, and she didn't appreciate it one bit. Pleading the safety of her unborn child, she took to her bunk for the rest of the trip, plied by a rueful Escobedo with mugs of hot tea and lemon. But afterward, Hilda romanticized the experience. They had been 15 days of unforgettable travel, with the immense satisfaction of being in one another's company at all times, alone in the midst of all that beauty. By contrast, in his own account of the trip, Escobedo never once mentioned Hilda. Fidel returned to Mexico before Christmas. His fundraising and organizing trip to the United States had been a great success. He had traveled up and down the East Coast for 2 months speaking, convincing, and promising. He had invoked Chivas and Marty and made grandiose vows such as, in 1956 we shall be free or we will be martyrs. In return, he had been applauded and given money, enough to begin organizing his rebel army. July 26 movement chapters and patriotic clubs had been opened in several of the cities he had visited. His media profile had grown even more prominent, and in Cuba his widely publicized intention to launch a revolution had spurred a mood of mounting expectation. Back in Mexico, Fidel Castro was invigorated, on a roll, ready for war. On Christmas Eve he cooked a traditional Cuban dinner of roast pork, beans, rice, and yuca. Che and Hilda were there, and Fidel expounded his plans for Cuba's future with such certainty, said Hilda, that she imagined for a moment that the war had already been fought and won. On his own word, 1956 was to be the decisive year for Fidel Castro's revolution. To be in shape, Escobedo had kept up his mountain climbing. He now threw himself at Ixtaccíhuatl, the smaller but more difficult volcano next to Popocatépetl, making several abortive attempts to reach the summit. During January and February, Fidel's future fighters began arriving in Mexico City from Cuba, and half a dozen safe houses were rented around the city to house them. By mid-February, there were 20 or so future expeditionaries in place. Strict codes of discipline and secrecy were imposed on them as their training began. At first, the training consisted of marathon walks around the city. Then, led by Arsatio Vanegas, the men went on conditioning and endurance hikes on hills around the capital's outskirts. Vanegas made them climb backward and sideways to strengthen their legs and teach them balance. On one outing, he found Che gasping for breath and struggling with his asthma inhaler. Later, when Che had recovered, he asked Vanegas not to tell anyone, even Fidel, what he had seen. He was clearly worried about being dropped from the force because of his affliction and was under the illusion that his comrades didn't know about it. At the Calle Bucareli Gymnasium, which was owned by friends, Vanegas gave the men exercise and personal defense classes. I was very brusque with them, Vanegas recalled. I told them they were not senoritas, and had to become tough if they wanted to make war. He showed Che and the others how to hit people to cause maximum pain, to kick them in the balls, to grab their clothes and throw them on the ground. Alberto Bayo started giving classes in guerrilla warfare theory to the men in the safe houses, and in February a select group including Che began going to a firing range, Los Gamitos, to practice their shooting skills. By an arrangement between Fidel and its owner, Los Gamitos was closed on certain days so the men could shoot in privacy, with live turkeys sometimes provided so they could practice on moving targets. 6. Echo Beto and Hilda spent Valentine's Day moving into a larger apartment on a different floor of the same building on Calle Napoles. That night, Hilda went into labor. She gave birth the next day. A lot of time has passed and many new developments have declared themselves, Echo Beto wrote soon afterward. I'll only note the most important. As of the 15th of February 1956 I am a father, Hilda Beatriz is the firstborn. My projects for the future are nebulous but I hope to finish a couple of research projects. This year could be important for my future. I have left the hospitals. I will write with more details. But he never did. Those were the last lines Echo Beto wrote in the journal he had begun nearly 3 years before, after passing his medical exams and taking to the road with Calica Ferrer. He had set out intending to rejoin his friend Alberto Granado at the Leprosarium in Venezuela. Instead, he had veered off in an altogether different direction, on the road to revolution. Echo Beto Guevara's mugshot, taken on June 24, 1956, when he was arrested in Mexico. 13. The sacred flame within me. Like a marooned sailor who has finally seen the hope of rescue on the horizon, Echo Beto threw his energies into the Cuban revolutionary enterprise. To keep his weight down, he cut out his usual steak for breakfast and went on a diet consisting of meat, salad, and fruit for supper. In the afternoons, he went straight to the gymnasium. Already looking ahead to the day when the revolution would triumph, he embarked on a cram course on the work of Adam Smith, John Maynard Keynes, and other economists, boned up on Mao and Soviet texts borrowed from the Instituto Cultural Ruso Mexicano, and discreetly sat in on meetings of the Mexican Communist Party. Most evenings, he joined the Cubans at the safe houses for discussions on the situation in Cuba and other Latin American countries. His knowledge of Marxism was maturing. Using his old philosophical notebooks as a base, he streamlined them into a single volume. This final Cuaderno Filosofico, totaling more than 300 typewritten pages, reflects the narrowing of his interests and shows a deepening understanding of the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. The last entry in the index, on the concept of yo in Spanish, is attributed to Freud. There, where love awakens, dies the dark despot. He had begun to live a double life, withdrawing from contact with everyone he did not completely trust. He repeatedly warned Hilda to be cautious with her friends so as not to disclose his involvement with Fidel. Finally, he asked her to stop meeting her Peruvian aprista acquaintances whom he especially distrusted altogether. Apart from the Cubans, he saw very few people now. Echo Beto spent his spare moments with the baby. He was delighted with her. On February 25, when she was 10 days old, he had written to his mother to announce her birth, "Little grandmother, the two of us are a little older, or if you consider fruit, a little more mature. The offspring is really ugly, and one doesn't have to do more than look at her to realize she is no different from all the other children of her age. She cries when she is hungry, pees with frequency. The light bothers her and she sleeps all the time. Even so, there is one thing that differentiates her immediately from any other baby: her papa is named Escobedo Guevara." Meanwhile, in his other identity as Che the apprentice guerrilla, he was turning out to be a very good marksman. On March 17, Miguel El Coreano Sanchez, a U.S. Army veteran of the Korean War who had been enlisted by Fidel in Miami to become the force's shooting instructor, summed up Guevara's performance on the firing range. Escobedo Guevara attended 20 regular shooting lessons, an excellent shooter with approximately 650 bullets fired. Excellent discipline, excellent leadership abilities, physical endurance excellent. Some disciplinary press UPS for small errors at interpreting orders and faint smiles. Che already stood out from the crowd. His strong personality, closeness to Fidel and Raúl, and rapid rise to preeminence within the group doubtless aggravated the early resentment felt by some of the Cuban trainees toward this foreigner in their midst. Most of the Cubans referred to him as El Argentino. Only those who knew him best called him Che. Fidel later recalled a small, disagreeable incident that took place after he appointed Che because of his seriousness, his intelligence, and his character as leader of one of the safe houses in Mexico City. There were about 20 or 30 Cubans there in all, Fidel said, and some of them challenged Che's leadership because he was an Argentinian, because he was not a Cuban. We of course criticized this attitude, this ingratitude towards someone who, although not born in our land, was ready to shed his blood for it. And I remember the incident hurt me a great deal. I think it hurt him as well. In fact, Che was not the only foreigner in the group. Guillen Zelaya, a 19-year-old Mexican whom he had met briefly months earlier through Helena Leva de Holst at a meeting of Honduran exiles, had run away from home to join up with Fidel and had been accepted. In time there would be others, including a Dominican exile and an Italian merchant marine, but that was where Fidel drew the line, explaining he didn't want a mosaic of nationalities. In his letters home, the preeminence of revolutionary thought in Ernesto's life became more manifest, even when he was being whimsical. Writing to Celia about his infant daughter, he gave a new twist to a father's pride. "My communist soul expands plethorically," he said. "She has come out exactly like Mao Zedong. Even now, the incipient bald spot in the middle of the head can be noted, the compassionate eyes of the boss and his protuberant jowls, for now she weighs less than the leader, 5 kilos, but with time this will even out." His irritation with Hilda, held in abeyance during her pregnancy, grew more evident. Returning to the familiar theme of Argentina in his correspondence, he badgered his mother about the capitulation of Argentina's new regime to U.S. corporate interests and then went out of his way to take a swipe at Hilda. "It consoles me to think that the aid of our great neighbor isn't confined only to this region. It now seems that it has lent its help to opera and soon everyone will be back in Peru and Hilda can go there in tranquility. Big pity that her intemperate marriage to this fervent slave of the Red Plague will rob her of the enjoyment of a well-remunerated salary as deputy in the next parliament." Escobedo told Hilda that the revolution was a cause for which they both had to make sacrifices, the first of which would be their prolonged separation. Although she claimed to feel both pain and pride at the idea of his going off to war, Hilda was most likely deeply unhappy about the turn of events. Having espoused a certain revolutionary commitment herself, however, she could not very well hold him back. If she tried, he would have cited it as proof that she was hopelessly tied to her middle-of-the-road aprista political philosophy. Money had begun to trickle in from Fidel's supporters in the United States and Cuba, and he now had some guns and was acquiring more through Antonio del Conde, a Mexican arms trafficker he nicknamed El Kuwait, the Pal. El Kuwait was sent on an arms-buying trip to the United States and asked to look for a suitable boat for Castro's army to sail on to Cuba when the time came. Meanwhile, Fidel was searching for a place outside Mexico City where his men could complete their field training in greater secrecy. Fidel was evidently hoping to time his invasion to coincide with the third anniversary of Moncada, on July 26. Not only had he made a public vow to launch the revolution in 1956, but recent events had shown that if he wanted to play the revolutionary trump card, he needed to act soon. He was facing increasingly serious competition from several quarters. Among his potential rivals was former President Carlos Prioso Carras. After first testing the insurrectionary waters by assisting the recently formed Directorio Revolucionario, a militant underground student group, in an abortive plan to assassinate Batista, Prio had taken advantage of the general amnesty that had freed Fidel and had returned to Cuba. Publicly renouncing the use of violence, he was trying to extend his base of support by declaring his intention of opposing Batista through legal, democratic means. The autumn of 1955 had been fractious in Cuba, with civic unrest countered by police brutality, and some armed attacks against the police by the Directorio. At the year's end, a broad spectrum of opposition groups, including Fidel's July 26 movement, backed a sugar workers' strike, and more street riots ensued. Although an atmosphere of rebellion was spreading, there was still little organization or unity in opposition circles, and for now Batista retained the upper hand. When that balance shifted, Fidel planned to be at the fore. In March 1956, he publicly broke with the Ortodoxo Party, accusing its leaders of not supporting the revolutionary will of its rank and file. This was a clever move, for it left him a free hand to proceed with his revolution without feigning loyalty to a political party he hoped to supersede. Now everyone in Cuba's various anti-Batistiano camps would have to choose a side, and Fidel would be able to see more clearly who his friends and enemies were. Fidel was vigilant about the danger of betrayal and had already taken precautionary measures, creating a cell structure for his men in Mexico. They had been separated into groups, met up only during training sessions, and were forbidden to inquire about one another. Only Fidel and Bayo knew the location of all of the safe houses. Finally, Fidel had drawn up a list of punishments for infractions. The movement now lived according to the rules of war, and the punishment for the crime of betrayal was death. Fidel had good reason to be security conscious. He knew that if Batista wanted to have him killed, there were ways and means to do it, even in Mexico. He didn't have to wait long to confirm that he was indeed an assassination target. In early 1956, Batista Servicio de Inteligencia Militar, SIM, denounced Castro's conspiracy and conducted a wave of arrests of his followers in Cuba. Shortly after the SIM investigations chief arrived in Mexico, Fidel got wind of a plan to assassinate him. When he let it be known that he was aware of the plot, the scheme was aborted, but Cuban government agents and Mexicans on their payroll remained active, tracking his movements and reporting back to Batista. The political climate within Cuba continued to heat up. In April, the police uncovered a plot by army officers to overthrow Batista. When a Directorio squad tried to take over a Havana radio station, one of its members was gunned down. Days later, in emulation of Castro's Moncada assault, a militant group of Prios Auténticos attacked some provincial army barracks in a bid to force their leader out of his public posture of peaceful opposition. They were massacred for their efforts. Afterward, the regime unleashed a massive crackdown on Prios' party, and he fled back into exile in Miami. In Mexico, the number of Cubans with Fidel had grown to about 40. Ernesto's tireless distinction in the training exercises had become obvious to Fidel, and one day he used the Argentine as an example to the others and as a reproof of their own flagging efforts. In May, the trainees were asked to evaluate the performances of their comrades, and Escobedo was unanimously judged by his mates to be qualified for a leadership or chief of staff position. It was an important threshold. Escobedo had won the respect he so craved from his new peers. 2. Escobedo was able finally to fulfill his old urge to try out his acting skills. Bayo and Ciro Redondo, one of Fidel's key men, had found a ranch for sale at Chalco, about 35 miles east of the city. The Rancho San Miguel was huge. Encompassing both rangeland and rough hills, it was perfect terrain for guerrilla training. The main house itself was not large, but the grounds were surrounded by a high fortress-like stone wall, complete with crenellated sentries turrets at the corners. There was one problem: its price was almost $250,000. The ranch's owner, Erasmo Rivera, had a colorful personal history, having fought alongside Pancho Villa in his youth, but being a revolutionary veteran had apparently not made him impervious to greed. In his negotiations with Rivera, Bayo claimed to be the front man for a wealthy Salvadoran colonel interested in the purchase of a large ranch outside his native country. Rivera fell for the story, whereupon Bayo introduced the foreign-sounding Guevara as the colonel. Rivera either couldn't tell the difference between a Salvadoran and an Argentine accent or decided against asking any questions that might offend his rich client. In any case, the con job worked. Rivera agreed to a token rent of $8 per month while certain necessary repairs to the main house were made to bring the place up to the colonel's specifications. After that, the sale would go through. The repairs meanwhile would be undertaken by several dozen Salvadoran laborers to be brought in for the purpose. As soon as the deal was struck, Fidel ordered Bayo to select a group of fighters to go to the ranch. Bayo thought highly of Escobedo. He later called him the best guerrilla of them all and named him chief of personnel. In late May, they departed for the ranch with a first group of trainees. Escobedo said goodbye to Hilda, telling her he might not be back. Fidel had located a military surplus American PT boat for sale in Delaware and hoped to buy it and have it brought to Mexico in time to sail for Cuba in July. If everything worked out, they would finish their training at the ranch and go directly from there to the boat, and on to Cuba. The training was tough. The walled compound at Rancho San Miguel was their headquarters, but the men spent most of their time on forays out from two rudimentary camps in the adjacent parched, brushy hills. Food and water were in short supply, and Bayo and Che led them on endurance hikes and night marches lasting from dusk to dawn. When they weren't slogging through the bush, they engaged in simulated combat and stood guard. This was the first time Che had shared life on a sustained daily basis with the Cubans. Some of them still resented his presence, regarding him as an interloping foreigner, and now they had him as their direct chief. They found him to be a rigid disciplinarian, but one who also joined in the marches and exercises, on top of his doctor's duties. It must have been a shock to the Cubans to find that this well-educated, well-born Argentine doctor was something of a slob, even though the shabby brown suit he wore in the city had already established him as an oddball. His appearance didn't jibe with the Cubans' image of how a professional should look. In the socially stratified Latin America of the 1950s, being well-groomed and formally attired was the norm for any self-respecting urban male. Now, out in the field, they discovered that Che didn't like to wash, either. According to Hilda, Escobedo used to be amused at the Cubans' mania for cleanliness. When the daily work was done, they all took baths and changed their clothes. "That's fine," he said, "but what will they do in the hills? I doubt we'll ever be able to take a bath or change clothes." One of the rebels, the mulatto songwriter Juan Almeida, wrote later about Che's rigidity. He described an episode in which one of the men refused to walk any farther, protesting about the long marches, the excessive discipline, and the lack of food. Almeida wrote that the disgruntled man sat down on the trail in frank protest against the Spanish Bayo and Argentine Guevara leadership. Che ordered the men back to camp. Insubordination was a severe breach of discipline that called for a death sentence. Fidel and Raúl were immediately notified of the incident and came quickly from Mexico City to hold a court-martial. In keeping with the Cuban Revolution's tradition of glossing over such unpleasant episodes, Almeida omitted the name of the rebellious trainee, but in his memoirs Alberto Bayo recounted the dramatic trial of the man whom he identified as Calixto Morales. In Bayo's account, the Castro brothers called for the death sentence, comparing Morales to a contagious disease that had to be exterminated before he infected his comrades. Despite a plea by Bayo to spare his life, Morales was sentenced to death, but Fidel later pardoned him, and Morales went on to win favor during the guerrilla war. According to the Cuban historian Maria del Carmen Ariat, even though Che had called for Morales's court-martial, he argued against execution. Universo Sanchez, Fidel's aide responsible for counterintelligence at the time, was to have been Morales's executioner. In an interview with Tad Sulk, the author of the most complete biography of Fidel Castro, Sanchez divulged that other trials took place and that at least one of them, of a spy unmasked in their midst, ended in execution. Sulk wrote that the man, whose identity is unknown, was sentenced by a safe house court-martial and executed on Universo's instructions by one of the rebels. He was shot and buried there in a field, he says. Locals living in the vicinity of Rancho San Miguel still speak of 3 bodies that lie buried within the compound's sturdy walls. But for Universo Sanchez's admission, such rumors could be dismissed easily as folklore. In Cuba, any mention of these events is taboo, and they remain officially unclarified and ignored. By early June, Almeida's group had returned to the city, and a second group arrived at the ranch for training. On June 14, Che celebrated his 28th birthday. Everything seemed to be progressing nicely when, on June 20, Fidel and 2 companions were arrested on a street in downtown Mexico City. Within days, virtually all the movement's members in the city had been rounded up. Safe houses were raided, documents and arms caches were seized. Bayo and Raul were alerted and went into hiding. Before she too was arrested, Hilda, whose address was used by Fidel as a secret letter drop, managed to hide Fidel's correspondence and Ernesto's more inflammatory political writings. She was interrogated repeatedly about the activities of Escobedo and Fidel and spent a night in custody, with the baby, before being released. Fidel and his comrades were accused of plotting Batista's assassination in collusion with Cuban and Mexican communists, and Havana had demanded their extradition. On June 22, Fidel was allowed to issue a carefully worded public denial of his alleged communist affiliations, pointing out his signal relationship with the late anti-communist Ortodoxo leader Eduardo Chibas. Meanwhile, still at large, Raul and other comrades scrambled to assemble his legal defense team. Out at the ranch, Che prepared for the inevitable police raid. After moving most of the weaponry to new hiding places, he and 12 comrades were waiting when the police arrived on June 24. Anxious to avoid a confrontation, Fidel went along to instruct Che to surrender himself and his men. Che obeyed and was taken away to join his comrades in the Interior Ministry's prison on Calle Miguel Schultz. 3. The Mexican police mug shots of Escobedo show a determined-looking young man, clean-shaven but with unkempt hair. In the frontal shot, he stares straight into the camera. In the profile shot, his prominent forehead is plainly visible, his mouth is set, and his expression is thoughtful. The rap sheet beneath the photograph gives his name, the date and place of his birth, his local address, his physical characteristics, and the offense he was charged with: overstaying his visa. Beneath is a one-line declaration: he says he is a tourist. On June 26, 2 days after the mugshot was taken, Escobedo made his first statements to the police. He admitted only as much as they already knew about him. Explaining the circumstances of his arrival from Guatemala, he admitted having been a sympathizer of Arbenz and having served in his administration. Once in Mexico, someone whose name he couldn't remember had introduced him to Maria Antonia Gonzalez. Later, he became aware that her house was a hub for Cubans discontented with their country's political regime. Eventually he had met Fidel Castro Ruz, their leader. When, about a month and a half before, he learned that the Cubans were undergoing training to direct a revolutionary movement against Batista, he had offered his services as a doctor and was accepted. At Castro's request, he had also served as his intermediary for the lease of the Chalco ranch. He dissembled about the quantity of men and guns at the ranch, saying they had only 2 rifles, which they had used for target practice and small game hunting, as well as a .38 revolver for personal defense. That same day, Mexico's broadsheet pro-government daily Excelsior ran the story of the arrests across its front page under a banner headline, "Mexico breaks up the revolt against Cuba and arrests 20 ringleaders." The next day, a follow-up story quoting Mexican federal police sources revealed more apprehensions of Cuban plotters who it is said had help of communists. The chief culprit, according to the Russian Federal de Seguridad, DFS, sources, was none other than the Argentine Dr. Escobedo Guevara Serna, the principal link between the Cuban plotters and certain communist organizations of an international nature. Dr. Guevara, who has also figured in other political movements of an international nature in the Dominican Republic and Panama, was identified by the DFS as an active member of the Instituto Intercambio Cultural Mexicano-Ruso. In the caption to a group photograph taken of the detained rebels, he was singled out as the man whose intimate links with communism have led to suspicions that the movement against Fulgencio Batista was co-sponsored by Red organizations. The first known photograph of Che Guevara and Fidel Castro together. They are in prison in Mexico in the summer of 1956. While the media flurry continued, Fidel's people worked hard to free him. His lawyer friend Juan Manuel Marquez flew in from the United States and hired 2 defense attorneys. A sympathetic judge issued Fidel's release order on July 2, but the Interior Ministry blocked it. Despite this setback, the judge managed to stay the deportation order. Trying other routes, Fidel reportedly authorized Universo Sanchez to try to bribe a high-level government official, but the attempt failed. The men went on a hunger strike, and on July 9, 21 of the Cubans were released, several more were freed a few days later. Fidel, Che, and Calixto Garcia remained behind bars. Che wrote to his parents on July 6, informing them of his predicament and finally coming clean about his activities. Some time ago, quite a while now, a young Cuban leader invited me to join his movement, a movement for the armed liberation of his country, and I, of course, accepted. As for the future, he told them, my future is linked with that of the Cuban Revolution. I either triumph with it or die there. If for any reason that I can't foresee, I can't write any more, and later it is my luck to lose, regard these lines as a farewell, not very eloquent but sincere. Throughout life I have looked for my truth by trial and error, and now, on the right road, and with a daughter who will survive me, I have closed the cycle. From now on I wouldn't consider my death a frustration, only, like Hikmet the Turkish poet, I will take to the grave only the sorrow of an unfinished song. Despite all the police leaks and sensational headlines regarding their revolutionary conspiracy, they were still officially detained only on charges of violating Mexico's immigration laws. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Mexican and Cuban officials were wrangling over what should be done with them. At the same time, the police were trying to find out more about Escobedo Guevara. In the first week of July, he was interrogated at least twice more. Inexplicably, he now spoke freely and at length. These declarations to the police were kept classified in Mexico, but copies were obtained by Humberto Norman Acosta, the historian of the Cuban Council of State. A perusal of the carefully guarded papers reveals that Escobedo Guevara openly admitted his communism and declared his belief in the need for armed revolutionary struggle, not only in Cuba but throughout Latin America. Over the years, Fidel occasionally alluded to Che's declarations to the Mexican police in a tone of fond admonishment, citing them as an example of how his late comrade was honest to a fault. At the time, however, Fidel was understandably furious. While Che prattled on about his Marxist convictions, here he was, billing himself as a patriotic reformer in the best Western nationalistic and democratic tradition. Since the one thing certain to mobilize increased support for Batista's regime from the Eisenhower administration was a communist threat, any evidence that Fidel or his followers contemplated turning Cuba into a communist state would doom the revolution before it began. In this context, Che's remarks were extraordinarily reckless, providing Castro's enemies with just the kind of ammunition they needed. In a second public statement on July 15, Castro accused the American embassy of pressuring the Mexican authorities to thwart his release. Where he got his information is unclear, but he was right. The Americans had asked the Mexicans to hold up his release. But Washington's move had less to do with feelings of disquiet about Fidel Castro than with placating Batista for the sake of its own interests. The Cuban leader had threatened to boycott the July 22 summit of American presidents held in Panama if Castro was freed. The Americans wanted to make sure everyone attended. Fidel was taking no chances, and he went even farther than before in distancing himself from communism. He said that allegations that he was a communist were absurd, and he pointed to Batista's past alliance with Cuba's Partido Socialista Popular. He named Captain Gutierrez Barrios of Mexico's Russian Federal de Seguridad, the number 3 man in Mexico's secret police hierarchy, as a witness to his being cleared of any links to communist organizations. Fidel's mention of the 27-year-old Fernando Gutierrez Barrios was revealing. He had struck some kind of a deal with Gutierrez Barrios, and although neither of them ever gave details of their pact, the Mexicans' help was a key factor in Castro's eventual liberation. In an interview years later, Gutierrez Barrios admitted to having sympathized with Castro from the outset. First, because we were of the same generation, and second, for his ideals and his sense of conviction. He has always been a charismatic leader. And at that time it was obvious that there were no alternatives for him other than to triumph in his revolutionary movement or die. These reasons explain why there was a cordial relationship from the beginning. I never considered him to be a criminal, but a man with ideals who sought to overthrow a dictatorship and whose crime was to violate the immigration laws of my country. Mexican nationalists, whose own revolution had occurred only 4 decades before, had little love for their meddlesome American neighbors, and a certain stick-it-in-your-eye attitude very likely played a part in Gutierrez Barrios's gesture. Indeed, later on, during his long career more than 30 years as chief of Mexico's secret police, Gutierrez Barrios granted protection to many other Latin American revolutionary exiles, including several on Washington's wanted list. On the day of Fidel's second public statement, July 15, Escobedo responded defiantly to a remonstrative letter from Celia. Judging from his tone, she had questioned his motives for being involved with Fidel Castro in the first place, and wondered pointedly why he hadn't been freed along with the others after their hunger strike. He told her he and Calixto would probably remain in prison even after Fidel's release. Their immigration papers were not in order. But as soon as he was freed, he would leave Mexico for a nearby country and await Fidel's orders, to be at the ready whenever my services are necessary. I am not Christ or a philanthropist, old lady. I am all the contrary of a Christ, he wrote to his mother. I fight for the things I believe in, with all the weapons at my disposal and try to leave the other man dead so that I don't get nailed to a cross or any other place. What really terrifies me is your lack of comprehension of all this and your advice about moderation, egoism, etc., that is to say, all of the most execrable qualities an individual can have. Not only am I not moderate, I shall try not ever to be, and when I recognize that the sacred flame within me has given way to a timid votive light, the least I could do is to vomit over my own shit. As to your call to moderate self-interest, that is to say, to rampant and fearful individualism, I must tell you I have done a lot to eliminate these. In these days of prison and the previous ones of training I identified totally with my comrades in the cause. The concept of I disappeared totally to give place to the concept us. It was a communist morale and naturally it may seem a doctrinaire exaggeration, but really it was, and is, beautiful to be able to feel that removal of I. Breaking the severe tone, he wisecracked, the stains on the stationery aren't blood stains, but tomato juice. Then he went on, it is a profound error on your part to believe that it is out of moderation or moderate self-interest that great inventions or artful masterpieces come about. For all great tasks, passion is needed, and for the revolution, passion and audacity are needed in large doses, things we have as a human group. He ended with a soliloquy on their changed personal relationship. Above all, it seems to me that pain of a mother who is growing old and who wants her son alive is respectable, something I have an obligation to attend to, and which I want to attend to. I would like to see you not only to console you, but to console myself for my sporadic and unconfessable pinings. He signed the letter with his new identity, your son, El Che. What Che didn't tell his mother was that he was primarily responsible for his prolonged detention. In the end, he cared less about this than about the future of the Cuban revolutionary enterprise. The most important thing at the moment was for Fidel to be freed so that the struggle could go forward. Batista attended the Panama Summit, and on July 22 a joint declaration committing the hemisphere to a pro-Western course of political and economic development was signed. While Eisenhower was rubbing shoulders with military dictators, Fidel's lawyers went to see Lázaro Cárdenas, Mexico's former president and the architect of its land reform. Cárdenas agreed to use his influence with President Adolfo Ruiz Cortines on Fidel's behalf. It worked, and Fidel was finally released on July 24, on the condition he leave the country within 2 weeks. Only Che and Calixto Garcia were left in prison, for the official reason that their immigration status was more complicated. In Che's case, his communist affiliations undoubtedly had a lot to do with it. Garcia was apparently held because he had stayed illegally in Mexico for the longest period, since March of 1954. Meanwhile, even as the threat of extradition continued to hang over both their heads, Che refused offers made by his Guatemalan friend Alfonso Bauer Pais and Ulysses Petit de Murat to pull diplomatic strings on his behalf. An uncle of Che's happened to be the Argentine ambassador to Havana, and Hilda was pushing the idea of using him to secure Che's release. Fidel approved, but when we explained the idea to Escobedo, he said, "By no means. I want the same treatment as the Cubans," Hilda wrote. While Che balked, Fidel was under pressure to get moving. Mexico was no longer a safe place, he was vulnerable to both the Mexican police and Batista's agents. As a precaution, he had dispersed his men, sending most of them to await developments in remote areas far from Mexico City. Che told him to proceed without him, but Fidel swore he would not abandon him. It was a magnanimous gesture that Che never forgot. "Precious time and money had to be diverted to get us out of the Mexican jail," he wrote later. That personal attitude of Fidel's toward people whom he holds in esteem is the key to the fanatical loyalty he inspires. Around this time, Che wrote a poem that he called Ode to Fidel. He showed it to Hilda and told her he planned to give it to Castro when they were at sea, on their way to Cuba. Though sophomoric and purple, the poem reveals the depth of Ernesto's feelings toward Fidel. "Let's go, ardent prophet of the dawn. Along remote and unmarked paths. To liberate the green Cayman you so love. When the first shot sounds. And in virginal surprise the entire jungle awakens. There, at your side, serene combatants. You'll have us. When your voice pours out to the four winds. Agrarian reform, justice, bread, and liberty. There, at your side, with identical accent. You'll have us. And when the end of the battle for the cleansing operation against the tyrant comes. There, at your side, ready for the last battle. You'll have us. And if our path is blocked by iron, we ask for a shroud of Cuban tears to cover the guerrilla bones. In transit to American history. Nothing more." 4. In mid-August 1956, after having been incarcerated for 57 days, Che and Calixto Garcia were freed, apparently because Fidel had bribed someone. Che hinted as much to Hilda, and he later wrote that Fidel had done some things for the sake of friendship which, we could almost say, compromised his revolutionary attitude. Like their comrades before them, Che and Calixto were freed on the condition that they leave Mexico within a few days. And, also like the others, they went underground. But first, Che went home for 3 days to sort out his affairs and to see the baby. Hilda said that he spent hours sitting by Hilda's crib, reciting poetry aloud to her or simply watching her in silence. Then he was gone again. On Fidel's orders, Che and Calixto went to the weekend retreat of Ixtapan de la Salle. They registered in a hotel there under false names. During this underground period, which lasted 3 months, Che returned discreetly to the city a couple of times, but mostly Hilda traveled to see him. Che's absorption with Marxism and revolution now dominated his life. Even at home on visits, he was unrelenting, either delivering sermons to Hilda on revolutionary discipline or burying himself in dense books on political economy. He was even ideological with the baby. He recited the Spanish Civil War poem by Antonio Machado in honor of General Lister to her, and he regularly referred to her as my little Mao. Once, Hilda watched as Escobedo picked up their daughter and told her in a serious voice, "My dear little daughter, my little Mao, you don't know what a difficult world you're going to have to live in. When you grow up, this whole continent, and maybe the whole world, will be fighting against the great enemy, Yankee imperialism. You too will have to fight. I may not be here anymore, but the struggle will inflame the continent." In early September, after suffering a recurrence of his asthma, Escobedo moved with Calixto from Ixtapan de la Salle to Toluca, where the climate was drier. Then Fidel called for them to join some of the other expeditionaries for a meeting in Veracruz. Afterward, they returned to the capital, where they lived for several months in one of the safe houses in the Casa de Cuco, near the shrine to the Virgin of Guadalupe in the northern suburb of Linda Vista. Fidel was desperately trying to get things ready for their departure, and the men were asked to provide information about next of kin. Che recalled this later as a significant moment for him and his comrades. They realized that they might soon die. Fidel was keeping up a frenetic pace. Besides moving his men around to avoid surveillance, he sought to shore up a political alliance with the increasingly competitive Directorio Revolucionario, whose leader, José Antonio Echeverría, had flown to Mexico to meet him at the end of August. They had signed a document called the Carta de Mexico, voicing their shared commitment to the struggle against Batista. It fell short of an actual partnership, but the two groups agreed to advise each other in advance of any actions, and to coordinate their efforts once Castro and his rebels landed in Cuba. Che with his first child, Hilda Beatriz. He called her my little Mao. A few weeks later, 40 new recruits for the war arrived from Cuba and the United States. With the loss of the Rancho San Miguel, they had to be trained at far-flung bases, one in Tamaulipas just south of the U.S. Mexican border, and another at Veracruz. By now, most of Fidel's general staff had joined him in Mexico City, leaving regional chiefs behind to coordinate activities on the island. But his coffers were nearly empty and he still had no vessel to carry his men to Cuba. The hoped-for purchase of the PT boat had fallen through, as had a short-lived scheme to buy a vintage Catalina flying boat. In September, Fidel made a secret trip across the U.S. border to Texas, where he met with his erstwhile enemy, the former president, Carlos Prio Socarrás. Since his ouster, Prio had been linked to several anti-Batista conspiracies, and the latest reports had him plotting an invasion of Cuba together with the Dominican dictator, Trujillo, but now he agreed to bankroll Fidel. Perhaps he believed that Castro would do the heavy lifting that could sweep him Prio back into power, or perhaps he simply saw Fidel as a useful diversion in his own campaign against Batista. Whatever Prio's motivations were, Castro came away from the meeting with at least $50,000 with more to be handed over later according to those involved in arranging the encounter. Fidel took a political risk by accepting money from the man he had so vociferously accused of corruption while president, but right now he had little choice. According to Yuri Paparov, the KGB official who bankrolled the Instituto Cultural Russo-Mexicano at the time, the money Fidel received was not Prio's at all, but the CIA's. He did not specify his sources for that assertion, but, if true, it would lend weight to reports that the CIA had tried early to win over Castro, just in case he succeeded in his war against the increasingly embattled Batista. According to Tad Sulk, the CIA did funnel money to his July 26 movement, but later on, during a period in 1957 and 1958, via an agent attached to the American consul's office in Santiago, Cuba. Whatever the provenance of Fidel's money, he continued to act as his own man. He may have made a pact with the devil in the form of Prio, but no evidence has emerged that he ever delivered his end of the deal, if indeed there were strings attached. Any funding he received from Prio or, unwittingly, from the CIA certainly had no negative repercussions on his quest for power. Fidel still needed a boat. In late September he found a battered 38-foot motor yacht owned by Robert Erickson, an American expatriate. Erickson was willing to sell it if Fidel also bought his riverside house in the Gulf port town of Tuxpan. He asked for $40,000 for everything. The boat, the Granma, was neither seaworthy nor nearly large enough for his needs, but Fidel was desperate and agreed to Erickson's terms. After making a partial down payment, he assigned several men to live in the house and oversee the Granma's overhaul. In late October, Che and Calixto moved to a more centrally located safe house in Colonia Roma. Che continued seeing Hilda on the weekends, but each time he left she knew he might not return. This uncertainty and the stress of his impending departure wore down her nerves, and she became increasingly anxious. To lift her spirits, Che told her he would try to take her to Acapulco for a short holiday. "I had begun to be hopeful about the Acapulco trip, if only for a weekend," wrote Hilda. Then came the news that the police had broken into the house of a Cuban woman in Lomas de Chapultepec, where Pedro Mayret was staying, and that they had confiscated some weapons and arrested him. "On Saturday, when Escobedo came, I told him about it. He reacted very calmly, saying only that precautions had to be doubled because the police might be watching. Early Sunday, Guajiro came. I knew right away he was nervous from the way in which he asked, 'Where's Che?' I told him that Escobedo was taking a bath, whereupon he marched right into the bathroom. When Escobedo came out, still combing his hair, he said calmly, 'It seems that the police are on the hunt, so we have to be cautious. We're going to the interior and I probably won't be back next weekend. Sorry, but we'll have to leave our Acapulco trip until later.' Hilda became upset. She asked Escobedo if there was anything imminent about to happen. 'No, just precautions,' he answered, gathering his things and not looking at me. When he finished, as he was always accustomed to doing before leaving, he went to the crib and caressed Hilda, then he turned, held me, and kissed me. Without knowing why, I trembled and drew closer to him. He left that weekend and did not come back. The discovery of Mayret's safe house meant that the organization had a traitor in its ranks. Suspicions focused on Rafael del Pino, one of Castro's closest friends and confidants. Of late, Del Pino had been entrusted with helping El Kuwait procure and smuggle arms. But he had recently vanished and was the only person unaccounted for who had known where Mayret was staying. Subsequent Cuban investigations unearthed evidence that Del Pino had been an informant for the FBI for several years. If he didn't do more damage, it was possibly because he had been holding out on his American handlers in exchange for more money. Fidel sent the men in Mexico City into new safe houses and ordered the repairs on the Granma to be sped up. Che and Calixto hid in a little servant's room in the apartment where Alfonso Pancho Bauer Pais lived with his family. The first night they spent there, they came dangerously close to being rearrested when a robbery in a neighbor's apartment resulted in a door-to-door police search. Alerted beforehand, Che hid Calixto, who was black and therefore attracted attention in Mexico, underneath the mattress of the bed in their room. When the police arrived, he went out to stall them. The tactic worked, and the police left the flat without searching his room. They were safe for the moment, but the next day Calixto went off to a new hiding place, leaving Escobedo alone at Bauer Pais's house. He was to stay there until it was time to leave. Fidel, meanwhile, was dealing with a number of last-minute hurdles. In recent weeks, both friends and rivals had tried to persuade him to postpone the invasion. His coordinator in Orient, Frank Pais, came twice to see him in August and October. Páez was in charge of sparking off armed uprisings throughout eastern Cuba to coincide with the Granma's landing, but he argued that his people weren't ready to undertake such a grand plan. Fidel was insistent, however, and Páez agreed to try to do what he could. Fidel said he would send a coded message with his expedition's landing time just before leaving Mexico. In October, the Cuban Communist Party, the PSP, sent emissaries to meet with Fidel. Their urgent message was that conditions weren't right for an armed struggle in Cuba, and they tried to win Fidel's agreement to join forces in a gradual campaign of civil dissent leading up to an armed insurrection in which the PSP would also participate. He refused and told them he would go ahead with his plans but hoped the party and its militants would support him nonetheless by carrying out uprisings when his army arrived in Cuba. At this point, Fidel's relations with the Cuban communists were cordial but strained. Despite his public repudiation of any such links, he still had some close friends in the PSP, and he had allowed Marxists such as Raúl and Che into his inner circle. He discreetly maintained open lines of communication with the party but kept a critical distance not only to avoid negative publicity but to avoid political compromises until he was in a position of strength. Meanwhile, there was unease at the Soviet embassy resulting from the unwelcome publicity over the links between members of Castro's group and the Instituto Cultural Ruso-Mexicano. In early November, Nikolai Leonov was recalled to Moscow, as punishment, he says, for initiating contact with the Cuban revolutionaries without prior approval. The communists were not alone in trying to find a place at Cuba's insurrectionary table. As Fidel prepared to leave Mexico, a game of brinksmanship ensued with the Directorio, which jostled to take the revolutionary trump card. In spite of the fraternal document signed by José Antonio Echeverría in August, the Directorio had persisted in carrying out violent actions on its own. Shortly after a second meeting between Fidel and Echeverría in October, Directorio gunmen had murdered Colonel Manuel Blanco Rico, who was in charge of Batista's military intelligence service. Remarkably, for someone about to launch an invasion, Fidel publicly condemned the killing as unwarranted and arbitrary. His insinuation to Cuba's opposition-minded citizens was obvious. He was the responsible revolutionary, whereas Echeverría was a loose cannon, a terrorist whose activities could reap only more violence. Within days, Fidel's words acquired a retrospective halo of prescience when policemen hunting for the colonel's assassins murdered 10 hapless young asylum seekers inside the Haitian embassy. On November 23, the moment for which Che had prepared for so long had finally come. Fidel had decided it was time to go. He ordered the rebels in Mexico City, Veracruz, and Tamaulipas to converge the next day in Pozo Rico, an oil town just south of Tuxpan. Without any notice, Che had been picked up by the Cubans and driven to the Gulf Coast. That night, November 24, they would load up the yacht and depart. The irony in all this cloak and dagger activity was that Fidel Castro's planned invasion of Cuba had become public knowledge. Everyone in Cuba knew he was going to do it. The only question was exactly where and when he planned to land his rebel force. Indeed, a few days earlier, Batista's chief of staff had held a press conference in Havana to discuss and deride Fidel's possibilities of success, while beefing up military land and sea patrols along the island's Caribbean coast. Fidel was gambling on the support of the July 26 movement in Orient under Frank Páez, and on keeping the exact date and place of the Granma's landing secret until the last minute. He had estimated that their voyage would take 5 days, and so, just before leaving Mexico City, he dispatched a coded message to Páez that the Granma would arrive November 30 at a deserted beach in Orient called Playa Las Coloradas. In the pre-dawn darkness of November 25, Che was among the throng of men scrambling to board the Granma. The final hours of Fidel Castro's rebel army on Mexican soil were jittery and confusing. Not everyone had arrived, and some of those who had come were left behind at the last minute for lack of space. Now, for better or worse, they were off. The Granma, crammed with 82 men and a heap of guns and equipment, pushed off from the Tuxpan riverbank and slipped downriver toward the Gulf of Mexico and Cuba. Escobedo left behind a letter to be forwarded to his mother. He wrote that, to avoid premortem patheticisms, it would not be sent until the potatoes are really on the fire, and then you will know that your son, in a sun-struck American country, will be cursing himself for not having studied more of surgery to attend to a wounded man. And now comes the tough part, old lady, that from which I have never run away and which I have always liked. The skies have not turned black, the constellations have not come out of their orbits, nor have there been floods or overly insolent hurricanes. The signs are good. They signal victory. But if they are mistaken, and in the end even the gods make mistakes, then I believe I can say like a poet whom you don't know, I will only take to my grave the nightmare of an unfinished song. I kiss you again, with all the love of a goodbye that resists being total. Your son. Part 2. Becoming Che. Che, seated in the foreground, with some comrades in the Sierra Maestra, Cuba, early in 1957. 14. A disastrous beginning. Ernesto's words in his last, melodramatic letter home were as prescient about the danger he faced as they were mistaken about his own reactions to it. When the potatoes were really on the fire, in the form of an army ambush that caught the rebels by surprise a few days after the Granma landed, the last thing on Ernesto's mind was his inexperience with field surgery. In the panicked melee that followed, as some men were shot down and others fled in all directions, Escobedo faced a split-second decision over whether to rescue a first aid kit or a box of ammunition. He chose the latter. If there was ever a decisive moment in Escobedo Guevara's life, that was it. He may have possessed a medical degree, but his true instincts were those of a fighter. Moments later, hit in the neck by a ricocheting bullet and believing himself to be mortally wounded, he went into shock. After firing his rifle once into the bushes, he lay still and in a reverie began pondering the best way to die. The image that came to him was from Jack London's story To Build a Fire, about a man in Alaska who, unable to light a fire, sits against a tree to freeze to death with dignity. Escobedo had envisioned himself fighting back tenaciously to the shout of Victoria Omuerd, but in the shock of the ambush and his own wounding, he momentarily gave up hope. In contrast to many of his comrades who either lost their nerve completely or responded as soldiers, firing at the enemy while moving toward cover, Escobedo lay back, coolly meditating on the prospect of his imminent death. If reaching for ammunition rather than a medical kit in his first taste of combat revealed something fundamental about Escobedo Guevara, so did being wounded, a fatalism about death. Over the next 2 years of war, this trait became manifest as he developed into a combat-seasoned guerrilla with a distinct taste for battle and a notorious disregard for his own safety. In war, Celia's errant son finally found his true métier. 2. The voyage of the Granma across the choppy Gulf of Mexico and into the Caribbean had been an unmitigated disaster. Instead of the expected 5 days, the journey took 7. Then, weakened from seasickness, the rebels landed at the wrong spot on the Cuban coast. Their arrival was to have coincided with an uprising in Santiago led by Frank Paez, and a reception party awaited them at the Cabo Cruz lighthouse with trucks and 100 men. The two forces were to have attacked the nearby town of Niquero together, then hit the city of Manzanillo before escaping into the Sierra Maestra. But the revolt in Santiago took place while Fidel was at sea, and any element of surprise was irrevocably gone. Batista rushed reinforcements to the Orient province and dispatched naval and air force patrols to intercept Fidel's landing party. The Granma approached the Playa Las Coloradas before dawn on the morning of December 2, 1956. As the men on board anxiously strained to spot the Cabo Cruz lighthouse, the navigator fell overboard. Rapidly using up the precious remaining minutes of darkness, the boat circled until his cries were heard and he was rescued. Then, after Fidel ordered the pilot to aim for the nearest point of land, the Granma struck a sandbar, turning their arrival in Cuba into more of a shipwreck than a landing. Leaving most of their ammunition, food, and medicines behind, the rebels waded ashore in the broad daylight of mid-morning. They didn't know it yet, but they had been spotted by a Cuban Coast Guard cutter, which in turn had alerted the armed forces. They had also landed more than a mile short of their intended rendezvous point, and between them and dry land lay a mangrove swamp. In any case, their reception party, after waiting in vain for 2 days, had withdrawn the night before. They were on their own. Split into 2 groups after reaching dry land, the exhausted rebels floundered on through the bush, jettisoning more equipment as they went. As Che described them later, they were disoriented and walking in circles, an army of shadows, of phantoms walking as if moved by some obscure psychic mechanism. Government planes flew continuously overhead looking for them, machine gunning the bush for good measure. 2 days went by before the 2 groups found each other and, with the guidance of a local peasant, trekked inland, moving eastward toward the Sierra Maestra. Just after midnight on the morning of December 5, the column halted to rest in a sugar cane field, where the men devoured stalks of cane carelessly, leaving traces of their presence before marching on until daybreak to a place called Alegria de Pio. Their guide then left them, making tracks to the nearest detachment of soldiers to turn them in. The rebels passed the day bivouacked in a glade at the edge of the cane field, totally unaware of what awaited them. At 4:30 that afternoon, the army attacked. Caught by surprise, the rebels panicked and milled around as volleys of bullets flew into their midst. Fidel and his closest companions ran from the cane field into the forest, ordering the others to follow. In their effort to do so, men abandoned their equipment and ran off in headlong flight. Others, paralyzed by shock or terror, stayed where they were. That was when Che tried to rescue the box of bullets. As he did, a burst of gunfire hit a man next to him in the chest and Che in the neck. The bullet hit the box first and threw me on the ground, Che recorded cryptically in his field diary. I lost hope for a couple of minutes. Surrounded by wounded and frightened men screaming to surrender, and believing himself to be dying, Che slipped into his reverie. Juan Almeida snapped him out of it, telling him to get up and run. Che, Almeida, and 3 other men fled into the jungle with the sound of the cane field roaring in flames behind them. Che had been lucky. His neck wound was only superficial. Although some of his comrades escaped with their lives, over the coming days Batista's troops summarily executed many of the men they captured, including the wounded and even some of those who had surrendered. The survivors tried desperately to gain refuge in the mountains and, somehow, to find one another. Of the 82 men who came ashore from the Granma, only 22 ultimately regrouped in the Sierra. Che and his comrades stumbled on through the night. At dawn, they hid in a cave and made a portentous pledge to fight to the death if they were encircled. In his diary, Che wrote, "We had a tin of milk and approximately 1 liter of water. We heard the noise of combat nearby. The planes machine-gunned. We came out at night, guiding ourselves with the moon and North Star until they disappeared, and then we slept." They knew they had to keep heading east to reach the Sierra, and the North Star was Che's discovery, but his recollection of astronomy was less complete than he thought. Much later, he realized that they had actually followed a different star, and it had been sheer luck that they marched in the right direction. Desperate from thirst, the 5 fugitives hiked through the forest. They had almost no water by then, and their only tin of milk had been accidentally spilled. They ate nothing that day. The next day, December 8, they came within sight of the coast and spotted a pond of what appeared to be fresh water below. But dense forest and 150-foot cliffs lay between them and it, and before they could find a way down, airplanes appeared overhead and once again they had to take cover, waiting out the daylight hours with only a liter of water between them. By nightfall, desperate from hunger and thirst, they gorged themselves on the only thing they could find, prickly pears. Moving through the night, they came across a hut where they found 3 more comrades from the Granma. Now they were 8, but they had no idea who else had survived. All they knew was that their best chance of finding any others was by heading east, into the Sierra Maestra. The following days were an ordeal of survival as the little band hunted for food and water, dodging army airplanes and enemy foot patrols. Once, from a cave overlooking a coastal bay, they watched as a naval landing party disembarked on the beach to join the hunt for rebel stragglers. That day, unable to move, Che and his friends shared water, drinking from the eyepieces of their binoculars. The situation was not good, Che wrote later. If we were discovered, not the slightest chance of escape, we would have no alternative but to fight it out on the spot to the end. After dark they moved off again, determined to leave a place where they felt like rats in a trap. On December 12th, they found a peasant's hut. Music was playing, and as they were about to enter the hut they overheard a voice inside make a toast, "To my comrades in arms." Assuming the voice to be a soldier's, they ran off. They marched along a stream bed until midnight, when, reeling from exhaustion, they could go no farther. After another day spent hiding without food or water, they took up the march again, but morale was low and many of the weary men balked, saying they no longer wanted to continue. The mood changed late that night when they reached a farmer's home, and, despite Che's weariness, they knocked at the door and were received warmly. Their host turned out to be a Seventh-day Adventist pastor and a member of the fledgling July 26 peasant network in the region. "They received us very well and gave us food," Che wrote in his field diary. "The men got sick from eating so much." When he recalled the experience later, in Paseos de la Guerra Revolucionaria, Che rendered the experience with dark humor: "The little house that sheltered us turned into an inferno." Almeida was the first to be overcome by diarrhea, and, in a flash, 8 unappreciative intestines gave evidence of the blackest ingratitude. They spent the next day recovering from their gluttony and receiving an endless succession of curious Adventists from the surrounding community. The rebel landing was big news, and, thanks to a flourishing bush telegraph, the locals were surprisingly well informed about what had taken place. Che and his companions learned that 16 of the Granma's men were known to be dead, murdered immediately after surrendering. 5 more were believed to have been taken prisoner alive, and an unknown number had, like themselves, managed to escape into the mountains. It wasn't known whether Fidel had survived. They decided to spread themselves out, staying in different homes in the area. They took other security precautions as well, shedding their uniforms and dressing up as peasants, and hiding their weapons and ammunition. Only Che and Almeida, acting jointly as the unofficial leaders of the group, each kept a pistol. Too sick to move, one of the men was left behind. But as they moved out, they learned that news of their presence had reached the army's ears. Only hours after they left the house they had been staying in, soldiers arrived, found their weapons cache, and took their sick comrade away as a prisoner. Someone had squealed, and now the soldiers were hot on their trail. Fortunately, help arrived quickly. Alerted to their presence, Guillermo Garcia, a key member of the July 26 peasant network, came to guide them out of harm's way. From him they learned that Fidel, or Alejandro his nom de guerre, was still alive. He and 2 companions had made contact with the rebel movement's collaborators and he had sent Garcia out to look for survivors. Several days of marching lay between them and Fidel's refuge deeper in the mountains, but thanks to Garcia, Che and his comrades were aided by friendly peasants along the way. Finally, at dawn on December 21, they reached the coffee finca where Fidel awaited them. There they found that Raúl Castro too had survived, arriving separately with 4 companions after his own grueling odyssey. Despite the catastrophic setback to his plans, Fidel was already organizing things. Peasants had been enlisted to help find survivors from the Granma still on the run, and a courier had been dispatched to Santiago and Manzanillo to seek help from Frank Paez and Celia Sanchez, the woman who had set up the July 26 peasant network in the Sierra. Still, the outlook was grim. Of the 82 men who had come ashore from the Granma, only 15 had reassembled, with 9 weapons left between them. Almost 3 weeks had passed, and the possibility of finding more stragglers grew slimmer by the day. With Che's arrival came word of Jesus Montañez' capture and the death of Fidel's friend Juan Manuel Marquez and 2 others. By now, Che also knew that his friend Nico Lopez had been killed. Over the coming days, 5 more expeditionaries would trickle in, including Che's old prison mate Calixto Garcia, but Fidel's rebel army was a mere shell. It would have to rely upon local peasants to rebuild. The reunion with Fidel was not a happy one for Che and his companions. Fidel was furious with them for having lost their arms. "You have not paid for the error you committed," he told them. "Because the price to pay for the abandonment of your weapons under such circumstances is your life. The one and only hope of survival that you would have had, in the event of a head-on encounter with the army, was your guns. To abandon them was both criminal and stupid." That night, Che suffered an asthma attack, very possibly caused by the emotional upset of Fidel's disapproval. Several years later, he admitted that Fidel's bitter reproach had remained engraved on his mind for the duration of the campaign, and even today. Fidel certainly had a valid point, but his tirade was somewhat gratuitous, for by then his courier had returned from Manzanillo with Celia Sanchez's promise of new weapons. Indeed, the day after Che arrived, so did the new guns, which included some carbines and 4 submachine guns. Che's asthma vanished, but the arms delivery didn't cheer him up much, for there was important symbolism in the way Fidel distributed the weapons. Taking away Che's pistol, a symbol of his status, Fidel gave it to the leader of the peasant network, a wily strongman named Crescencio Perez. In its place, Che was given what he sourly called a bad rifle. It was a first-hand lesson in Fidel's masterful ability to manipulate the feelings of those around him by bestowing or withdrawing his favors at a moment's notice. Che was extremely sensitive to Fidel's approval and anxious to retain his status as a member of his inner circle. It had been only a few months since he had written his ode to Fidel, swearing his undying loyalty and describing Fidel as an ardent prophet of the dawn. Perhaps aware of Che's wounded feelings, Fidel gave him a chance to redeem himself the next day. Deciding suddenly to carry out a surprise test of combat readiness among the men, he selected Che to pass on his orders to prepare for battle. Che responded with alacrity. In his diary, he wrote, "I came running to give the news." The men responded well with a good fighting spirit. That day Celia's couriers arrived from Manzanillo with more arms, bringing 300 rifle bullets, 45 more for their Thompson submachine gun, and 9 sticks of dynamite. Che was overjoyed when the expedition's only other doctor, Faustino Perez, who had been dispatched to Havana to assume duties there as Fidel's point man, gave him his own brand new rifle with a telescopic scope, a jewel, Che wrote elatedly in his diary. Things had righted themselves again. Fidel's ire abated as he turned his mind to the exigencies of organizing for war. But the upbraiding must have been galling. Fidel may have hung on to his weapon in flight, but his judgment had led them into catastrophe in the first place, beginning with the Granma's grounding offshore. And after the ambush at Alegria de Pio, in the absence of any contingency plans, it had been a matter of salves quienpude, every man for himself. Che's group had done the best it could, and had survived. If Che harbored resentment, he didn't dwell on it, but over the next several days a certain impatience with Fidel's style of command began to creep into his diary. On December 22, Che observed that it had been a day of almost total inactivity. The next day, they were still in the same place. And on Christmas Eve, in a wait that seems useless to me, they remained rooted, awaiting more arms and ammunition. He described Christmas Day with fine irony. At last, after a sumptuous feast of pork, we began the march toward Los Negros. The march began very slowly, breaking fences with which our visiting card was left. We carried out an exercise of assaulting a house, and as we did, the owner, Hermes, appeared. We then lost 2 hours between coffee and conversation. At last we resolved to take to the road and advanced some more, but the noise we made betrayed our presence to any hut along the way, and they abound. At dawn we reached our destination. Che wanted to see more organization, discipline, and action. He wanted the war to begin. One item that did cheer him up a bit during this period was a report in a Cuban newspaper about a loathsome personality in Fidel's expeditionary force, an Argentine communist with terrible antecedents, expelled from his country. Roche, the surname, of course, Guevara. 3. In Mexico, as elsewhere, the news of the debacle at Alegria de Pio had been front-page news. The American UPI correspondent in Havana had fallen for the Batista government's claim of a total victory and sent it out on the wires as a news scoop. Many papers had picked it up. Along with Fidel and Raúl Castro, Escobedo Guevara was listed among the dead. Hilda heard the news at her office. When I arrived at work I found everyone with solemn looks, there was an embarrassed silence, and I wondered what was happening. Then I became conscious that everyone was looking at me. A fellow co-worker handed me a newspaper and said, "We are very sorry about the news." Devastated, Hilda was given leave to go home. Over the following days, her friends, including Myrna Torres, Laura de Albizu Campos, and General Bayo, rallied around her. Trying to comfort her, Bayo reminded her that the report had not yet been confirmed and insisted that he for one didn't believe it. She anxiously waited for more news, but little appeared in the press to confirm or deny the initial reports. The Guevara family was equally distraught by the news reports. The first to hear, Escobedo Sr., rushed to the newsroom of La Prensa to ask for confirmation but was told all he could do was wait. Celia called the Associated Press and received the same reply. As Christmas approached, the Guevara household remained plunged in gloom. Many days had gone by and there was still no word. Then a letter with a Mexican postmark arrived. It was the letter Escobedo had left with Hilda to be mailed after his departure on the Granma, in which he talked to his mother of death and glory. She had sent it on, and now, with incredibly bad timing, it had reached its destination. For our family it was simply horrifying, recalled Che's father. My wife read it aloud to all of us without shedding a tear. I gritted my teeth and could not understand why Escobedo had to get involved in a revolution that had nothing to do with his homeland. Some days later, Escobedo Sr. was summoned to the Argentine Foreign Ministry, where a cable had just come in from his cousin, the ambassador in Havana. It seemed that Escobedo was not among the dead and wounded rebels, or among the prisoners held by the Batista regime. This was good enough for Che's father, who ran home excitedly to give the news. That afternoon everything changed, he wrote. A little halo of optimism enveloped us all, and my house once again became a noisy and happy place. Ernesto's father telephoned Hilda with the news, and she heard other rumors that renewed her hope that Escobedo was still alive. I lived on that hope, she recalled years later. Meanwhile, she went ahead with her plans to go home to Peru and spend Christmas with her family. But as she prepared to leave, Hilda was still very distraught. The last few days in Mexico I was so upset and worried by the lack of news clarifying Ernesto's situation that I was unable to take care of our belongings. I gave away most things or just abandoned them. On December 17, she and 10-month-old Hilda Beatriz left Mexico for Lima. While they awaited proof that Escobedo was alive, the Guevaras based their faith on the promising report from the Argentine embassy in Havana. Christmas came and went. Then, at around 10 p.m. on December 31st, the family was preparing to celebrate the new year when an airmail letter was pushed under the front door. It was addressed to Celia and postmarked Manzanillo, Cuba. Inside, on a single sheet of notepaper, in Ernesto's unmistakable hand, was the following message: "Dear old folks, I am perfectly fine. I spent 2 and I have 5 left. I am still doing the same work, news is sporadic and will continue to be, but have faith that God is in Argentine. A big hug to you all, Ted." Ted had been Ernesto's nickname when he was a toddler. He was letting them know that, like a cat, he had used up only 2 of his 7 lives. The champagne was uncorked and the toasts began. Then, just before midnight struck, another envelope was pushed under the door. This too was addressed to Celia. Inside was a card with a red rose printed on it and a note: "Happy New Year. TT is perfectly well." This surpassed all our expectations, Escobedo Sr. recalled. The bells of the new year rang out and all the people who had come to my house began to show their happiness. Escobedo was safe, at least for now. 4. Spreading along most of Cuba's anvil-shaped southeastern tip for 100 miles, the Sierra Maestra Range rises sharply from the Caribbean coastal shelf, forming a rugged natural barrier between it and the fertile lowlands that spread from its opposite flanks, 30 miles inland. The Sierra is dominated by Cuba's highest mountain, the 6,500-foot Pico Turquino, and in the late 1950s was also home to one of the island's few remaining wildernesses. An indigenous rainforest, too inaccessible to be cut down, still survived. With only a few small towns and villages, the Sierra was sparsely inhabited by 60,000 or so hardscrabble guajiros, the poor, illiterate black, white, and mulatto peasants whose beaten-up straw hats, gnarled bare feet, and unintelligible, diva-weld, rapid-fire Spanish vernacular had made them a butt of derisory jokes among Cuba's urban middle class. Guajiro meant someone stupid, a half-wit hillbilly. Some of the guajiros were tenant farmers, but many were illegal squatters, or precaristas, who had built their own dirt floor huts, cleared a patch of land, and scratched out a living as subsistence farmers, honey collectors, or charcoal burners. Like the rest of Cuba's rural peasantry, the guajiros earned cash by working as sugarcane cutters on the llano during the zafra, or harvest season, or as cowboys on the cattle ranches. Some enterprising souls grew marijuana illegally and used a series of smuggling trails to evade the Guardia and get it to market. A few logging companies had concessions to extract timber from the forests, and there were some coffee plantations, but for the most part the Sierra offered little gainful employment and had virtually no roads or schools, and practically no modern amenities. News of the outside world came by transistor radio or more commonly through a flourishing bush telegraph system known as Radio Bimba. The starkness of the lives of the Sierra Maestra's guajiros contrasted sharply with those of its landowners and, for that matter, with most of the people living in Oriente's towns and cities, Santiago, Manzanillo, Bayamo, and Holguin. The best land in the Sierra, and in the llano below, was privately owned, often by absentee landlords living in Cuba cities, and was administered by armed foremen called mayorals, whose job it was to chase off the persistent precaristas. These freewheeling, sometimes brutal men carried real weight in the area, and acted as a virtual second police force to the ill-trained, underpaid Guardia Rural's units based in outposts and garrisons throughout the region. Because of its remoteness and ruggedness, the Sierra Maestra was also a traditional redoubt for criminals escaping the law, and in lieu of an effective governmental writ, blood feuds and acts of vengeance were settled in the hills by machete and revolver. Exploiting the guajiros' poverty and fear of authority, the Guardia used chivatos, or informers, to keep abreast of occurrences and to investigate crimes. In the hunt for Fidel and his men in the days immediately after the Granma landing, they had already deployed their chivato network, with devastating success. Not surprisingly, violence frequently broke out between the precaristas and the mayorals. Each side had its known leaders and gangs of followers, the historian Hugh Thomas wrote. Crescencio Perez worked as a truck driver for the sugar tycoon Julio Lopez.